cheater. So yes,
Getting fucking fired, bro.
yes. And I used to argue with randoms on my team that they'd be like, he's not cheating, he's not cheating.
Definitely cheats. I don't know about cheating, bro. I don't even want to talk about it.
It doesn't matter.
They all been cheating to use your drone.
It's like I've heard the word cheat like 37 times since we started this game. And you get their 5 subs, and the stream's fucking up. Which one do you think I'm more focused on?
I couldn't believe they got banned and lost all their accounts.
This was so funny.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that guy was cheating. That Macmillan guy. Do I know for sure 100% without a shadow of a doubt? No. Do I think he was? Yeah, I do. Especially because most of the guys he plays with are cheaters. So, you know. If it feels like a cheater and their encounter list looks like they play with cheaters, chances are, you know, they're probably cheaters. Don't take rocket scientists on that one.
Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
This is like one of those games where you just get rolled back, so like it doesn't even fucking matter.
Reloading!
Throwing grenade!
Yeah, I got the shot.
All open. Got the frost mat.
You have another ace. I got one more. Nobody working the other stairs?
Sure. One in laundry, one top yellow. One in laundry, one top yellow.
One ball.
No good eyes, no good cams.
Laundry.
One top yellow, be careful.
I just saw. I'm gonna put your demon out. Dead somehow.
He's in laundry now, in the corner, like.
Oh, man. Right?
Yeah.
I just got right.
I jumped out. They just died.
Dead.
Yeah, look at me, bro.
Friendly, last operator.
I'm gonna go pick him up, man.
I think we're going to kill 4v2, bro. We're going for pickups against cheaters, that's all I'm gonna say. I knew when you said that weird lost round. So I don't know why I jumped out. I'm sorry, Holly.
Not defense. Not defense, you're good.
All friendlies have
It's all
been
good, bro.
eliminated.
Sorry, yeah, new stack after this, Holly. I'm not doing this all night.
Who's this, man? It's a 4v2, bro.
I jumped out because our fucking team was saying he's going for the pickup, Holly. I don't know, man. I shouldn't have done that. Like, oh my god. Because Tay just sits outside the whole fucking time. Well, you get SenVale's in, everybody's in. Like you guys are fucking pathetic, bro.
I hop in, kill one. Guy swings me from yellow and from laundry. Just everyone's
No
baiting.
one's holding shit. I know. Everybody's holding dick. Yeah, I know.
It's all good.
GG's.
Cry and complain that they're cheating, etc. But you can't win the game when you're outside.
Yeah, I mean, Quan and Tay haven't spawned in yet, so I mean, maybe we'll get around them when they spawn in.
I got knocked.
Need to use your drone to locate a
yeah,
bomb.
carry, bro. Hey, yeah, you got knocked. It's part of the game, bro. Called don't die. Maybe shoot back. It mouse one, bro. Is it working?
I'm getting too far. Yeah, my bad.
Well, when you sit on the window, they're just gonna pre-fire you.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
Pre-fire you on the window.
I mean, I'm holding it.
It doesn't matter, ping advantage. No matter who you are, unless you're on land, if you're holding an angle like that window,
Hey, hold on, you have 110 ping holding an angle? Okay.
with a DMR,
Yeah, with the DMR, by the way.
they're gonna die.
I'm holding so that my teammate can walk in. Josh is like finding
seconds to
anything
go.
playing this.
Opposite side.
Holy
Opposite
Christ.
side. I wasn't
Okay,
really a 4v2. 2 of you were outside. It was a 2v2.
Might as well play with best at this point.
You've located a bomb.
Yeah, maybe
Make your way to its
go
location and defuse it.
Why they do
Same thing.
Holy shit.
Yeah. What's the crying? You're only 3 spawns, fucking dude. You haven't gotten a kill in game. You had one good round with Vigil, by the way.
Hatch is open. Wall's soft. Someone should open that wall. One's top yellow hiding and vending. He doesn't know I see him.
Nothing in game.
He's on vending, hiding. He's running away to piano. Running away to piano. Running away to piano.
Dead.
I have a drone on bottom yellow. Bottom yellow clear for now. There's Barb here. We need gridlock.
You are ass, dude.
I'm not. Get off this cam so I get a gridlock on yellow. Okay, off cam. Alright.
Calling. Where are you? Yo, hello?
Stay up on the cam. Yo, stay up on the cam. This last one.
Claymore deployed.
How are you pushing up like that, you fucking moron?
Oryx is bottom yellow.
Garage. There you can.
Might tell what the hatch developed.
I know. I've claymored it. Good luck.
Yeah, I have a cam on yellow. You know, I'm gonna You probably come up shark to be honest.
I think I call him.
Picnic dead.
Shark, bottom shark, 40. Go flank, go around.
Fine.
They came in this area right here. 20 HP.
Bomb initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Whoa, he rotated.
Op 4 eliminated.
He went the hallway.
There we go. We got on the board. Let's go. Good shit, Ollie.
We're going right there,
You get
SenVale.
on the board, we went around. Let's go. We get around because you get on the board.
Nah, I want us around right there. That's fucking walking on that guy, SenVale's cargo, kill someone else. And Tay, what do you think you're doing? Just like,
Can we have more than one
Face
person
someone
droning?
else.
I feel like anytime we struggle, if I'm not droning literally everyone for the entry, we never do
Bro,
anything.
dude, Tay's not droning. He's too busy trying to work fucking the window of Grim for some reason. Like, what are you doing, dude? What are you even
You don't
trying to Grim up?
understand.
Trying to Grim up
Tay is
behind the
solo
bow?
queuing right now. No, Tay is literally solo queuing right now. He doesn't know how to play the game.
Tay, why are you Grim behind the bow?
Hey man, what you want?
Quit
We need a gritty. We do need a gritty for the yellow.
Yeah,
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Did not hear that. He hopped up the piano hatch when you killed Malusi. He hopped up the piano hatch when you killed Malusi. I heard him down there dicking around, but I'm pretty sure it's a smell. I don't think he hopped up there because he went down. I think he was probably trying to. I was looking at it for a second. Like, I was aware that it was a possibility. I was kind of looking at it, but I don't think it was going to happen.
10 seconds.
How's the game been?
5 seconds.
It's been fine.
They're gonna be playing over here, I guess.
That's fine. We'll kill him here then. Lock
You
in.
must locate and defuse a bomb.
Out. Vigil top yellow.
One bathroom.
Bro, did you guys run Damos last round? Why do they need an visual?
He's just chilling in a bathroom right now.
One's bottom yellow. One's in bottom yellow right now.
I'm going picnic.
Yeah. I can call, I'm calling.
Oh, don't need him, bro. Oh, don't miss one.
What's in James?
No, don't go.
I have no guns.
I don't see anybody in piano right now.
What's in game right now?
You gotta be in game.
Reloading! In bathroom, how...
Yeah, he's dead. I can't shoot the C4. Yeah, you guys suck, dude. You guys don't know what you're doing,
Bro, I'm
dude.
droning. You guys are just baiting. Like, no, you stupid fuck. Oh my god, I get so fuck. Enter, you
We
stupid
have
fuck.
been eliminated.
Like, what are you so scared of? Like, we gotta go by Rush Magnus play? You guys are just terrified. Like, oh my god, you guys are fucking shitters, dude. Why do you have 7 on 8 if you guys are not gonna enter? You're playing Damos against cheaters, bro. Like, what do you expect? Oh my god.
Alright, so
Yeah,
there's
you
nothing in my
entered a
fight.
putting you die. You're just, like, dude, you guys are fucking trolls. You guys are trash.
Wait, what are you gonna blame? Not entering or like...
You guys just aren't entering, bro. Like,
I
I don't
entered
know.
and I died. What do you want me to do? There's no one with me.
Maybe enter behind the drone in a better spot besides hopping
No
in a window
drone. I
facing
said,
side.
can someone drone? I said, can someone drone? No one drone.
I heard everybody's giving comments earlier. Switch servers, bro. Get us the fuck out of there. Like
This
you
is
guys are
every
not
game
cut
I
out
play,
for
bro.
that.
Holy shit,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. People were not cut out for that. Well, you're giving me host. I'm gonna queue a server you're not gonna like. So quit giving me fucking host. Like holy fuck, Quan. Like what's your daily KD? I have to know. Let me
I
figure
played
this out. What your
2
daily
games.
KD is.
Are you stupid?
Yeah, you went negative at each game. You did shit.
I
Yeah,
can't wait to
facts, bro.
get this guy kicked out of college, bro. Like, this guy's a fucking shitter, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, you actually are pretty fucking horrible. Quan gun selling your sense. You just sold my fucking Eli. That's what you just did. You're just an entry dyer, bro. Like, why don't you get on Ace, bro, instead of having SenVale on it? It's pretty pitiful to SenVale's on Ace and you're fucking baiting with your little dick out. You and Tay, the two shitters, are putting SenVale on Ace.
I can just go ace.
No, dude, it's useless. They don't enter, bro. You drone for no reason. They don't enter.
Yeah, I just told you I entered. Like, dude,
Not off the drone.
you're actually like Vex. You're actually like Vex 2.0.
Yeah, I'm vexed because okay, SenVale, did you not drone and no one entered off your drone? Yes or
I entered it by myself because no one was helping me.
no? Okay, there we go. Go back to the bot, dumb fuck. Maybe if you
And
wanna
and
play
then and then I
fucking
see
stick.
Quan ran
You
from
do it.
behind me, ran through bathroom full speed, and Holly was calling someone out near game, so I was just spraying at everything around bathroom and games. I had no idea where he was.
And someone
That's
did
playing
called
games.
wait.
That's playing
Someone
games,
called
that's
way
fine.
earlier. Did the other guy bathroom? I heard it earlier. Go ahead.
I heard the doe call. I thought it could have been in bathroom, but it could have also been games. I wasn't sure.
No, I
Oh,
said there's someone in the
Cue
bathroom,
it,
and then
SenVale, cue it,
there
SenVale,
was,
cue it, SenVale.
there's someone in games and bathroom. I
Well,
said
Griff.
there's a guy in bathroom, and I said there's a guy in games.
Yeah, but you know what? Guess what? Guess what? Quan just runs full sprint because he thinks it's all clear.
Yeah, I full sprinted for sure.
That's what SenVale just said. He caught you.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
I'm not really
Maybe you
blaming,
should go back
but
to my VA.
I did see you go through the bathroom a lot faster than you should have.
No one wants to drone.
He drunk.
There's no drones. Like, go to replay. I said, can someone drone? No one answered, bro.
Okay,
So I just
I'll
walked in.
go ace, and you guys can drone me in after I drone myself in.
Bro, you guys don't drone in general. Like, what?
Are you you guys keep saying you guys? Stop including me in this.
I drone from picnic and still.
Because I've been fucking droning nonstop. That's why Holly Holly entered the first time, and killed the guy that was calling out actively. This time there's mutes, there's mozzies, and as the person that's droning, guess what? My shit ran into the mozzies first, then got shot.
Yeah, so did mine. So I asked for a re-drone and no one answered.
I just
so
hopped in and just took it.
Chris is just like finding something to blame. It's all good.
Yo, small dick bitch. You're gonna make me crash the fuck out.
Bro,
I
just
called
Go crash
piano
out.
and
Bro.
Not my fault. You decided to walk through somewhere that wasn't
chicken
clear.
nuts.
That is not
Yeah,
my
'cause I
problem.
didn't
Oh,
have
Griff, how
any
you doing?
plans.
Ollie
5
called it
new
earlier.
subs.
It
Another
doesn't
shot?
matter. So your gun was down or what? Or you
No,
just
my
died?
gun was up. I was just fighting a different person.
Okay, so you
There's
just got
two.
shit on. Okay, leave it at that.
No, I just didn't got shit on. I just didn't even see him.
Yeah, it's never your fault, Quan. I know. Go back to asking Jaxie to buy a DMA, you fucking 2-inch dick pussy. You have no accountability. We surely were in that game because he went 1-5.
Were they even cheating? It didn't even feel like they were cheating, bro.
Bro, okay.
definitely,
I'm
bro.
not gonna go through this with you. I could get them in the call and I'll laugh at you and show you their cheats. I hate when you do that. When you gaslight me, you try to gaslight me. I
Well,
literally know them.
no,
They're my friends.
it's hard to tell if they're cheating when we're losing because I just see you guys playing stupid Siege. So I can't even tell.
I mean,
I can look around the room and just see a lot of just idiots running around. I'm just like, okay,
you
well.
could see, yeah, you could see a 3v5. That's what you could see. That's why we have to play like that.
Guys, you spawn with 2 Jones, by the way. So can we use them from now on? That's all I'm going to say. Please. Y'all got them.
It's fucking trash. It's just boring. Tayin, fucking dickhead. Trash. Like even the round Tay hopped out to pick your shitty ass up, I should have ran in with Holly. That wouldn't happen. Like, and Tay sticks his face in the windows every round. Shit's just boring. Yo, you got VODs on, Quan? I want to watch how you died to that guy.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna watch your VOD. I want to go see how you died to the guy in the bathroom. Because I know Holly called it out like 10 times. Can't find it, Quan. What's going on? I'll just wait till tomorrow.
Did I ever shut up? I mean, I am getting sold. So I'm also kind of letting me out because I'm just like, I don't really feel like being a dickhead, but they did sell, so I'm not really going to defend them on this. I'm not going to defend you when you were literally selling my shit. So my stream's fucking up, and I'm fixing it mid-game and still have the most kills as ace. Like, figure it the fuck out. I'm 33 years old, almost 34, bro. Like, you guys can't keep up? Like, what's up? Come on. Like, come on. Like, what's up? I just took a shot, too. Like, who would previous host, bro? I feel like we need to go somewhere else. What?
Give me host. Go, Quan.
$34, so old. Yeah, well. You can call me old. You can't call me bad. So, you can call me old. You can't call me bad, though. Just remember that.
Pretty sure it's 80 guy cheats. Play him right there.
How far it's from top 100? Well, if it's up to these guys, indefinitely.
And ace. They have like 3 ace mains. Let's go. You tell you sell again, you're out of here, fuck kid.
Okay.
Quit jumping out to revive shitters, bro. You don't do that in my stack. Leave the shitter outside to die.
Hey, it's fine to do that. You just got to do everything faster. Like when your teammates are in the fight, they're in like on site fighting people, and you go back to heal someone. You need to do it fucking quick and go help them instantly. Because I watched you both. No one really looked at yellow window. You guys both got up and were scared for your lives instead of like trying to get a refrag.
Simo, you're preaching to the choir. These guys have played the game more than us, and they suck. Who cares? They play more than you do. I mean, you're a streamer. You get paid to play. So, I mean,
I don't want to be a cocky little. I don't want to be a cocky little shit, but I mean, you can't expect them to do all that.
Yeah, I mean, Quan had to almost buy.
I mean, no offense, but I am going to be better than most people I play with. I'm not gonna get mad at you for being bad. I mean, you're going to be worse than me. That's how it is. That's how it goes.
And Taze is trash.
Scopo this game, maybe a little bit of Scopos this game, maybe.
I should just walked up on him yellow. I don't know, that last round. Whatever.
They had a lot of guys just kind of dicking
Secure
around.
the area and keep the bomb protected.
Scopo's main door again? No, that was one time. I'm definitely not doing that. Donuts to Chris. Yeah, but I mean, even Chris, Donut will agree with this. Chris is a toxic little bitch, but he's not bad at the game. Like, he's not bad, but he is toxic.
Reload. Op 4 has yet to locate a bomb.
I don't care about what people are saying as long as I'm playing good, bro. But like, if you're being toxic and playing bad, then yeah, you gotta get out. But he's the only one I hear in voice comms that actually sounds like he gives a shit. So why would I kick him out? Bottom one. Never mind. Join the library. Definitely library take.
Oh my god, he's already. I can't even see him with that skin on.
Yeah, guy's cheating.
Got buck.
Let's push, John.
That broken ass skin on. Good.
I want to flank. I'm not going to now.
Barrier deployed.
I'm coming, little Sugie.
Wall's open.
Planting toxins. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Everyone's on a wall.
Yeah, they push, John.
Yeah, I'm wall.
Op 4, last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Guy's gonna go pin on the wall. Yo, don't go basement, please. Can we go like kitchen, please, or something? I don't like basement. Basement's like the worst fucking site. Please don't go there. Can we get a?
How you doing, Dub?
maybe? Or whatever you want to play. It doesn't really matter. Just make sure we watch West Main. If we watch West Main, we'll be fine.
So wherever you gotta put your mills, so the site's good, place them there.
Put one on the grow outside for Kanon. Put one on the Ivy walk up so he can't get close to the head holes without hitting it. But don't make it so he can't shoot it from
Secure
the
the
double.
bomb.
Make sure he has to walk up to be able to shoot it. I'll make side rotation.
I'm just reinforcing walls up top. I need hold up top. I'll just reinforce it anyways.
Fortifications upgraded.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Blast up the lower window.
Keep it active.
And a bathroom window.
Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Located by 4.
Keep us stretched through. Barrier deployed. Deploying welcome mat. Strikes through. Deployed barrier.
Keep in garage, man. Come up, West, man.
Bottom west, yeah, bottom left card walking right now, doesn't he? Same guy as before, I think.
Crossbat.
Bottom West, man.
Where's the front man? Single, library single.
Okay, now.
Got him.
Front door. One blue.
Keep
Walking
up
up blue.
positioned.
Door could be.
Got me on blue. Top blue.
Okay, no.
Bad students were made there.
Walked in lobby. One library, one in library. Gonna shoot the default cam. One K9, one lobby. Yeah, one K9, one lobby.
One
Last
op
one
4
lobby.
remaining.
Yep, in the middle lobby, on the couch, on the close fire.
Oh my god.
Chip.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
We're playing scrims and turning next.
Oh,
It's
I
probably
mean,
element.
there,
It's really hard to call out when he's like actively walking around and then like.
No, I saw the ping. Like I knew where he's gonna be. Like middle lobby was a fine call. It's just like jumping over and trying to flick to his head didn't work out.
Not
too
with
well.
an
Like,
ACOG.
it's just on me.
Not with an ACOG.
Nah, it's just on me. It's just on me. You know.
Well, not with an ACOG. That's gonna be rough.
What's wrong with this guy? This is not a scrim. This guy's a hard stuck diamond too. What is he talking about? What scrim is he playing? T4 fucking shipbot scrim? This guy's a troll. And it's not a scrim.
We're too sweaty for going kitchen.
Oh wow. I mean, I like Elo after I just fucking lost.
All right,
my
go
game.
bar
I
then.
want Elo back. No.
Okay.
Go far.
No. 3 seconds.
Secure the
I
bombs.
like skills. He'll go do that. I'll hold upstairs. I'll hold dining hatch. Fuck it.
Oh, you want to play up top? I'm down to play up top.
Yep. Yeah, now we're gonna be bitches. You want to talk shit? Now we're being bitches.
Yo, I'll leave my scopo shield in front of blue door. They don't play
Op
up
4
top.
located a bomb. Protect it.
They're definitely hitting the main wall. They're like hella.
Yo, Tay, when you fight the guy on West Main Staircase, you don't need to wide swing him like a dumbass. Just play the
10
utility.
seconds.
Make him have to walk up. Play for refrags. You like actively swing the first guy you see and die to him. And that's not the first time I've seen you die to that guy on West Main. That's like the fourth.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
You gotta be smart about it.
Doorway secured. Keeper strikes through. Deployed barrier.
What am I just trying to pop in the wall?
Got main wall open. About that, shoot it.
Want to impact that? Stop it.
Beauties are in play! Plot is on! And then the beauties in position! Nest ready to knock out!
Okay.
C4 ready! Detonating!
Dude, he's in my smoke right now.
Reloading!
Bomb might go down.
We're good.
What do they have, dude? He's playing.
Dead. Planted dead. Fuck that shit, he has to tell me.
Op 4, last stop standing. You've been spotted.
Oh my god.
Friendly's
what the fuck?
victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
I don't know why
Jay-
he's planning default when we're here. I shot him quick in the garbage can.
Oh,
Yo, there's like
like
10
a main wall
smokes.
rush.
Yeah, I triple smoked it, dude. That's why they couldn't plant through all
No,
three
he
of them.
yeah, but when he ran in, he just tried to plant on the garbage can.
Oh,
He
that
has no
guy
idea
was
what he's doing.
I was gonna
Doesn't
kill him.
a person
I don't know why he
repel
planted
master window give line of sight through piano?
Yeah, no, fucking.
It
the
can,
smoke-
it
smoke
can.
started fading right after he went for a plant. I would have just killed
But if
him.
you never peek in, then it's just a guy on repel that you just avoid. So it's only good with like crossfires.
And what's it fucking called? They fucking thermited the fucking wall, and they didn't even do it in the middle. So fucking half the wall you can't even see fucking use.
They didn't have an angle on that OP spot on the left side.
Come on, go back to normal, carrying Holly, you know. Some little.
Nah, I killed the planet.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Nah, I killed the planner actually. You killed the
No,
cheater.
I killed the first guy.
Oh,
I'd have been planning.
pretty sure the cheater is the guy who has
Aiden.
one kill. Yeah.
I don't even know if that guy's cheating.
I
Honestly.
played him.
He's cheating. I see his fucking account.
Just the way he played, I played him earlier, and he was doing that weird smoke on shotgun bullshit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Easiest way to hide cheats. That's exactly what I would do. Play shotgun, mute, smoke, hold a door, swing out
Insertion
when
in
someone's
10 seconds.
close, and just smoke them. It's over and over and over. It's so hard to tell if that person's
5
cheating or
seconds
not.
before insertion.
Yeah, like
A bomb
one
must be
angle
located
is
and
not
defused.
the end all be all for everything. Everything has a counter. Everything has a counter, and everything has a risk, and everything, like, you know, if you're holding that and no one's there, and you're holding nothing, they run out and kill you, you're kind of throwing. Like, why are you holding that? No one's there. Quan, you got Clayus? Or no?
Bomb has been located.
No.
Alright.
Fire, dog.
Yeah.
Claymore mindset.
Drone's ready.
Not fire, Harley.
I'm blue side. One can enter.
1 hour, 1 hour. How long
Rolling.
Piano got me.
Wait, the can off the wall?
I'm
The can?
Reloading.
Piano.
Hold on, I can't wait.
There's no shield or anything in piano. Yeah, he's still in piano. He's like on this ping.
I might be able to kill the piano guy. I'm taking
Lucky bag.
Who the fuck's the kid? Am I blind?
He's near version. Open the office. Cannon door.
Position!
Chris is walking piano. I can't even see that guy. Cannon door. Oh, master door on this ping. You're the one in the office.
Knock.
Down to one
Damn,
friendly.
Where? Oh yeah.
All friendlies have been eliminated.
Okay, I'll just go hard reach. Just go gridlock.
Yeah, you're just playing Havana like a troll. Like, bro, get the fuck off this game after this, bro.
What do you hard
Make the
reach?
middle
No.
fucking rules.
Nothing you did there was that wrong. It's just that you need to have more of a voice. Why the fuck aren't you getting in the wall?
They did.
Say
Oh, we're on
that.
the same fucking cadence.
Say that earlier. We're already taking fights. Ask for help.
I'll-
Wall's
I'll-
caded. I need someone to go underneath and get the K claw off. Fucking have more fucking gusto in your voice. You're just like, can someone please help me with K? And we assume
Maverick,
someone
go
else is gonna do
Maverick.
it. Fucking look
Maverick,
at
go
anyone
Maverick.
near you and point and be like, get the fucking K off the wall, Chris. Like, you need to have a voice, bro.
Start bitching people. I don't know why you're like that. You gotta start bitching people.
We need to
You're
locate
the
a
single
bomb.
most important operator in the game, the hard breach. You fucking have
Hey,
to
why
boss
do you
people
have any
around.
balls, bro? It's a video game. No one knows. I'm not your stepdad, bro. You can tell me bitch ass shit in the page.
Your drone has found
Chris
a
isn't
bomb.
gonna cry if you bitch him out in the moment. He wants you to.
I want you to tell me to do something. If you have a great idea how to push something, I want to know, because I actually like when people tell me what to do.
I need a
Get
gridlock,
hard,
West
get
Main.
hard,
I need
get
someone
hard.
watching West
They're
Main.
hard.
Gridlock,
Yeah,
gridlock,
yeah, they're
gridlock.
Bro, they went bar, dude.
Never mind. Ignore all of
They're
that.
hard.
Ignore all of
They're
that.
10 seconds.
Ignore all of
I don't think we
that.
need good. Wait, wanna go for a library?
5 seconds to go.
Alright, I'm gonna go word lobby by myself.
I'm putting a dining cam. I'm
You've
putting a
located
dining
a bomb.
cam.
Make your way to its location.
I'm so sick of playing fucking closet shooters that are just buns, another cheating, but you're just like, "Meh."
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
What am I doing there?
Oh, you should come in the window.
Reloading shotgun.
That was not push.
One walking up blue right now.
To the shield.
Why, I was thinking nothing here. I can just walk in.
Going for a drive.
Wait, before you do anything,
Cross on blue.
Boogie deployed.
Jordan library. Jordan library.
What's on fire? What man is it, Doc?
Torpedo window.
Dude, he's flanking me. Piano. Drop.
Bar door.
Order dead.
Nobody dying. He jumped over lobby, I think. Wait, where was that?
One piano, one with piano.
I've at the ready.
Alright, somebody get on that dining cam.
I'm on the dining cam.
Dead. Won the game.
Yeah, no.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Stock. Wait, I just had it.
4 last operator standing.
I have the bombs outside. I can't move.
Listen, near the 2 pig on the window, 100%. He's near the top blue window. I thought I'd throw it over the top.
He's just cheating. Like, he's literally just cheating. There's another cheater. He's just cheating. Why are we leaving a bomb outside? I hate playing with these stupid bugs. Oh, man. You know, if bomb's not outside, that we actually win there. I would bomb inside. Like, why are you guys just drop? Who did that, bro?
Either Tay or Quan. One of them two.
Okay.
Me, man. Going library, leaving the bomb out there.
Again, bro.
What? Hey,
We're pushing
We're
library,
going
bro.
library. We're going library, man. The bomb's out there. If we're gonna go plant, we're gonna hop in get the bomb, hop in Game's window. We're gonna go plant.
What do you mean?
What?
No. Let's go back. No, Tay, let me go back. Let me go back. You say we're doing a library take, right? You say we're doing a library take, right? Why was I the only one that took library by myself?
Oh shit.
Because I'm Flores clearing the stuff. I'm like
What?
Flores.
What'd you? Where were you?
Behind the shot, clear the shield top blue.
yeah.
It's on slam
Yeah.
window.
Use your drone to locate a bomb.
No.
Yeah.
Flores is in a fine spot. I just need more backup.
No, it's fine, bro. Just I'll take bomb.
No, I saw him drop bomb. I thought about taking it with me, but I knew I was gonna be the only one hopping in the library, so I knew that I'd fucking throw if I did that.
I mean, no. Listen, no. I was gonna come with you, but me and Holly hit the gap. There was an obvious gap. I hit it. Got killed off. But like, the round would have been winnable. I just didn't have bomb. If I went outside, just gonna retake. Maybe I should have tried it. I don't know. They have a clash. Like, oh my god.
Yo,
And
boy.
What you doing, Tay?
Solo queuing.
Hit in the
10
back.
seconds before insertion.
Get a guy's
5 seconds before insertion.
He's kind of cheating. Oh yeah, he played 2 games today with 20 kills.
A
not even
bomb
an
must be
hit ratio.
located and defused.
Yeah. Got the vote.
Bon, can you open the garage?
Yeah.
I'll stare at it. You can floor us.
RCE going out. Watch your ears.
Okay, joining.
You have a rotate and
Big garage clear. Wall is open on the left side. We need to take control of west.
Must recover the
All you
diffuser.
have to do. Come to the main wall, Holly. Come to the main wall round. Come to the main wall round. Don't be close to the door. No one main door.
No,
We're gonna kill them. We're gonna get a kill.
just
Ratero's gone silent.
one door.
Going for a
Nah,
drive.
fuck.
Get clear!
I got the one.
You won't hear a thing. Let's cause some chaos.
Got Doc. Get out of there.
Where's the hole?
Wait. Library window. One was ranked window, Holly. One was ranked window. One was ranked
Someone
window.
go trench. Someone go trench. I'll go trench, bro.
Swapping mags!
Last spoiler, last spoiler. Start spoiler.
Last spoiler.
Cheater up top. Cheater up top. Cheater up top.
Diffuser is now
Cheater and dining.
Can we just ignore that? Go for the default plant. Can you just walk
Got let on me. Clash is on me. Clash is on me.
walk on
Grenade.
Flash, my flash. Chris, can you just hold from fire?
Let's bang.
Yeah, gonna. Planning.
Blue.
You're down west, man. It's a 3v1. It's a 3v1. You're down west.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Yeah, that warden's definitely fucking cheating. I don't know about the other guy, the Aiden guy, but that warden is definitely... He's doing that stupid ass smoke shotgun bullshit with warden, bro.
Maybe 110 me.
Trying to pretend he's a Sean peeking and then gives up because he can't do it right and then just fucking perfectly chases me every time he swings out. In long range, so kept doing like 10 damage here, 15 damage there, but never fucking missed a shot.
Shit is pitiful. Rikio.
That's the shotgun no spread shit right there.
No, if it was no spread, it would have put me down. It was doing like 10 to 15 damage every time he swung out, but I can't see him. I don't know what he's swinging.
That's what Nuke used to do. He would run a shotgun no spread. And he just
Yeah. So Samuel, that guy's account. It has been used since Shifting Tides. His name is Genius403. It's level 200. He was silver at peak. Now he's the highest elo ever at plat 3.
Yeah, no. Just no.
Hello.
Looks
These
more
guys don't
legit.
cheat. The Glock, the other two guy had cheaters on his team, and when they were calling like me and I can't remember how to play it, but I don't think they cheat. I think we're.
No, that
good.
guy was
That
cheating,
dude
bro.
is, like, delusional.
Yeah, that guy was definitely cheating.
I don't know. Yeah, my bad guys for tweaking out, but like, fuck, dude. It's just like the simple shit like that makes me lose my mind. I don't know. Like, hey, I'd rather you just say, yo, someone grabbed the bomb off me than leave it outside. Like, even if you die with its plant, I'd feel more comfortable grabbing its plant than having to grab
Oh,
it.
no,
Like,
no, no,
you know?
I'm gonna get bitch shot. No, I'm not gonna get a bitch shot. Then why is the bomb slammed? Why is the bomb slammed? Like,
So,
I just left
so
it out there
have
because I know it's sort of plan, man.
Alright, so once again, have a voice, Tay. Have a voice. Be like, yo, someone come get this fucking bomb off me.
Clubhouse.
Like, just have a voice, bro. Just tell someone. Just bitch someone.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, bro. Even if it's Holly.
In the middle of the round, if we assume that you're opening up the wall, unless you tell us that you can't.
At the end of the day, Tay, at the end of the day, too, it's like, I don't think you're that bad. It's just you have to work with the team because we can't read your mind. I didn't know you dropped a bomb because you're going slant. I had no idea why it's there. So what I assume is some troll-ass motherfucker dropped the bomb on side and jumped in mud and died. That's what I'm automatically assuming. I'm not thinking about what you were doing because I'm focused on what I'm doing with Holly. Like, me and Holly were making a play. Like, I understand, like, I might come off as a dick, but, like, realistically, I just want you to be, bro, if you're a teammate, bro, if you start working as a teammate, we'll win way more games, bro. You gotta stop acting like you're solo queue. You're not the only one capable of winning here. You could go 0-5 every game, but if you're, like, working with us, bro, it's so much easier, bro. Go, Jim. Someone run castle.
No, go basement, go basement, go basement, go
Okay,
basement, go basement.
Alright, I'll play as, someone else wanna play as zombie? I kinda hate playing as zombie here.
The SenVale, the guys we lost to are like 100% cheating, by the way.
Yes, I know.
Bro, every rank.
No,
section, they lose, like, one game.
I'm sure we have. I'm sure they were cheating, but like we did play horrible siege.
Yeah, we threw. Listen,
They're like
we
4
beat them
cheaters,
before.
bro.
I know, but we
No.
played horrible siege. I'm not saying we lost because that they were cheating. We lost because
No,
we
listen,
played bad.
I will say like they're beatable, but like, I don't know, man. We should have just played better. They
Secure
suck.
the area. Keep the bombs moving.
But yeah, that's what you games go on. They cheat. Them kids have been cheating for years. You know what they did to me, Quan? Back in the day when I first found out who they were, they used to think I was cheating. So you know what they did? I played multiplayer and all 5 of them were while cheating. They ran me down. Like 20 flash everything.
Where's all my fucking rollback? If I get all my rollback at the end of a season, I'm gonna be pissed.
You know, by the way, I'm just gonna go back to this stuff.
You know what?
10 seconds.
Reloading!
You know what?
Really
5
have to
seconds
2
to
feet.
count.
I trolled so much, man.
Well, see, Chris knows what he's talking about. It's just like he says it in a way that's going to offend people that are soft.
GG.
So I get it. I get why they get mad at him. But like, what he's saying isn't wrong. That's why you guys don't see me really interrupting him. Because he's not wrong. Oh, you're kind of in a rough spot to be AFK. He's deafened, good.
Loading new magazine!
Garage cam so clear. Top main cam so clear.
Dead.
What
They're
the-
crowd fucking in one of drones.
What's bottom main?
Quan.
Oh.
Oh man. Oh, he's cheating. He's cheating.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Op 4
was
has
watching
located a
cams.
bomb.
One catch edge.
One quick cam. Let me check something real quick.
Just try to watch out. Got it. Secret.
Nice shot.
Secret dead.
On the swamp.
I think oil maybe?
Alaska.
Twitch? Yeah, oil Twitch. I think one coming oil, one coming secret.
On the boost angle.
What's the last Twitch round?
Op 4, last operator standing.
He pushed up? What the fuck is this guy doing? The mirror's still up. Oh my god. This guy is terrible. Just hold the mirror, Tay. What are you doing?
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Oh. I think he's gonna push up there. I should have killed him.
Surprised he shot back at me.
Good play.
I need a castle or someone could go bandit.
I'll go here.
Mel?
Frost.
Mel's probably better, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put one on main for you.
Put one on a red as well.
Secure the bombs.
How much footage did I have to actually get on the platform to shoot it?
I'd rather have them shoot it and I know they're there than them walk to it and activate it and kill me anyways.
Activate jammer.
Yeah.
Let me have a something. Oh man.
10 seconds to insertion.
Reinforce wall.
Down to 5 seconds.
Oh, that's probably the best setup we've done so far.
Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse the bombs.
Fortified wall.
Thank you, hold that for a little bit. I'm gonna.
Calibrating air compression. Reloading. All set.
Hacking.
I shot. I got it. I'm claiming this drone on.
Swarming
I just
back.
don't barrage.
Yeah, Aqua. That's the game. Get her go. We're probably going to see some window.
Get this drone.
Getting flashed. Getting flashed.
I'm watching top end.
Back to my Lucy, dude.
They've got the open master.
I'm gonna watch red. I'm gonna watch the red. Main running garage. Hey, no
Be
window,
advised,
window.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Like, these guys are so fucking. Such fucking losers, dude.
On the windows. On the window now.
I can swing highway.
Do this again.
I don't know if I would. There's one more from the roof.
One dead. One more on the roof. Get him at comm wall.
We have no good camps. No good camps. I have like top main.
One large yacht. Shot con single.
One outside main window.
Window. Yeah, main window, guys.
Up highway. That highway. Drop below.
No one drop highway.
One of village table. Village table.
Drop that. We're gonna come pool table window.
One with 30 pool table. 130 in pool table. Holly.
One coming lounge.
He's already in, Holly. 130 in, and then there's two in below.
He's gonna go up main stairs.
Red dead.
Astral's also below.
Down to 15 seconds.
Dude, what are you doing?
In garage, in garage.
Time expires in 10 seconds. Op 4, last stop standing.
Oh, just hit him.
Reloading!
Main.
Oh, hack.
Okay.
Within reach.
Bro, what the fuck are these guys doing?
Trolling.
Rating.
Trolling.
I know how to say a guy got a 6.1 kills per match. He sits on the fucking roof. Fucking bum. Fucking.
You let his
pussy
teammate
ass
die
bum.
too, man.
Hey, the fucking
Bitter.
bum.
He's just like Tay. Forward.
Yeah, Tay, do your little shitty castle strat, Tay. Cool, cool. Hey, you be burgering out or what?
Yeah.
Cool.
Too much. Bad habit.
Hey, have you ever consumed methamphetamines?
No, I have not.
It doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like shrines.
Secure the bombs.
I would ask shrines that question, Chris, but I already know the answer to it, so why even bother? No, I know. There's no point.
My shit.
Shiba deployed. Surface secured.
Reloading.
Can I get a flush angle on
10
these
seconds
top
left.
red?
So what?
Alright.
5 seconds to insertion.
There.
Bomb location secure.
See, it's simple shit like that. Like, if you need something, ask for it, bro. Don't treat it nice.
Wow.
Shiba deployed. We have some time. Loading new
Hey, you're
mag.
supposed to cast the door, man.
What? Oh, I got this unlocked.
Half wall.
Why'd you have a map? It was a striker every round so far. Could be a
I
striker.
got the Amos.
You got both, you got all of them, but you-
No.
Then gotta get
Good stuff.
Shiba deployed.
What? I literally didn't even see the thing. The fuck? It was invisible.
So the Amos is logic.
No. That suck. Why did I even bother with that?
That spot.
I was so dumb.
Wonder if I'm gonna
Don't play it.
You have garage cam?
Reloading.
You can check with Amos.
We do have garage cam.
He's on roof. He's gonna drop
Yeah,
logic.
one's repelled on plat.
Can't walk in through plat. It's just an angle. Damos on roof.
See when the see.
Protected.
Walking up red. Bottom red. Bottom red. Both red. Both red. Both red.
1 op 4 remaining.
Still bottom red.
I'm reloading.
Still down there.
It's all down there. Just staring up red. Just staring up red. Might walk up. No one's holding it.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission
Like
successful.
Ramel.
Come on, gunpoint.
You're a hair on the shoulders type guy. You shave your shoulders?
What?
It's like the Holly. You ran out again, or you fucking peeked out the garage door. Did it against me. You'll never kill
Teach
me.
their own, man. You do you. I'll do me.
Vodka?
You know?
Yeah, you'll never do that to me.
It works against everybody.
Okay.
It works. I
You
do
can
this shit in
worry.
comp works like every single time.
How many times have you died and so do you turn around?
Doing that spawn peek, I think I've that like one time doing it. I never actually like die while doing it. Like I like run away, and then
let
like
up
I
on
don't
one.
actually I don't know. I don't actually do the spawn peek Donko. I just like sit in the area and they shoot the garage door down, and I'll like peek it. And I'll die.
They need to locate a bomb.
But I've died only one time doing it. So getting to 80 attacks, he killed me.
I just don't grow hair there. Well, I'm Viking. I grow hair everywhere.
Basement, I got a cave.
Exhibit A.
I'm doing the Chris. I'm doing the Chris.
Taking dirt.
Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds before insertion. Op
There are two impacts. That might be for dirt.
The drone is ready to go.
Yo, don't shoot my door down.
I'm in the cross.
No, you're not.
We got stuck, I think. I think they got stuck. They got stuck there. They're stuck there.
Using traces thermal.
Oh my god!
See you on the other side.
Stay behind me.
It's not like I think I just got stuck.
Auto protect deployed.
Forward! Up again now. Little man.
Op 4 last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
You have a day job? No, I'm full-time streamer now.
Yeah, why? You just copy my strat. Come on.
So I'll take you guys through what I did today. I woke up, I 1v1 Spoit for 2 hours on stream,
Yeah, told you.
got off,
Fucking told you, dude.
downloaded videos that I needed to edit later, went to a lake with my girlfriend. We hung out by the lake for a while,
Have you ever had?
had like a lunch dinner situation, came
Wow,
home,
four game day. Oh my
finished
God,
off the Spoit 1v1 video, and then started
Okay.
streaming. That was my day.
Let's see, low.
Kind of
5 too.
need to be full-time to be able to do all that.
Or you're playing those shitters. I came
You're playing with
crashed.
shocks. You're playing with a compulsive liar to death.
It's a good day. The only thing that was bad about today is I didn't sleep enough.
Yeah, look, he thinks he's doing it to me, Holly. Look at this. He does actually works every time.
This is like a boot strat.
It's literally what I do. What are you talking about?
This is literally a boots thing, dude. You
I'm
just
the
fuck
only
up random.
person that I've ever seen do this.
Blatant cheater.
Good. Oh my god, look at you. Macroing. Recoil macro from hell. Are you eating and playing? No, you're not. Why are you talking like that?
I'm eating.
Come on, you had
Punch
food
him.
in your mouth game day. You're hilarious.
I'm eating.
It was a good little day.
Yeah, play one
Got
day,
kids
yeah.
now. What's up?
He is playing it. He's 7.9.
2 KD. 2 KD.
Yeah, no,
He's
it's
gonna lose,
it's
but
playing.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's gonna lose.
Yeah, we'll win.
Oh, I think I beat this guy earlier. Ironically, I swear. It was the same guy from earlier. He had the same exact stats. Don't ban shields. What are we doing? What are you doing?
I'm betting BB. This guy's only gonna play Blackbeard, bro.
Oh, he plays BB. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm the one doing the ban, Chris. Chill. It's good.
What's SenVale? When I catch you lacking and I pull your pants down on my waist. Oh shit.
Wait, pulling whose pants down? Mine or yours?
Man, Kia's.
Oh shit. RBI, open up.
Where's Man Kia? Where's Man Kia? Have you heard from Man Kia? We made Man Kia rebrand and go on their man account. Got tired of getting roasted.
You just have blue hair. I had blue hair?
Shaking my leg right now. Your shoes legs don't jiggle.
Last
like
time
mine.
I dyed my hair was in like fucking 3rd grade when my mom bleached my hair blonde once. That was the first and only time. My hair has never been a different color. Blue? Blatant. Not Griff. I don't really want kids, honestly. I want to be able to just do whatever I want. I grew up in a big family. It's just I like my quiet, you know. I like being able to just kind of like turn my brain off and just kind of vibe. Streaming takes up like 80% of my social like battery.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Then after that, I'm like, okay, girlfriend gets like 20%, and then I got no time for anyone else. Otherwise, I'm burned. I've been playing Siege. Console since the beta, PC since like year 5. There's a drone in lobby somewhere, like up there. I don't really look for it yet.
Down to 10 seconds.
It's
5
like you have
seconds to
kids.
insertion.
Your time is not your time anymore. It's their time, and like I kind of want to have my own
Increased
time.
surveillance on bombs. Op
I feel
4
like
has
I've
the
never really
diffuser.
had my own time. You know? I heard a weird pistol. It sounded like a fuse or a blast.
Feedback position.
Got one. You're dead.
Cheater. Crawled on lobby.
Lil Sugi. Lil Sugi, heal please. You heal me, I'll pay you with something. Lick you down. Hey, no, teach their own, Griffin, you know? Like, I would never hate on anybody that has kids, but like, I have a cam for lobby, but nothing worthwhile yet. Oh, ATM small door. Walked in. Need a 2 ping. Go in archive door. Teller door. Sorry. In tellers. Buck. In tellers, Buck.
Upside down, dude. This guy's a fucking loser. Brian Moser. Yeah, this guy's just a weirdo. Okay.
Next his brother?
Yeah, he started Free Fire. He's doing cheating too.
Wait, that's Holly's brother?
I'm done. I'm getting off after this. This shit is boring.
You drop Marvo.
Fucking below.
Oh yeah, he is shooting. Wow. Blatant shooting.
Swapping next.
Oh, he's aimbotting.
Oh my god, inside.
Yeah. They're all cheating, Drew. Because fucking aimbotting.
A bomb has been located by Op 4.
Yep, we have lobby cam, but they can't see it. Yeah, they're both gonna be square side. One was stock, and one, yeah, I think both will be stock.
15 seconds.
They're gonna try to walk in Jan and Long.
I'm watching Jan.
Time expires in 10 seconds.
Long.
Jan.
Long, in meeting.
5 seconds left.
Close on you.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Which it's a.
Friendly victorious.
I fucking
Op 4
whipped him,
eliminated.
dude.
Yeah, back to like 55. Yeah, you got their losers, Holly. What did he do to you, Holly?
He's aimbotting.
Oh, nice.
Is it worth to play this operator?
Yeah, Greg,
or
I was
Nightmare?
never. I'm like not opposed to the idea. I was just never in a situation where I was like, yeah, gung ho. I want to be with this person to have kids, which never happened to me. Never happened. Yeah. Yeah, I need some roll back, bro.
How you wanna roam me?
That's why so many people like end up divorced. They
Well,
get
no,
married
that's
too
why, like,
early,
only
have a
open.
kid, and
So
they
I
have a
would take,
broken
like-
family. And I just
like,
they don't
elevator
really want
or
that for
no,
me. I'm
take
like, I'm not
server
getting, I'm not having kids until
Protect the
I'm
bomb.
married, and I know that's gonna be my forever person.
Opening right on the
So that never really happened. So it's like, you know, I also don't really, you know, want to force something just to have kids. I'm good on that.
BP garage.
Why did I even go Cade?
Come here.
The hatches are open.
No, I'm right hand open.
Changing mag.
Keep server.
Down to 10
Do alt and server.
No, dude. Server and the main site. Like the main
5 seconds and counting.
There's no point in doing that when we have a Mira. That one doesn't fucking matter at all.
You must protect your bombs from being defused by Op 4.
I'm not talking about other there.
The only one I really care about is the fucking one in, one that you have open. That's gonna kill Mira.
You playing this spawn?
Dude, we don't have a garage player.
Well, you have a camera.
Have no.
Reload.
I'm just gonna agree on that. Yeah, like, just like not something I was really ever like really gung ho on, you know? Oh, he's on that blue door.
Yeah. I wonder how they take that.
Yo, walked in. Yeah, this guy's raging. Marble, bro. Yeah, he's just dude. He's there. He's aimbotting too. The two aimbotters.
Yeah, so boring.
They have two people just aimbotting. Fuck God, dude. They're like not even droning.
It's blatantly aimbotting.
I know.
Dead enough.
One lobby.
One down. Four, I think.
Open that!
Op 4 located a bomb.
Sorry,
Protect it.
Wow.
The hat cams. Shoot that default one.
Marble.
Me?
Yeah. Or no, take, shoot it.
Shot already. Shot already.
Oh, yeah. I've ground him.
Op 4, last operator standing.
What is he doing?
Top
Top.
square. Can he go for the top square?
Oh my god. This guy's running
Hold the red drop, hey.
Glacier Go 4.
Start raising, hey. He's holding the walk-in if he goes to the bomb, SenVale. He's on the bomb.
Friendly's victorious.
Oh, just Kirk walked in.
No, I thought Hollywood was like joking about them aimbotting. They're actually aimbotting.
Yeah, no, they're both
Go get a
There's
clip
proof
and
that they got
get
the
them
game,
banned. No, get them fucking banned. They're actually just aim locking through the wall.
Yeah, it's both of them, dude. It's brother Brian Moser and the fucking from guy. They're blatantly aimbotting. I was not even joking, dude. Like, full on aimbot.
Makes sense. They both have 70 win rates.
Yeah, what 8 kills a game. 2.2 KD. What a tank. Tank of a player, huh? I wish Thunderbird had a C4. Nah, bro, this shit is so.
But I'm weak.
How many
I'm in.
games now? 3?
Too many.
Secure the bombs.
Knocked up.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Guys, if you ever hear me call out someone for cheating, that means they're probably fucking cheating. These guys are definitely fucking cheating. I don't say it very often. My team will scream that they're cheating every single fucking game, practically. But here I will gladly say they are. This is one of those games where, like, I'm not gonna fight you about this one. I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah.
Nah, I mean,
We knew going in. We cannot be surprised.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
I mean, I'm using almost all sort of leads here right now. It's been pretty good. Are they like floor banging or anything like hardcore or just like?
no, there's aim
Oh, I
locking
bet
through
you
the
they
wall.
will.
Behind you.
Is this silent aim?
No, like actual aimbot.
Bro, go to match.
Right in there,
I think it's probably aim lock. If it was aimbot, I think he'd just be
thing.
spinning and fucking killing us all instantly.
No,
that's
that's
the same thing, dude.
It's the same thing. They're using aim.
Reloading!
Ray tracking.
Droning lobby.
C4
Top
ready.
square. 2 in top square. Nook and Ash.
Keep our positions.
Looking in lobby. I think I might go garage actually.
Marble.
I'm reloading.
Yeah, bro. Like, oh my god.
Opening up square ball.
Reloading.
My E2.
Top square. Marble.
Right over square. Shit on.
Marble. Beepers. Top square.
Top square. Top of the stairs.
On the stairs. He's not even looking to SenVale. He's not even looking to.
One friendly operator remaining.
Okay, one
Not
gonna
ET
walk and
double.
beat for He's gonna walk and beat.
Gonna shit on me.
He's on a cam.
Not cam.
He's literally fake drone.
No, he's definitely gonna shit on me.
He's in deep, in deep.
We're dead, bro. This is bullshit,
You're
dude.
good. You're good. He's in nading. He's doing nading streak, like stupid as fuck. He wants to clutch. Oh, he wants to clutch him. He's dead. Okay, the knife's the thing.
You can call your story. You can call your story. The story got rotated.
Okay, one double door. Get a breath. Okay, one's planning on A-bomb, one's in the corner hatch. Under corner hatch, one A-bomb. H still on A-bomb, planning.
Yeah, getting about it, dude.
All
What can I do?
friendlies were eliminated.
Shit, like,
Mission failure.
knew I was dead. Yo, dude, like, did we get this guy banned, bro? Like, what am I supposed to do there, bro?
There's one tapping cheaters. Fucking garbage. So bad, man. So bad.
I'm doing the shrines, walk him down method.
I remember having blue hair. No, it's probably the headbands. I don't think I had blue hair. I definitely had a blue headband, but definitely not blue hair. Blue hair.
That is this crazy timing on some of the corner. You're like, he's not peeking, and he's in peek, and he's like staring at him.
Here it's H or
We need to locate a bomb.
Get her game boosted. They're fast stacked, I'm pretty sure.
Insertion in 10 seconds.
I feel like driving now. Keep your license, 'cause you're gonna need it for something. But
A bomb must
if
be
you don't feel like
located
driving,
and
don't drive,
defused.
bro. Don't drive. Shit. I mean, I had my license pretty early, but like I don't think I drove an actual car until I was like 23, 24. I lived in a city. You can't park anywhere. So just Ubered everywhere.
Loading new mag. Drone ready.
Stock, laying down in between behind the cubicles. No, behind the cubicles. No, Sebo, behind the cubicles, dude. I don't know what you're shooting at.
Reloading! One's to my left, one's to my hallway. He's on janitor, one's to my left. They have heddles. Heddles when you jump over here.
We can push forward.
I'm on janitor. On janitor.
ATMs, bro. ATMs.
Retract shooting.
ATMs.
Cheater bottom square. I got fucked up.
Still on the square right
The
now.
diffuser is no longer in possession.
Quit screaming, motherfucker. I couldn't hear him inside on me.
Op 4 last
Still
operator
on the
standing.
square. Fucking
Bottom square still. Coming up.
The
He's
diffuser
gonna have
has been
oath shields over
recovered.
there, bro.
Playing it up, B.
Activating override.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Good job.
Op 4 eliminated.
I'm trying to stay back down here. Oh my god.
too quiet. I'm too loud.
No, it's just, I mean, you're repeating a call we already know. Like, you're like, it's just, I don't know, it's whatever. There's a guy just sitting triple and I can't hear the phone call because I keep.
Oh, you said he was prone between the desks.
That's
So I,
behind.
so I threw no. The first time you said between them, so I threw a grenade between them. Nothing there, and then I peeked, and he was prone, like all the way against the wall, behind the last one, and then I was just floor banging, trying to shoot through the, him being prone there. I don't need you critiquing my gameplay. Just give me a call out.
Ooh, Holly
Yeah,
said
well,
only
you
you
fucking
critiquing his
you
gameplay.
threw 2 nades, not one of them went behind the cubicle.
Well, at least I'm trying to push. What the fuck are you doing?
We need to locate a
Fucking
bomb.
holding his runaway.
Ran away.
he just zombie it off.
I hit him off. GG.
He's zombie his runaway off, so I couldn't see.
Yeah, and I'm not fucking saying you did anything wrong, but like, don't critique my game. Just keep calling out and keep trying, bro. Like, I'm like, oh my god, what are you even shooting at, SenVale? I don't need to hear that in the middle of the round.
Oh.
I don't know why you're talking to me like that. Bro. No, I'm not even kidding. I don't know why the fuck you're talking about that.
Oh shit.
What the?
I always say, who the fuck are you talking to? I'm Mr. Aura.
10 seconds to go.
So, if you saw Harley in a bar,
5 seconds before insertion.
I don't care right now. I'm just like in the middle of the round, bro.
You must locate and defuse a bomb.
No way. W press Harley. No, not fail.
You have located a bomb.
Drone ready.
So the cheater's hiding in the elevator. Third floor elevator.
Playing stock like door. So this first shit. He's dead. Oh, he's raging. Stock, peek the window, stock, peek the window.
Going
Oh
down.
my god, stop hallway. Dude.
He's actually aimbotting. He's like really aimbotting now. Oh my god, that's bad, dude.
You're gonna hold me this time.
Like his aim is like shaking. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna kill him. I promise he's going.
Talon shield.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Like, what? I thought you were shooting.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Oh my god, someone went in the store like actually like aimbotting. It's bad,
They're
dude.
both cheating. It's both cheaters. It's both cheaters. Wow, it's both cheaters. It's both of them on me. Damn, I thought you were shooting when I switched with 3-1. Fuck.
You were gonna die anyways, dude.
Nah, bro, I would've killed him, I'm telling you.
Dude, he's like aimbotting. His aim was like shaking to the wall. He's like shooting everywhere. We should aimbot. These guys are getting
I'm gonna tell you how to win this thing. Bring us, we bring Montaigne, we bring a thermite.
We're looking up right now.
Bring a
He's
cat.
free.
He's out.
doing
Bring
how
All
Listen,
friendlies
listen,
have been eliminated.
listen. Do a cyber plant, just bring cap. They can't go. Bring a cap, bring a Montaigne.
It's aiming. It's literally aiming for him, bro.
Yeah.
Shit, dude, so we should have saw the guy that killed me, bro. His aim was like, like jittering on the jittering through the wall.
He's
just
like
looking
aiming
through
at the
walls, like,
floor,
jittering.
and it just one shot goes up to your head, and kills you.
Dude, it's literally jittering through the wall, bro. Like, he's just blatantly aimbotting.
Alright. Can we get a cap? Someone bring cap. Quan, bring cap.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Just do a
literally
cyber
behind
because
the
they're just gonna
wall, dude.
start going hard. Okay, this is fine. Holly, maybe you wanna bring nades? Or something? I don't know.
This is bad, bro.
Actually blatant, bro.
Might sound stupid, but maybe put
You need to locate a bomb.
Oh, I don't care about the fucking weird shit talk that they do, but like in the middle of the round, bro, like shut up. I don't care. Give me a call or shut up. Say whatever you want at the end of the round. I don't really care what you say to me right now. But like in the middle of the round, I'm gonna be like annoyed. We're playing fucking cheaters. I need you guys to lock the fuck in.
Yeah, they reinforced their hatch. We're good. Okay, go guys playing. He's gonna get every drone. He's cheating. He has the drone ESP, Holly. He got my drone in main lobby.
Grim inside.
What?
Little Grim inside.
I think cap.
10
because-
seconds to go.
I mean, whatever you want to do, bro. Whatever you want to use. It doesn't matter.
Flash,
Flash.
5
Wow.
seconds to
Cap,
insertion.
keep
No, I'll
cap,
take
cap.
option.
They're firing us off. We're
A
gonna
bomb
nade.
must be located and defused.
You're gonna have to push top first.
What if we just run it top square? I want to just run it square right now. Drone me, Holly. Drone me. I want to run it square right now. I'm gonna go try to get. Go, guys, get top square. Get it top square. I'm going. Back, saw me. Backing me up. Go, use it for me. Oh my god.
I'll get it on left. I'll get it on. Someone go there. Someone go there. I'll get it on.
My firing. Oh my god.
Mainstream's on. Let's go, guys. Finka. There I go. Actually, I'll probably use the smoke for now. I'm kind of chill, kick out. 1v1s are cool. I mean, I don't mind the 1v1s. I just hate everything else. I'm gonna stop typing. I'm just gonna start answering with my voice, by the way. Yeah, like Scars had 2 bullets, right? And they could have extended mag and bet up to 8. Instead, they didn't bet anything. They bet how many bullets they had. And then they won the 1v1 3-0, and now they have 3. So they lost the game at 2 and have 3 now. Bruh. Let's go over how many bullets are being bet today, because I feel like you guys will care about that a little bit. Okay, so you got CAG versus Liquid. Both of them are throwing the whole kit and caboodle in. I mean, if CAG wins, CAG is the #1 team at the event. Silly. Same with Liquid, I think. Elevate versus Scars. Elevate's betting realistically nothing. Scars is betting everything. 14? How can they even bet 14? They have 3 bullets. They're betting 14. Dude. Ridiculous. If Scars somehow beat Elevate, Scars is guaranteed playoffs. M80 versus Secret. Secret playing it safe. M80 has like 8 bullets, and they're betting 5. I don't know if they have their extendo mag, but maybe they're waiting till the last day if they have to. They're trying to just play it safe until they physically have to use the extendo mag. But I think that's the wrong move. I don't think M80 is going to make it to playoffs. All it takes is one. They either have to win every game, or you gamble and win 1 game. Why even do this? I don't get it. Like, why win multiple games in a row when you can just win a single game and be first? Look at that round differential, -5, and they're first place. Why even bother? I would just, at the start of the tournament, I would lose. Pick someone I want to play that I know I can beat. Gamble the whole fucking kitchen. And then win. Look at this game. How motivated are Fearx here to beat Falcons? 1 bullet, 14. Falcons are literally going to do everything in their power to win this game. Fearx doesn't really care. That's fucking dumb. Fighting for survival, bored. Cloud9 betting 2, not surprised because, you know, why bother? And then G2, 8. I mean, I feel like G2 only has 8, or they can only bet up to 8. But, you know, because they already used their extendo. BDS 1, Loud 12, extendo. FaZe, Fnatic both betting the entire kitchen here, because they kind of have to. SSG betting 8. I don't even know how, but you can bet up to 8, even if you, like, this is what's silly. You can bet up to 8, right? No matter how many bullets you have. Doesn't matter how many bullets you have. It matters how many these guys have. They have at least 8, you can bet up to 8. Fnatic probably has 6, so they bet up to 6. And then extendo to add another 6. Fnatic can bet up to, FaZe probably has 3, and then the extendo making it 9. Whoops. DZ, Furia. DZ's risking nothing. And then W7M doesn't even fucking play today because they don't have anyone to play. So we don't, like, W7M can't earn bullets today. So I don't even know how that works for them. This is arguably the best team at the event right now, which no one wants to play. Are we surprised? Yeah, this is like America funding from a bank. You're like, I'm betting 8, even though I only have 2 or 3. If I win, I can pay it off. If I don't, then I'm fucked. And I go bankrupt. What? Yeah, Falcons have 1 bullet and they are betting 14. Dude. I don't know. I don't like it. Once we get to playoffs, it'll be fine. It goes back to normal. But, like, there's going to be teams in playoffs that don't deserve to be there. They said, yeah, they said they get free bullets, but they never said how many. And I would argue that doesn't really fucking matter, because if I was W7M, I'd rather be able to bet 8 or 10 and just slam a fucking team into the pavement. Like, why is it fair that they don't have anyone to play? Because this event is half-assed. What happens if Falcons lose? They're gone. Oh, just kidding. Because they had 1 bullet left. Now they get to do a duel. And if they win the duel, then they still have bullets. And they can just bet it all again tomorrow. But low-key, Falcons got to play this bad in terms of strategy. Because if they lose, yes, they'd be able to stay in for tomorrow. But the thing is that theoretically, there's no way for them to get enough bullets to be able to get to playoffs. Because even if they win the duel, let's say they win the duel 3-1, they get 2 bullets at the end of the duel if they lose today. They'd have 2 bullets, and they could bet up to 8 tomorrow, and they could only get 10, which I don't think 10's enough. I think that if you have around 12, you are safe. If you don't have at least 12, chances are you might not make playoffs. What spot? Playoffs start on... So we have this play day, and then the last play day tomorrow, and then playoffs are the day after the day off. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off, Friday. Starts Friday. If you want drops start in 22 minutes. Can you explain again how the fuck Falcons gonna... Okay, so let's say Falcons lose. Then they initiate the duel card. Then they have to do a duel against the team that beat them. If they win the duel, the round differential is how many bullets they get. Let's say they win 3-2. They get 1 bullet. And then they can bet 8 bullets tomorrow. But it's near the end. This is day 4, which means that they're not going to be able to get enough bullets to even do it. Does that make sense? Like, because like I said, you have to have around... I mean, I'll show you guys again really quick. Hold on. Sorry. You have to get around... So top 8 teams move on. There's 20 teams. I'm saying around 12 bullets, you're probably safe for playoffs. This is from a day ago, so most teams have between like 8 to 10. So if you have 12 bullets, you are basically guaranteed to go to playoffs. So a team like Elevate getting 13, they basically don't have to gamble really anything, and they're confirmed. Like, if I was in terms of if I was there for the strategy mind, first game I would pick a very, very fucking hard team. I wouldn't lose on purpose. I would try to beat them. But if we lost, that means that we can't they can't play us again, which means that's a good thing. 'Cause, you know, they can't pick us. And we're lower on the leaderboard, so we get to pick our opponents. So then we pick our opponents, we bet the entire kitchen sink and then some, and play a shit team. If we beat them, we're guaranteed playoffs off of one
What do you guys
fucking
think of the new
game.
ban system?
And then we bet one bullet the rest of the
It's
time.
refreshing.
If we win, awesome.
really
If we
like
don't,
it.
who gives a
I
shit?
think every map was like being played the same, and with the new bans, every game
Yeah.
is like different. So
Yeah.
I like it.
Attacking
start
can
with 6
definitely be
bullets.
A lot harder now. Like, especially if
I'd
you're
pick
not
a hard
prepared
team,
for
bet
it.
one bullet,
I actually
and
would
go
have said the
down
other
down
way
to
around.
5
Really?
probably.
I actually think.
Next game, I'd pick a team that would probably play me the following day and bet one bullet.
On defense, you have like.
Now we're down
It's
to
not like
4.
crazy, like crazy.
I bet
There's just, like,
I
classic
picked
operators, like
one of the
Smoke and
shittiest
Bank
teams
is
I
like a
can.
classic.
Bet the
I was just
entire
thinking-
kitchen
I was
sink.
thinking more about
Betting
the,
14 bullets.
The ad bridges,
And
like a lot of maps are
now
about
I have
opening the
18
walls
bullets,
and
and
you
I
can
just
yeah,
bet-
yeah, I get
just
that. Definitely
do
like
one
that.
bullet the rest
yeah,
of the
if you're
time.
not,
And you
like,
win.
having the
You get the
counterbalance on
playoffs
the
off of one
attack to
fucking
ban
game.
the defenders. Like, imagine, like, just giving a scenario. you
I don't
get
think I would ever
Maverick
be a
ban and you
coach,
have
Poseidon.
Bandit and
I would be
open.
more of an analyst.
You're like on a clubhouse or on a night
Probably.
Labs, yeah, Labs was bad back in the
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, they can be cooked.
I think it also like makes
not a
you have to
coach
have like
guy.
a bigger bag. Like you have to understand how to play like with certain bans, and like you can't just crutch like certain operators compared to like how people used to. Like for instance, like your teammate Zach Spirits, he mained.
Oh, I know.
He mained Blitz, and BB every time, so like he was able to just kind of no bag those. But like now because of that, you have to develop like a better understanding of like more
that's what's
operators.
based about.
Easy on Throw Watch for these events.
Spirits,
That's
I've scrimmed him, and I would say he
Definitely not
learned
a
something. He learned to crutch a new op.
That's fine, exactly. Pick your poison. You ban 2 shields.
That's
okay.
all I'm saying. I just learned to crutch
It's
a new
okay.
op. That's all I did.
That's nice info here.
I mean, I'd be down
Yeah,
to
but now you're
coach
definitely
anyone, but
Yeah.
I would add one thing you guys didn't talk about. I think Savage.
I have
did
no
it.
coaching
It will be
experience.
also
People
a
aren't
lot
going to
of,
pick me
mind
up. They'd
games.
rather pick up a
I
pro
think,
player
Like
that's
you
better
said,
in the
if
scene. You
just
know,
ban
well, why would they
Bandit
pick me
and
up? I'd have to
don't
coach
ban
T3
anything
or T2
to annoy the
potentially.
opening bridge for
And
the
even
attacker, for
then, it's
example.
like
The game can be really bad for you on one
those
side.
are unpaid
Or
coaching
like if you ban
positions. You have to do a
Warden,
lot of work
example,
for
and
fucking
the
nothing.
team
It just
just
doesn't make
playing
sense,
Blast
honestly.
for 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That can be really annoying.
Especially on the long run. Imagine like you're running like the same operator bans for quite a few matches, and then just on the grand final you swap it up, and the team
You
is
have
like
to show
not
that you're good with
expecting it or
numbers.
didn't really do it at all.
I
Like,
mean,
at the
I'm
end
one of
the
the
entire
only
map.
content creators in the
That's also
Siege
what I
community that has a college
don't like
degree.
it,
How about
'cause,
that
like,
one?
Like Club, for example, it used to took like actual like brain power to go get breaches off. Like on Labs 2, it would take like skill, and there's teams here.
Like, not shaming anybody,
Ban 2
but
Warden Arlops.
it's
takes
kind of
0
what I
IQ,
had to
all
do
over.
forever.
Back in the
So-
day, they'd be on the wall for like a minute.
Yeah.
Like just scratching their head. Like,
Yeah, but then if you if
But
the
then you
team
punish them.
bans
If-
like Kaiden bandits, like
Yes.
the default ban,
Yeah, then you
and
have-
you ban Termite and Ace, like the ban
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
did,
100%.
it goes to the
I
trash.
have a degree in
Me
biochemistry,
down for my ace.
So-
BD blitz up.
physics,
He's
calculus,
about that. He's like,
you know,
You ban a few,
advanced
like,
science.
Warden,
I've done
so
it
to
all.
force them onto banning an Ingar glass, and then you go and you just play the shields, or you
that's what I think this event's gonna be. It's gonna, I think the team that's gonna do
Organic
go far, the team
chemistry,
that's
that
abused
shit
the ban
sucked,
most.
but I did it.
Are able to adapt on the spot.
I also think a big thing with like banning like Warden specifically.
Bro, you don't know how
like,
bad
I'm
it
not
is
sure you have
until
to
you're
play,
in a
like, the
lab
site,
for
like,
5
the floor
hours
above.
with goggles,
You can't
sweating
play
your
the
dick
win
off,
con of,
and your
like,
goggles
killing,
steam
like,
out, and you have
planners
to
or
put your
anything on the top, so you have
fingers
to, like,
in
learn,
your
like,
goggles
you
and
have to have a
window
new strap,
wipe
basically,
them.
like, stop it.
Several
overall, I
times.
think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Refreshing is like the best word to describe it. Especially because like maps like Clubhouse that were being played the exact same for years.
Yeah.
It's like a whole new map. Almost.
You know, I love biology way more than chemistry. I
They
honestly
would be
don't. I don't like
favorite
chemistry too much.
That's what it is.
I love bio.
You can't go wrong with Clubhouse. It's just classic. Just classic.
Yeah.
Here we Joker very quickly. We're doing the 1v1
You know why
right
Siege
now,
players
Pitchy Talon versus
sway away
Oliver.
from
It's
education?
happening live. You're down 2-1.
Because they're
What's going through your head
18-year-olds
right
getting
now?
picked up for
I
Pro
mean,
League,
we
and by the
played
time
very
they're like
bad on
20,
the map,
21 and
so
get
we
dropped
have-
off
we
by
can
the
take it
pool.
back here.
Now,
Right
if you go to
now,
college
Ryder
as a freshman,
lost,
as a
like, one
21-year-old,
duel
you look
where
like a
no
weirdo.
information,
So they don't
the
even
other
bother.
two, like he had information, lost one gunfight. I think it's looking okay-ish. He can make it, but I mean, it's only one bullet now up on the board for us.
Yeah, as you said, it's already 2-1, so only with the one bullet. Did you guys practice any 1v1s
Yeah, my
before
degree
today?
Yeah, we did
has
yesterday,
absolutely
and
fuck
we did
all
like
to
a
do with
few
what I'm doing
weeks
now.
ago when it got
So.
announced. We did a little tournament
folded
to,
up in
like,
my
see
closet.
who
I
wants
have
to
it,
play
though.
And who will play him. And yeah, Ryder was the best, usually winning everything, so we're confident.
It's happening live right now. It's 2-1. If you can somehow pull it out.
Why
in the
are
next
you
2
showing
rounds, you have one
talent
bullet
before their
tomorrow. Have you
demise?
thought that far ahead?
Not really. I mean, realistically, you should be out. Like, how can you get back? We lost our extended mech card, so we can only bet 1 bullet for 2 more games. So, like, a maximum of, what, 4 bullets it could be. I mean, we're still in, so we can still play and get the practice, but realistically, we can't make it to the playoffs anymore.
At the end of the day, it's a long year ahead. You've taken a lot from this tournament to then go into stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, especially the boot camp before. Like,
This is
just
sad.
Playing in Brazil, playing against all the international teams, it's just practice we need, and yeah, I hope that helps us in stage 1 and stage 2.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'll let you watch the rest of the 1v1.
What's the average salary of a pro? Depends on the fucking pro and what team they're on. Want me to go through it really quick? I can.
Good morning and welcome everybody to Rio de Janeiro. We're live in Brazil one more time, and it is day number 4 out of 5. Hope you're all doing well. We've had a lot of fun over the past 3 days, and today we turn up the heat. Well, to 10. Tomorrow it's up to 11. Hello, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Alfama and Fresh. First of all, gents, we saw that interview that happened with PSG Talon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Joker and the squad are out.
They're gone. They didn't win the 1v1.
But you know who's here? YouTube. Yesterday we had Fox and Laxing, and of course everybody's always around to kind of catch the matches live in person in the studio. What have you done on your day off? What have you been feeling about for today?
What did we do on our day off? Well, we was
worked.
just backstage in the green room, just watching the games, living the games, loving the games, by the way, during the 1v1s.
Oh yeah.
And Leo did a load of content as well.
Yeah, we're maybe going to see more of the
He's a machine.
that we did yesterday, today, but overall, like the 1v1 stuff, I've got to say, I think it's one of the most refreshing mechanics that we've seen in esports Siege, in modern Siege so far.
I couldn't actually sit down during the 1v1 yesterday. It was like
crazy.
Both games were going close, you know, when it was the 2 games that were guaranteed.
Let's just say there's 10
I was
teams,
like, I can't sit down
and
watch this.
5 of them have a livable salary.
I was so invested.
Post G action like this, like one taps.
That IQ play was so
The other
trade,
5 that
the
don't
IQ
make
play, but
events,
also the
that
trade
don't
on
make
bar.
tournaments,
I got to cast
get
one of
paid
those
almost
1v1s, which is
nothing.
a lot of fun because I'm rusty as hell.
If you aren't
I
making
have
money,
not
you aren't making
casted
money,
since,
obviously.
actually maybe
You know?
testing with Des or Emmy for a bit. That was
Teams
like
that
3
make
years ago.
events
It's a
get
lot of
paid
fun,
more.
and that's
Teams that
all
don't make
what we
events
are
get
about
paid
here at
basically
Reload. Now, in
like
fun, there's also a bit of
couple
misery,
$100
so
a
let's take a
month
look at
to $1,000 a
our
month at
leaderboard
most.
and what things have looked like so far. There's
Look at
been
this shit.
a lot
This
of
is the
shakeups,
bullet
Jack.
count. Look at
Yeah,
this.
of course, we've got the best 2 teams in the competition.
Cloud9,
and Elevate
bet 1
up there at
bullet,
the top.
they've
Just in
guaranteed
front
playoffs.
Of world champions Furia.
They
Obviously,
lose
teams
today,
have
they
started
lose
playing their
tomorrow,
cards
they have
yesterday.
12.
We saw
They're
the extended
guaranteed.
map cards come out. Particularly, that's how Cloud9 and Elevate got themselves up there. But these have generally been the teams at the top of the standings that have been winning their games.
Yesterday was the round of all risk and all rewards. If you look at it, Cloud9 Elevate, they risked the extended mag, they went with the most amount of bullets and a gain from it. But then if you look at the lesser 10 teams, you will see the shorthand of that.
Yeah, the bottom end of this graphic also kind of shows instability, right? The highlight of the tournament so far, and I can say this myself, and I think all 3 of us are qualified to say this here, EU sucks. We're going to have to really work it.
Falcons, even our saving grace.
They're all the way down there. And you might see PSG Talon, they're grayed out because, like I said, they are eliminated, which means we're down to 19 out of 20 teams. That is an odd number. This has never happened in the history of Siege, of course, because this format allows for this sort of thing to happen. Usually it is always not an odd number. It just makes things nice and clean. However, what happens in this case? W7M last night in the draft, they were the only team that was not picked by anyone, and it meant that today they had a bye, which means they do not play today. Now, they still get bullets, and the way that works is that it is the average of all of the positives, so all of the 1 bullets today, not counting elimination cards and not counting extended mags. We'll make it simple once
It's just the bullets reloaded.
Basically, all the bullets reloaded that have been 1 at the end of the day, the average of them. Now, one card has entered play for the first time, and Falcons are the ones to play it.
Yeah, it was very, I would say, tactical by Falcons with how many bullets they reloaded yesterday, so that should the worst have occurred, which it did, they lost, they would end up on 1 bullet. So if you start a round and you are on 1 bullet left, currently that has only been Falcons inside of this entire tournament, should you win, you will receive an additional bullet. It is an automatic trigger, it is a passive card that comes into play, and there's only Falcons inside of the draft so far that can even be eligible to play it.
Yeah, and it's just automatic. It's one of those passive cards that gets put into play, but an active one is Extended Mag. You've heard us talk about it 1,000,001 times. Leo, can you refresh it one more time?
This one is the game changer in this first phase. The idea is that whatever the amount of bullets you will reload in your matchup, you add 6 more bullets. So if you win, you're going to win loads of bullets, but if you lose, you're also losing all of that. And that means that lots of teams have taken a risk, Jack.
Yeah, and we saw 4 Extended Mags used yesterday. Cloud9 and Elevate both used theirs. They got themselves up to the top of the table.
Yeah, I'm sure.
G2
This
and
is my
SSG
main. This is my monitor.
When they
my
played
my
theirs. That's
gaming
why they had
monitor.
to
It just
play for
transfers
elimination
everything over to
because
my
they
stream
lost so
monitor
many
using the
bullets
capture
inside of
card.
that game.
And Extended Mags work both ways,
Yes.
right? They can be a huge positive for
I
you
have
with
2
+6,
PCs.
but if you lose the game, that puts you into the negative. And we saw the dual cards, they just do not exist today anymore. It was a one-time only. It was a lot of fun, but it's no longer something that can save you.
Yeah, you look at Space Station, they reload 14 bullets in total. They lose 14, so they go minus, they go to 0. They save themselves with a dual card. That cannot happen today. So people are taking huge risk, and they know they're on the verge of elimination.
And we can eliminate so many teams.
We can eliminate 3 to 7 teams today, but if you missed the action from yesterday, here's a quick recap.
Definitely not how I started, but now I'm spoiled. So
That's the excitement that we were all feeling. Yeah. Scars, of course, survived for just a bit.
I was praising for Scars.
My God, it was a fun time. Cloud9 there. Kobilak could not win the 1v1. Now, CAG versus Liquid is our first matchup for today, and we want to take a look at the CAG roster, which I have to say, kind of have impressed in where they are. Given how all the other teams have been kind of playing, there's an opportunity to bring it back.
Yes, I think for CAG, it's actually not been a bad tournament at all so far. You know, they've had their ups and downs, but this is a roster that we're used to seeing being eliminated quite early in international events. I don't think that's unfair to say whatsoever. They've done a pretty decent job, kept themselves in it so far.
I think the format was pretty good for them. Loads of BO1s, loads of ways to surprise people, loads of ways to be unpredictable. I just think so far it's been a so-so event. I expected a little bit more for them, and right now they're on the verge of elimination, so it's tough.
It may be where cards save them. Let's see what they locked in for today. They've gone for an extended mag, and the question is how many bullets also go with it? Up to 14!
Absolutely. So CAG are going for it. They've seen that they've got an opportunity today, should they beat their opponents in Team Liquid, that they've got an opportunity to send themselves through, because obviously we put our top 4 teams through today. It will be worth saying, should they lose this game, CAG will not be CAGing, they will be going home.
Well, the squad is now walking in, of course, getting themselves ready for said matchup. The question is, I mean, APAC, you're looking for what we call in French a percée, right? You've had Fearex have been
top 4 teams
replicating
move on
that
today, I
success,
guess.
but CAG, they've always been close to that main stage, but it's been a while.
They're low on bullets, and this new format
Impact
allows them to maybe have just
I don't know that
one
person.
chance to finally make it to main stage. They're
Off
closer
the top
than
of my
they've
head.
ever been, They're 1v1 away from doing it.
There'll be so many people so happy if CAG make the main stage.
And today we can qualify up to 5 teams.
Okay, Poseidon, then you need to do game capture.
There's a lot to go through. Now, if we were
that
to
is
look
the
at
other
stats,
option. I use display capture, so if you guys ever
something
think I'm
that stands
cheating,
out.
I think
this is
realistically,
everything
their
I see
aggression made
of
them
the
unpredictable
game.
Before. But now it has made them extremely predictable. If you look at their entries, they're the worst entry team in the tournament. They're 20th rank. And they've only got a success rate at entry of 29%. That is ridiculously bad. And the reason for this is everybody expects CAG to be cagging around. So everybody expects CAG to be running in a window, lurking somewhere. Everybody plays intel operators, and they're shutting them down efficiently every single match. Liquid is one of the best teams to counter that. It's going to be rough for them.
Well, let's talk about Liquid in this case. You see CAG are just setting up here, but Liquid are focus for this game. It turns out that just with a small little shift, this team can actually perform when it's needed.
Yeah, I think there's a refreshed energy kicking around Liquid this event. You know, we're so used to seeing them at international events. We're so used to seeing that kind of heartbreak because of the expectations. I don't think the expectations necessarily were there for Liquid, and then they've come up and they've produced some massive results against other Brazilian teams, and they're going to be feeling great.
Good luck,
Let's get a status update
luck.
on Team Liquid. They've also gone for an extended mag card, again boosting it up with 6 bullets, and they've loaded
20.
10 to the 14, but that's all they have.
Exactly, so they have extended mag, they've gone for the max amount that CAG have in 4, plus the 6 from the extended mag. They've gone for 10. They need as many bullets as possible, again, to try and go through, because they will go to 20 should they win. However, they're risking elimination by doing so, which means, because CAG are also doing it, both teams, whoever loses, will be eliminated from this tournament today.
This is a very weird strategy in my head, because they could have went with 9 bullets if they wanted to, save 1. Worst case scenario, they lose today. Tomorrow they have 1 bullet. They can use then the survivor card to have 1 more bullet if they win on round 5, and they could try to reload the maximum amount. Realistically though, in the best scenario, they would get 10 bullets in round 5. That wouldn't be enough.
Probably not enough.
That wouldn't be enough.
It's kind of do or die. They're kind of forced into the situation today. They either had to go really, really aggressive with their bullets and reloading, or quite passive.
No matter what happens, if you lose today, it puts you in a horrible spot.
They would be expecting to be.
If you're betting
That's
anything,
how it
if
is,
you don't
right?
have
You
at
to
least
risk-
12 to
risk it at
13
some
bullets,
point, but sometimes maybe not as much. 1 bullet less, maybe that'll save you a bit. However, we watched Team Liquid beat FaZe yesterday. I want to take a look at their reactions, because it's so refreshing seeing Liquid full of energy. I feel like it has been a while where just things are rolling. Look, they're so excited.
Look at
They're
Tize
so
there. Look at Nesk. Look at Maya, especially. Like the new synergy between Maya and Nesk. I think now the new pillars of the team. And you've got to ask, why does it matter so much to beat FaZe? Well, you look at their head-to-head. It's been 738 days since they had beaten FaZe. It was the Classico that they would always lose, and finally they've managed to do it. All it took was replacing the IGL and replacing the strong member Palu with Diaz.
It meant that a little bit more yesterday, didn't it? It's not just about getting the reloads, getting the bullets in the chambers.
It's proving
about beating a big
mattering,
regional
right?
rival.
Yeah.
And we were saying it during the draft show, actually, when actually Liquid got picked by FaZe. Can they even play their checking card? And was like, no, they've got to ego challenge this, and then they won.
And it worked out for them. Now the question is, what map do we go to here with Liquid against Cyclops? Let's see, because we still function with a 9-map pool. That has not changed, despite the fact we swapped the Swedish X. Nighthaven Labs is where we go to, as Lair's been banned by Liquid. Go for it.
I'm really not a big fan of that pick for CAG. The reason I'm saying this is Nighthaven Labs is one of the smallest maps in the map pool right now. It's one of the maps where you know exactly what you can do. You know, most of the times the attack is coming from one side or one another. You can pretty much figure it out really quickly. And also, they're starting attack.
I was going to say, Leo, I love disagreeing with you, but I'm going to agree with you as well.
The other game is Elevate versus Scars, and I mean, who gives a shit,
on
honestly.
Labs against Liquid, and it just feels like that might be a little bit of a step too far. Remember, this is a best of 1, not a best of 3. Attack side really matters.
Gentlemen, we have a game in our hand again. Elimination potentially. For that, we'll send it to our casters, because Leo, you're going to be casting. Everybody gets a bit of a turn. I'm sure Jack, you will have one.
Maybe.
Later on today.
Who knows?
Maybe if Derry says yes.
If Derry lets me. He doesn't let me do a lot of things.
That's just how life is.
Do
Derry,
I
Tim.
not get a say in this?
No.
No. I don't let him have a say.
A wonderful marriage it is. Gentlemen, please, a wonderful day. We're going to have to kick it off with an elimination game.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, what a way to start the day, Tim. Elimination Tuesday we're on today.
I don't even know what day it is. We're on Elimination Day 4. That's all I know.
He knows it ends in day, and that's about as far as it gets when it comes to days of the week, unfortunately. But yes, as we know, yesterday we had all of our 1 versus 1. Today, well, you don't quite get that fortune. You're getting yourself kicked out of this one. And here's our Frenchman stepping in. Leo's on the air as well.
Hello!
How are you, good sir? How'd you come to get this morning for breakfast?
I actually just got a coffee because I'm French, so I just go for the cafe and that's it.
Okay.
A strong cafe.
That's really boring. What about a croissant?
There's no croissant here.
That's kind of a lie. I swear I've seen one at breakfast.
Well, there's no French croissant here. Let me reflect that.
Yeah, if Liquid loses, I'd be surprised.
I'm always disappointed by pain au chocolat in the UK. It's I've given up trying to find good ones.
Once you've got the French ones, it's tough to go and buy another one, you know?
My wife's sick of hearing it. Every time I get one, I'm like, well, it's not Paris.
Oh my god. Tag has 9 bullets.
It's just saying to you saying, oh, well, it's not Japan,
Oh, 4.
is it?
I was like, what the hell?
It's not the same, is it?
Leo, I'll tell you what, we've got the big brains on the cast. Why don't you give us some big brain analysis of these bands? What's going on
what,
here?
bro?
Alright, so we've got an Azami ban coming through, something to make the turtle setups a little bit
Casting
less
would be
strong.
fun.
And obviously Liquid is going for the shields ban. I mean, no big surprise here, obviously, right? You're playing against CAG, you want to remove that from them. They're one of the best shield team in the world. Also because, let's be real, it kind of lowers the skill ceiling and it's the synergy ceiling that they have.
What do you think they're about? They've gone for Blackbeard and Blitz, but they've left Anaton's Monty up. He gets 3 rounds with Monty if he chooses. Is that something that CAG should be looking immediately to think, right, we can abuse that a little bit, get him in there, get on that Monty, try and grab those 3 rounds?
100%. So one of the things that I pointed out is they're starting in attack. One of the main things that CAG have been losing at is entry, right? They've been the worst team at entry so far. The Monty will allow you to get in the building safer. Right now what they're playing, hard breach, Thatcher for the wall denial, and then a Monty to get in. So they're trying to problem solve the entering in the building, which has been a problem for a long time. Try to get to the bomb site quickly enough, and then start working the bomb site, the core of the bomb site. So it perfectly makes sense for them. Now let's see in round 4 if they actually still have the Monty.
The really interesting one is looking back at the last time CAG played this map. This was back at SI. They got 7-0 there by Unwanted. It was dominance. But the day before they played M80, they won it.
Maya.
This is their favorite map. They pick it every chance they get. Not many teams give them the chance to go here. So I think for them it's very much a confidence thing. Coming here knowing that if you get those 14 bullets, well, you are laughing come the end of the day. And wouldn't it be a story?
He was an NA player for the longest. Granted, he was always Brazilian, but...
It certainly would. We're into things then. Round 1. Action is underway. CAG versus Team Liquid. As you can see, both of these teams really going on in today, trying to make sure that they get themselves into the strongest position possible. Liquid, of course, let's not forget, we're focused on the Cyclops side of things, but, you know, Liquid have risked it all as well, essentially, and are in a position where they too could be eliminated. Depending how this one goes down. We've just got the IT wall being open nice and early there, Leo. Giving themselves that access. It's making it a little bit more difficult to hold on to Catwalk as well.
Yeah, so they're basically trying to break the outer layer of the bomb site, which is always the case here. You want to breach, you know, on the south side, on the north side, and also have a backstab right now with Shibisu on the glass from the Aqua side. They're trying to have a 3-way pinch. It's just a matter now of getting in here, actually. They've got garage control, and this is a big thing for them, right? They've already opened the IT wall, and they've already got the control at, what, 150? That's really good timing for these guys.
Also not forgetting as well, you still got Maya below feeding information on what's going on that.
We have the sound alerts off.
Is it a decoy in towards IT if they open it up and left it? Is it that phantom pressure we speak about? Where's the main focus? And the answer is always going to be where the Monty is. He's already inside of sight here, staring down at this blitz. Oh, sorry, the bandits sat just inside of sight. Now also getting this wall opened up at the same time. This could actually go through and get rid of the exothermic, but no. Black Ray's offline. That wall's not getting opened. Almost a double C4 kill, but it feels like CAG here, Tim, have been pushed back.
Anaton's just getting bullied from both sides, and I love the echo pick coming in from Liquid. They've basically read into exactly what I said. Look, we'll take the Blackbeard, we'll take the Blitz. We know they're going to play the Monty. So we bring the Echo, we deal with it with the Yokai, and Anaton, you can see how uncomfortable he's been up there on that warehouse catwalk. He's just been bullied from every side. He manages to pick up the downed Maya, but Nesk manages to find Arcole. All of a sudden, it's 4v2, and Liquid looking super comfortable.
You can see clearly the use of the intel game here. Against a team like CAG, that's going to be very unpredictable, that's going to try to lurk in, that's going to try to be surprising you. The pulse from below to have
Repel glitch probably, by the way.
And then the Yokai drone. Double intel combo onto garage, and what did they give them? 3 kills.
I think Shuri was stuck, unfortunately, so this one is very much an Anaton 1 versus 4, it feels like. not to get away with this round, but to give it to Liquid, they've defended really aggressively there, actually trying to bandit trick as they know that the Monty was right up in their face as well, giving nothing over to the other side.
Whoever loses gets eliminated.
It's what you want to see. So, a good first solid round from them. They'll go with that for 1-0.
It's a smart strategy, actually, to give them away garage. That's completely the bait, right? We give you garage, you take it, we're going to flank you with a pulse later on. I like the strategy, and also do that based on the intel of the UK drone. Really good and smart play from Liquid so far.
Yeah, Liquid definitely read into exactly what was going to happen after that first banning phase, and I'd say after when we get towards that round 4 ban, wouldn't surprise me in the slightest to see the Monty then taken away, and all of a sudden you're looking at 3 attacking rounds for Cyclops, and what do they do from there?
Well, hopefully that one's they'll write off and say, cool, we go again, we had the right idea, but we did get stung a little bit by Maya. The thing that I've really appreciated as well was it's actually Anatom winning the 1 versus 1 into Maya at range with the Monty pistol. We know what he can do with his shield, but doing it at range is asking a little bit much, and he still gets away with it.
Now, it's going to be interesting if they keep trying to work the core of the bomb site first, or if they actually try and roam clear and get rid of anyone that may be annoying, and then actually go and start to the work, right? Right now, I'm kind of disappointed that no one was watching the flank for them. Like, that's something quite basic.
I think that's something they're going to have to do realistically, Leo, because I talk about top floor on Night Haven quite a lot, and you've got that option as an attacker to just say, you know what, forget about the rest of the map. It's unless you get hit by a nitro from underneath, which isn't that common, you're pretty much good to go. You watch your garage flank. Other than that, you can go straight to site. But if we flip that and say, now you're attacking basement, that's really not the case, because if you don't go clear those roamers out, you're going to get hammered time after time.
And it's going to be tough for them if they go and try and spread out again. That's basically what happened there. They spread out, and Shibisu didn't have anything to do in
Switch,
Aqua.
please, to the other game?
If they go and spread out again against a roaming setup, I'm afraid they're just going to be getting picked one by one. The Monty is their way into the building. They should back him up, get some intel, get someone,
During the
get a
tech
good
pause,
entry
I mean,
behind
that's
that
fair.
Monty, get your way in the building to start room clearing.
Reason why we're in a tech pause, I'm pretty sure, by the way, is probably related to that stuck.
Against Ion, he's low wreck though, does get the opening kill onto the top-rated player for Elevate in Romeo. Trades available, and swiftly taken. 3 versus 3. And Fishlike will fall. Ion will finish off the job.
I like how we advertise CJX, but like the other maps aren't
Psycho
CJX.
swiftly
Only
with
5
that.
maps are.
Wreck will also not be capable of fighting back and Elevate with a 2-0 start.
I got Cass is getting knowledge of repel bug. He's like,
I'd love to be
yeah,
able
I
to
think
provide some
he's stuck.
analytical insight into that round, Jake, but I was running the
so?
numbers in the background, looking at the spreadsheets and the rule books and trying to get a read as to, again, the impact of this match tournament-wide.
We've been waiting for CJX for like over a year.
Elevate able to just get that map
and
control. Not
they only
seamlessly,
reworked
but
several
much
maps.
easier than you should be allowed.
I think a lot of it comes down to the aggressive nature of Scars there, or the lack thereof, right? Like, you're playing border, so naturally you're not going to be able to play bunker positions or sit on site. You've got to make sure you actually utilize that map as much as possible.
Maybe I'm a
did
hater.
see somewhat of an extension up towards Office, and they wanted to have some top floor presence, but ultimately Elevate just kind of walk in, kill a couple of people, and win the round.
let's
I mean,
talk
it's
this
as
game.
simplistic
Elevate's
as that,
only
but
betting 3.
Scars are gonna
Elevate
fight
will
back a
have
little bit more, or at
16.
least trying to delay
They're
it a little bit
confirmed, definitely moving on.
It's a very disappointing start for Scars when you take into consideration what is actually on the line here. Not only if you lose this, you're eliminated. You are just straight up eliminated. But if you win this, you actually have a chance at top 4. So, in terms of incentives for this match for both teams, it is as equal as it possibly can be. The only caveat being, of course, if Elevate did end up losing to Scars, for instance, they wouldn't be eliminated. They'd have 10 bullets going into tomorrow.
Yeah, strangely enough, yesterday in that cafe match, attack was actually their strength in regulation, the 4 rounds compared to just the 2 on defense. I mean, oddly enough, the dynamic from a cafe to a border is quite different.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's as different as it probably can get in Siege.
But I mean, I'm getting the sense already that maybe Scars defensively
I will swap back to the
don't
other
have
game.
struggles here.
Well, they're not a great
What's
attacking
it up?
team either, though.
Oh, they were yesterday. That's my point.
Yeah.
But they weren't before that. I think it probably plays into just the inconsistency that Scars are experiencing at the moment.
And I think that's also for Elevate too. They've probably had a bit of that consistency. Even in their losses, they've still had good moments. They've still been competitive. So you kind of take that, then you go and beat Talon. That game was actually, in the end, probably a little closer than I thought it would maybe be. I just need to see Scars be somewhat a bit more aggressive. Like, I'm not necessarily saying you got to go for runouts or even spawn peaks, but just holding some of these entry positions a little bit tighter, making sure it's a little bit more difficult for Elevate to just kind of waltz in, take positions like security. Can you not contest things like break a little bit more? It's a huge extension if you did, but the Scars need to be more active on the defense.
Zoto canister over towards that armory wall to just stall out a little bit of time.
This is better though. I mean, I like this from Choppy. A huge extension over towards armory. Delay. Play the Zoto canister. You got the deployable shield as well.
Well, there is that security hold. Rex swings in late. Tries to find a second through the wall. And eventually will land the shot. And almost every fight around the map bar one goes the way of Scars. And with that, the third round will ultimately be theirs.
I mean, but it's literally what I said though, right? That's much better from Scars. That's what they didn't do in the first 2 rounds, where they were looking to make more of a contest,
This
looking
is
to take
PC.
fights, and
PC
looking
for sure.
to utilize the map. That was a huge roam extension from them, and they were
Scars
able
is
to
they'll
also
be
deny
out,
a lot
yes.
of those entry positions. What did you notice? A little bit more difficult for
They have
Alabama
no
to
bullets.
just kind of waltz in, take map.
They should have been out yesterday, but they won the 1v1 when they lost
as we
yesterday.
prepare for round
They have
4, an
3,
additional ban
and because of
for
playing Elevate,
each
who was 13, they
roster.
can gamble everything, and you know, look
I
at
haven't
them,
thought too
bro.
deeply as to what our expectations are for these additional bans. Wait and see. Fenrir Grim, understandably so. Grim has been pretty prominent from Elevate thus far, and I've certainly noticed that I think it's been Semper has been able to get into pretty advanced positions, rather uncontested, quite a few times, and if being put in playmaking positions and being able to deploy those Bs, it can be then very difficult on a map such as Border, which is naturally a bit more claustrophobic to.
Elevate's not that
find
bad of a
position
team.
defensively.
It's
So
like
Scars taking that off the board.
it's
they
like
won't get
Cloud9
anything to deal with it for
in a
the
way.
remaining 3
Like they're not
rounds.
horrible, but
Back
they're
over to Armory
ours
for
is an
re-attack.
APAC team. Elevate's team is
Arguably
literally
the most
all
one-sided
Brazilian,
round I've seen so far was that opening.
but they're APAC.
Round 2 not too far behind, but let's see how they play.
This is an
time
APAC
around.
team, by the way.
In terms of the structure and the overall setup,
They used to have these.
rather similar with the shield facing in towards office, lines of sight into security as sort of anticipated, armory wall.
They got
as
rid of
well,
all these guys
exposed
for these guys.
So the setup is there for for Scars
Bruh.
to aggress, to contest.
Shit, why
on the
have
peripheral,
give
which
anyone a
means
job
they critically
other than
cannot allow
Brazilians?
Elevate into the
Honestly,
building. Like, that is the
let's
goal.
shop our entire
At least on the
rosters
second
and
floor,
just pick
do
up
not let them
Brazilians.
step inside.
Yeah, and I imagine Scars.
These guys have to play in the APAC league.
Sit back
in,
as much
like,
as last time on Armory.
Korea, Japan,
and Archives, where they
as
really fell
Brazilians.
back, allowed that entry, very easy entry. That third round was a bit more of the blueprint.
It's kind of funny.
And be a bit more active. Take these window fights. That's what you want to do here on Border. You kind of want to keep them
No
as
dual
long as
card today.
possible on those
No
exterior
one
poking
can duel.
positions, keep
You
them
could only
outside the
duel
map, keep
yesterday,
them poking and
which
prodding,
is why it
and
was
then something
silly
will
not
look
to
up,
go
they're looking
full
for time,
audit,
there's
like
not much left,
go
they have
for
to just kind of
the
send it
throat
in.
yesterday, where you
Obviously,
could
the Montagne
duel,
can
essentially
facilitate
stay
the
in,
attacking push
and then
for Elevate very
gamble
nicely.
high the next 2
Shorty,
days.
wanting to take the contact.
People
to
aren't
do it
really
nicely,
thinking
but he
strategy.
did walk into a trap that was set.
Fully.
He overextended that. The initial part's not that bad, but you don't walk out.
You get away with that against a bad Japanese team locally, but you're not going to get away with that at an international
It's an
event.
overextension.
There's 2 people that are going to be watching that.
It's taking the mindset way too far, where you want to be aggressive, yes, but don't overdo it.
You just shoulder peek for a bit of info and pressure. You're not.
Yeah.
Your goal is not even to get
Other
a kill,
games
it's
don't
just to
tech pause.
prevent the map entry. Because now you've created a big pocket in defense and put a lot of pressure on Fishlike.
Yeah, Fishlike has to be very good here with the aim, but
And he's
Ion
dead.
is so much better. That's just a wonderful peek from Ion. Fishlike had the right idea, and so far the only damage done to Elevate, it's from the hands of
Oh,
Ion until
hold on.
he ends up finishing Hacker off. Romeo will get rid of Gator. But to be fair, they're all falling for Scars, and Elevator firmly in control. Wreck, as good as he's been over the last few days, I don't know if he's going to be capable here in a 1 versus 3. It's so much time for Elevate to just really think their way through this. Provided they don't give him a bunch of 1v1s. He is anticipating a bit of a pinch through Fountain.
Well, they can't cross back with the line as a sight, so they know exactly where he is, and he hasn't moved.
He's completely stuck, dead stuck. This is where the patience comes from as well. If you're Psycho, don't just rush in. There's a chance, and he does take it. That's one for Wreck now. Down to a 1v2, but he was on the right side. Psycho, well positioned.
The first time I've seen
And
Border.
a 3-1
Oh, maybe.
lead for Elevate. Attacking well here on Border, but it goes back to the beginning of that round. I mean, the peak out of break there.
Are we
is
rocking
not
black outfits?
necessarily
You can
what
try
want to be
to, but
doing.
they
It's
did a little
you
bit
said,
like
you
what
wanna show
Valorant
presence,
does.
The odd shoulder
You
peek,
have
the
a
odd
little
shot, but there's no
glow
need to run out
off
to
your
the
body.
exterior.
So you can run a dark outfit, but you still have a little white glow coming out.
Elevate starting the
So
party
you still
early here,
stand
3-1
out.
Up in a tactical timeout called by Scars. I don't think they're partying at all. 6-4, by the way, for Rec. The next best is Ayugate at 3-3. And why do I bring that up? Statistically, in terms of the EPS ranking, those are the two best players for Scars. The other three are not even remotely near it. Washoi, Choppy, and Fishlike have had an awful tournament so far, and that continues here into day 4. So that goes from a trend to almost now a standard. That's what we've come to expect from this Scars lineup at Reload Rio. On the flip side, though, if you're Elevate and you're getting Psycho now going 7-1, Romeo's only got the 1 kill. That's actually an inverse from what we have been seeing at Reload so far, which has been Romeo the one that's fragging. Romeo's the one with the high EPS numbers, and now Psycho, no surprise, is starting to get going. And yeah, I think Elevate are feeling just super comfortable here on board. I mean, there's not much pressure on them.
No, not particularly. Certainly not in comparison.
Tower elevators up? No, bro.
Scars just finding it difficult to balance aggression in this match so far. They began playing too passive. In the prior round, we saw things unravel off the back of over-aggression. And look, we're sitting in a position where it's very easy to be critical, but it's an international siege event, and on a map like Border, you need to get those basics down pat to find success defensively. So we'll see if Scars can tidy up now off the back of attack. Still very much an opportunity to at least get 2 rounds, and I mean, depending on the dynamic of the matchup of the bans, especially with this new system, that could actually suffice.
Yeah, I mean, it's Border, right? So you can kind of give a little bit more leeway for the defense, and as you said, with the ban impacts as well, like you're missing some really strong operators here. No Fenrir, no Azami, no Castle, which can be very prevalent on Border. It really does limit what you can kind of bring to the table. Which, by the way, I think one of the good things with the ban system as well, or at least I hope will be the case, is maybe a bit more prevalence from operators that we don't typically see as much. Maybe more in that niche category might actually become, you know, more commonly seen. Depends on the maps, depends on the bans, of course.
There shouldn't be a glow either. There should be. I mean, you should have to worry about uniforms and shit.
Balkan canisters as well.
I think that's silly.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Flores to deal with those, though.
Psycho's been playing very well so far.
It seems dark. Look how bright it is, actually.
Romeo, maybe not as much. Just a walk through the front door of Archives. Does spot Ayugate, or at least a very small portion of him, as Hyon just going to try and go in on the repel. It is the Blackbeard, but Ayugate is still better. One close left. He has no idea. And in the end, Romeo will punish him with that swift entry from earlier, but a little bit more aggressiveness inside of the map from Scars, and it's certainly more warranted, and it will benefit them as well. I mean, Elevate went for a bit more of that fast pace. 3-2-1, push in, try and overload certain positions. It does not work. Scars were more ready. And look at the difference. Like, this is far more similar to that third round when Scars were aggressive inside the building. And all the other rounds lost were either they were too passive or they were over-peaking outside the building. So this has got to be their bread and butter going into round 6. The aggression's fine. Keep it inside the map. And that's a nice little pop-up from Washoi, anticipating that diffuser looking to be recovered. And a second round found for Scars keeps them in.
There's another 5 people have just come in.
That's weird. That was a whole crowd now staring at you, Shoesley. What's going on?
I'm feeling uncomfortable right now. I might just, put my shoes back.
This will be the first and last time he comes through a TriCast. Yeah.
So the other stream, they're in tech pod because they're going through rules. He was stuck on repel. Reese played the round. And Luke was like, no!
Which, I mean, typically isn't the biggest issue for Scars in terms of mechanics. It's never really the issue. It's more so just
oh, they're all mad, bro. Oh my god. The other game might start 0-0.
Positioning themselves.
All you guys know what's happening.
For a 3-3 half, which I think is.
All I see is just angry fucking faces just yapping. Like, look at them.
And whilst there might not be a ton of pressure for Elevate in terms of elimination for today, depending on what that threshold
I don't have the audio on.
4 or top 5, depending on eliminations.
Oh man.
There may be a world in which they can qualify.
It's kind of what we were talking a little bit before we got into this match in our pre-show, which was, you know, if Elevate do not, say, qualify top 4, they're a target then tomorrow.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They are absolutely a target
because
tomorrow.
again, you look back at the matches that they've actually played for those who maybe missed the pre-show. Elevate's bullet count looks amazing, but they've only won one game, and it was against PSG.
Yeah,
like, it doesn't bode particularly well.
And they don't have an extended mag as well.
Yeah.
So if if you're sitting on 10 bullets tomorrow, and I mean, again, I don't know what the bullet count's going to look like, but I'm sure there'll be like one or two top teams from NA, EU, or Brazil that will look at Elevate and think, right, gotcha. So you can go from sitting very pretty coming into day 4 to then basically done by day 5.
Falcons haven't been shown much.
And on the flip
and
side,
Furious
for
has
Scars,
been
you win
good.
this and you could be finishing top 8 overall and making main stage by a massive
Furious
amount of
made
bullets by the end of
G2
today
look like
to
a fucking
auto-qualify from
T3
top 4.
squad.
Final round of this opening half. Things just starting to heat up. A tense match
They
here.
beat G2
Certainly
7-1.
brewing. I think a third round here for Scars would be absolutely amazing for them. On defense border, where their defense struggled yesterday, a little bit of an inverse from usually the way it goes for them.
Oh, really good value from the Twitch in this round. Elevate able to open Armory Wall, followed up with the mirror taken down. Recollecting not to peek too aggressively from half wall in clearing that drone util. Somewhat understandably so, given Scar's tendency in the match so far to give away freebies. Security control then for Elevate. Looking to try and isolate these two over towards Armory, cut off the cross, force them out. Scars, fortunately for them, do have the pulse down below, and so will be feeding this information across eventually if they are to get close. It's not going to head the line, get info off the Monty, and in doing so has kind of forced Scars down somewhat. It is actually still the 4 players above, however, as I mentioned that.
Oh, Choppy, by the way, is on a bit of a flank here over towards top waiting. He may actually get involved. It's Rek, though, that finds the double kill. Here does come Choppy, and Ion had absolutely no idea. Wonderful movement on the defense for Scars. Utilizing the map. This has been their bread and butter in the rounds that they've won. This is where they are beating Elevate absolutely confidently.
And what's the difference? They didn't give away their
Saga
life in a silly, uncalculated fight early in the round.
Yep.
They sat back, they drained utility, they kept playing crossfires, they rotated if they absolutely had to,
One that sounds
and then
like Tim as
re-established
well.
position.
Especially one that sounds like Tim as well.
Nothing wrong with my accent.
Yeah, his accent
I
is
suffer. You want to be grateful. I suffer my accent. I soften my accent considerably for you.
Funny enough, I think that made one of your lines, or most of your lines, the most iconic possible was your accent.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it probably.
The infamous laser gate.
Lifting fire canisters.
You're missing out a very key word there, I think, actually.
Yeah, because I'm not
there
going to
is
take that
another word
risk.
in there. Yeah.
I'm not going to take that risk. I've been well media trained, man.
So true.
Oh, I can see that the lobbying from Liquid is working. We can now analyze the admin debating the decision.
I've just been told by production, apparently now CAG are also raising something, which is why the interpreter, Victor, is stood there. Our man that does on the draw show is the interpreter at the end of the day for them as well. Does a lot of work for us. A big thank you to Victor. Having a conversation about something now that they want to sort out before we can jump back into it.
I will say,
yes,
of the draw show yesterday, the draw shows have been fantastic.
Oh,
Round 6, essentially the way that Scars wanted to finish
Still
things
tech
off,
pause.
they got to do that. They got to dictate the contest. They got to be more aggressive inside the building, make more calculated plays on the defense. So really, really fascinating half here. Elevate got a bit of their stuff to go and work for them, and Scars got a bit to work for them as well. 3-3, all tied up. Again, the ramifications of this match. If Scars lose, they are eliminated. Whoever wins, they're on 17 bullets.
Welcome that.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Which again, I think for Elevate, it may not seem, because Elevate's not in that realm of being eliminated, there's less pressure on them. There's a whole heap of pressure on them. You lose this, you're not auto-calling top 4 by tonight. Absolutely not. And then you're a target tomorrow with no extended mag. And needing to run the numbers as to what's going to get us in the remaining 4 slots, because that's going to be like the teams tomorrow that are going to be playing have to somehow run the numbers and figure out what do we actually need to finish top 4.
Yeah, because Poseidon, listen,
you're gonna have
Thatcher was stuck on Rappel.
It's going to win their match, but
Liquid won the round
and will not go through.
Liquid saying we won the round.
At least one.
It wouldn't matter. It was a 4v1, 4v2. And Cag saying,
So
well, we should get to replay the round. People were still alive when he was stuck on Rappel. It could have made the difference.
So very much mixed in terms of end result.
So Cag's trying to get 0-0 round replay, and Liquid's trying to get 1-0.
So a set play here from Scars
and
to
they're
clear
checking
security and Chopper
rulebooks
gets
and
the
shit.
first.
Yeah, good entry. So far, well played. Scars have got a game plan here with the lineup they're bringing.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that, right? Sens to cover the armory line of sight, half wall, put a bit of pressure box, that's clean. I mean, Psycho's now the second line of defense.
Yeah, and he's trying to just provide a little bit of that pressure towards break, make sure they don't get the full map control, get into the building, and so far it's working for Elevate. Really, really solid response from Elevate, because Scars kind of got what they wanted to do to begin with, but they just couldn't follow through because Elevate was steadfast on the defense. You know, really solid. 90 seconds left, 2v4, and just like that, the start to the round that Scars obviously wanted to have with the lineup that they brought to this round, yeah, clearly has been dealt with by Elevate.
It's a tough call. It's a tough call.
Don't imagine there's going to be too much of a world back into this for Fishlike and
So they should
Choppy.
do a redo. I've seen worse redos of rounds than this, so I think this to me is a pretty simple one.
Yeah, so a minute on the clock then remains, and Scars fortunately now looking to scrap away at something. The attack itself a little bit half-cooked in the end, and I mean, again, we saw really good map control back at the Sens, but then following up, the backline was able to withstand the pressure from Elevate. So this one at this point in time really should just peter out. Maybe the Deimos can find a pick or two. Choppy trying to find the crunch, and does.
Not a lot of time left. You've got to get this next kill straight away. Still one gas bait for Romeo, and they've lost Choppy. So Elevate will look to retake the lead here to begin the second half. Yeah, they started that really strong, Scars, and then Elevate responded with a lovely counterpunch. And the defensive side of that security fight, you know, it felt like Scars were very much aiming to take that position.
Yeah. Then when they even play the round out. Yeah, I know. He's stuck on rappel. You can see here. Right up there. He was stuck on rappel the entire round. No, that's a replay, bro. I'm sorry.
Out attack and
that's a
composition,
replay.
and the timing and
Nope.
the execute wasn't.
They should have called it quick.
An instance though where Elevate.
Hey, Jim, what up?
Adapt
We had 35 months to go.
Position the backline.
Camera background. I appreciate it. Let's go.
And prevent that map control from falling into the hands.
They
of
got
the
to rehost that. They got to rehost it. It was a
Pretty high quality
4v5.
across the board for
It was a 4v5
matchup
and he
that
was
I'm sure
stuck on
many
rappel. It was probably a
maybe looking at as
5v5
being
when he
one
was
of the
stuck on
lower
rappel.
quality games
But
at
he was
this
literally
event.
stuck all round long.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
It could have made the difference.
I mean, it's hard
It
to
could have made the
disagree, but I
difference.
think in terms of what's on the line.
Well, yeah,
To me, that's an easy
the stakes
one.
are great.
Yeah, the stakes
And I
are
thought
great.
the
You can
quality
go
was
back
going
and
to match
see
it, but
when
I
he
think
got.
so far it's
So,
actually
Dev, listen to this.
Yeah, both teams are playing well.
So
very, very
Cag
impressed.
and Liquid are
And
playing
I think
against each
that
other. Look how
Elevate's
mad they're
still
getting.
up the sleeve because Romeo's not
So what
fully
happened
firing the
was
way he has been this
Liquid
tournament. As you
won
said,
the
very
round
nice.
1-0,
Find the
right?
opening pick. He's been
But Cag
sensational
had a
once
guy
again when it comes
stuck
to Scars.
with the
He's been
rappel glitch
easily their best player at the tournament. He's
practically the entire round. So Liquid's fighting like it wouldn't have mattered. We won like 4v1, 4v2 anyways. Who cares?
Imagine that's the
And
difference.
Cag
guys.
saying,
Imagine,
well,
you know, the threshold, someone's
he
in
couldn't even
fifth
play the
by
round.
16 or 15 points or something like that, and you think because he won
I feel like that's
3-0,
an
they
easy
walked
one.
in
Because you
with
go
the
back
3
and you can
bullets
see
today.
there's at least a
That
4v5
trade record
prior
down.
to
He
it
is
happening.
traded,
Here, I'm going to
but
go
he's
through
also
and see if it was a
4-0 on
5v5 when
entry.
he got stuck.
I mean, that is a big, big stat. He's the one leading the way, helping that
Sorry,
team. They've
I'll
got
mute
to
that.
follow. Fish like 1-5 on the Dockerby, losing that life. Again, you've got to follow the lead set by Rec. He cannot, and with that, Elevate have the lead. Big swing from Washoy. There was one in Fountain, and honestly, that was a lazy check. It wasn't a swing with confidence. And Naka will punish him. And Elevate are sitting pretty here in the 8th round.
Bro, no.
Oh, had to
He
win
was
that fight
stuck
high
on
two
rappel
sharp
in a
seconds there on the
5v5.
Scopos.
No. Replay that shit. No.
A-Gator now in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, I know.
A well-established player, a lot of experience.
No, that's an
But
easy one.
Unfortunately for him in this round, does not have that diffuser on an island out towards the Armory breach. Not entirely sure if Elevate actually have a read onto that, as their positions suggest that's maybe not the case. That being said, still holding control above. A-Gator to here footsteps to the right, and here's Romeo run off through break. One through the wall. So a 1 versus 2 and an opportunity
it's
here
also
for Scars to
Cag's
clutch
fault.
around.
I've already written it down as a 5.
It's also
5 to
Cag's
3.
fault
I
because
don't know
if he's stuck on Repel and no one's died yet, they could probably call for it. They played the round out to see if they could squeak out a win and try to get it replayed afterwards. It's just a little shady from both sides, personally. Because if I was Liquid and I won the round, I'd be pissed off. It's like, why did you call it when it happened, you bozo? Yo, Klaus.
Elevate
Prime, yo.
5-3, and I don't have to scribble it out and fix it. It's all good. It's already locked in. 5-3, Elevate 2 rounds away from what could be putting them in a position to make that top 4. And again, I mean, I think we said it, or at least I said it to kind of begin the day. I think this Elevate.
We think we're going back in. Kind of sure. Semi-confident. Microphone issue for the coach of Liquid.
Oh yeah. When it rains, it pours. I think it was inevitable after that break, wasn't it? That there'd be some other issue that we would.
I mean, to be fair here, you're not R clearly because your coach is not.
Fortunately, it should, fingers crossed, be a quick fix.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
Played well yesterday. So you've got players that are all in a pretty
they should have stopped moving completely and said something. Yeah, if they're going to try to get it protested after the fact, you should say something prior. Like, he's stuck on Repel. The second happens,
funnily enough,
you
that
type,
was
he's stuck on Repel.
Dominating the entries though, Guz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just about to mention, right? 7-8, both going the way of Scars, yet they lose the round. So they need to be converting those opportunities. They're finding them.
There's only 2 opening kills this entire
8-9
round,
years.
Right? We've played 8 rounds.
That's a
while.
while.
Those rounds, Elevate have found the
That's a
opening
while.
kill.
It's been a minute.
Yes, they converted in both. But I mean, that's an intriguing stat when you're leading 5-3. You know, the opening kill, statistic is one of my favorites.
But we're gonna see this entire game
in Siege. It's just so
before that tech
important.
pause is done. Oh no, they're in it. Oh!
Mainly because of the way the map.
Guys, they replayed the round.
With us through that one, the round replays.
Oh shit!
Play, so we haven't got to play exactly the same lineup as last time around, and we're back out again. Oh my days! Into a rehost.
Oh, wow.
Never mind.
Pick. No, this time it goes the way of Semper, and it's on to Rek as well. No surprise, of course, he wants to be the one to make the entry. Coming through the blitz, it's Fishflake through Fountain, pistol out, expecting one, maybe.
I really want Kag.
3v3 now, and Scars are picking up the
Yo!
pace.
Oh!
We haven't seen this from them so far in the second half. Only a couple of rounds played, though.
Let's go! Poseidon with 1,000
And the
minis!
Valkyrie targeted
Hey!
by Gator looking sharp thus far, and so Semper needs to be careful, but unfortunately cannot escape that.
I'll tell him you went out swinging.
Scars now with the advantage.
Yeah, and this is where you can slow it down. You've got 90
Tell you,
seconds.
easy decision.
You've got
Well,
Fishflake
I
on the
get
shield.
from Liquid's standpoint.
Try and utilize that if you.
They
you
tried to
possibly
win
can.
the round.
Couple of
If they
death
won
bots
the
becoming
round,
available
it
for
wouldn't have
Alligator
been
as well, while
replayed.
so low. So
I'm
it's
fine with
actually
it getting
probably
replayed.
even. Let's be honest,
If-
because Psycho and Narco
if
are
Cad
full
won
power.
the round, they get it
Psycho
replayed
and
anyways.
Kill him 1v3.
Because I feel like
there is a Nitro Cell available for
Cad
Narco
is
over
win-win
towards Armory.
situation.
Maybe
Oh, someone's
electing
looking
to
Repel.
use it, but he hasn't got an opportunity.
Try to
Well
win,
played from
try to win,
Fishflake.
guys.
Good.
Because
Use
even if we
hold that
lose, we can get it
shield.
replayed.
Gave Naka a chance to try and shoot out the feet, and coming to help out. Wonderful teamwork from
like-
Scars. It's 5-4, and this one continues to heat up.
Sure if it helps or not. Yeah, it's like a donut, bro. I appreciate
And
it.
Sick twist of fate. The
W.
entry stat again. Unusual.
They haven't had many of them either, Elevate, and then they get one, and then they can't convert.
When do they call it a glitch? After the fucking round.
Testament there to Scars.
That's why I'm like,
respond
on
by
one
flushing
hand,
out
I
that first.
understand
We
Liquid's
got
frustration.
Really exceptional value
Like,
from the Deimos.
if
to
they
this
won the
no
round, they
close
wouldn't have
above.
said anything.
And then as mentioned,
Right?
in the 2 versus
Would you have said
3,
anything
the
if you won the
target,
round,
the
even though one of your
sentry,
guys is
go for
glitched?
that kill?
And you're
Or
like,
because
oh
they
yeah, I
had
know
the
he's
gunshot
glitched, but
with
it's
the
okay.
second player, they were
We
able to
won't,
isolate that pick, and then the retake's
we'll keep
essentially
going.
impossible with the mark
How
on the second
about
player,
I
so-
get stuck on
I really
Repel
enjoyed
every
this
round,
though, I mean,
go up and down on a
there's
Repel
probably an
line
element
until I get
that for those
stuck,
two teams
so we can
getting
keep
by
playing
some of the
rounds
top
out
teams at the tournament,
in a
being able to play
4v5.
scrims, being
I'm
able
just
to
an expert
essentially
at getting
have a boot
glitched
camp.
on different
If this was
scenarios.
like
Yo, sign
day
Coconut
2
Bra for
of
Pro League.
EPL, would the quality be this high?
He'll
Probably
never
not.
lose a round.
But when you're in this environment,
They
you're
may
playing
play a
against other
game
top
for
teams,
3 hours,
you're kind of
but
scrimming.
they will win.
Prepping very much well for these top teams. you then
No,
bring it
Poseidon,
into these kind of
worse.
matches
He
as
was
well.
stuck in a 5v5. I went back, I made sure.
Because I think
I was like, was it a 4v5 or was it a 5v5? When he was stuck. He was stuck at like 40 seconds into the round. Everyone was still alive. They should have called it then and there when no deaths happened. But instead, CAD played the round out, and that's why I'm like a little like, I don't know. It seems a little shady to me. Call it when it's a 5v5 and no one really cares. Shrug, redo. But after the round,
I really enjoyed what I saw from Scars in that round, and a lot of the things Elevate's been doing as well has really impressed me. I didn't have high expectations for this Elevate roster, but so far at this event, they've done some good things. And there's an opportunity here over towards these stairs. That is a lovely entry from Rek. Romeo caught completely. Lovely little entry in towards Passport, and that is Rek finding a lovely opening kill for Scars.
And Elevate put in a pretty difficult position for that additional ban. Do you take the Blitz off the board or do you take off the Deimos? Because they've both been rather impactful. Ultimately the Blitz and probably the safer option. With some of the counterplay on offer from the Deimos, like the Mute for instance, or just positionally. Mute not in play though for this occasion, and so Rek will have a bit more free reign with those death marks. Scars now with the man advantage.
I like the Blitz ban. Just get rid of the shield. Scars very much.
Oh, triple shield. So again, one of those instances, and we've seen it be quite the meta here at this event so far, is you really double, triple down on a singular type of operator.
Rek has crossed the threshold. 11 kills. Yes, he is dying. He is playing an aggressive role, though. I mean, that's really what you want from your entry fragger. He's found 3. No longer the entry, but more so following a continuous nature of bullets flying towards Elevate. Shut down finally by Semper, but his position known towards 90.
Oh, don't throw it.
And in towards security. Aegator dead. Was that a frost mat?
Yep.
And just like that, a 5v2 becomes a 3v2. With plenty of time remaining, Scars have got to think their way through this.
Personally, I think it's a fail on the admin team.
One drone left.
I think it's a fail on the admin team. You should have called the round the second you saw him stuck on Repel. You should have called it. Been like, no one died yet. Replay round. He's stuck.
Example mainly, it's because
Rehost.
the duel between Bandit
They
and
played it
Bandit
out.
is extremely strong.
0-0. It's just silly.
The Bandit trick can't be there anymore. You have the K trick at the same time. And what it allows
Bad
you to
move
do
from
is
their
burst
coach?
so
No,
much
because
time
it was in the
and
middle of the
actually
round.
win
Coach
rounds
can't talk
just
during the
off
round.
utility, which is something you always want to have. On this kind of map, it's okay to not have it, to be honest. Especially when the Thatcher is up, the K trick is very, very limited in potential.
Well, now we're back to 0-0. The
IT
game never
will
even
close
happened
up
yet.
Nice and tight. It was last time around. They managed to get it open up though with relative success. Kag had the 2 Selmas, one being on the left, one on the right. They managed to trick out one, but it did open up. In fact, it looks almost exactly like this. This time around, it looks like it might go through, no problemo. Opened up, mirror out the way.
Could take.
Basically the same as last time around.
And they bring the Grim this time. So no Monty to take the garage side. They will need to work a little bit more for it. I assume this time they will be ready for a flank. And that flank will not happen from what I see right now. Everyone is upstairs.
Just looking at where Kag are forming up around the side.
Maybe willing to 1v1. Maybe at some point. Right now, I'm like super hyper fixated on watching the Pro League events, which is going to like May 18th. I'm doing like crazy streams for it. So I'm going to be busy for at least a week.
Moving in along with Black Ray on the Thermite, so definitely going in for that triple wall again. Try and get that breach directly into the A site and apply a bit of pressure to Reset's Nesk on that side.
The real point right now is they have garage control, they've got IT control now, is to go in electrical side and also backstab Aqua. You need at least one of these pressure points.
The entire thing, I think it just must suck to be an admin.
This is an interesting pick from Liquid. With Ask on a shotgun, he can hold Aqua door, strong, close range with a shotgun, which makes Aqua very tough to get. The only thing they need to focus on now for Kag, with Shurip having...
Like, being an admin has to fucking suck.
Interestingly, Black Ray has moved around. He was originally with Shurip out there towards Warehouse, but he's now moved around to get the bigger opening on the IT side of things. Only 50 seconds left to go, Des, and Kag don't really have any map control here. There's still 3 of them outside of the map.
Yeah, this is a little bit strange, isn't it, actually? I think the other 2 as well are still scattered to the high winds, so there's not really a strong focus. It looks like they're going for this jungle side take while also pushing into IT. In fact, that's exactly what Black Ray is going to do. Off to the left of your screen, stepping in here.
Yeah.
Shurip also pushes up on Catwalk at the same time. So actually,
New
very
jammer,
quickly,
brother.
they have got some ground here. It's in the short. Black Ray gets a trade. In fact, 3 quick kills out of seemingly nowhere.
That is so fucking... I'd make me so mad.
take round one in the matter of what, 10 seconds?
That would make me so mad, bro. Oh my god.
Really quickly. At 2 minutes left in the round, they already have garage control. They've already reached IT, and they've got a nomad this time.
Imagine winning a round, it getting taken away, and then replayed, and then you lose it.
Commit all at the same time. Perfect push from everyone at
Yeah,
the same
it's on
time. Well
CJX.
synchronized. That's what we were missing from CAG before.
Shit is
A little bit
insane.
weak, to be fair, Tim. Well, we've been a bit worried coming into the last 30
Oh my
seconds.
God.
Like, oh, they've basically got no control, but it's like they have soft control, where they haven't got anyone in the room, but the defenders
Oh my
equally are
god.
playing in there.
That would
because
make
they
me
know
so
what's going
fucking
on. They're like,
tilted.
Utah have
I
already
would.
had that part of the map
I'd
cleared,
be
for example,
mentally
they've
chalked for
already
the rest of
fallen
the
back.
match.
And it's with that
That
you
would
see the
piss me
attackers
off
just suddenly
way
able
too
to
much.
explode and have a lot of map control in the space of 2 or 3 seconds. And well, you can see what happens. Defenders just don't have time to react.
No, they've done fantastically, especially considering that they've had to use doorways, particularly. You know, they've not had any sort of major breaches directly on into site. It's all been single doorways that they've been working through. They've had to win the gunfights going in there, and they won almost every single one of them. Liquid really caught on the back foot.
Fair to say replaying that round was worth it, Leo?
Yeah, 100%. For CAG anyway. You can see the reaction there. You can see the reaction. The reason for this is CAG is one of the worst attacking teams in the tournament. Any round put in attack here is a huge victory for them because they'll switch to defense and they can close the match after
Do I need
this.
to fact check that, or have you looked at the platform to get that out?
No, actually, you can fact check that.
I'll fact check it. VAR decision.
I'm assuming with the entry rate, it's also punishing their attacker side.
You are right, they are the 4th worst attacking team here so far at the tournament. And you're right, their entry rate, 29%.
They're the worst entry team in the tournament.
That's horrific.
This time we've got Anaton on the Deimos, always an operator that I like to watch, especially useful down in basement, plenty of vertical surfaces that you can work through, find those tracks and just spray bullets down from the Vendetta through that soft surface and just bully the defenders around. However, I've just noticed that Nesk on the score post has just transferred shells up to the top floor. He's going to dip back. I was getting overexcited. He's dipped back down to side.
They're trying to cause problems. They're trying to make CAG slow down. If you've seen here, the first thing that CAG does, go basement, open up the walls, then start working on the roam clear with Deimos. And a slate for vertical play.
Oh, stay standing. Probably assume they got rid of that Deimos here, and would Nesk try and go for it? Surely not, right?
You wouldn't expect so now. If he's aware that they've been up and around that area, I think one of the things you've always got to concern yourself with on Scorpos is a Claymore being put down. He doesn't necessarily know all the operators on the other side and whether there'll be any Claymores to be put on that shell. Doesn't want to lose the flag switching over, but again, CAG just managing to play as a team really well. They're there. If one of them goes down, there's somebody else there in a position. They put in Liquid in really bad spots here. Even if Liquid win a fight, they ultimately end up
I mean, I want
losing
CAG
out.
to win, but
Not only
holy
the trade
shit,
here, team, the droning
I'd
as
be
well. The
so
droning
mad
aspect
as
of it. You
Liquid.
had an active drone all the way in kitchen
If
at the
CAG
same
wins
time
this
as
round,
Shuri was making
you
the
might as well
vertical
call the
play,
game.
and you had a trade potential with the Lion coming in as soon as the Deimos dropped. Honestly, amazing team play from CAG so far.
Reset's going to get forced back down to site here. Of course, the power of operators like the Deimos, the Dockerby, the Lion. The scans come on through, but it's pretty easy then just to step straight back down and take that track with you, essentially. So it does help you as attackers get a lot more control on the map. We were speaking about that soft control being forced. That's what they've gained here.
That move from Maya is key here. He's going to want to retake the garage hatch. He's going to want that kill. If he gets it, they win a round.
But he's missed the fight here as well until 1 versus 1 against the Deimos. Ring around the roses. Second player comes on through, and Maya deletes both. Like that, essentially wins the round for his team.
Yeah, they're gonna be tossed as fuck, by the way.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, as you say. Such an important flank there, Leo. Needed to find those shots, and for a second, our hearts were in our mouth as we just weren't sure whether Maya had blown his opportunity, but he gets the job done. It's going to be resets to pop around the corner, and I think Liquid might be a little bit revved up for this one.
I mean, based on the chat.
Oh, they don't look chalked. They're
saying 2-0.
They're mad.
It's actually 1-1, but in their minds, it should be 2-0.
That was so smart from Maya to actually understand no one was watching that flank of the stairs
Oh,
and
so mad.
push that corridor whole way into garage. You also have the CCTV room next to you where you can also flank from there. It's actually very
Yeah,
powerful.
we're gonna watch the rest of this game really quick. Oh, whoa.
Thrown his life away inside a pass.
I was want to see if this goes
Choppy will
OT.
take the free kill. And just like that, Scars now get the advantage.
That was incredibly aggressive and well punished ultimately there in the end from Scars.
Once 3 smokes remaining, by the way. They've brought so many in this round that they've just been throwing them out like candy.
Pretty insane.
So more smokes for Choppy to be able to play off once they try and fully clear top floor.
They have
it's a peak that you don't
smokes,
need to make,
smokes,
Ion.
smokes,
Two
smokes.
players who are
Holy
getting
smokes,
overly
bro.
aggressive in this round.
Yeah, Yeah, got to be a shoulder peek for info
Oh,
there.
Glaz
Wide
dies.
swing, not the
Oh,
play.
that's not good. All the smokes and Glaz is dead.
Down to Psycho and Naka. Both have been playing
The
well. Still
entire
a
round.
Nitrocell available for Psycho. The fuse shield spotted by Naka inside a bathroom. He's just going to be having to hope that someone would overpeak. Indeed, there it is from Rek down the hallway. Candela, effective, does get the full white onto Naka, who's playing this quite well. He's rotating through Talers, but he kept his back turned to Ayagata, who rotated
They
behind
confirmed
him.
the OT.
Defender rotations around side.
I'm surprised that Liquid is not adapting to this. So as you can see, since the first attacker round, Kag has
I just
completely
wanna watch
dropped
the world
any
bone.
capture. So you could go
I get it.
and work with more wall denial. Kaid is open. Bennett is open. All of this could actually burn a lot of time for them. We know that Kag struggles to face any problem solving with utility. That's something that in my book Liquid is not abusing enough.
It probably goes back to that super R band that we spoke about earlier, right? Sorfen paired up with a Kai pick as well in isolation, not wanting to pick it up there. And the Bandit, we've already seen them deal with that quite well. Soft floor and denial as well. It could waste a little bit of time, but even as an insurance choice here, they've got Shuri playing across on that switch. DMR from below if needed, or of course making use of the shot drones. Lots of ability still to clear those things away. Just don't really want to entertain that dance. Maya with another wonderful shot. Make it 3 in a row now, where he's absolutely deleted a member of Cyclops. Started good this game.
Bit of a problem there for Cyclops as well, because of course they're wanting to get that top floor control. They've still got Asker and Ness up there with Maya as well. And it's just going to get worse and worse as Black Ray gets taken down. He's not going to be finished off by the Nitro. He's got cover there. And Anaton manages to find Maya. Maybe sells himself a little bit cheaply there, coming around the corner. Not aware of the cover. They go for another. But this time it's going to be Ask managing to pick up that kill. And he's going to continue battling. He knows that there's a man down around that corner. Sharif has absolutely no option to pick his teammate up right now because he will be challenged if he does.
But look at this, Arcol is coming to join in the window, so they've got the right idea to watch this window and the expectation there'll be a challenge from it. It was a little bit late, but it's worked out for them now. Sharif's gone as well. It all falls by the wayside. Making use of that downed operator really to bait Kag and secure the kills. Great round from Liquid.
Instant crossfire.
Guys might go to playoff today.
Requires support from his team.
Quite literally the worst team at the event.
One close to his left, the other one watches the window, and they get all three down. Amazing team play from Liquid here.
Yeah, really good. You've also got to remember as well, that was no NES site essentially. That was, the entire round was won off-site in an extension on top floor.
Literally, like, if I was the one playing here, you would not have seen me do that. Like, he challenged the window after downing someone. He failed his C4, Maya did. But because he's fueled on confidence, he's going to go and challenge that window again. Realistically here, he should confirm that with the C4, he failed it. And because he fails it, he goes and overextend here. Doesn't need to do it. He's giving them back the man advantage. But then they double commit to it. Ness holds the door, and at the same time, Ask was watching the window,
baby.
he can commit now. But realistically, them fighting so bad upstairs instead of falling back to side
System is ass.
just gives you how much confidence.
No one's arguing that with you, bro.
Ion has had contact onto him, so has Rek, and this is the swing from Washoy, which honestly back in the first half wasn't always all that successful from the Scars players when they got aggressive towards the windows, but he does get the opening kill onto Naka.
And then he falls asleep.
And then he falls asleep at the wheel, and Semper will happily put him in out of his misery.
I was going to mention that line of sight as being so risky to cross that to get the first pick, and then he falls straight back into
Worst
it.
team in the event? I mean, technically talent,
behind the pillar.
but...
Look, at the end of the day, at least
Talent play better opponents. Scars has never
asleep.
played anyone halfway
Rek has
decent
just
and
left
done
himself
anything
fully exposed to a walkthrough in towards the hallway.
And that's off the back of a teammate dying in security, so big disconnect.
Well, Fishlake does find his third kill of the game at a very paramount time.
The sad thing is, if Scars wins,
V3 with
Elevate still has a
seconds left
chance
in
at making
huge
it
round.
to
You get
playoffs.
two opportunities to close this match out. This best of one. Still one Nitrocell available for Choppy. Semper, top medal. He knows there's one down below. As the yellow ping information, top floor control for Elevate has been gained, but they do have to make their way over to Vent.
Choppy's in a bad position. He's on cam inside of server.
Oh no,
There
Choppy.
you go. Yellow ping.
That's 3 players for Scars in this round
And
that
there's
died
the camera.
standing still. Literally died standing still. Fishlake's going for a re-clear up above with 20 seconds left, hoping to catch
He's on
someone.
cam.
He has a little bit of
dead.
information, but as you said, he is on the cameras and he will be
had his Echo drones running around top Aqua, expecting to see the
That's
monster
an
coming in at some
round.
point. But as you've just seen, Anderson's working his way in through Garage.
And this is one of the places where we probably see the most impact from that Azami ban. They're taking Catwalk really easily here, and normally you'd have the Azami playing in this corner behind the keeper barricades, and that is your main line of defense to hold on to Warehouse. As it is, Kag have just walked
I love
on
Nitro
in
in
there.
that drone
Liquid,
hole
they
from
better have a
side.
plan for this, because there's 3 of them in complete control, and Glaz is going to start working from that smoke just to see if he can get any line of sight onto anybody inside the room.
I'm surprised there's no IQ switching here at some point from a member of CAG to deal with this, and as it stands, well, they're being punished. The Yokais are doing the work. You've still got the Vault cams up as well. There's Bulletproof. So much information being fed over to Liquid here. There's nothing that CAG can do to surprise them.
Got the Fenrir.
As you can see right now, I need to be speaking the Aqua side. Now this is a key moment. If they get that control, if they get that backstab control, they now have Garage,
They didn't get the
IT,
Fenrir.
and Aqua to pressure from 3 different points the bomb site. And they could still rotate 1 player out of connector because the breach has been open early in the round.
You need 12 for playoff, right?
That would be 4 pressure
You
points
need
on the bomb side.
top 8 points. So I just had 12 as like an arbitrary
Aqua, and they
potentially.
managed to get the the flank is cut down as well. There's 2 other guns there, but it's just Anaton on the Monty.
He remains the Monty dueling GOAT, man. You just cannot stop him. Magic stuff to get his team a bit of control here. Still, of course, 2 more players bearing down on him, and his other 2 teammates are hung quite far back here, Tim. This time around, they're not going to lose out. Ness falls down as Black Ray finds 1. On the flank comes Diasto. Do they know about this, Tim? Now that he's shot, they should. And sure enough, Black Ray's got it locked down. Anderton quite literally defining what it means.
Wow.
That Deimos to the best of their ability. They don't bring any hard counters, but in terms of positioning, calling out where he's playing, do they want to try and hunt him down? Do they want to try and ignore him?
One of the game with 2.
Contact. 4 marks available for Rex. So
Elevate.
what kind of value he is able to gain.
Elevate probably thought that they would probably need at least
Successfully one
like
side on the attack. Did Scars
13.
back in the 10th round. Rek, of course, did get that opening kill.
So they're gambling 3
So kind of backing up the point you're just
to
making. There's so
confirm
much pressure on the
playoffs
Deimos.
today. And if they lose, they still have a chance
Opening
tomorrow.
kills for this entire game.
If
Gus.
they bet
Only
1
3 for
and they
Elevate.
lost,
We played 13 rounds.
they might not make
13
it.
rounds, they've only had
Because there's a
3
lot of
opening
high
kills.
gambas
Scars
today,
have
so
had
there's going to be a
10.
lot of high points.
And they've had 6 of those not be converted.
Top 4 move on today. And then the next top 4 the day after. So
it's the early portion of the rounds that Scars have found success, but it's the mid round and the late round Elevate. That's where they have been better. Rek on the move.
Well, he's going to post up top east. We've seen this a couple of times, so Elevate should be clued in.
I mean, I do back in this confidence from Rek. He's been so good in this match and just not seeming to wilt under the pressure. He feels like he thrives in the pressure.
So Elevate's going.
The way he's peeking these
they're
angles,
trying
looking at 90
pushes
and
to
he's just
confirm
so
that they're
aggressive.
going in today.
He knows that there's going to be
is
someone
what they're
that
trying
wants
to
to
do.
peek down that corridor.
They're trying to
Well,
confirm
they've
they
got that
move
AK now,
on
so
today.
Elevate, with certainty, know that Rek is there again.
Yeah, that's the red ping information.
Both teams face it. I mean,
By the way,
Scars
need
face
4
elimination if
drones,
they
4
lose, though.
active drones remaining, 4 Scars. Make that 3.
This is potentially their last round of this event.
60 seconds left. Gas Babe out again from Romeo, and he has 1 left.
It's a big stack from Scars. This is getting a bit sketchy.
It's just 2 one-dimensional. They've got a 5 stack here on the east side of the map. They've got nothing towards security. They've got nothing outside Armory Archives. I mean, this is just pretty much send it in, hope for the best, and the best has been found. Rek got 1, almost a second. That is an absolute angel. Naka absolutely holding out and holding for Psycho, who would have been dead. He does eventually now die. His position was known, courtesy of that swing from Rek, and it is going to be a 3 versus 3 with 35 seconds remaining. Scars must win this round, or they are eliminated from reload.
Well, they still have full Capital U2, so let's get that on the board. Let's go for the archives here, and Scars can pull this off.
Yellow ping information. Washoy knows there's one close to the right-hand side,
What?
and he overlooks it. He even pinged it. Why did he not check that angle? Now down to Choppy and Aegator. 2v3, loses the battle, and Naka from the same spot gets the same result, and Aegator's not
Down
going to be capable.
guy, giving them comms. Yep, Scars goes home.
Being watched, that does take it out, but
Elevate
he's just going to drop
is
himself
basically
back. He
confirmed
doesn't
they
want
go
to
on.
aggress too quickly, but he will move back into the fight. You better believe that, and CAG, they need to be ready for it.
They're stressed now. They know their flank camp that was all the way on that side has been destroyed, and they're afraid of it. Now they have to push downstairs. They have 1 minute left, and at the same time, they don't know about their flank. This is a really good move from Az.
think Ness in a good spot as well to be able to cause a bit of bother. Who's of course a bit higher previously, has fallen his way back down to Haas, the one who was left out in Narnia. It feels like Ray out towards meeting has now come down those stairs and is on the first floor. Him and Ness moving together here is the key one. They could pincer in and kill off a couple of players on CAG here and turn this round all the way around. Myers found one. Liquid spring in the trap here, Tim, and they found one so far.
And you can see that CAG, they just can't focus because they're coming out of the walls at them at the minute. Everywhere they turn, everywhere they look, there is somebody on a flank. Ask and Ness have been so mobile around the place, switching it up, have a couple of shots, move back, approach from somewhere else, head back upstairs. Anaton manages to find Maya, but with 24 seconds left to go and no real presence on site yet from CAG, this is going to be tough. Anaton really needs to think about getting in there to extend this timer with a plan.
Elevate gets an extra bullet for eliminating
to be
Scars.
possible because they still have that core of the Liquid defense to deal with. The outer players, your Ness.
So Elevate gets a 13 bet 3, 16, so Elevate has 17 teams.
20 seconds.
The room work here was amazing. The room work, the fact that Ask didn't
Elevate
go
has
and pass
17
that drone,
points.
but just shot it and went straight downstairs, that was just buying 20, 25 seconds of CAG just wondering, are we going to get backstabbed from upstairs? And at the same time, we have 1 minute left and we still haven't cleared the ground floor. For me, this was an amazing play from Liquid here right now, and this is why banning the Deimos was so important, to get that defensive round.
Just seeing the replays there of how dominant Liquid were. As you say, Leo, on that roam, just using the map fantastically well. And this is what I always say about Nighthaven Labs. It's such a difficult one for teams who maybe aren't at the, at the absolute peak. If you've got a little bit of a gulf between two teams in that expected performance, it can really show up on a map like Nighthaven because it's so big, there is so much to do and so much room to be used by a team like Liquid.
I feel like it's in those moments that we can see they're missing a strong IGL sense. You know, you have 1 minute left, you know you're never going to be able to clear everything. You failed that aspect of the round. At this moment, a call needs to be made. Rush side, go for it. You're 3 roamers upstairs, you know it. You can go and commit to side and rush. I know it's likely not a 50-50, but you have a better chance at winning the round committing with this kind of crazy plays later down.
That's what Anderson did as well, right? He hit side, said, right, I'm just dropping straight away here, forget about that. Black Ray was then like, okay, I'll watch on the flank in case someone comes, but as you say, they're just going to wait out the clock there and punish you from above. It was good from Anderson to find Maya when he tried to challenge the vertical, but that was really all they got. Extremely well played by Liquid, and with how things are going, you feel like they could lock up a 4-2 half here, which would put them in great stead, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they'll be looking for out of this first half. As a minimum, really, I'm sure they'd have been always happy with more, but 4-2 does certainly get part of the job done. We can see straight away that Twitch Drone going in and getting some good value. Last time around on this site, there were a lot
No, Elevate will have
almost the
17
entire
points
round
now.
was full.
They had 13, they gambled 3, so 16, and they eliminated Scars, so they get +1. So 17 now.
I think the key one as well, they've been held back by the mute on a couple of occasions. I think up on that top floor, they've always had the mute jammer down on one of those triple walls, looking in towards what would be that top floor site. And it has stopped any Salmas, for example, going off and stopped them being able to march on through so easily with the Monty. It's put them at a lot of risk. So Liquid's utility game, I think throughout the entire map so far, has just been fantastic.
Reminding you of this, the best way to beat CAG is to read them. And that's why you see so much intel from these guys, so many bulletproof cameras, the Valkyrie, all the yokai drones, almost every round. That's what they want to know, because they know how predictable they are when they have the intel. Now it seems clear, it's a garage take, they take limited control, and they start working the site. They understand that they don't need to fully roam clear up top, they want to hit site quickly, and just have Shibisu here, holding the garage. Ask recognizes that, and he goes down to go help the site.
Anaton just looking to bully his way in with the Monty once again. We can see the smokes going out, the plant is going down, and he's dead. Nesk manages to pick up the kill from above, and this is the problem for CAG. Last time they attacked this site, they tried to clear upstairs, they lost all their lives doing it. This time, they've decided to go direct to site, not play into Liquid's game, but by doing so, they just give them that vertical superiority that they can use so well. However, managing to find a couple of kills here now on the top floor, CAG.
Pulled the trigger and found a couple on that top floor. That's what you wanted to see. Nesk still dancing around up there, and Diaz is dug inside of storage, actually being the site player for them here. So Nesk the one somewhat at risk. Still, of course, knowing that he had spot a cover over where the diffuser was. It has been recovered by Shurip here, and we've got 30 seconds to make something happen. It feels like enough time, Leo.
It's still very winnable from Liquid. Neski is the key player here. He needs to... Oh, they're committing to actually fishing him.
And they've got rid of him as well. That's it. Now, surely, Diaz, can he clutch up and go big? He's found one. Blackray, I think, missing him out for a second there. And I think if CAG read into this and know where Diaz is, they can get a plant down from afar, but they've got to be careful of that soft wall.
They've got to play for the kill here. It's the only thing they can do. Otherwise, it's a 1v1.
Which is exactly what it is now. C4 up and over as well. Oh, almost into spot, but they can get away with it as long as the cover is there. Arcully has got the hit. Such a crucial shot, and hit it he will. CAG end that half 3-3 with a good recovery there in round 6.
Amazing recovery, and you know why? It's because Liquid overcommitted there. They get the kill on the planter. Perfect. You still have vertical play. Why do you try and retake garage at
Who
this
is this?
point?
Will overtake
You're still the
first?
winning team here. You've
It's not about
that
being
control.
first.
They only have one player upstairs in
It's
garage.
about being top 4 today.
He can hold
Top
their
4,
ground.
move
But
on.
They tried to overcommit. They tried to overtake that area and got punished for it by CAG. Still some of the best gunners in the world. Not sure
That's
it
it,
was
move
worth the play here.
They're gonna
At
get
this
farmed
point,
in
it's a
playoffs.
3-3 split. I think CAG can be really happy
Elevate
with it.
never
3
played a
rounds
good
in attack
team.
is huge for them.
Well, that's as I said in
Talon,
the round, you know, 14
Scars,
really is the
and then a
minimum
team
that
they
Liquid are
lost to.
looking for on the defense of Nighthaven, because CAG can now start settling in to play their game a little
Elevate
bit.
has
after
lost
the
2
sidestep.
games.
We're going to see the bands coming through. It's
They've beaten
Demos
Talon
and it's the Electro
and
Bros
Scars, the
of
2
Fade and Bandit
worst
that
teams
can
of
be
the
taken
event.
away. So Liquid
They're not a
at least
good
they're
team.
going to be able to work quickly with the hard breaches. They're going to be getting themselves into sight, creating those new angles and lines of sight very, very quickly. But the bands from CAG I like. Demos, Dokkaebi, just really disruptive to Liquid's attack, to their control. It allows them out onto the roam. They can get
They're
a little
definitely
bit
getting
wild
farmed.
here.
But I think the same on the other side, right? The Kaid and the Bandit. We spoke about this yesterday in a few games when we saw it band away. It was more saying, well, we don't want to get impeded and have to play these mini games in the mid round. We just want to hit you hard and fast and make these rounds move. That is exactly what things like the Demos and the Dokkaebi
If
also
CAG
have a little bit
wins,
here, because we've seen so
CAG
many teams
wins
enabled by the
18 bullets, and then they eliminate Liquid.
I'm not
They
a
get
big
19.
fan of this choice
Liquid
from
wins,
Liquid.
they
I
get
understand
20
it's a
bullets,
comfortable
and they
pick,
eliminate
and I'm
CAG.
assuming they scream
They
this
get
map a
an
lot.
extra bullet,
Ban
21.
Kaid and Bandit, okay, they're comfortable. Do you really think that CAG is the kind of team that will abuse this Bandit and Kaid trick to win the rounds? Do you think it's their strong suit?
Very rarely. Blackray used to play a lot of Bandit back in the day, but I haven't seen him do it for a long time now.
Exactly, so this is my point. The main way CAG plays is around intel, around strong roams, and around big, huge plays, abusing this SME, abusing the UK drones, abusing shifty, cheesy operators, right? Are they really going to abuse Kaid and Bandit against you? That's not really the kind of stuff that you're going to see from them. So I'm assuming this is not a counter ban, more a classic ban from Liquid, and I'm not a big fan of it.
The way I always see it is like you either ban for your weaknesses or ban
Exactly.
for their strengths, right? It feels more like banning for their own weaknesses, things they don't want to deal with, rather than wondering about the opposition. And I'll look back to other teams, and I think it was, I want to say it was old school Dart Zero, used to always ban away the same 2 operators in the old banning system. It's a little bit different now, of course, with how things have mixed up. Leo, you look really aghast.
Welcome to CAG. They play IT will open, they play a shield, and they want to challenge you on that staircase.
All right.
Abusing the shield, pick that with Echo, you've got an ACOG against another gun, and I'm not taking that gunfight if I'm Thermite. I'm letting you know, as a hard breach, I would never go and try to play that.
For Maya, it's as simple as getting into storage and taking it out. In fact, that's already been done from below, so it is gone. Didn't even need to worry about that. Of course, you've got the Flores inside too.
And you've got the Ace, so you can just breach that wall from afar, from the roof, really safely. Though I understand this was an interesting choice. Should you have banned Hibana and Ace? I would have loved to see that. You could mute jammer that shield and made it a little bit harder for people to clear it.
It's going to be important to keep an eye on Arcully here. We saw Liquid having to defend the catwalk area without the Azami, without the Kiba barricades. This time it is available for CAG, and of course they are going to be playing it in that area. So how much value can Arcully get up there from that gadget? We know that it can be crucial. We know that it can be critical to the defense. Arcully needs to make it happen because he is going to be bullied by Ask on the Monty. He's already heading up there. It's now his job to hold on to this area for as long as possible. Delay, delay, delay.
Really well played sync with the Yokai drone, as you can see right now. Push from the catwall window, and that's it. You've got one other player that's completely stuck.
They're really stuck here because there's so much pressure building in around them as well. 3 on the stairs, 1 on the outside. Not a lot you can do. And before you can even blink, look at him absolutely bowled them over there while barely stepping a foot into the map, Tim.
Despite the utility that was available to them, despite everything that CAG had stacked up, Liquid just had the answers. They just flooded the area with enough guns that there was nowhere safe for those Cyclops players to move. We saw Arcully bouncing about, just trying to get some cover, but he was being pressured from door, he was being pressured from stairs. He had a Monty staring him down as well.
Liquid just committing wholeheartedly to taking that area.
And speaking of commitment, it's the half commitment from CAG that punished him here. If you look at this right now,
you have months
you've
to
got
work on that.
Azami and Frost both holding Garage, right? But they're facing all 5 Liquid players from 4 different entry points, punishing them. Who should have been there to help? Shibisu. Why am I saying that? 2 players went in from Garage window here. If Shibisu goes to Aquador, he has them turning their back to him. He can literally kill the 2 players going in the window into Garage and support his players. If you've got to commit to Garage with 2 players and you know the entirety of Liquid is facing you, you choose. Do you commit all the way? And this time Shibisu needs to be active here on that Aquador, punishing Garage window, or you reverse back to the bomb site. You give them the area and you play for later in the round around the time.
Small mistake may have cost them a large part. Liquid, though, absolutely dominant in their first attack and could be a sign of things to come. CAG going to step away from that site, as you might expect. Down to the basement we go. Going to stick in that same 3-site rotation, Tim. You're seeing a similar setup again here, where they aren't going to reinforce off that single wall up inside a site. They've instead got a deployable shield looking out into walls. EXO to challenge through that soft wall that's been opened up for them. First thing they quite like doing, Leo, is bringing along those shields and playing them through soft walls.
Absolutely, and this is why I think that the ban of the Kaid of the band, it doesn't really matter. I mean, look at this. They even opened the wall for you. They're going an extra step than many other teams. They will go and have these cheesy strategies that I love. They will also, what I was mentioning before, they love having the intel to go and play aggressive. Here we're bringing Yokai, we're bringing Pulse, we're bringing Mir. 3 operators that will give you constant intel of the players. I'm liking this. It's all about now facing Buck and Ram. Lots of vertical play. You need to get some C4 kills here.
No presence on the top floor from CAG at the minute. There are a couple on the mid floor. We've got Shibisu and Arcully up there, but it's going to give Liquid a lot of freedom here. As soon as they recognize that, they've got 7 drones left on the board. They're going to be flying around this map. It's not going to take Liquid long to notice that they've been given an awful lot of the map, and Liquid will quite happily take it. And then they can start forcing the others that are about. Arcully's in cargo. He's playing on and around the stairs. He's not going to take much to push him back towards site. So Liquid going to have a lot of freedom in this round, I think.
Yeah, we're looking at quite a passive round from both teams, right? On one hand, Liquid just wants to make sure they're clearing everything. They've got air jabs, they've got flank drones, and they want to work the vertical play with both Ram and the Buck. At the same time, CAG right now, and I'm not sure this is the right play, they want to be playing towards the late round. They've got the smoke, the Goyo, the Yokai drones to deny the late round execution, and then the C4s to try and get 1 or 2 kills and burn more time.
Crucially, no Twitch to run them through and take out those Goyo canisters early in the round, knowing again that they'll have an impact the longer this goes on. And Liquid have gone for a full map clear here, really trying to force these roamers down, and Shibisu has paid the price by stepping out on the Goyo. Not the end of the world for a Goyo to do that. Once the gadgetry is down, you can afford to go out and be a bit more aggressive with that gun. High rate of fire, good chance to get a headshot. You're against Nesk. Not always going to pay off against him, given the tournament he's been having so far, though, Tim.
No, Maya just trying to use the angles through the hatch there, see if he can catch anybody out moving around below. We've got those nitros coming out that you spoke about, and that's the first. That's the sort of value that CAG need to be finding out of that utility. If you're going to play Turtle, if you're going to play behind that utility, you've got to get the value. And Anaton manages to do it, taking down Maya, and who else better to take down than the Book? Well,
Maya
they're
dead.
looking
Huge.
to apply that vertical pressure. They've just lost a big chunk of it.
The big one here is Ass, of course. He's already got the drop in. DS is now with him. The pair of them trying to go for this standard default plant, but they're losing numbers here is Liquid's problem. Only 1 more left around the map here, and that's Reset sat around cargo. They haven't really got the support to make this work, I'm afraid, guys. They could get stuck here.
Resets is the key. If he can backstab and get 1 kill, they can finally execute. Without him backstabbing, they're done.
They've got 1. That's a big one. They should be getting a kill from this spot, but it's been gifted over by Shuri here. Reset's trying to start his march on down cargo. This is the big one they need. Him forced back by the smoke here means there are none left to stop at. But look at that. The swing comes in and no, it's a team kill.
And the
DS has gone through his own teammate to try and get the other. Diffuser in hand, going to try and go behind the pillar, but not going to get away with it. Blackray finds him. Resets has dropped, and Anaton is out of there. Wants none of it, but Arcully finds the kill that he needs. These 2 teams staying neck and neck so far.
Great win conditions here, right? The C4s to get you back that man advantage after you lose Shibisu, and then the smoke and the Yokai play to burn even more time, and then the Goyo canister in the end to prevent you from planting. Exactly the way
I'm yelling like a maniac every time I went around.
Perfectly. I will highlight something though. It's been a rough match so far for Shibisu. He was one of the highest prospects for Japan. He used to be one of the biggest players on Fnatic by then when they had that Japanese roster. And so far, that's 3 and 3 death, and it's also the one that should have helped his teammates when they were losing that garage round. He needs to get back in the game. But so far, Kag, I'm loving the discipline. I'm loving the understanding of the win condition and the commitment to it. It's great to see them being able to frag. It's even better to see them outplay their opponent with strategy.
Seeing that team kill there from the, you know, it's unfortunate it happens, but just seeing that, he's swinging a doorway that his teammate is moving through, and it just makes me wonder if Liquid are just boiling over a little bit. There's a lot of energy in the team at the minute. There's there's a lot of screaming, a lot of volume.
10 seconds to
Just going in like that, it's like everybody wants the kills. It's like there's that bit of almost panic setting in. It's that bit of confusion that's setting in. He was the cover for Ask to plant, of course, but Ask hadn't got into a position to plant at that point. So spraying through him like that basically ends the round for Liquid, and you feel like they just need to bring it down a notch and get back to that sort of level simmer to just get this one seen out.
The pressure is mounting really high right now. The reason for this is you're 3 rounds away from an elimination and 3 rounds away from qualifying with one of the first seeds in quarterfinals. I'm telling you, if you've got 18 or 20 bullets, you're making it to playoff 100%. I'm pretty sure you're going to have one of the best seeds as well. So lots of pressure on this team. Liquid could be eliminated in 3 rounds by an APAC team.
I mean, Kag have done some crazy stuff the last couple of years. Let's not forget, until 2 years ago, they hadn't managed to qualify through to a main stage, and then have done it twice since then, showed us what they can accomplish. And okay, a team's made some changes, of course, as we've seen, with Sure and Echo retiring, our colleague stepping into the lineup, but certainly not one that you can ever ignore. And I always remember teams for the longest time were saying, we just hate playing against them. You don't know what you're going to get.
They've always got a surprise in the tank. Like you say, any given day they could have had, as they have now, kind of a middle tournament, nothing fantastic, and then they just turn up and all of a sudden look like a different team. And right now, Kag are certainly putting
That's
Liquid
the Kag I know.
through it. And the thing is, the confidence is growing. They're getting out of the windows. They're making those challenges. They are playing their own game. And Liquid have got to find a way to prevent that. They've got to find a way to stop that.
I don't know. It's below, mind you, as well. Watch out with the C4, of course, not available now, and Shoots also found resets. Leo.
I don't understand what Liquid is doing. 120, they're not in the building. They are not in the building. They have 0 control inside the building. I don't understand the game plan here. I'm assuming they were trying to rush initially with the Ying, but now it's 112 yet. Everybody is aware of it. They've got vertical play. What's the win condition here?
I thought he was going to consider looping that C4 out the window then for a second. They're really trying to make a storage plant work here behind the utility, and sure enough, there we go. That's the charge forward that you need. Maya's in. What a second shot! Shibisu cannot catch a break today, Leo. You spoke about him earlier. He's been deleted yet again by Maya.
My question is, though, where is Ask? Ask has the diffuser and needs to be available. He's now hightailing it around there to work into that space that Maya has created. Arcoli taken down as well, and Liquid looking much better. Ask in a position to put this diffuser down any second now. He just needs that little bit of space. He's gone to find it inside of storage while Maya keeps battling, taken down by Anaton, but the diffuser is going down. Ask has really focused on that objective and getting it done in a place that they can hold. Surely Anaton gets 1 of 3 that he needs, but no more. As Ness comes around the pillar, finds his man. And the space that Maya created was everything that Liquid needed.
That felt so reminiscent of a round for the first half. We were like, whoa, Kag, like, you've got no control with only 30 seconds to go, and then suddenly, bam, 2 or 3 kills, right?
That's still a shooter game after all. And to be fair,
feel like that every round. I'll get a massive headache during the match or after. Fair.
Hallway was pressured to be playing closer to the site, which gave Maya the space to run in. Realistically, though, Maya running in should have been punished from the side on his right? You should have a crossfire there. You should get punished. Sometimes it's just about it, and Shibisu should at least trade him there.
It's a real siege as a TDM game moment, right? Just run and kill. Yeah.
And Maya is amazing on this, to be honest, but Shibisu should kill that guy once again. If he kills him, we're nowhere near the same point in the round.
Tá, véi, mano, é só manter o jogo mais simples possível, velho. É literalmente só manter o jogo mais simples possível. Toma, tipo assim.
マジで内容いいからしっかり1v1 勝てるように集中してください。気合い入れてこうマジで。オッケー。マジ内容いいから自信持ってなみんな。球も寄せれてるしちゃんと打ち合えてるよ。何ですか練習？俺どうしようかな。どうしようかな。よしここから3本取るぞお前ら。気合い入れろマジで。あと。
That feels like such a strange timeout to have because he said so little.
Yeah, I think it's more From my understanding, it's more vibes check right now. Yeah. I don't think it's heavy.
I'm not gonna lie, DD is the definition of vibes as well. He's such a cool. Every time I saw him like on the show yesterday, for example, here now another timeout, he's always pretty happy and just like chill. It's cool, everyone. Don't worry.
Maybe just looking to disrupt the flow of Liquid as well. You know, you look at that round and you think, right, Liquid are maybe hitting the gas a little bit here. Maya with a big play. They've got players who are now stepping up and saying, I'm just going to go in and I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to get that ground for us. And maybe that tactical timeout, 45 seconds a minute, let them just cool down for a second and try and put a little spanner in the works.
It sounds painful to say, but it actually feels, we spoke about Chibisu a few times. You look across the board onto Liquid, for example, everyone's playing a part. It's a similar story on CAG, but Chibisu is the one right now who's really behind the fold.
Yeah, and he's also key strategic position. He's the one, in the previous round, he's the one responsible for storage there, right? So when a player runs in from garage, he should be able to kill him from the storage doorway. Now, he wasn't there for his teammate, so sure it dies.
Granted, he was having Ying's tossed at him the whole round.
So then he fell back, but then he has a second occasion to help him when Maya vaults into the window. He should be winning the gunfight. He doesn't once again, and that is the main reason why Liquid was able to get that round.
I think we're going to see something different from Liquid on the attack this time. Last time they attacked the top floor, we saw a fantastic flood from them into Warehouse, just absolutely stacked everybody up, recognised they were going to be 5v2, went in, took the ground, brilliant stuff. They don't have the Monty this time. We do have the Capitao, so we'll keep an eye on Ask and see exactly where he goes. I think he will be aimed towards clearing that catwalk, but we might just see a bit more of a multi-directional approach from Liquid this time. Diaz manages to pick up Black Ray somehow.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was worth it. I understand, though, what KAG is trying to do right now. They were going more aggressive, and they had the Vigil to backstab any garage take. And that's the strategy here.
I think he was looking to try and get a C4 onto the stairs there to catch up the players as they walked up, but they've just managed to pre-fire the window and catch him for free.
Such a default play, to be honest. The Nitro out of electrical window onto the stairs. You know, you've got to be expecting that as an attacker. If you get caught out there.
Oh, shoot, he's been killed on the camera. He was on the camera trying to EMP away the he was EMPing away the Flores drone and his dive whilst being sat on it. That is unreal. Not good for CAG.
That's rough. They wanted to be more aggressive. I assume they wanted to be more in the face. Maybe the tech timeout was about this, was about regaining confidence. Well, that confidence just went to Liquid.
Boy, oh boy. I was going to say, if they can rely on anyone right now, it's got to be Anaton. He's having a fantastic game. Just in the micro plays that we've seen, frequently outplaying Liquid, but can he really do it by himself here against 4 players that are hell-bent, Maya especially, on getting this one done?
Monty most of the time.
Does put the diffuser down cold on the stairs. That's, I was going to say one. I was trying to find positives for CAG, and then Reset says no, there's no positives here.
Chipasu's going to
Wilson finds the kill onto Arcully, which starts to free up the Warehouse catwalk. Liquid, with a minute left to go, do need to consider that diffuser, but I think they're likely just going to try and flood sight as soon as they get into position and think about getting those final kills.
They've got time here as well. I mean, they're being so patient about it. There's a bit of a crossfire onto Anaton. He's got to be careful. Reset's coming up behind him. He is now stuck inside of IT, and I'm pretty sure they know the cross has come in. Shibisu, though, finds Myra. I said he might 1v4. Now Anaton's getting 3-way pushed in here. Surely he's dead, but no, finds one and escapes. How on earth did they pull this back? Shibisu, awakened from the dead. 2 kills for himself, but Diaz with it all to do. After all that chat and chat, it doesn't feel like it was worth it. What? Shibisu with a 3K and can battle back in.
Such a good play. Good work by Goye. Go support the player. You get the kill on one of the guys that went backstabbing, then you rush directly back to the bomb site to recreate a crossfire with Anaton that was stuck into IT there. That's really well done from him. You go and pick one player, and then you go and create a natural crossfire. Really good team play, and finally they can get back him in the game.
Come on, CAG. Come on, CAG. It's CAGing time.
Bota drone no pé se precisar. É só Intel. A gente tava fazendo isso bem já no último round. E é isso. Só calma, mano. A gente consegue, tá ligado? É isso.
É isso, mano. É só jogar na calma.
Tem muito mais, mano. É.
Mano, é 5v3, vai splitar o bomb, guys. Só
Exato.
isso, mano.
Exato.
Só splita o bomb, mano.
Mas não esquece, mano, calma e temos tempo, velho, também. A gente, mano, tem tempo pra usar.
CAG,
tá
não
esquece
de dronar soda e... ali embaixo ali, tá ligado? Tava dormindo. Só bosta tudo
Só vai sair nada, Zé. Levanta o mic, tá muito favor.
Beleza, fazer as vertical, pegar vertical. Não, é sempre soda, é sempre soda.
Exato. Vambora,
Você
velho.
vai inibir o cara do metal depois? Vai seguir que a gente vai inibir ele? Como é que vai ser? Mano, só bosta muito ruim, Zé.
Cara, o do metal é depois, o Dias vai pegar a Blitz e subir nele.
Tá de boa a voz agora?
Tá de boa. Ó, lembra que eu vou fazer vertical em cima do tempo.
My best guess understanding from what I heard there was Maya saying 3, 2, 1 and we go. I heard Fred, I heard talking about 3. And I imagine then that's what he's saying is like, how on earth have we let Anderson go here?
Yeah.
The fact that he's won this and got away when there's 3 players surrounding him is criminal.
Well, this is what I said when they're in a 4 versus 2 there. I'm expecting Liquid to just flood site, to think we're in position. We've got 1 warehouse, we've got 2 IT, we can push from top Aqua, and we can just all go at the same time.
You can see how much that 3K meant to Chibisu as well. 1 kill for that round, now up to 4. What a play from him.
But Liquid just seemed to be a little bit fragmented there and kind of gave Chibisu the 1v1 on Aquador, and then Anata, you know, it just, look, it was all going right until it wasn't.
These kind of rounds are the ones that hurt the most, because when you're in your player shoes, you know that that's a round that's going to bring you to the 6th round mark. When you're round 6, it's very different. You know you have match point, you have a lot of confidence. Now, not only did you give up that round and you're now on equal 5-5, you're not in the lead anymore, but you also rejuvenated the only player that was not awake in the opposite team. And fueling a team like CAG that is extremely based on vibes and energy is really rough for you. And I heard them in the tag timeout. What I got was Calma, Intel, and Psycho V3. They know they lost a 5v3 because they weren't calm enough and they didn't have Intel. So now, working the early run is good, but make sure you don't get flanked.
It's the key one I'd say is like, even in the start of the round, the first 2 kills, they got being in all chat, all caps, having a bit of a banter with the other side and having a go at them in the way. It shows that emotional energy is still high. And I think back to the words of Canadian a long time ago saying it's about not being too high or being too low, it's staying in the middle. And maybe right now, a couple of players on Liquid are a little bit too invested in this game, which I know sounds weird to say, but there is a such thing as being over-emotionally invested, and it's starting to impact the gameplay here.
That's when you end up with the bigger losses, isn't it, ultimately? You know, it's the ones
if you
that mean
care
the
too
most
much,
that are gonna hurt
you don't
the
make
most.
the plays
Right
you need to
now,
make.
like you said,
If you
CAG,
care too
energy,
little,
vibes, everything are up,
you
and they are
are
ready
gonna
to
get
do
slammed.
some cagging, Des. It could be a surprise coming along for everybody.
Are you trying to start a riot in chat right now, Tim, saying that? You can't be saying that and not expecting a big reaction.
It's a very different one from the last round they played basically. This time they're even fighting less and they want to play even more into the late round. They've got double C4s with both Pulse and Valkyrie, but this time Maya has invested into the IQ. Much better, right? Because you're facing three operators that can be denied by IQ. Echo, Pulse, and Valkyrie.
Scanning for electronics.
Slow start here. I mean, DS on the Blitz is the one I've got my eye on in this round. You want to have a bit of impact to move quickly, that's the way to do it. But you are coming up against smokes, you've got Cloyo canisters, as we've seen basically the whole half long as the next thing to build up. That's being opened up, and maybe now we're starting to see a bit of a play. Exo going to be the focus, DSB in that spearhead. Can he have the kind of impact that we've seen Anderson have before?
Yeah, we're going to see them moving down now, looking to just aggressively take a bit of ground. We want to see Liquid being decisive, getting in there, watch your action, and go and take it, find those kills. These players are more than capable, but look at the denial for CAG. We've spoken about this. Yokai drone, smoke, Goyo, so much there for them to play behind, and they continue to do so, burning more and more time, trying to set that panic in, Leo.
Blitz is the one that needs to be disruptive here. They have understood there's a roamer upstairs. I assume they want to go and get that kill before executing. That's extremely smart, but the Blitz needs to be invested there. They need to be really quick. That's 2 players that are invested in the roam. And the smoke included here.
Oh, here we go. I mean, DS is just there to be a bit of a distraction, but Neski's gone, and they get a second as well. CAG up to a 4 versus 3. Can they hold on here with only 15 seconds still to play? Maya has recovered the diffuser. Another one falls. Chibisu. No big surprise, to be honest with you, but we're into a 3 versus 3. Still time to go here. 5 seconds. They've got to start sticking now, Tim. It's a 1 versus 3 for Ast. It's all over. Cyclops are on to match point and a 1 round away from sending Liquid home.
We've seen once again, CAG have stepped up. It's not only big guns, it's outsmarting your opponent. We've not seen from CAG in the years that were coming. They've invested every single time in the international events to learn more, to get more game vision, to be smarter, to play around being disciplined and your utility. Exactly what happened there. Not only did the utility win here, but the reconnaissance that you could send 2 players up top, commit to a room, have vertical play, save them the round.
I feel like Liquid are seriously rattled at this point. That's what it feels like.
I feel bad, so here you go.
Quiet and down there.
Oh, wait, no, I meant to do this one.
All
Wrong
the
one.
shouting, all the bravado, all the energy
There you go.
seems to have
There you
kind of
go.
leached out of this team, and they're now left quiet, thinking about, hang on, this might actually go the
Holy
wrong
CAG,
way for
bro.
us, and it seems
They're
to
cagging,
really be
guys, they're
affecting them now.
cagging.
CAG are winning gunfights. keeping hold of ground. The Liquid seem to be playing, you know, they go with the blitz down EXO. No, there's the Goyo canisters. We're going to have to back out. We're going to have to now deal with the roamers upstairs. We haven't already dealt with them. We've got to go and pressure there. And it feels like there's, again, just that lack of decisiveness from Liquid. They need to pick a plan, clear out the utility, make sure the path is clear, and see it through.
The only thing this is begging for now, Leo, is a Chibisu 1v3 to close the game out.
No.
That would be the ultimate
Gaggy, not Gaggy,
Oh,
you
it would be
sick
something
bastard.
special.
And that would be a great way for him to gain back his confidence for later in the tournament.
They're not
But
your
you
mother.
Once again, if Gag wins this round, we should see them in quarterfinals, in main stage. We haven't seen them do well. And to be honest, the way they're playing right now, they deserve it.
In we go then. This could
Oh,
be
don't remind me of
Liquid's
the
last
oatmeal, bro. That's too much
round.
oatmeal.
A tournament on home soil here in
sick.
Rio. They'd better step up, and they'd better step up soon, immediately opening that garage wall. Last time around, we saw the attack focus around Pillar mostly. Maya was able to work a nice backstab into control, get a couple of kills, and it created space. Ultimately, Ask still went for the plant at Pillar after moving through, but Maya had created that space. Can CAG hold on to this site a little better? They need a better understanding of where the gaps are and where their cover and crossfire are coming from, so that they can prevent those gaps being taken advantage of.
The strategy so far is very... what a great kill from Black Ray. They've got the opening kill. And it's also the worst kind of strategy to lose a player early. They're going for a full roam clear this time. They're not doing a limited take. They need a lot of bodies to manage to do this. They recognize that they need to clear everything now with the man disadvantage. That's rough.
Ness has got to make something big happen here. He's pushing his way in through the back into IT and trying to get control of this top floor. Right idea, but look, CAG are gone. They've left.
Maya again's getting aggressive on the IQ, straight in towards top floor, manages to find the kill onto Arcole. He could once again be the saviour for Liquid on this site. It creates a bit of space. It's forced CAG back. Liquid now have time to build something.
It was a great 2 versus 1 as well. Both players on that top floor, Nesk and Maya, made sure that he was pincered in. His mistake was stopping to get on the drone, thinking, oh, I'm safe here, they won't chase me down. No, they came for you, and you've paid the price for it. Down to a 4 versus 4, a small misstep, bringing things back to being all square.
Less than a minute to go, and now they have vertical, they have vertical pressure, but they have no vertical operators. They can't really pressure the site now. So that pressure effectively is just burning time for CAG. They have 40 seconds to deny, still 2 C4s. They have everything in their hands right now to close this round.
Nesk is working from above with the Brava shotgun, but as you say, they're very, very limited in terms of opening up too much more verticality. And CAG, they just seem happy to hold on to their positions, but we're going to see Shibisu go down again. He is just going to be hauled up in the middle of sight, almost certainly taken out, definitely not revived. 4 versus 3 effectively, but they don't know about Shuri. It's all gone in. We're going to see Diaz down, and we might see Liquid out. As it is now a 4 versus 2 Nesk. Will he be the saviour? He starts to fight back. Not on his watch.
Anderton
2
below.
kills, and he starts to put the diffuser down.
Anderton's below with his C4. When he finds Nesk, he's got rid of Nesk.
No way!
Team Liquid!
What a game! What a game! They deserve it. They've outplayed Liquid every single time in defense. Not only with sheer gameplay, but reconnaissance of where they should flank.
Baby!
Once again, the C4 play from below. Once again, the game vision from Cyclops. They take the win, and they deserve it.
A lack of intel really costing Liquid at the end there. Resets walks into control with no idea that Shurip is hidden away to the right, and Shurip just turns things on its
Poor
head.
Liquid.
Nesk does his best to pull it back in, but again, we see heartbreak for
He
Team
smashed
Liquid.
his keyboard, bro.
The Kaganing has arrived. Anderton, I've got to say, standout player today. I spoke about those micro moments, but the game sense there, in those dying moments to run through basement, get the C4 from below. There was nothing that Liquid could have done to stop that. What a game from Cyclops.
Amazing play from Black Ray to get that opening engagement, but even better understanding of the game to give up that top floor. You're facing operators that can't do anything to you. There was no bug, there was no RAM. Why would you clear top floor then to not use it? So they recognize, let's go back downstairs, let's play strong position, and let's
Aggressive.
hold
I mean,
onto that bomb side till the very end. Very well played
Yeah,
from CAG.
he's
Elevate also won their game.
a
They're up to
scary
17
guy.
bullets. Here, CAG jump up to 18.
He's a scary
Big
guy.
for them, as they are all but guaranteed to be through to our live stages.
The thing is, it's just yet another upset, yet another surprise added to a long list for CAG over the years, and they continue to do it tournament after tournament.
What a phenomenal game we've just had. Leo, thank you for joining us as well, but it's your turn, my man, to return back to the desk. He's be with you just after this break.
This is an upset, massive upset. Liquid beat FaZe, so everyone's like, yeah, okay, CAG, and they actually beat them. Wow. No, I mean, you can't blame them for how they react when you lose. Like, this is a tournament. This is your career. Losing like this, I mean, it looks really bad. And they're going to be mad. There's going to be passion leaking out. Like, it's just, it's how it goes. It's like when they film Beast Games. You know Beast Games got confirmed for Season 2 and 3 already? Oh, film their tears. Film their tears. Film their tears. Oh, you're not going to win $5 million for your family anymore. You're going home with nothing, by the way. Yo, zoom in. Get the tears. I mean, it's dramatic. You got Falcons for Fearex? Honestly, no. My predictions say Falcons, but do I think that Falcons are actually going to beat Fearex? Honestly, I don't think so. No, Falcons are still in. They have 1 bullet to their name. And somehow they're betting, what, 14?
Welcome to the B stream, ladies and gentlemen. Here for Reload Day 4. Apex on top. That's right, and I'm not referencing Elevate. In fact, it's CAG that has knocked out Team Liquid over on the A stream, quite literally, as we've kind of just gone back on. They were a little bit delayed due to some early issues.
No, Town went home.
Of course, Elevate win.
Oh, no.
They're on 17 bullets. They're in a pretty good position.
I was Falcons,
And
I would
CAG,
not
they
underestimate
go right
Fearex. But listen,
18 for them.
Falcons have 1 bullet and they're betting 14. Fearex is betting 1, and they have like 13 bullets or so. Fearex are playing for nothing.
Titans, because they're certainly down.
Falcons are fighting for their fucking lives.
Absolutely, it's been.
Falcons are pulling out every little thing they have in their little bag of tricks, and Fearex are like playing with their feet kicked up. Like
APAC doing well so far. This match a little bit more intriguing in
So
the
we'll
sense
see.
that because of Fearex's position and their opponent, they could win today and still not qualify themselves.
We'll get into all of that later. Let's get into all that later. You mentioned games. Do you like games?
I love games.
Fearex who only put 1 bullet up because Falcons only have 1
bullet. You can
bullet.
even get Rainbow Six Siege as well now with Game Pass.
Which is
so
fucked.
Of course, got to give them a big shout out. It's been tremendous having them involved for Reload. So if you want some games, you want to get a pass, get Game Pass. That's how it works.
Wow.
Of course, we'll move forward. Next matchup coming through. Fearex versus Falcons. Falcons, it's been absolutely a poor. Well, that's Team BDS. Guys, come on.
I honestly expect Falcons to win just because Falcons are fighting for their lives, and Fearex are playing for nothing. Fearex is literally playing for nothing. Scraps.
With so much ferocity,
Falcons are fighting for
calculation, it's a team
dinner for their
fight
families
that
for
has
the
been
next
performing
year.
incredibly well. In fact, I got a wonderful stat for you. Xenox fun fact of the day. They've got all 5 of their players inside the top 25 when it comes to EPS after their first 3 matches played. They're second as well for attacking win rate, second for defensive win rate. They're doing everything perfectly. They 7-4'd CAG back on day 1, then they took down G2 7-1, and then 7-3 versus Space Station Gaming. So they have been basically playing as good as you can play. The new roster additions have been utterly perfect as well, with Coded and Wookieeman coming in. Coded actually very much tied now with Mephi in terms of EPS, so they're 17th and 18th respectively.
Yeah, look, I can't help but still have trepidation with this team. And looking at those opponents, right? Cyclops, G2, and even SSG have probably... I mean, actually, CAG, I was about to say, haven't underperformed because they just knocked out Liquid. The other two, though, a little bit more questionable, right? G2 have not shown up at this event. SSG has also had their issues. So I don't think they've truly been tested, and they're very much going to get it in this matchup. So I'm intrigued to see how they actually go. Also important to keep in mind that the stakes for them are certainly nowhere near as high for Falcons. In a way, that might actually free them of a bit of pressure, and we'll actually see them continue that trajectory. So very excited.
The irony in all of this as well is if you think back to the first draft night, it was Falcons and FearX, and FearX played the chicken card. They opted out of the matchup. Well, their matchup has come to them. Falcons, of course, well, it's been rough going. They got 4-7 by Loud. They did end up beating Wildcard 7-3 back on day 2. And yesterday, though, ultimately losing to M80 5-7. So at least a little bit more of a contest. But for me, when it comes to this roster, right, nothing's working for them. They're 13th for attacker win rate out of 20, and they're 7th for defense, which is okay. It's kind of like middling of the pack, slightly high. Another fun fact, I'll give you 2, because it's a fun day today with APAC doing well. They've only had 1 plant all tournament.
1 plant?
1 plant.
How many,
last.
how many rounds have they played?
It doesn't matter, it's 1 plant.
11, 21, plus 13, 30...
30-something rounds, yeah. One plant.
Give or take.
Obviously, you're counting defensive rounds as well, but you know what I mean. We've got the map. It is going to be Bank. And it's FearX defending first up, which again, they've got a 77% defensive win rate at the tournament so far. That's been their strong suit, along with attack apparently too. So I think this is pretty decent when it comes to FearX. I like their odds in this match. I'm very much on the hype train, but this is the problem. APAC kind of suffers it in a similar nature to North America, where you can see these teams start well, and then it all just kind of falls away, fizzles out. So I'm hoping for FearX they can keep the good times going. And if they can, if FearX knock out Falcons, it'll be 4 wins from 4 matches. And unfortunately, because of the way the Bullets are kind of working out with all the other results today, guys, it might not even be enough to get them top 4 by the end of today. And then they have to play again tomorrow. You lose that one tomorrow and you're out. You could have a 4 wins, 1 loss record and get knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing about this event, right? And why I mentioned before when we were looking at FearX that the stake and the pressure very much on Falcons in this game, a team and an organization who have entered the scene with the expectation to come out of the gate strong. They are contending for the hammer at the end of the season, and they now find themselves in the early portion of the very first event playing for their lives.
And again, for those maybe a little bit unfamiliar, questioning, why have FearX only got 1 bullet? Why have they only reloaded 1 bullet? Well, because their opponent Falcons only has
No, to
bullet.
in
That's all
NA?
they've got in the chamber, and so therefore the FearX, and this is where again things get strange. If they win, they go 14.
Because they get the additional.
They get the eliminator. But if Falcons
either
win,
November
they'll go to
or
50.
SI.
So Falcons can actually get a higher bullet count if they win this than if FearX
I don't know.
wins. Even though right now FearX have got 12 and Falcons have got 1. Why is that? Of course, Falcons have played their extended mag card.
Yeah, and 15.
I don't know.
Maybe could be enough to get them through. Unlikely, but it could. So, I mean, there's a lot of crazy math that will continue to play out for the day. But for both teams, importance on this matchup, again, a little bit more so though on Falcons.
I'm not entirely sure, honestly.
I mean, Falcons lose this, they are out. They'll be heading off to the airport. Fortunately for Team Liquid, they can just drive home from here. They don't have to go for the...
Too soon.
Alrighty, let's get underway. FearX taking on Falcons. FearX undefeated so far at Reload. It's been a very impressive performance from all 5 of their players. And for Falcons, it's been rather dismal. Not a lot has gone their way.
We just had 2025 SI in Boston.
Right? That's Shiko and Solotov.
So it might not be for a while.
And it's out of 100 players. So, I mean, top 50 doesn't... Top 50 usually sounds nice when you're looking at these metrics, but it's not great here. Contact will give man over towards top main.
I don't think the major would be here. I think the major would probably be in EU.
Defense to begin. They are the 2nd best team of the tournament so far.
Or the major would be in North America, and the SI would be in EU.
Easy for Falcons.
Monty, Ace, Valk, and Kayi banned out for this matchup.
I'm not entirely sure. The major might be NA, and then SI will be EU, I think.
Hatch for the drop. On this occasion, though, FearX
so maybe November.
far more passive on the site itself, outside of Mephi on blue stairs, up close in the Warden, so he can look to withstand U-tilt. Does mean that elsewhere, Falcons are able to get to work in the likes of these open area positions, open up the hatches with either the thermite or the secondary hard breaches. Combination of the two will allow all of these hatches to be opened up. And so with that, different opportunities present themselves. Falcons could go for a re-hit gold. They could also posture for a default. Keep in mind, though, the Goyo in play will
It would either be November
utility. Solotov, though,
or
does have
February.
a shock drone inside of server, and so
January.
will likely be looking to clear some of that utility. Mephi, with his
Major
hands
gets you qualified for
juggling that
SIS.
alongside top blue, and it does allow that drone to sneak through. So the
There's only
groundwork
one
from
major a
Falcons
year,
pretty
though.
Good so far. Don't let
Reload
the
is
time
not a major.
concern you too much.
Yeah, it's one of
I don't
those
think you
sites
get
can
SI
hit
points
with
for this.
relatively low time remaining.
So
All
doing
it does
well
is make
as
there's still
in your regional division gets you qualified for SI.
Yeah. As
well as going to the
double
major.
stack and it's punished.
Going to the
And Mephi
major
also falling on the
is
water, which is
qualified
not ideal.
from your regional. So, like, honestly,
Suddenly
it'll
Falcons
be
have found a way to kind
the
of
teams
open
that
up
play
the
at the
site,
major are
and they've got
probably teams that are
really
mostly
good
going to be
position.
at SI.
45 seconds. Again, not too fast about the time.
It's
A
kind
lot
of like
emphasis here on
you
good
make
play
it
with
here,
the
you
gas
make it
canisters,
here, you
so
make
they
it here.
must displace any plant attempt, maybe even force them deep in towards the bomb chassis. And coded in an aggressive position, playing, of course, the Echo. So those drones, the Yokais, if they're still available, could be a
it
deterrent.
can't be a default plant. 2 smokes, Yokai potentially up. This actually could get a little bit risky for Falcons.
Again, 3v5 though, so Falcons can rush site. They can send bodies forward, they can play the hatch, they can play main stairs, they've got a lot of angles. Woogie then falls as well. Unfortunately for FearX, they've not played this awfully in terms of site control, but they're just losing members far too easily. Nicely done from Falcons in their ability to just be able to clean out a lot of the players. The plant is successful. Good point, needed to deny that if he had any kind of chance, but now in a 1v2, and he's got little to no health remaining. He needs to go for Broke, and he almost got the kill onto Brede with Solotov towards Square. It would have been a straight 1v1. Brede swings, gets the kill. Falcons will take the opening round.
Yeah, good siege there for
That's
Falcons.
so crazy.
As we identified, keep
Cag's
part of that hold
first
for
place
FearX
now.
towards the tail end was reliant
They're
on the
definitely going playoffs.
plant denial utility. Ultimately, they withstood that by cordoning off the rotation with the flames, having a lurk in through gold. It made it very challenging for the defenders to play through that red position, potentially go for a swing, deny the plan, etc. So, yeah, ultimately good work from Falcons, a sign of a team that, of course, is very experienced. Some troubles for FearX in that round, notably over towards blue stairs. Mephi, I don't know if he made the call, but wanted assistance, and we saw Rin rotate server. He was punished. Mephi did nothing, so a 3 versus 5 put FearX in a very difficult position for that execute.
Neither of these two teams have played Bank so far at the tournament, guys. Again, it's a small sample size, being only 3 days played, 3 matches, those being best of ones. And you kind of look at the maps that FearX have played, right? So I'll mention these and you'll kind of gain an idea. Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and Chalet. I mean, the Chalet is certainly one of... I mean, Chalet's kind of 50-50. Bank basically is going to be one of the more open maps that we've seen here for FearX at the tournament in comparison to your Clubhouses, your Skyscrapers. So the dynamic that's been working for them on those respective maps may not translate necessarily to a Bank, and I think this has so far turned into a pretty good map selection when it comes to Falcons. And so far, a lot of that comes down to that opening round, to be able to just go and find 3 kills. How often do you really see that on base? But very little do you see that. Usually it's all about the util battle. For Falcons to be able to make it a 5v2, that shouldn't really happen. So that's on FearX to clean that up.
Number of repicks here into the second round for Falcons. Notably, they jump off the Twitch. Rin did hide the mirror in that front desk position towards the preparation phase. And so that's, in some respects, likely a win in the column for FearX pre-round. They don't need to deal with denying shock drones for this position.
Liquid is definitely out. They're gone.
Fortified. That being said, Falcons, given the composition...
They're driving home as we speak.
Hit. Open up the likes of Kanto, play long LOS with the Kaid, so... We'll see how they actually posture. And of course, what the response will shape up to be.
Well, do you ban out the Hibana, right? I mean, if you ban out the Hibana and the Ace, you basically can't really open up Kanto.
Well, Hibana's available for the first hit, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. So after round 3, that can then
They're
change.
driving home as we speak.
Something to consider when we do get there.
Heard it again.
It is opened up now. And Falcons so far, I mean, it's very early days, round 1, round 2, but they're looking quite conservative in their approach. They're not overstepping the mark, not trying to just rush.
They're not underestimating
through their systematic.
They know.
They've dealt with that
this is everything right now.
From FearX,
dealing with the util. So this is where FearX cannot rely on the utility to win them these rounds. They're going to have to frag out.
I wonder if that was identified by FearX. They saw no catch. Maybe they did spot the mirror, or thought that it could still be available on the board, and in doing so, smart decision. Puts pressure now on Mephi once again to hold a key portion of the map. He failed in the last round.
Yeah, Rin needs to go over towards square and see if he can stop anything over towards this mezzanine position. Woogie gets lit up, and here comes the push through. Plant, by the way, as well.
The sad thing is that Fearx, I don't think they've lost a game yet.
Successful, and that's a big win.
But they've never really gambled that many points, so they're still in a position where if they lose this game,
yeah, you got to play this post plan. This is
then they have to win
the
the next one to probably qualify.
Ready for it.
Because they'll have 11 bullets if they lose.
Well, they need to send out multiple bodies, and they need to do it quick to have time to get back on that diffuser.
All three on the exterior for Falcons. Someone has to try and sit that diffuser. Others have to jump out. This needs to be coordinated from Fearx. They cannot dilly-dally. There's the jump. It is successful. Oh, and a double from Rin changes the complexion of this round, and Wookie will get that counter diffuse as Fearx.
Wow,
Rin. Up to death against Falcons. Rin.
They have absolutely jibbed that.
Oh my goodness.
They get away with sending one body
Cag
out.
19.
One player jumps out, gets a double kill on the repellers. This is the one thing that they need to be watching.
-5 round differential.
I'd feel
-5
so
round
hard done
differential.
by if I'm Falcons in that round.
That is an incredible play from Rin. And again, I said before it even happened, it's the coordination and the orchestration of that round that needs to be perfect for Fearx. Woogie gets on for the counter diffuse. Rin goes for the jump out. They keep one as a body on the counter diffuser. So they played that really perfectly. You kind of mentioned, do you go for the double?
They did not play that perfectly.
Well, no.
You have to send.
You go for
send
the two bodies. If you go for the two bodies and they don't win it, the guy who's counter diffusing is not going to be able to win that round.
So it's a calculated play you have to make.
It's for me, I look at it as what they did, super high risk, but super high reward if it works, because it did, and you could see how easy it was to then get that counter diffuse. But as you said,
do that play 100 times and you win it 3 times.
Well, they won it once out of 1. And to be honest, at the end of the day, it's 50-50. Either you win it or you don't.
Maybe for Secret's not on yet.
Either way, Fearx on the board. Falcons will look to try and rebound, if you will. And I will say, it's early days, second round played, but I mean, Falcons did a lot right in that round to get the plant the way that they did at the time that they did.
Yeah, I mean, they dealt with the mirror.
You should be winning that round, though, 90% of the time.
97%.
Yep.
I don't know what the actual number would be, but I'm just running the number in my
You're just
head.
insinuating. It's very difficult to get that retake.
Yeah, for sure.
The Blitz employed here, Brede. Look to maybe overwhelm stock, which is not really being held. They've just spotted that with the drone anyway, and it is users once again on the Hibana.
Well,
which
the thing about that round, it's a good mental tester for Falcons. They have garnered the reputation now for quite some time that mentally they may not be that strong. In a match where their backs are against the wall, it's must win, pressure's on, it's a BO1, you don't have an opportunity to reset if you lose this map. They need to ensure that after every single round, win or loss, they are doing their very best to completely put it aside for the upcoming round, because that is a hard loss, that round. Like, you should be winning it. And we'll see if they can shake it off.
And this is where if Fearx can find a second one immediately, then it's that mental game for Falcons that they have to deal with. And are they mentally in the right headspace at this tournament? I'm not really sure.
See you on the other side.
Good start so far from users, who unfortunately is actually the lowest rated play for Falcons of the tournament so far. -13 round KD, 14 kills, 27 deaths for a 73 EPS. Is the 8th worst player at the tournament so far, but 4-0-1 to start here. And a slow approach again, this time by Falcons. Even though they've got the blitz, they can hit site quickly. Brede posturing back over towards Banana, and he eventually could do a couple of different things here. You can go for a stock drop, you could go over towards beepers.
Been very passive from Fearx, almost a complete turtle on site, outside of Rin lurking main stairs. That's really the only off-site threat.
Users had no idea the hatch didn't get open.
Certainly one to watch later in the round, bot main stairs. You've still got 2 nitro cells. At some point you've got to get those, and honestly within the next 15 to 20 seconds would be the best time to do it. Catch Falcons off guard as they're making their way towards the site. Brede towards main. May looked to eventually come through beepers. Indeed he will. It's good boy, the opening death, courtesy of Shaiko. Slow push now from Brede. Does have the kit. Maybe just wanting to try and find a safe plant towards the hatch. They've got the control above, but they're losing players. Swing from users is good. He finds his 5th kill, but a trade from Wookie does eventuate into a Fearx round win. In the end, that was just nothing from Falcons. Nothing. They got stock control. They sat on their thumbs. 40 seconds left. They slow push into a site that was still heavily defended by FearX, and if they lose the Hibana now, you're not going to be able to open up Kanto.
No site displacement, that was the biggest issue, right? Quad wall was electrified, so that was a challenge. We saw the blitz posture a little bit over towards Teller's Archives earlier on in the piece, and they didn't really get much there. So, yeah, range hard breach on the board, you can talk about that in a moment's time. Really, again, only offsite threat was Rin, did a really good job in just wasting enough time to unsettle them when they eventually postured for the open hit. And those on site turtled, and they didn't throw away their lives. They didn't do the classic APAC of those on site feeling unnervy, going for poor picks, making miscalculated plays. They continued to hold those crossfires, hold their positions, lean into the utility, conscious that they had nitros if they needed them, and ultimately it did work out. So, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but it very much does feel like FearX had the number of Falcons in this early portion, off the back of a round that they shouldn't have won, doubling down with a round where they did play better.
Two things now. So the bans come through. I'll speak about the mirror first because it actually has an impact in this round. You can't play it now on the inverse mirror window that you typically will see CC in towards server, so that's not going to be available for FearX. It's a really good way of applying pressure. Those coming down blue stairs and even just trying to open up the wall becomes very, very difficult without the ace and the Hibana. The Hibana itself not being available along with the ace means opening up Kanto for the more top floor sites is going to be pretty much impossible, and so therefore strengthens that position over towards Elevator in what will be probably rounds 5 and 6.
Yeah. How many of you guys predicted that 3 APAC teams would move on? In your predictions, raise your hand.
Towards Kanto last time around, flushing out that and creating footholds. So, I mean, next time we go up, I'll probably expect something like an Elevator extension. Jan will be locked out in a slightly
front
different
desk
fashion.
hold, etc.
Probably stock hold, but we'll worry about that in a moment's time. Basement for round 4.
This is actually
Falcons are fighting for their lives. This is everything they have in the tank. This is it. This is all they have. FearX is playing for literal nothing. They don't care. This game means almost nothing to FearX.
He is into open, and Mephi gets rid of Licky Fact.
And Falcons still can't figure it out.
Some of your displacement utility for Falcons, 2 players down, and FearX are on the verge of a 3-round win streak.
They're playing without fear. Like, I can't believe I'm actually watching this from a Korean team right now.
Without fear on Siege X. For FearX. Shaiko does get one back onto Mephi, deals with the Fenrir. And
Good boy got picked up in the meantime as well, which is insane.
Yeah, he is back up. He is low, but those Kiba barriers will keep generating throughout the round, so value will continue to come through from him.
Oh, they don't know Rin's here. They don't know Rin is in elevator either. I don't think. No, he's going to run straight past him.
Is
he's dead.
Dead? Dead. Bye.
Oh, no.
Well done, observing team. Rin is dead. Sorry, Rin is dead. Solitov is dead, courtesy of Rin. This round's done. That's a freebie again. Shaiko has no answer for Rin. And it's a 3-1 lead for FearX here on Bank.
Who has FearX played to have 12 bullets?
So it's permanent now.
These guys just played.
They haven't played a good
in the last
team.
grand final at SI.
FearX?
Falcons.
I'm joking.
For clarification.
Oh, you know, hold on.
Doesn't look like it right now.
Yeah, wow.
Early days, but it does not look like
that
right now.
They 7-3'd Space Station, they 7-1 G2, and they 7-4'd CAG.
2 halves. 2 halves.
So,
2 halves, first and foremost.
I mean,
secondly,
they haven't played against... They 7-3 SSG, let alone 7-1 G2.
Falcons have got so
I mean,
much experience that
they're
surely can get
not
back
playing
into it. But, I mean,
bad.
look at Shaiko in the middle there. He just... Firstly, he's looking a bit like a plum, a bit red in the face.
Oh, it is very warm in the
I don't know why Falcons
very
chose FearX.
For Falcons, it's
they could have chose anyone else.
Confused and lost and disoriented.
Why would you chose an Elevate?
It's not crashing out.
Well, let's be real. How often are you attacking into basement and you run into a Goyo/Azami hold
I don't really get
stock?
it. Why is Falcons? Would you choose the team that has been playing moderately well for what you would expect?
They tried to
why not
attack approach and try and break it down. Ultimately, they're unsuccessful. The aggression here from FearX and their execution has been really clean.
Well,
why not play
Falcons? It's just a matter of you've got to play to your strengths at this point and just back yourselves in to just honestly frack out. You've got the firepower. That's for sure. FearX, though, I mean,
Elevate.
they've got the smart.
Look who Elevate beat to make it the playoffs.
It really worked perfectly.
Oh, sorry,
Tech pause here at an impromptu time, unfortunately.
Yeah, coach headset.
Oh, it's the coach headset. Oh, we don't need. Dark doesn't need a headset.
Well, during attack timeout, he does.
Come on,
please.
I do wonder how clued in he is to the team comms mid-round.
Look who they beat, bro.
The team would be communicating in Korean during the round. I'm sure he's
lost to CAG,
picked up stuff.
beat Talon, beat Scars.
I saw some. I think it was like a meme on Reddit or something yesterday about Fabian like bitched out and left APAC and went over
They
to
chose
NA
the
with
chicken
an
card.
80.
They should have chosen another
Oddly
bad
enough,
team.
his
They had
counterpart
first
Dark has been
pick.
with the team for a little while now and gone through quite a treacherous period. Is maybe now going to see the benefits of that long path forward still, but interesting nonetheless.
I think Dark is almost back in on the comms from what I can see. There's a thumbs up, there's a peace sign, there's a 1, there's a thumbs up again. Not the great. So Falcons had their tactical timeout. They obviously got to speak. Now Dark is getting to, of course, communicate to his team what he wants to see after this tactical timeout. 3-1 lead for FearX. 2 rounds to go in the half. Again, statistically, this shouldn't really come that much of a surprise if you look at what we've seen at the tournament holistically, because they're the second best defensive team of the tournament so far. I mean, it really speaks volumes. And if anything, you kind of go back to that first round. The strength for Falcons, what was it? They just sheer gunfights. Like, they just actually gunned them down, got the 3 kills, and then from there, the util game just didn't really matter. You know, we're talking about time left in the round, gas babes, etc., to deny the plant. It didn't matter because it's a 5-on-2. They just walked in, got kills. And I think that's maybe something Falcons need to try and back themselves in a little, because what they're doing so far in a lot of these rounds is they're playing good siege and trying to clear util, make sure they're not rushing in, not trying to get caught off guard. But it's also slowing things down enough that FearX can feel comfortable. If I'm Falcons, I'm trying to make FearX uncomfortable inside of the server.
First 2 rounds were great from Falcons, and arguably the score on the line should be 2-2, but 3 and 4 have been concerning. 3 in the sense that there was the bunker down strat from FearX, and it didn't offer those opportunities like the opening round to isolate a pick or 2. They just didn't get that chance, and even the one with the Rin over towards main that they did have was a difficult one to claim. Round 4, we then see FearX completely disperse across the map. Super aggressive, super unusual hold, and Falcons on that occasion unable to isolate those fights and actually get themselves in favorable positions. So we'll see how that dynamic continues for the final 2 of the half. As we mentioned, basement now to play, top floor to play out very differently to last time. Ranged hard breach means that Canto Wall is going to stay up. And without the mirror, FearX are going to completely change their hold. They bring the castle this time around, so it offers a bit more protection from repel.
And it's a good point, because, you know, going in, and this is why you said before, it's a game of 2 halves, right? Like, with the way the new ban system works, and it's going to affect certain maps. You know, a map like Bank historically hasn't been too bad for the attacking teams. But now with these kind of bans, it can change things up dramatically. Suddenly there's a large portion of the map that's just almost inaccessible. And the same, depending on if Falcons want to go for the Ace Apana ban themselves, obviously in the second half, will then be for FearX. And FearX will then have to deal with that in their second half on the attack. And we won't know until that second half as to how they will go.
I think it's going to be pretty direct here from Falcons. Look to lean into the Sens and the Cap
no catch here either for the Capitao bolts.
Yeah, they didn't bring catch last time either, which is intriguing they don't bring it this time.
And no mirror window to deal with. That banned out halfway through this half.
Well, it's emphasis on Mephi again. He needs to step up in this position over towards Jan. He has the best tools in his arsenal to counteract this.
Brede on the Sens has the RAUs, so at some point you throw those in, try and swing in, get the plant down behind the screens, displays with the Grim and the Capitao. Solitov with the opening kill on Decoded. Now you take that one, and as I said, this has been certainly still strength for Falcons, being able to just find these frags. Good pressure on the repels.
Woogie, 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 woogie.
Time's not too much of a factor when it comes to this site, and Woogie caught.
Yeah.
And well again, this is a little bit more like the Falcons we probably expected and certainly got in that opening round. The ability to find that pocket of space and find a headshot and weaken the defense by just simply killing them.
Better punishment this time around than from Falcons. Still posturing for this CEO hit. Provided Mephi can stay alive and get the support with a bit of help over towards top main and top square, there's still a world in which FearX can deny that and win this round.
Drones.
Mephi needs to step up here.
It's all about denying this plant.
Oh, we got impact EMP, so his goggles won't work.
Goggles not working at the moment. Over towards Janitor. Shield screens have gone out, but the plant still not able to go down because Brede only just started
glasses again.
Catches are news. You can't see through that even with water goggles, by the way.
Safely.
I
don't see this being denied, surely. As long as he doesn't randomly get off it, it will go down. And this time around, I don't think Falcons are going to lose this post-plant. 2v3.
That Nitro is about 3 decades too late. That had to come in earlier. You knew where the plant was.
FearX do not have the numbers this time to deal with it. 2 on the exterior. Shaiko in towards Janitor. Has seriously been spotted and now becomes a 2v2. There should be no world in which you lose this round. Not for the second time. Solotov spots one going towards that kit. Users on the exterior. Oh, he gets one surely from the outside, and Users is the only one left. But he does get the down onto Goodboy, and with that, there's no time. And Falcons will get their second round. But they made a meal of it. It's not clinical, it's not clean, but it's a round win. And honestly, at this point, all that matters for Falcons.
Still can't help but feel that FearX could have denied that plant. There was the small window there with the goggles deactivated off the back of the impact EMP. Falcons did not immediately seize that, perhaps for other reasons, to go for the plant. It was then left exposed, and those on rappel had to cover, and Mephi just couldn't quite find that window of opportunity to deny it. Very much easier said than done when you have to try to, shoulder peek and hit the quick shot, but unable to do so. And then the Nitro, way too late from down below. Netted a pick, sure, but in the 2v2, again, was reliant on FearX hitting another double kill jump out. And as said before, 97 times out of 100, you lose that, and there's a good example.
So 3-2, 1 round to go in the half. A 3-3 here for Falcons would be a really good fight back from that 3-1 position.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they took a lot.
Before, but APAC does have this history of starting well and then kind of fizzling out. The Blackbeard going to be employed this time by Users. Of course, no Monty banned out. Saw a little bit of the blitz before from Brede, but that wasn't quite working for Falcons. Now entrusting Users with the BB. And this is where I'd like to see FearX get a little bit more active on the defense. And, well, lo and behold, that's exactly what Goodboy's gone and done. Gets rid of Leaky Fack.
Okay.
That's a really good angle that he has been able to find, pushing out a front desk. And with that, no Docker beat, no logic bombs to deal with later in the round. Where's the response from Falcons? And to be fair, it's not one that you really can find a very swift response. Stuck over towards Stock. Boogeyman tucked in left side on the Azami. And head spotted by Brede as he was throwing the drone out. Really quick reaction to then pull the gun out and hit the headshot. That's a clean shot from Brede. And ties things back up, 4 versus 4.
So much more active on defense this time around for FearX in the early portion. Mixed success of 4 versus 4 and still 1 above.
Well, it's ACOG or 1X now.
That needs to be dealt with.
And no. He did it when 1.5 existed. He definitely doesn't know when ACOG
This is
exists.
aggressive.
Yeah, dude, that's really pushing the limit.
And Shaiko was there. And now Shaiko makes his entry through top square. Pushing in towards the hallway. Rin very low towards open now. Takes a beating. Goodboy gets rid of the Blackbeard. That's a huge piece off the table now for Falcons. They no longer have that shield play in the back pocket for the remainder of this round.
Shaiko really needed to get that kill. Rin allowed to drop. Goodboy doing more damage, but eventually taken to the grave. 3 versus 3.
Rin low though. And time here for Falcons to kind of assess the situation. You got the death marks available through Shaiko.
Well, Rin's out of play now, so Falcons need to capitalize here. They go for the chase.
Almost finding one there through the wall. Shaiko aggressive on the Deimos, still playing off those pings and will get rid of Rin.
So I can
He
chill.
was low on health,
I'm still
now
here,
finished
though.
off by Shaiko. Activating here in this 6th round, and with that, Falcons take the man advantage heading into the final seconds of this half.
Double Candela. 1 more death mark. Falcons with all the tools to be able to draw out this half.
Final 2 drones for Falcons set up towards the hatch to get some information. Mephi towards Star, same with Coded. 2 gas canisters remaining. Blue stairs position for Shaiko, and that is a potential to take down Coded. Or Mephi. Mephi it is, and Mephi may not be aware of this blue stairs flank. Brede coming towards square as well. Falcons starting to group up. Solotov over towards Talus, so they'll play together as a team. Falcons to push in towards site. No gas canisters left. Mephi wins the entry battle towards the site. Traded though by Brede. Leaves Coded in a 1v2. Plank going down. Solotov has to provide the cover to make sure that this does not get stopped. Time now done. Left side towards triple. Nicely done though. Solotov cleans up, and it's a 3-3 half. Falcons are able to bring this one back from a 3-1 deficit. They clean things up a little bit. And arguably, you go back to that second round and you think, well, they should have really won that one. And over the course of that first half, Falcons, take into consideration the bans that they had to deal with as well. 3-3 is not that bad for them. They get to go defense now.
Good resilience then ultimately shown from Falcons. Decent final round as well with the execute on full display. Deimos got really good value in isolating a couple of those defenders, made it incredibly uncomfortable for FearX, who couldn't quite hold the line in the end. Coded potentially in position to fire 2 for the clutch, but unable to do so. Even Mephi struggling up close there to find the double, which could have turned the tide. So fine margins there to conclude the half as the bans come through. Kaid Mirror in combination with the Blitz Monty. So Falcons focusing their efforts on shields. As anticipated, FearX take the Kaid off the board, critical on this map, especially for the basement kit. And then Mirror not too unexpected. We saw that as the third ban back in the first half.
And typically, APAC teams not always the greatest when it comes to attacking, but at this tournament so far, 63% attacker win rate for FearX. 60% defensive win rate for Falcons, which is good for 7th. It's second, though, for FearX in terms of attacking win rate. This is going to be a fascinating half. Again, a reminder, if Falcons lose this match, they are out of reload. For FearX, it's kind of a, you don't gain much, you don't lose much, though. Which in some ways means a little bit less pressure on the side of FearX. They can only go to a maximum of 14 bullets. 1 for the reload and 1 for the eliminator. And only a minimum of 11. Which still puts them in a good position tomorrow where obviously they would be playing. They would not finish top 4 today, win or lose. In fact, I'm not even sure if Falcons with 15 would qualify for top 4 today. I very much doubt it.
Probably not.
So the bans, double shield bans from Falcons, Montaigne Blitz has been taken off the board, and the Kaid and Mirror by FearX.
Liquefact then inside of Jam, but will drop. In the meantime, finds Good Boy on the fall off. So a good start here for Falcons. The roam clear posing problems for FearX. Eventually we'll take that ground. They have the Deimos to facilitate that and punish any defenders that wish to still roam around aggressively. That being said, it is still a 3-2 split. Solotov and Elevators. The other two, well, now 1 open area as Liquefact finds a second on another drop-off.
Yeah, but you lose Rin, so you're losing your ROUs. Rin does get the kill onto Shaiko, but ultimately for Falcons, when you're playing basement here, the attacking team has lost 2 pretty big pieces in the Grim and the Sens. You're bringing those for reasons, and now you don't have them. Yes, you got rid of Shaiko, but I think Falcons very much can just go back, play site now, which is why all 4 players over towards basement. You've got the 3 gas canisters available. Vulcan canisters still to be worked with, but obviously there's no Twitch, so you're going to have to deal with this in other avenues. And only 55 seconds remaining. And all 3 players for FearX over towards Square still. So they're going to get a wriggle on here. Got to pick up the pace. I mean, there's still Vulcan canisters that need to be popped, and pretty much as soon as possible. I fear that for FearX, they're going to just run out of time in this round. There's still 1 up there, by the way.
Yeah, still 1 default. It's going to be really tough.
There's still 2 gas babes in pocket for Bree Day. I mean, Falcons very well should win this round unless FearX can just drop all 3, get a kill each. And
I think the win con just has to be hatch drop, and
yeah,
we see that rotation now.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to plant default. They have clued onto that. 20 seconds left. Woogie Man on the Blackbeard will have to be the first one to drop. Play that shield front up. They're ready for that drop now, are Falcons. They are fully clued in on the fact that FearX can certainly not go for this plant in towards CC. Woogie has dropped successfully, getting the plant down. Mephi cannot provide the cover, and it's a clean sweep for Falcons. Really well defended, a very solid round from them. Took a lot of pieces off the board from FearX early. And so far, good signs. They are going to be active on the defense. They take the lead here, 4-3, and FearX are going to have to think through some things as to how they're going to attack in this half.
Don't ruin my predictions, Falcons. Come on.
Yeah, really clean roam there from Liquefact. We saw the double, well, 2 separate kills, but double overall on the drop-off. Successfully second floor to first from Jan, and then first down to the side itself from open, got a kill on both occasions, was doing a good job in relaying a bit of info in terms of drone play there on the Grim, pardon me, on the Solace. So yeah, super clean work there from him and the rest of the team to then consolidate late round, not give away anything for free, force FearX into the hatch drop, and it's pretty easy from there. Top 4 then now in play. And I do wonder what kind of approach FearX will go for. We saw on both occasions Falcons going direct CEO, facilitated with different forms of utility. Perhaps indicative that they were ready and prepared for the Kanto meta that's eventually going to evolve here with the ranged hard breach limitations. This time around though, it's a little bit different. That's not going to be the case. Falcons focusing in banning shields instead. So there should be a little bit more freedom actually here for FearX on the attack, which probably favors them a little bit more than what we saw previously.
And after round 9, that Blackbeard's getting banned out.
You would imagine so.
You would imagine. It's being actively used by FearX, and with 2 shield bans by Falcons already, that's usually the next one in line.
It's either that or the Deimos.
So a 3-1 lead for FearX, now offset by 3 rounds won consecutively by Falcons. Feels like they're just starting to find a bit of that groove. I'm sure there's many teams at this tournament that would be hoping Falcons get knocked out today, because if they can, well, as I said, find that groove, they will become very formidable very quickly. Blackbeard at the window, that's fine. And Leaky Fact just showing presence. That's 5 drones already eliminated for FearX though, and they're going to need this information later in the round, so not ideal, and really good drone work here by Falcons. And there's another one, 4 left with 2 minutes to go. And a good reposition as well by Leaky Fact. So far, Falcons looking good on defense.
Yeah, no Mirror forcing a bit more aggression from defense around the castle barricades. We see the Zofia in response to maybe deal with that, and I think Coded cleared 1. Deathmark in play elsewhere, but able to counter that with the mute. Upside down repel from Mephi on the Glaz.
Well, this is your win con. If you bring in that Glaz and using those smokes, of which you don't really have many, 2 left
this
in
is
the pocket.
awkward.
This is a little awkward. Flames aplenty as well towards front desk. Oh, really? Well, he jiggled the timing to see if he could pull that gun out and find the opening kill, but Leaky Fact's just better with the timing and shuts down the Blackbeard. And so far, Falcons have really gained a significant amount of control in this match. The BPC will be dealt with. And Mephi going for a little lurk towards Banana. But look at this hold over towards Kanto.
Oh, the
Users
catch.
is just sat here very pretty. Catch as well from the ADSs, placed by Leaky Fact, and they've dealt with the Deimos, and Falcons are starting to sing.
Falcons are starting to get back into it.
You're a fan of Falcons right now. This is what you're used to seeing. This is the Falcons that just dominates you, strangles you, and says you're not getting in. And even with the Blackbeard, there's just no entry found for FearX. And it's going to be 4 rounds straight for Falcons, as Coded really should just take an impromptu timeout. 30 seconds, 1v3. Really just sit on the roof, talk things over with your team, buy some time.
Yeah, may as well at this point. Falcons doing a really good job in that prior round. Played around the castles perfectly. Catch from Leaky Fact just seemed to be perfectly positioned, and we saw multiple projectiles get caught over the course of the round, making the util clearance more challenging. Rin really had to be the one to open up that round, but...
And they're going to have to work out as well. I mean, without these shields, FearX are really struggling to kind of just enter the building. So the ban's really helping out Falcons here. And if they very well ban out that Blackbeard, it's going to be even more difficult for FearX as well later in the second portion of this half. And smiles as well on the faces of Leaky Fact and co. This is much better for them, because after the 3-1 lead, they looked a little bit lost, a little bit disorientated going into that tactical timeout. And speaking of tactical timeout, Stark will call his for FearX, now down 3-5. 4 rounds won in a row here by Falcons.
So, in all the matches that FearX have played thus far, the worst they've had to endure in terms of shield bans was in that G2 game, where Ying and Monty were taken off the board, followed by the Blackbeard on Skyscraper. It was very different. Clubhouse, they faced the triple hard breach ban, which is a little bit more map specific, and then back on Chalet with Cyclops, they faced the Maverick, Grim, and no, sorry, on attack. Yeah, the Mav, Grim, and it's listed as Tub, so someone's made a mistake, I think, on Wikipedia. But, they haven't had to deal with the triple shield ban, so we won't quite see that in effect just yet. We have to wait one more round for the additional ban, but it's certainly, I think, posing problems at the moment a little bit for some of the space clearance for Falcons, and I am concerned with Blackbeard off the board as well, that it's only going to be exacerbated, so we'll wait and see if they can refocus off the back of that tactical and an opportunity to rethink their game plan.
So they don't bring the Blackbeard this round, maybe in anticipation that it's going to be banned out after it and maybe start to get used to not having it. As you said, Deimos certainly could be an option as well. What do you ban, though, if you are Firax? What do you take away here from Falcons after this round? Is there anything that really kind of sticks out? Maybe the Valkyrie, Shaiko is bringing it in this round. It's one of the bans that you can kind of, if you don't have anything that's really sticking out, you could just get rid of the Val, denies information.
10 seconds left.
Could go catch, could even go castle. I know we don't see the catch on this occasion, but if you want to open up the top floor for next time, maybe that could be the play.
And I guess it depends if you want to be site specific. Do you look to try and make lockers and CCTV a little bit easier? Do you ban something that helps strengthen that?
I'd probably lean more towards the castle in terms of overall impact, and we've seen it now in 2 setups for Falcons.
So 3-5, Firax certainly being tested here, and the most tested that they have been at the event so far. Woogie, early entry, Brede swung, but swung back with his life intact, only took half damage. And entry Sens almost finding the opening kill.
He was a bit lucky not to get traded by Solotov in Archives then. He checked that angle quite late, and fortunately caught a decent timing to get back out. An early poke and prod from Firax doesn't net much outside of a bit of damage, of course.
The RAU out from Woogie Man. Brede already with a Nitrocell in hand, but a little shock drone, a little clutch drone comes on through.
And it did hack the one on quad, I think, so successful. Second one deep.
And shot out.
Oh, it was the first drone still, actually, but taken out.
I was going to say, because Brede had the Nitrocell in hand, couldn't deal with the clutch drone immediately. So far, the setup is the focus for Firax. Not looking to hunt roamers, not looking to take map control, very much focused towards the site, and they do lose their brother. Shaiko finds the opening kill. Falcons just keep finding a way to begin these rounds perfectly. So far in this match, only 3 opening kills for Firax. And it's going to be 6 now for Falcons. So they're dominating the early portion of this game. And I just don't know if Firax have the quality to win too many rounds down a player or even 2. And Rin now starting to go hunting.
Timing. Oh, whoa.
Oh, no.
There's a play to his left as well.
Oh, it's a wide swing from users. Wasn't anticipating that timing of Good Boy.
That was awkward.
They did lose, though. Unfortunately, elsewhere, Woogie Man will go down, so the advantage does remain with Falcons.
Yeah. Who have triple Nitro available as well, mind you. So if they pluck one more on Vert, it's very much GR for Firax.
Falcons looking to fight their way back into this reload tournament. If you win this, you go from 1 bullet up to 15. And we'll sit very nicely going into day 5, and that is a good kill from Solotov. Good Boy walks right into his crosshair. And with very little time remaining in this 9th round, Falcons primed to get themselves 3 match point opportunities. Rin has to hit the headshot, cannot on the first swing, and they now know he's the last one alive inside a printer. And Falcons, just quietly on a 5-round win streak, are looking to finally stop this Firax juggernaut. Because got to remember, for Firax, 7-4 over CAG, 7-1 over G2, 7-3 over SSG. They have not been stopped like this at this tournament until this very moment from a Falcons roster that's been a little bit hit and a little bit missed so far at Reload, but right now it's all hit. And this is the Falcons that we expected coming into this tournament. You win this, you're on 15 bullets, you're back into the limelight going into tomorrow, and that's not what teams want. No one's going to want to pick Falcons tomorrow. Warden and Sens will be the ones taken off the board.
Yeah, they don't triple down with the shield ban.
I don't think they needed to be honest. They were dealing with the Blackbeard when it was being used, and then it wasn't even used in the previous round.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty good read from Falcons. Firax ban out the Warden, likely to try and triple down on the Sens themselves, but the Sens is off the board, so... Bit debated there, a bit of a nullified ban, to an extent. Ying's still in play, though. But I think this result, and the way it's shaped up so far, is why I probably had some trepidation heading into the day, as labeling this as the the greatest game on the B stream. I think it's still been good, but to an extent, I think a bit of a reality check for a Fearx who, again, have played well this event, but you are taking on the second best team in the world, at least based off Boston, so it was never going to be easy. And arguably the match should already be over by now if you exclude the second floor fluke.
Yeah. Got to remember, of course, the Warden can't see through the ROU shield screen anyway.
Ah, yes, my apologies. I forgot where. Now with the toggle.
That was the slight little changes that Sens, of course, got back a little while ago. Yeah, Falcons just...
That's what happens when you don't cast for 6 months.
I'll forgive you. Falcons have just absolutely started to just dominate this game. And you go back to that second round, they really should have won that. Back to the drawing board, I think, a little bit for VRX. Now, don't get me wrong, they can certainly bring this back, but Falcons just look like the Falcons that we typically see. Dominant, in control, not making mistakes, not really making too many errors. And that's therefore not providing opportunities for VRX. VRX are not in a position to capitalize in a lot of these rounds because Falcons are just not doing a lot wrong.
As my friend would say, time to make a new door.
Falcons then rotating down below. Not too much of a contest for Fearx to deal with.
This is very slow pace.
In fact, Kai they should be able to open up stuff relatively quickly.
A match point round, it's basement defense. Falcons have got denial, time denial, position denial. You've got to be picking your pace up unless they go for a vault drop and do something a little bit different here.
Zodo's for the red hatch as well. So. Or may have been sight hatch. Either way, it's going to stall out time. It was sight hatch.
Now, you've got to almost think about just straight up going main and vault and do something a little different. Couch Falcons slightly off guard, but the focus there from the shock drone of Good Boy still says that they want to maybe think about a default hit, but the posturing over towards the elevator side of the map says otherwise. I'm still not seeing enough presence, though, towards that vault. Main stairs, yeah, Mephi is here and really needs to find a kill from this position. 45 seconds. And Falcons will start to clue on that this is going to be vault. Look at the positioning of users. This is really good game sense from Falcons. They know full well that default is just not going to be viable. Pre-placed Nitro, it does get shot out, the drop does come, but it's all far too calculated. Far too easy to read. Even if Fearx get a kill or two, there's 25 seconds left. You've got to still get that kit onto the floor. It's a rotate, a late one at that by Good Boy towards the admin hatch, but he dies to Leaky Fact, who stays clued on. And that round very well may be the best round that we saw from Falcons in a match where they've started to refine their mojo. Fearx, absolutely. The door has been shut on them on bank. 7-3. After a 3-1 lead for Fearx, it's 6 rounds straight from Falcons. And guess what? They're back, baby. Back big time. 15 bullets from 1. Just like that.
15 bullets, yeah.
Will it be enough to qualify them at the end of today's play? Not quite sure. Not particularly confident.
No one wants to play them tomorrow. Not if they're playing like that again.
Absolutely not. Played pretty well today. Showed a bit of resilience. A Fearx who came out of the gates fighting. So a couple of punches here or there, but just lacking that polish that Falcons have.
The first couple of rounds from Fearx were not that bad. I mean, the Rin 2K jump out, individual brilliance. They had good control. The onsite hold in round 3 got them a 2-1 lead. They had that weird stock hold on basement to get them a 3-1 lead. Things were looking great for a team that's been looking great this tournament. Unfortunately, though, Falcons woke up. They woke up with vengeance. As soon as that tactical timeout was called, from then onwards, Falcons were just in control, quite literally, winning 6 rounds straight.
Where to here for Fearx? What do you think?
Well, I mean, not much changes, right? So if you kind of think about the fact that if Fearx had won this game, they wouldn't have really had enough bullets to get top 4 anyway. So I don't think that much changes outside of inside of the server now. They may look a little bit more susceptible for teams that might go, okay, maybe the Fearx hype train has just tempered a little bit, might be right for the picking tomorrow. On the inverse, for Falcons, well, they're now up and alive. They've got 15 bullets. They won't have to worry about getting a super amount of bullets tomorrow because obviously they're not going to have enough to auto-qualify top 4 today. But if they're playing like that, they're going to be very difficult to beat. And so for the teams that will be on the lower end, the teams picking first in terms of seeding for the draft tonight, I'm not picking Falcons. I'm absolutely not picking Falcons. Big game. Congratulations. Falcons are back. Unfortunately for FearX, they do stumble a little bit. Their first loss at the tournament. Short break. Got more games on the other side.
Keep an eye out for contact.
What's going to happen? Where are the drones set up right now? We've got 2 or 3 of them being set up in bedroom. Very fair chance there's going to be a construction here. They're putting a lot of pressure in towards garage. We're opening up walls in there. If we've got a Monty on the door, for example, of course, not going to have it here. Maybe it could be a Blackbeard. Then it shows they're coming in for catwalk instead. It's just about realizing what the game plan is of Secret and responding in kind and being ready for that hit.
Is just going to be taking this quick peek around the corner. Doesn't want to over-challenge it, doesn't really need to. On the defense, let's not forget, it's more important to keep himself alive and burn that time. That's one of the really key functions of your roamers. If they get a kill, fantastic, but he's still alive. We're a minute 50 in, and Secret, they don't really have a lot of what they need necessarily to get this done, but they are starting to move now. Noah manager to pick up Kino. They've got the construction wall open, so like I said, they've given themselves options, and they're playing into the one that says, do you know what? We don't need to go near all those Jaeger and Wamai gadgets in garage. We're just going to push from construction and we'll try to plant on the wall.
Can't ban out Noah, can you? He's just having one of those days. No matter what operator you put him on, he's going to find a way to cook, and he's done just that. Kino being taken offline. It does mean one of those C4s is removed from the team as well. The second one has just been used. There is no C4 left to deny Secret here, but we are down to this last 30 seconds, and they've got to make the hit about now.
One starts going down. Savage, he's underway. June manages to pick up Gunner 3 versus 3, but Hot and Cold is there with the trade. Can Savage stick it? Yes, he can. Now trying to hold back from inside the bedroom. It's a Savage triple! Talk about Savage! He's just gone through them for fun!
We said it before the game, is it the day where Savage pops, and it's been the Noah story so far, but to get the diffuser down, turn on a dime and kill off 3 just shows all you need to know. Secret in full command here on the attack of Clubhouse. M80, Tim, looking a little bit like L80 right now. Can't find a way into this game.
Savage from you there, Des.
It's true.
Well, he's really struggling, though, especially on the defence, Des. I keep coming back to it, but you've got to be winning these defences on Clubhouse. You know exactly what attacks are coming. You can set yourself up. That's basically what Fabian said. We know what they're going to do. We've got the prep. We know where the drones are going to be. We've got to be more ready for this. But Secret just having answers every single round so far. Really nice finish from Savage at the end there. He had a little bit of a quiet day. I think it was yesterday that we saw him play a little bit quiet compared to day 1 and 2, but coming back with a bit of a vengeance there. Great play for him. Like I said, that all early opens up the jacuzzi wall. They apply a little bit of phantom pressure from CCTV wall by opening it with the Hibana, but then ultimately get themselves well established inside of Master, inside of construction, get the job done. Loving what I'm seeing from Secret. Great stuff from them. Let's not forget, Secret have only lost the Courier so far.
Yep.
They're having a good tournament. And the siege that they are playing is really good.
They just lost when it really mattered because the bullets are obviously down where they are. Again, they're relying so much on tomorrow being a big day for them. They'll come out with the extended mag. They'll only go up to 7 here, so they will be quite low down in the table as things stand. Not forgetting again that those below them get eliminated. You're almost riding on other teams not being able to get above 7 here, so you still stay in the tournament. It'd be awful for them to get eliminated because they haven't put up enough bullets today.
Well, you know, playing the format is part of the game as well, and they've come in, they've only reloaded 1 bullet on day 1, 1 bullet on day 2, and those are where they've got their wins. If they'd have gone 2 on each day, then they'd have had a few more now. You know, they've lost against Furia what they gained in day 1 and 2, so that's why we see them at their starting point. Guaranteeing that they're going to get through to tomorrow by only reloading 1 now. It leaves them with that extended mag and a big risk, really, because tomorrow is the roll of the dice. They've got to win it.
C4 comes out, doesn't catch Doom, and almost thought Savage was definitely dead to rights. He was placing the exothermic on the wall, has now done so, but it's jammed out by the jammer. Got to put it in the top corner, I'm afraid, buddy. You can't put it down too low. Again, that jammer gives a nice spherical defense to field there to block away any electronic gadgets nearby. A little bit higher, and it's got the job done. Yes, you can't run him through it, but you should be able to vault over that.
Just makes it a little bit difficult, doesn't it, for that sort of direct, quick entry. But we don't see too much of that at a pro level, to be honest. Jacuzzi wall does get open, but it's not necessarily a case of then using that as your ingress point. With
Maybe literally has to win this, bro. Come on.
Gym window, for example, once they've got control of CCTV, which, interestingly, Secret aren't really playing for at the minute. They're quite happy to leave Gaveni and Hot and Cold out there just to sit and wait. But the problem with that is it means they can't use the south-sided windows. Noah is now getting to a point. Needs to win this fight along with Mowgli.
Everyone's just like so
they pick up both. Gaveni gets Savage in the middle of it, but that is big from Secret. They waited almost 2 minutes into the round to push that side of the map, but when they have done, Mowgli, Noah, Adrian have cleared it beautifully.
It just feels like Secret are always one step ahead here. They're lining themselves up now on the south balcony. 2 players going through, 2 into construction, ready for their execute. I imagine Tim, they're thinking about the kills here rather than trying to risk a plant. Well, they're saying that. Noah could try and get in towards Jim here and get away with it. I think Kino's the only one nearby who can stop him. Sure enough, he's
this is
in
clubhouse defense, by the way.
That we're used to, but Kino stepped out and found one. Mowgli's there for the trade. Gonna get in at least one back in response. It's a 2 versus 1. Gonna running through.
No.
But Noah pulled off the plant. Sometimes you look at that moment and think, no, hold F, but he's come off and forced a 2v1. Secret with, again, great team play to close out the round.
Secret just looked really comfortable. Obviously, as a team, smiling, happy, you know, playing with a lot of confidence, a lot of energy today. And M80, they really are on the receiving end of it. Secret look great here. You know, if you ask me, out of all the teams I've covered, who looks like they could win this thing, who's playing well enough to go through and win those big matches, I'd certainly put Secret in that bracket at the minute. Like I say, 1 game lost against Furia, but it was 7-4. It was still a close affair. They played well, and then they've beaten Loud, they've beaten Liquid. They've not, you know, played easy teams here. They've done really, really well so far.
At least in talking about European teams. I said it about BDS.
They're the best of Europe that I've said.
About BDS and Secret, I've said the same thing where they've made a couple of changes. And for me, the risk in this team was Mowgli coming in. He's been on walls for the longest time. And on that team, Mowgli was often the guy. He reminded me a lot of Nuas, as I said before, on Oxygen, where he'd often be the player, charging forward, really strong on the entry, great with his kills, but would be so far ahead of his team that he would just cost them needless deaths. And he would always get traded on the entry. It would always be a problem. They didn't manage to retain the space that he made for his team. And I said that if we could see Secret, if we could see Twister work this team together and say, right, let's play things a bit more tight here, work as a team and as a unit, things will start to shine. And I think having Noah and Mowgli being the entry for this team right now, it's looking like one of the strongest entry duos that we have got at the tournament.
Noah's currently sat just over 200 on his EPS, Des.
Nice.
Obviously, there's time for that to change as we go on. But as it stands,
3-man drop.
rounds, he's at 200. Look at this aggression as well. Secret just dropping straight on in, wanting to catch any roamers out. Look at them go. The Blackbeard chasing them down. They're going to get the kills. Of course they are. Noah, Mowgli, take out Connor and Hot and Cold, and that is rapid from Team Secret. Within 45 seconds, they've got 2 kills, and so far, every round of this game has gone in favor of the entry kill. That is the 5th round that Team Secret have that entry kill. Will it be the 5th round that they put on the board?
It feels like it should be, Tim. In a 5 versus 3, they haven't let these man-advantage situations slip away from them yet. And they've still got so much time to work with. 2 minutes on the clock. You're basically playing the round from scratch in a default 5 versus 3. Normally you'd say GG in this kind of scenario. And then there's a Blackbeard bearing down on you. Doom on main stairs here. Kino's got no choice but to back away in towards side. And it's feeling miserable. Diffuser also falling by the wayside. Noah is taking no prisoners today.
No, this is ridiculous for Noah. It's absolutely unstoppable.
I did not expect a performance like this. Again, many lengths towards M80.
You'd almost call it a live game, but it's not, because he does it game after game after game at the minute.
Noah's literally farming them, bro.
This is what I mean. He's just, you know, the consistency is crazy as well. His team can just, you know, have that confidence to rely on him. Doom's going to take a little bit of damage from Kino there, but We've seen Kino left all alone down in the basement before. This time he's got Gaveni with him, but I fear for M80, Des, that the outcome is likely to be the same.
They lose here, Tim. Let's not forget, they could get eliminated come the end of today. If teams below them manage to jump up a little bit, this could get real scary. Almost kind of saved in a way that Liquid and Scars have gone home before them, and it may be teams below them getting knocked out ahead of them, but it's certainly not guaranteed. It's going to make for a very, very tense affair when we see how things stack up by the end of the day. Still in this 5 versus 2, Secret, it feels victory is all but inevitable.
Just roaming around, seeing if he can find anybody at the bottom of main stairs, but won't be able to connect. Pressure mounting. Gaveni stands up well, though. Manages to pick up an important kill onto Noah, but it's not going to be enough as he gets himself down. Savage and Adrian are there for one apiece, and that's going to be Team Secret 5-1, and currently steamrolling the North Americans.
I so often say there's two halves to a game of Siege, Tim, and maybe, just maybe, M80 shows some real attacking prowess here, but it is looking
We're back
rough.
against the wall.
Here we are.
It's up to us how we deal with that. I think that so far we have kind of been observers in our own game. We've just kind of sat back, let our things happen to us. Very little team play. The only people that can change that around is the fucking 5 of you. I can't do anything from here. You know exactly what they're gonna do. Sort that out. Go together, talk. Like, the energy is dead graveyard right now.
Yeah.
Because we're fucking shitting our pants. We're nervous. What do we have to lose?
Nothing.
Yeah, we have fucking everything to
We're just-
gain. 6 rounds, get ourselves back into this shit, actually make the main stage. That would be fucking nice. This is now or never.
Yeah, let's go, boys.
A tough loss for M80 to take. If it does happen, it will put them down onto 4 bullets. And it starts, you know, putting those big question marks up, basically like Fabian has said there, as to whether they then get onto the main stage or not. You know, we saw them have some adversity against Falcons yesterday. Falcons, they were way ahead.
M80 could get eliminated if they lose this game.
But they were able to turn it around, show some resilience, lock it
Could.
down. That's exactly the spirit that they need right now. Because
They're playing
Secret
ranked Siege right
are
now.
running away with this. And if
The
M80
solo
go do
roaming,
something quickly,
etc.
the only
No
concern I
backup.
have for
All
M80
dying.
is sometimes we just see these games where there's nothing they can do about it. Because whatever they try, Noah.
Just take the first 2 letters of his name.
Yes.
No.
Exactly.
Just no. I mean, what I always love is hearing into that tactic them we had earlier, and then also at that halfway mark too. You kind of get an insight into the team and the dynamic and the energy. Even when Fabian's calling for the energy, it's still relatively muted responses, right? And I've long said for ages now, the reason why big teams sometimes collapse when they're needed most is you wake up on a given day and your energy can just be a little bit off. Maybe you had a bit of a rough sleep, for example. Maybe something's happened that morning that's thrown you off. And the smallest dip in communication, the drop in energy can be enough that you lose a big game like this. And it's why, for the longest time, during a very, very dominant period, you see Brazilian teams winning everything and screaming the house down before a game, during a game, after a game. The energy was always high. You had no time to feel low or feel particularly flat, but for M80, that is exactly how it looks right now. Of course, we don't hear their comms during a round, but it does feel like they're standing there and waiting to be beaten. As Fabian said, an observer in their own game, and it continues. They've tried for a 2 versus 1 play there and still lost out.
Observe that. Observe Doom taking down your Deimos. That is a huge loss of utility for M80. It's going to make it much more difficult for them to chase down anybody of Secret who decides to stay out in the map. Doom right now gets aggressive on main door again, just deals with them too easily. They were talking about the droning of Secret. Where's M80's droning? Where's M80's drone in? Iana just walking on in there into the waiting arms of Doom. It's the freest kill he's going to have all day. 5 versus 3, and M80 have nobody else to blame but themselves.
7 drones out in the field as well, Tim.
No, Zeus, I'm here.
Excuses, you say,
I just
for
have the
lack
camera
of
off.
information or drones here to make use of. And Doom, a player that again we'll touch on, has had a really rough tournament so far.
He just dropped a hatch 10 feet away from there.
Yeah. It just makes it look a bit easy. Doom, at least so far in this round, marching through a couple of players. A 5 versus 3. We've been here before, Tim. M80 are going to try and make this work. They're focusing on dirt and they're focusing on kitchen for an execute.
Amazing inside, then they turn it around. It's going to be kind of hard at this point.
2 or 3 players now all squaring up onto that doorway, giving nothing over.
Well, this is the beauty for Secret. They've wasted a minute 45 before M80 are coming towards site. And guess what they've got now? A load of Goyo canisters to play behind. So they're going to waste even more time. And the situation just gets more more and more dire for M80. 3 versus 5 is bad enough on its own. 3 versus 5 with 20 seconds left to go before you can push in is going to be an even bigger problem. So they really need to aggress forward here and take the bull by the horns, get a couple of kills.
Savage down to a single bullet of HP. Firebolt coming on through, but not finding the man. They're trying to take him out as best they can. And sure enough, Adrian's gone. The second one follows. They're pushing as a team, Tim. They're down to a 2 versus 2, and Mowgli and Savage have barely got any HP to speak with here. But here we go. It's Mowgli off to the side and finds one. Stuck in here against the shield. Who comes out on top? Of course, it's going to be Mowgli.
Bro.
Kino put in the dirt. 6-1 to Secret.
What a shot onto the blitz from Mowgli there. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Secret a little bit rattled in the middle of the round there when the pressure started mounting from M80, but they dug their heels in and showed they've got that resilience too. Locked out the round. Beautiful stuff from Secret. M80, they did the right thing. They hit the button. They had the aggression in the mid-round, and they really started doing it. I was worried they were going to leave it too long. Like I said, 3 versus 5 is tough. 3 versus 5 with 20 seconds is even worse. They didn't do that. They went in and gave themselves time, gave themselves an opportunity, and they found the kills as well. But it just wasn't enough against what is looking like a great Secret team today.
Looking hard to beat, and as I said, it starts to worry a bit for M80. At least as things stand, it's not the end of the world. There are teams that currently sit below them on the number of bullets, and I believe only one team could possibly be eliminated as it stands, based on number of bullets, because we have to see at least 4 teams going home. 3 have already been sent, and they've currently got FaZe, SSG, G2, BDS all sat below them. In fact, BDS will be above them after this game. So there are potentially 3 teams here that if they don't have things go their way today, or even if they do, could still see themselves going ahead or even home ahead of M80. We got a Raura show at least here, Tim. That's something from Diffuser.
Yeah, Raura is going to be brought along. For any of you that haven't seen her, she can apply panels, sort of similar to Castle Barricades. Can apply them at range to doors only, and they will close all the way down to the ground. They will lift up a little bit if a drone wants to go through. They're very generous like that. They'll let the drones through. But they are activated by a panel up at the top. You've got to be close enough to it. It's proximity based, so once you're close enough as an attacker or a defender, you can shoot that target, it'll open the panel. But the main use of Raura is to create space, cut off rotations, and give yourself a little bit of safety, an area that you can work in, that you can build into, prevent that line of sight for the defenders.
Speaking of line of defense here, Tim, it's exactly what they've got. You might have got rid of the jacuzzi wall itself, but there is another wall reinforced waiting for you. We've got the angle from Jim being crossed off, so that's got to be dealt with. It's why he's got Giovanni on side, but he is out of impacts here. Not even able to step inside and blow this out because Doom is sat defending inside of Jim. So still a number of puzzles here for M80 to work their way through. Secret just stalling them out a little bit.
Going to be pushing up the main stairs here. The aggression is coming. This is better from M80.
Oh, no.
Kino manages to take down Adrian. Losing Diffuser wasn't ideal. And up he steps again. I said, Des, you can do whatever you want sometimes. And Secret will just say no. He comes in, gets a big double, and again flips the round. M80, we're building good momentum up the main stairs. But it just isn't enough as the Warden comes around the corner. The perfect op to go against the Blitz. Finds 2 kills, and it's 3 versus 2.
It's just unforgivable though, Tim. How can they get that so wrong? They had the advantage. They had the flash on the player on half stairs. Miscommunication galore. The second player that was in behind the Blitz had no idea what was going on. Still managed to get a kill, but both got completely sideswiped by Secret after that. Surely they hold on here. 2 C4s to play behind. This is theirs for the taking.
Giovanni at the minute has managed to get himself inside a shower. He's just going to hold his position and hope for a rotate. Coming up main stairs, hot and cold, gets caught out. They hear him coming. Doom goes down at the same time, but it leaves Giovanni 1v2. Diffuser down on main stairs. It's not looking good. He uses the environmental ingredient in front of him, the fire extinguisher, to pop the smoke, to give him some cover. It's not enough. He was trying to bait them out, and who else? Noah is going to close it out in an emphatic Team Secret win, 7-1.
It might only be 1 bullet for Secret. It puts them up to 7. but it sets them up well for tomorrow. For M80, a career down the standings here, Tim, down towards that death zone at the bottom, but most importantly for Secret, such a fantastic performance. No, we can shout about all day. 15 kills to his name, but for me, it was the micro plays throughout, the constant 2v1s, even at the end then, a 3-2-1 countdown, we swing together, we punish Gaveni. Every step of the way, M80 were met with absolute resistance from this team. Great play, and I'm sure we're going to see more from both sides as we press on.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So Team Secret were absolutely electric.
All right, break is ready. Let's go through when we come back. The desk will break it down for you.
Speed check, I'm gonna lose a secret. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's not fully out yet, so probably. Minutes, and then this one's 6. Cloud9 G2. This will be a good one. This format does suck, bro. You're not the only one feeling that. Just gotta see C-Checks in action, I guess. The teams with the best win-loss ratio get punished. I mean, I'm gonna show you one thing, and then you guys are gonna be like, this tournament sucks. Elevate are moving on to playoffs, by the way. Ridiculous.
7-1. What a great score for you, Team Secret. But you know what I want to hear from you right now? Why is Secret playing so conservative in reload? You guys are not reloading that many bullets. You also didn't use the extended mag card yet. You keep it for tomorrow. What is the strategy behind it?
The strategy is we don't know the format. So at the beginning it was like very hard, you know, like for example Falcons, they know the format, they just bet, and if they lose they pick first, if they win they're on the top. For us it wasn't the same, like we bet small because we're playing good teams, you know, and now we're on this position, like we have to beat good teams, and tomorrow it's going to be the same, you know, we're going to bet a lot but it's going to be a good team, so it's do or die. So there is no strategy, it's just about we are playing good teams, you know.
Yeah, but now seeing the results, back then, would you like to come back in time and just reload as many bullets as you could? Now, you were doing really great.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why MIT picked Club, to be honest. They are terrible on it. And like, it's our home, you know, like we are so good on it. And for example, like you said, we put 5 attacks. So after this, it was an easy game for us.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. Club, it's a more defense map, and you guys somehow managed to get a lot of attacks round. So I guess that made it easier for you, right?
Yeah, I'm here to revenge my friends on Falcons, you know. They lost yesterday against them. They are my friends. And now, you know, it's Club, it's our home. We know how they play, you know, they just want to flank us, you know. So we just wait like this. One is coming, okay, 5v4. Another one is coming, okay, 5v3, you know. It was very easy to me.
Just waiting them to put on their faces on your aim and just shoot. Okay, fair. Now you guys have the rest of the day to, you know, just chill or practice. What are you guys doing?
I think we're going to study the format again. Maybe we're going to find a new rule, we don't know. We're going to do all the mathematics stuff, you know, to see how many we
How do you not have
bet,
the analysts just go through it?
You know, this kind of stuff. And after maybe we go to the pool, I don't know. Have a good time, because maybe we are out tomorrow, we don't know.
Yeah, I just think that you need to use the extended mag tomorrow. I think. Well, let's see. Let's see. But go to.
We have to, obviously, but it's more about like which team are we gonna pick, you know, because we need to see the end of the day to see the result.
Draft show.
Yeah, and we will see.
Are you like? I don't know how to say this in English, but thinking, who it's going to choose us? Are you afraid of the team that it's going to choose you?
No, like we are not afraid because, of course, we use the chicken card, but because we wanted a lot to play against Furia, you know, we prepared the game. Unlucky we lost because they play better than us. But tomorrow, you know, like it's going to be against a good team again. But for example, MIT is considered a good team. We 7-1 them, so no pressure, you know. We can beat anyone.
Yeah, they can beat anyone. You don't need to be pressured, Milesh.
No, I'm under zero pressure whatsoever. I have my friends here with me. They give me a massage. It's always relaxing.
That's true.
It's good that, you know, I can just relax and take my top off for a round. What? No, that's another thing.
You want to do that on camera? Or?
No, but that means we go to the pool at some point in time. Gentlemen,
yeah,
it is a victory. Team Secret absolutely smashed through M8.
And you know what? We maybe set this up that obviously this was 2 good teams. Both teams knew that they were clearly able to lose against one another. It was pretty well matched. The top teams at this event generally have been playing against the top teams, but I don't think we expected the nature of just how dominant Secret were going to be, Leo.
Yeah, I think in general there was too much movement from M80 in defense. They gave so many people, they gave so many entry engagement to Secret on one side, and then I have to say Secret in perfect control of the pace all the time. Like they literally demolished them whenever they were rushing or whether they were playing slow. In control the whole time.
There's been a lot of conversation this event about mechanics and IQ, and for one, it's not a hot take here when I say I think Mowgli's mechanics far outweigh his game IQ. If Mowgli's saying, I'm just going to stand and wait and I know exactly what you're going to do, then for M80 you're probably doing something a little bit wrong. But yeah, no, you know, Secret have played against some tricky opponents, Brazilians mainly.
Yeah.
They've put in good performances despite the results maybe not going their way, and I think that showed in this game.
For me, this is the biggest story. They use this event with 2 new members to gain as much experience as possible. They've now played Loud, they've played Liquid, they've played Furia, and they've played M80, and they've beat 3 out of those 4 teams. You know, they're putting up an amazing show. They are not being rewarded with the bullets because Twister is not using the bullets the right way, but that's fine. If they reload everything with the extended
There's
mag
jobs every day,
after round
Blaze.
5 and they beat the team, they will still qualify to main stage. And I will be honest here, they're one of the most deserving team at this tournament after the performance they've showed throughout every single day.
I think Mowgli's playing it a little bit dumb there.
Yeah,
I will be honest.
Twister knows the rule.
With the opponents that Secret have had to face against, playing conservative with your bullet count was always going to be the best way. So you could attack day 5, where you can hopefully get against a team that's not going so hot and play your extended mag. That's exactly what Secret are going to do. The only difference is, I think they won't get to pick their opponent. I think there'll be people on less bullet counts than them, so they'll be getting picked.
Because the middle of the pack is so crowded right now. A difference of 1 or 2 bullets can just shake things up completely. However, Noah is one of the players on Team Secret we've seen really standing up to what's needed here, Leo.
I think one of the biggest thing with this guy, look at the statistic. This is literally throughout the tournament. He's got an EPA score of 121. Incredible KD as well, and also playing not necessarily on the biggest frags. You know, he's been a lot playing Ace, for example. So far, I think he's my best up-and-comer in Europe for last year. He went once again, and I will say this, from stage 1 being the worst rated player in the league to being our best fragger in Europe, or one of the best fragger in Europe. It's incredibly good to see him blossom like this.
And I think what underpins that is, having spoken to everybody that has worked with Noah, is his work ethic. He just wants to win, and he will do anything to do that and to improve himself, but also the team. Again, we're seeing it.
What Pam, how you doing?
Proof is in the pudding.
I feel so happy that I can actually be proud of an EU team at round 4 of the tournament.
Oh, Blaze, that wasn't me, brother.
We're on the up.
We're back.
We're on the up. We need 2 minutes
climbing.
to bring us back
We're
down,
climbing.
but, you know.
Let's check tomorrow. We're climbing back.
Right now.
Okay, well, technically, Fabian is leading the championship. Let's see the status of M80, because much like their previous opponents, Team Secret, they also have an extended MAC card that they can play.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously bullets are the big thing that matters, right? So, for M80, they wagered 5. They reloaded 5. They've gone down to 4 now. What they're going to have to do is they're going to have to try and target a team that has at least 8 bullet count in the draft show tonight and reload and play the extended mag so that they can get up to 14 plus their 4 would be 18, maybe a couple more.
With Secret only reloading 1 bullet in this matchup and only gaining 1, I actually think that M80 losing this might be good for them to pick a weaker opponent in a critical round 5.
Get the first.
It might actually be good for them to have lost this, and it could be all part of Fabian's saving strat plan.
Actually, that's
saving strats, saving bullets.
Yeah, you know, it all makes sense.
Anyway, this is exactly why we live for this, because you can theorycraft all day, every day. But we don't have much time for that, because it's time for a blacklight detail for this matchup of the day. Gentlemen, what have you selected?
Well, they had a pre-placed drone. Secret had a pre-placed drone inside Master, and they wanted to control the roam. As soon as they know there is a roamer stuck in Master, triple breach from Office Hatch to go and rush him, and look at what Joom is doing, sacrificing himself with Blackbird, going to go and pitch him. He's pushing this player away, and boom, double free kills, and that's how you gain a 5v2. Now look, instant reaction from Mowgli. Let's put the gas tank down, make it explode, burn the staircase, no one can retake. Not only did they be smart with the information, they commit to it, gain 2 kills, and they use the destructible elements of the new CJX to prevent anyone from going up the stairs and refrank.
Secret are one of my favorite teams in all of Rainbow Six Siege to watch play, and the reason for it is very often they will identify, like we've just seen, 1 kill, and it's all 5 without hesitation, and it's just like, oh well, that guy's unlucky because he's getting run down by 5 of them, including the shield.
Well, it's an incredibly fun match that we had here, at least witnessing how Secret are dismantling, how well they're playing, given that there's been so many expectations put on them as dark horses over the past, year and a half now, if not more, different iterations of the squad. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We still have, of course, 2 more games to go to. Eliminations are also on the line. We'll take a break, but at the end of that, if you ever wanted to see what sort of national team could be built to compete in a hypothetical national Rainbow Six tournament, well, Mr. Alfaman Maria actually went around to ask who would be part of the set teams. Take a look.
Yeah, the rating cards are just Twitter rage bait. That is all. That's Twitter, though. I mean, that's what Twitter's all about, Cam. Twitter's all about rage baiting to get people to interact. Social media impressions. Poseidon, probably Riot. I'm probably gonna go put this on and go lay in bed. I'm leaning back in my chair so far. I'm like, you know, maybe it's time to go force a nap somewhat. I'll be back.
Right now we have the map veto thing happening here between Loud and BDS. Come on, camera, show them what you're doing. Now we have the official person from Blast that stays with the tablet and asks each team what map they want to ban. What they are doing right now. Now we have GDN, that it's the coach for Loud here in the left, and Lilo, the coach for BDS, right in front of me. Now they're going to choose the side. Also, the teams are able to choose which side they want to start, if attacking or defending.
Okay, guys, please double check everything is correct. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Now fist bump, you know, good luck. Let's have a great game, good luck. Stroker, come talk to us about the map veto.
Why are you speaking English?
Yeah, well, we are Brazilians, but now we are speaking English. Okay. What do you think of the veto? Which map?
Skyscraper.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why Skyscraper?
Because we're the best team on Skyscraper. I don't know why they picked this map. I don't know why. We're gonna win.
Okay. But maybe they have something, like some secret that they know about you, you know, some, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but the bans, I think it will be better for us because we have a secret too.
And you can tell me now?
No.
That wouldn't be a secret anymore, right?
Yeah. We have to wait.
Okay, now I'm gonna find why they picked Skyscraper.
Okay.
Same moment. Come on, you. Yeah. Quick. Loud just told me that they have the best Skyscraper, so why did you guys choose it?
Because we actually don't think they have the best Skyscraper. We're gonna see on the server who got the best one.
Okay, do you know something about them that we don't know?
I don't want to badmouth them.
Okay, so you think your BDS going to win, right?
Yeah, we watched Sky yesterday. They played in the tournament, so we'll see. We are a brand new team. We haven't showed it, so it's going to be an interesting map.
What will be the score of the match?
I don't want to jinx us. I don't want to take this one. Please don't make me do this. Please, no.
Okay, that's fine. Good game. Go with your team like to practice.
Thank you.
Good game. Okay, so what we have right now, both teams think they have the best Skyscraper. Now let's find out.
We are finding out indeed, Maria. Hey, you! Come on over and just kind of grab.
She grabbed
like
it like a schoolboy.
He definitely did those.
He had the backpack on and everything, yeah.
He's playing nice with his friends. 1-0 up for BDS here on the attacking side on Skyscraper.
That is a Maru shotgun, by the way. I don't want to end up casting this, but it looks like a play. It's just about to happen.
Let the analyst cast it.
No, not at all. I mean, a Maru shotgun. No, it's gone.
Oh, come on, guys. We wanted to see the Maru shotgun.
Okay. Anyway, the ban phase is quite, you know, if we're not going to see it, quite intriguing to see a ban phase because I don't think a lot of viewers, they see the bans, we talk about the bans, but they don't see the ban phases. You will have gone to them when you was a player. I went to them when I was a coach. I used to love doing them with Shas, for example. Yeah. Because Shas would stand there, you know, say Leo is the admin and he's doing the ban. Me and you are banning. If Shas, he would be stood like this and he would go, yeah, Milos bans Oregon. Milos, you ban Oregon, don't you? Yeah. Milos bans Oregon, and yeah, we'll start attacking. Milos, you want defense in overtime, right? And Shas would start playing mind games with the other team like that in the ban phase. It was very clever. That's when the competition starts.
From being on the other side, it was terrifying. There is really a mind game in the ban phase because if you know the guy in front of you knows everything you're gonna ban, it's already it's already putting you in the defensive state. Yeah.
And how many times has it been where the actual coach is kind of bullshitting you, just to kind of lure you into something? I know. I've talked to Shas. I've spent countless hours on Discord with this man. I know what's going on in his head. However, I want to know what's going on in other people's heads when it comes to building a national team to represent Brazil in a hypothetical national Siege tournament.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Pick Your National Team. Here I'm with Maria, so we're gonna pick the best Brazilian team on Siege. All right, Maria.
Eu sou brasileira, so let's pick the Brazilian ones. Okay, I will have to start with Felipox because, you know, we've been talking about him being a nice IGL, and awesome IGL, so I go with him from Furia. Then KDS, I think, from FaZe Clan. I'm between Dots, Dash, and Lobin from W7M, but I think I might go with Lobin or with Vopes, because he's my friend, so I will go with Vopes. And then I have Liquid. I will go with Nask. It's too cliche to say that. And probably with, I don't know, Pettis or Bassetto from Loud. Because, I mean, they're good guys, they're fun, so Pettis.
Maria is just flexing on us right now because she picked one Brazilian player from every single team, every different team, because they just have so much talent, you know. So we've got KDS, we've got Felipox, we've got Volps, we've got some really strong names out there, honestly. That would be a strong contender for any World Cup.
For a World Cup. You break my heart when you say that. There was a scheduled Siege World Cup that was happening. I was part of the announcement. I went in, I recorded it with Skok. For those who remember, shout out to Skok and kind of the French talent that built Siege in France in that way. But we never got it. Maybe with these ideas.
Maybe I'm just building this content to pressure Ubisoft to give us a World Cup. Who knows? Who knows?
Do you know what? The fact there wasn't one is probably quite good for the French talent because they would have been first rounded anyway.
Actually, I would have loved to play.
Leo would have been playing.
Oh, we don't know. Maybe I would not have made the cut. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
He would have been on talent anyway.
You've never been a player anyway.
He wasn't technically on the G2 roster also.
He was just an analyst. Like he was the assistant of the coach. Like how much impact did he have?
Anyways, let's
you
move
can do
on.
The next task on your own. It's not a problem.
Cloud9 versus G2. And this is a completely different G2 than we used to have back when Jack was technically on the roster. C9 also completely different to what it was back in those days. We saw them yesterday. Kobe ended up losing the 1v1, but it didn't matter. The team is looking good.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're currently high up in the standings, is what I would say, Milosh. This team is a team that kind of got put together, I would say, to kind of fill that 10th NAL slot out. In terms of, if you look at the storyline of some of these teams, obviously Dream, Packer both represented entirely different teams at the Six Invitational, and also Kobe as well, actually, not to forget about him. But it's kind of a mishmash of people that are really trying to, I would say, establish themselves in Tier 1. These aren't necessarily your North American Tier 1 household names, maybe outside of Dream. But that being said, they're currently looking very, very good, and they have a great opportunity to continue establishing themselves.
Well, for that, we'll have to take a look at their status to see if they loaded anything and how much really are they loading in 2 bullets out of their 14, Leo.
Yeah, I actually disagree with Jack. I don't think they look good at all. I think the only reason they're here and they have 14
I said
bullets,
look good in the standings.
Yeah, they look good in the leaderboard.
Thank you.
They don't look good in general. I will say this, they're one of the weakest teams in this tournament, and the only reason they have so many bullets and the only reason why they reload only 2 is because they know they should not be able to win another match, and they're just banking on the fact that they're going to have enough bullets to go through.
And it's worth saying they are limited by their opponent's bullet reserve. Obviously, they could only go 2 against G2 because G2 only had
with 2.
Yeah.
G2 bullets.
And
I made that one up.
If anything, that did give G2 a bit of an advantage here to play yesterday in the draft and go for a pick that might be more preferable to them. I'm wondering what G2 has seen within Cloud9 that they could play for today.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying they're one of the weakest teams in the tournament is if you look at their match history, you'll understand what I mean. They've played against PSG Talon, and they struggled. They struggled really hard. They only won 7-5. If you go further, they actually, I think they lose to another team. They've also played one of the weakest ones as well.
Liquid.
It was Liquid, right?
Yeah.
And it was a 2-7. It was a huge defeat, a huge loss. And then they also played another team that was one of the weakest, and they only won 8-7. That was Scars. So the only reason they've got so many bullets is because they farm bullets on the weakest opponent in this tournament.
They're making it rain on everybody as their history here in Reload.
I mean, that's the thing. It really does show, because Cloud9 started the day in the top 2 in terms of the reload amounts of bullets. It shows the strength of that extended mag card. Not just of the card, but of converting that card into a victory. Yes, and it was an 8-7 victory, but they got it done. They got the reloads done. And I think that's what you're saying, Leo, is that even their 2 games that they've won, it was 7-5 against PSG Talon, who didn't look great, and it was 8-7 against Scars, who haven't looked great.
They struggle against the weakest teams, and they completely lose it against normal teams like Liquid that are now eliminated, by the way. So they've effectively played the only 3 teams that are eliminated in this tournament. They've effectively had, on paper, the easiest run ever, and that's why I think they were the perfect farm bullet, or bullet farm if you wish, for G2. The perfect target to regain so many bullets.
And now time is running out as G2 look to at least survive. I mean, they made it into day 4 just by an inch, and today maybe they can go into day 5 with some sort of hope.
I mean, what do you do when you're backed into a corner? You've got to come out swinging. And I think we expected that, to be honest, from G2 yesterday.
Yeah.
It was another terrible performance that flattered to deceive. It was not good enough. It's not good enough from the players of, that represent this organization, that have so many fans, that are a big hope for European Siege. But they get another chance because Loira won a 1v1.
And gentlemen, if there's any moment where you can rely on G2 to really explode is when their back is against the wall. They have loaded in 8 bullets.
Now this is the maximum they could do, obviously, because they've already used the extended mag. So that's why they went with a team that had more than 8.
Yep.
Now they reloaded 8. If they go at 10, they can go further in round 5 and try to hope to gain enough bullets to make it to main stage. Basically, on paper, they can still save themselves. And they're against one of the weakest opponents to do it. The perfect way to get back into the tournament.
Yeah, G2 have to win. It's an elimination game for them. It's as simple as that. But also, this is going to be interesting in the draw show tonight. They have to play against an opponent tomorrow that has as many bullets as possible to win.
That's why they
still have their chicken card, so they might have to play it tonight against a traditionally weak team to go against an opponent that has 8 bullets to attack them tomorrow.
Well, this is kind of the macro of what could potentially happen tonight should they even win and really get out of this rut that they're in. But they've had a lot of changes over time, specifically around who's IGLing and leading this team. Is there another one?
Yeah, it's crazy talking about the G2 IGLs. I will say, because previously we've always known Alamar was their IGL. When Alamar was their IGL, this is their attack win rate under different IGLs. When Alamar was their IGL, I would say it was organized chaos. 33% attack win rate. It was exciting to watch, but it was inconsistent. For 6 Invitational, they brought Uno into that IGL, and it went from organized chaos to kind of, I would say, default traditional Siege. They got themselves to a 51% attack win rate. It looked really good. I actually thought SI G2 were very, very encouraging. Now Loira's IGLing, and we don't have a lot of information because they've been very tight-lipped onto why. And I wouldn't even call it organized chaos. It's just chaos on G2's attacks. 17% win rate on their attacks.
I would argue that it's because Uno right now is probably, I think, the worst rated player across this tournament. I don't know what's happened. He was rejuvenated last year. At the end of the year, he had the best stats of his career. And right now, in every single matchup, he's been dropping the ball. In one of them, he was 1-14.
That was a great timed yawn.
Oh, no.
He's been sleeping at the...
Uno's been sleeping.
He's been sleeping at the wheel.
James Bond moment too, 007.
Exactly, and knowing this guy, I've teamed with this guy for more than a year. I know his work ethic. I know he wants it. He's one of the best competitors in the world. I know how this means so much to him. So I'm hoping he gets back in it against, again, Cloud9. He should be right now smashing them. It's his moment to gain back confidence.
Well, we're gonna have to see what map that'll have to materialize on, because Dream is Sexy is on the other team. He can definitely bring it in. Nighthaven Labs is where we go to, as G2 have taken Consulate off the board, gents.
Yeah, they're going to Nighthaven, which I think is a pretty decent team for Cloud9. I know that Packer loved to IGL on this one. Even when things were not working with M80, they love to play that map. In general, I think they're quite easygoing with this one. The problem is G2 starting attack.
Keep taking my points here, Leo. That's exactly what I was going to say.
That's my transition to you.
If you look at this map, Vito, it was Skyscraper, Consulate, on Nighthaven, all difficult maps to attack in their own right for different reasons. But what I would say is Nighthaven lends itself. I think when the IGL Summit had, they were talking about it, they were saying it's very similar to Clubhouse, but maybe a little bit smaller. It's very much on synergy to breach walls, to go at the same time, to put pressure on different pressure points at the same time. That doesn't play into G2's strong suit, and they're already particularly struggling on their attack. If there is a time, because as much as the leaderboards are showing Cloud9 at the top and G2 at the bottom, if there's a time for G2 to really kick on, they need to be good here.
It needs to happen. It's do or die for G2. Should they lose this game, it's done. That's it. They're out. They barely survived by invoking a dual card yesterday. That was an automatic one. We'll see what happens in this matchup. Our casters are ready to go. Des Ace, I mean, we got G2 on here. There's a lot of copium behind them, but maybe maybe C9 can also break that dream.
I've been inhaling that copium during the breaks and trying to get ready for this one because, my God, G2 are going to need it. But actually, the ban's gone pretty well for them because Cloud9 have gone against every map that G2 are good on. Thinking G2 would go to concert in the middle for both of them, but have then gone to labs. It could be a surprise because Cloud9 played this a couple of days ago. G2 know what they're doing it by now.
I think it's largely down to G2. If they don't play better and show us something different than they have so far, they're going home.
Well, let's not dilly-dally. Gents, all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes! It's Elimination Tuesday. Once again.
Is it?
Tuesday? Wednesday? Tuesday. It's Tuesday, yeah. Days of the week disappear like no tomorrow over here, I swear. Time just goes faster in Rio. I can't believe we're nearly at the end of this stage already.
I know. It's absolutely flown around, to be fair. We've been... How long have we been here now? Nearly a week?
About a week? 5 days? 6 days?
I don't even know anymore.
A number of days. We just can't give you the exact number right now. Split straight down the middle on who wins this one. I think, understandably, there's still a lot of G2 fans out there, but those who've got any kind of rationality in their thought process probably know that based on how they've played so far, Cloud9 are probably the ones coming away with the win. We'll see if that proves to be right or not, and see if G2 have figured things out after 4 days. They were saying, no, our boot camp's been great. We're not sure what's going on. They haven't been able to fix it yet. But let's see if them diverting away at the last minute from Consulate to go to Nighthaven catches Cloud9 by surprise. First ban coming in, going to be the Monty and the Kai to follow from G2.
See if they double down on that like we have seen previously with the Bandit and Blackbeard or Blitz. They do indeed. So we're going to see again that co-op banning where operators are being taken out from the same pool, if you will, from shields, from denial. Just trying to make specific tasks easier or more difficult, depending on which way around you look at it. G2 on the attack then, they're going to be looking to get things open nice and easy, nice and quick, not too much of a problem there. Not going to be able to use the Monty to bully their way up onto the warehouse catwalk necessarily, so that's something that they're going to have to consider, is how do they get control. We saw earlier in the Liquid game how vital that area can be. Both teams being able to win big rounds based on having control of that. As it is, we're going to start off down in the basement. Cloud9 taking us all the way to the bottom.
I just want to touch on this actually, that game passing that just came up. I was speaking to the UB team earlier, like obviously we know that there's a real cool sponsor to have first and foremost, but I was like, what do we get from it? And there's like a bunch of skins that you get as well. If you haven't played the game before, it's even more so for you guys. You haven't got you get all the operators, you get a bunch of skins, loads of benefits, the battle pass is included as well. So if you are thinking about playing Siege after watching some of this, it's a great time to go and grab it on Game Pass. And yeah, fair Tim, a lot of other games on there as well. I've been waxing lyrical about Claire Obscure.
No, you've been going on about it. It's not one that I've played, but having Game Pass already, I'm like, yeah.
I'm one of those people.
I'm going to get home and play that.
The thing is, I played it on Game Pass, loved it that much, then went away and actually bought the game as well. Like,
okay.
And I'm not the only person to have done that, because it's that good that you're like, I want to support the devs on this. It's such a good game.
Definitely going to be having a look at it, but like you say, if you've not picked up Siege, or maybe if you've got Siege and not got all the operators or something, Game Pass, good way of getting it done.
Oh, bit of a sting coming in, gets away, no problem. Alamauda scaring away Silent there, running around on the Fenrir, drops the hatch away to safety. Not a bad spot to be in, at least keeping himself alive. And no one there to capitalise on the below. But again, for G2, it's about getting the full map clear done quickly here, which is what the Blitz enables. And of course, Doki to lock things down with that Nomad, making sure no one's going to hit them on the flank as the round progresses.
Kitty just going to be circling around there inside of control, trying to keep that control of the upper floor above site. Packer is supporting inside of storage for the time being, going to be bullied by the Blitz. Doki manages to pick up Kitty. It is a direct trade actually, but Alamau on the Blitz picks up Packer, and that gives G2 the vertical control that they want. They've got the Ram of Loira to come in and start doing some work now, start opening things up. Hopefully for G2, Doki has been able to use those air jabs before being taken out, so the flanks will be safe, but I'm not too sure that will have been the case.
We saw him get at least one down, which is something. At least he's had a chance to use what the operator's there for. I like how they're somewhat simplifying this here, G2 as well. You know, Uno, he's having a pretty bad tournament as far as fragging is going. Put him on the dope, make him all about the util instead. No way does Alamau lose this. Surely not. Will eventually win it out, but Kobe almost had his number there. But like I was saying, make the phone call, then let Alamau at the front with these shields charge through a couple of players. It's working well for them in round one. C9 so far unable to hold on. Uno's getting the plant down, and it's 4 versus 1. It feels like this one should be closed out for them. Diffuser is down, and Silent has got to do something real special if he wants to keep G2 at bay. Not going to happen. Round 1 to G2.
Yep, quite a gulf between the two teams in that first round, I thought. G2 looking pretty comfortable. Whether that will continue or not, we will see. But I liked Alamo's blitz play across that mid-floor, supported by Doki, getting rid of the two operators that were in there. It was the Legion and the Warden that were playing around control and storage, trying to keep that verticality in place for Cloud9. But as soon as they went, you saw that pressure really mounting up on the players inside of site, especially here when Alamo takes down Kobe. That's pretty much round 1 at that point. Great round from Alamo.
Located by attackers.
Absolutely, and I'd be surprised if they now try and double down and do the same thing again, but you might see some elements of it sticking around. Things like the Dokkaebi, as I mentioned, maybe even seeing the Blitz being brought along in isolation, but don't think they'll go for the same thing now that C9 have seen it. They'll know what to expect. What I did like about it was for G2, it was a case of clearing up that top floor really quickly with Alamo, then backing back outside the building, and then trying to clear the ground floor. So rather than sticking inside the building and checking out areas like Aqua that they might not have droned, they just kept it very simple, making sure that those roamers had been forced backwards, and then at least had the idea of locking things down with the Nomad of Doki. As you mentioned, he went down before he had a chance to use all those air jabs. Not the end of the world, to be fair to them. We are going back towards that blitz here, but doubling down a bit with the ability to execute and flash out this other side with leaning in towards the Ying. Still, no Warden on the other side for now.
Interesting site choices, of course. Not going up to the top floor straight away, Cloud9. I don't actually hate it. I talk about the top floor on that quite a lot, and how it's a little bit restrictive for the defenders, because much like the top floor of Cafe, you don't have that roam game to play. Extensions are not really, you know, sort of easy to come by. You can get out into connector a little bit, I guess, or, you know, play somebody out towards meeting, but that's about as far as you can go without getting somebody underneath with a nitro, which is a tough one to find here on our table maps. So Cloud9 certainly swerving that for the time being, going to control and storage instead, which leaves G2 to get that RT wall straight away opened up. Alamo's doing what he can, but he's not going to have the same success this time. Packer manages to find him. Gitty shuts down Dream, unfortunately, and in a flurry of kills, the only important thing is we come out the other end of it in a 3v3.
Not the dream to put down a teammate, unfortunately, but it's happened. We move on. We keep on going from there. The critical thing is, Tim, we've got rid of the two key operators on this G2 side that I was speaking about. You've seen Alamo go down, you've seen Doki go down, now you're seeing another trade come on through, but without the Ying or without the Blitz on side, there's a lot of teeth that are taken out of this G2 side. A lot now turns on towards Laura to do a bit of magic. Uno there almost getting picked off by Silent. Being rounded on from the other angle. Laura's gone down here. It's all down to Uno. A tough tournament so far, but can he do it in the 1v2?
Just going to take out the F-Nat there. It's going to give away his position, but he manages to get a cheap one as Silent just trying to get down the hatch there. Gets caught out by Uno, and all of a sudden, this becomes really winnable.
I'm really confused, Tim. I thought on day 4 there were no more 1v1s. We've got half a round still to play here for these two to show down on what they can do. Uno in a spot with the drone at least to figure out what's going on. It's down to Packer to keep himself hidden away here. It's going to look very reminiscent of a lot of those 1v1 rounds that we had yesterday.
I think if Uno's confident that he's not in storage, he might go for the plant behind pillar here. That's exactly what he's doing, straight in. The barbed wire is not going to help the situation, but Packer
no C4.
is not moving quickly enough, really. Sprays a few bullets through the wall. It does put Uno off. Is he going to relocate after taking out the bulletproof cam, or is he going to go for the kill? 40 seconds left to go. He's got plenty of options. Packer is going to have to push forward.
Uno.
And does. Uno's going to stick this. Packer's got an absolute freebie, surely, but no, he kind of hesitates going in. He gives Uno a chance to fight. They both take shot. Packer still gets the job done, but there was a second there where you wondered if he'd missed his chance.
Oh, it came down to it all, and they both knew exactly where the other was, and it's Packer that can hit the shots when it matters most. C9 on the board. But my God, did it really come down to the wire to see who walks away on top. G2 started good in a couple of these rounds. I'll give it to them in this round there. You've just seen in the replay, one of the key mistakes, they didn't clear that top floor first. Although they were trying to aggress in quite early on the ground floor, they were punished from above. We've seen that a couple of times today, Tim, on this map no less as well. But you do need to get in and force players away from those vertical angles. Otherwise, you just know you're facing off against bullets. Shields might help, are only going to help you for so long, and they can't protect everybody on the team.
Up to the top floor we go then. Cloud9 will continue on after a successful defense with their rotation. A good finish to the round from Packer, although it almost wasn't, but he gets the job done. That's all his team can ask of him. We're going to have the Azami of Kobe. He's going to be playing, I would say, almost certainly on the warehouse catwalk. We can see 3 lots of barbed wire out to help support as well. Keep a barricade, so utility, as I suggested, being completely and utterly stacked around warehouse and the catwalk to try and keep hold of it for as long as possible. G2, did they go in and clear that, or did they just work from maybe Aqua connector? Try and push from those sides. It will be difficult if they don't manage to get control of that warehouse, though.
Yeah, really trying to slow G2 down, I think, with the Azami and the castle doubling up. That architect operators that we spoke about, Mira also joining them in the same class. Just making things a bit more tricky for the attackers. And I think when things have been a bit chaotic the last couple of rounds, what you do want to do is take G2 away from that. Foot being on the accelerator, slow them down a little bit, try and get more control of the round, and things like laser gates are also going to help with that. So a bit more of a pause to take here for G2. They've got to play this one a bit more structured. And with things like Doki on the Flores, with all those Roteros to chew through, 2 of them already being gone, it's probably not a bad thing to say that. Alamau is working his way here down the back. Oh, could have had a freebie, but Uno's beating him to it, Tim.
Uno just watching that rotation there. He'd already opened up connector wall earlier. It's a common one, but he's used it well. Packer just straying across there and getting himself taken out. I think he was unknowingly between a rock and a hard place, though, realistically. Alamau was very, very much in position on the other side to take him down if Uno didn't. Alamau, is he going to push forward from the connector side, or is he going to relocate? At the minute, it looks like he's headed underneath to try and, I don't know whether...
Don't forget he's got nades here as well.
He's
So although
looking for an opportunity to flush out any roamers underneath, or like you say, just, you know, blow a bit of a hole in the floor and send those nades.
It'll be hard to knock a kill, but of course playing underneath the hatch here, as you can see, he can at least force players away from the pillar spot. Quite a power position inside of this site. So as long as his team can line up on this door, you still got to shoot through the smoke nades first of Silent. Once they're gone, he's probably in a pretty good space here to be a little bit of a nuisance, or if anyone dares drop away through this hatch, well, guess what? Alamau's also there to do a bit of work.
Problem for G2 is it's all a little bit one-dimensional at the minute. There's no pressure towards Warehouse, there's no pressure towards Aqua. Uno does help relieve a little bit of that pressure by taking down Dream now. 5 versus 3, they can start using the numbers. They can just flood sight, which is exactly what they're doing. And at least if they come away with trades, they win the round. Lyra picks up Silent, 4 versus 1. Kobe doing everything he can, but that is very little as Lyra takes him down. G2 win round 3, it's 2-1.
And the beautiful thing about that round, Tim, is it's the first time this event, it feels like G2 are a team. They played as a unit there. Yes, it was a little bit one-dimensional. It was very focused on pushing into that east side of the top floor, but they did it as a unit. 2 or 3 players hanging around connector, for example. 1 focusing on electrics, so they couldn't get flanked. Alamau expecting a drop to come in from below, but also had nades to force players around. And C9 just funneled one after the other onto pillar to go for a challenge in towards connector and paid the price for it. Really good round from G2. Cloud9 looking a little bit undone themselves here, Tim.
Yeah, they definitely need to find something to
Not
change
surprised to see the
momentum.
blitz gone, by the way.
No, not after Alamau's success on it, particularly back in round 1. Alamau having a good game so far.
And straight into a timeout for C9. Let's have a listen.
Open up and they're just going to float George. I think we need to switch it to here so we can't ram Tool, so we can able to play in storage as well. You know what I'm saying? So we need to flip this here. George should actually, I think he should play Captain Loki to make him on the E-Box door and Aqua right here, these 2. Can you tell him to do these 2? George, you see that?
Here, too.
Yeah, do it right here and here, because I don't want them to get, they're just going to fly top forward. That's what they notice, because he's going to fall off. So I want to fight that a little bit longer, and then we should be good with that.
What about for the storage for the Minge?
For the Minge, I mean, I think we can still run the same thing back, because they just tried doing a rush. They're going to do a normal push now. And I think the mirror is still good for in the Minge as well.
Okay. What's it called? Okay.
What?
All right, there you go. More focus on the micro. It was remarkable.
Yeah, very strategic input there.
It's been really interesting how you've heard, like Fabian earlier on, was more about energy levels. We've heard people talking more about strategical parts of the game, where they're forgetting core fundamentals in some places. Here, it was more about changing around a particular strat. And the remarks on the same things that we spoke about earlier. G2 did rush in those first 2 rounds. They've tried to move quickly. That last round, C9 tried to slow things down, but G2 have shown they can play into a slow competition as well. That's not a problem for them. Both sides of their game are looking good so far, so it's all on C9 to be the ones to change things up a little bit here. And sure enough, Silent, or George, is straight across onto that cap can.
Round 4, here we go. Back down to the basement. Last time around, G2 had a lot of success clearing out the roam of Cloud9. particularly the two players that were in control and storage. If that's something that they're going to go for again to prevent that vertical access from Loira on the Ram, they need to make sure that they are keeping a hold of that area. Losing two bodies up there just puts too much pressure down on site, especially when the floorboards start getting ripped up as well. So those are going to be some key gunfights for you to watch out for.
For a little bit more than that, it's again about slowing things down and touch on the architect of the castle early. You've got the Goyo to slow it down, the goo mines laid, the Kapkan traps. It's one of those where you look at Kapkan and go, oh, well, you just destroy them. It's all well and good. You spot one, you know that there's another 4 somewhere around the map, and you've got to double drone every single door. Check it's there before and after, make sure it's cleared out if it is, before you can start a march on 4. We've seen so many teams get tripped up, quite literally, in the late round by the Kapkans, and they've been ignored and forgotten about, and it can be what ends rounds. I'll never forget, I want to say it was old school Rogue that had 3 enemy players run into a doorway on bank, and I think it killed 2 of them with a triple stack of Kapkan traps. It was beautiful to see. Just goes to show that not checking them out and finding out where they all are can sting you at any point in the round. Goyo canister being popped inside a site, mind you. G2 at least starting to think about what an execute could look like here. We're only 60 seconds in, but you've got Uno sat on the main breach, waiting to cause a bit of bother. Elsewhere around the map, Doki's going hunting, and it's found Kobilax.
Kobe's give himself away a little bit easy there, you feel. He's sprayed through the window knowing that that's where the Deimos is, but then he's just still kept himself on the other side of a soft wall.
Doki surely can't be calling people bots after how this week has gone. I don't think G2's really in a position to be talking too much smack right now.
That's the worst time to hear it, though, isn't it? When you know, somebody gets in the chat and you look and they're bottom of the table. It's like, I know a Doki isn't in this case, but
critical damage to the mental.
You're just like, oh god. But no, Kobe's give himself away a little bit there. He's kept himself behind a soft surface, knowing that Doki's going to have the vendetta. He's given him every opportunity to do exactly what he did. It's a fantastic opening kill from Doki. Interestingly, the first 3 rounds, they've all gone in the direction of the person who's got the entry kill. It's been really, really powerful so far for these teams. Nobody overturning that man deficit. So G2 just take a big advantage in this round.
And Doki immediately cancelling off his trap there. It was onto the Goyos downstairs. Of course, of no use to G2 because Dream's on site, but to the enemy team, knowing where Doki is every few seconds, yeah, that can really come back to bite you. Cancels it off and has one more trap to go, and they want someone who's upstairs. In fact, why has he gone for the Deimos again? He's gone for Goyo again. Not too sure about that one, Tim. Would have gone more for someone on the upstairs right now, but they at least know that he's on site, and they can get the execute off.
Uno's going to be getting this diffuser down almost certainly. Going to stick it. No, Silent has something to say about it, but it doesn't matter because G2 have used the plant to draw Cloud9 out into bad spots. They've got the cover in place. And that is the round done. Nicely executed from G2. Doesn't always matter if you lose your planter, so long as you get the kills.
Well, they knew it was make or break for them today, G2, and they've really come up in force. Up 3-1 on this attack in half. C9 are struggling to find a way through right now. They've not been able to beat out any of the comps that G2 have thrown at them, the slower ones, the quicker ones, and everything in between. They're crumbling before them no matter what it is they seem to bring along. Kobe, honestly, here, right place, turn around, shoot back. You know that you're not going to get away from the Deimos there with all that softball between you and he. You paid the price for it. A great round from G2 once again.
Round 5 then. Only 2 more chances for Cloud9 to get some rounds on the board before the side switch here. And G2, they're looking like a little bit of a different team to the one we've seen for the last few days. There's, like you say, working together, you know, finding those kills, pushing enemies into each other's line of fire. Looking good for them.
They've definitely got it all to do tomorrow, mind you. They'll take the 8 bullets from this game, as you can see at the top of your screen. They move up to 10 when they win this game. Big thing is, going into tomorrow, that puts you quite high up the table. And there'll be some teams at the bottom. We think about FaZe that are down there at the minute. And, of course, M80 are down there. Fabian, I can imagine, is looking at that and salivating at the prospect of battering G2 and knocking them out to go through to the next round himself.
Let's not forget, though, G2 are professional escape artists.
They are. They love an LCQ.
And over and over and over and over again over the last year.
Indeed. If there's a time to come into form, well, today had to be the one. See how things, of course, transpire going into tomorrow, so can't count Cloud9 out. They'll still be on 12, even if they lose this game, as they've only put up 2 bullets for this game. They'll go up to 16 if they win, down to 12 if they lose. Of course, they can only put up a max of 2, Tim, because that's all G2 have got in their own chamber.
Yeah, exactly that. This is the thing, by playing those teams at the bottom, it's kind of a checks and balance situation. It stops you just picking the teams that are down at the bottom, maybe not doing as well, because you're limited in terms then of what you can gain yourself. So it does just prevent a little bit of picking out those quote-unquote easier opposition if you want to be gaining yourself more and pushing yourself up the table. Alamo manager to take down Kitty. This time he gets his reward on the knock. Last time he was a couple of seconds behind the pace and Uno did the favor for him, but this time the knock secures it. 5 versus 4 and G2 taking some slow but convincing map control with Alamo.
They are for sure. It doesn't matter if the Blitzer on the Nook at this point. He's getting in there and doing some work. Stepping back in towards site here. Force back these players off Cloud9. Of course, the track is onto the Azami. Only Doki can spot out what was going on from earlier, but they at least know roughly where he is. Communicated to the rest of the team. Hey, here's where he is. Be mindful of that. Maybe we catch him coming down Aqua, or put all the focus onto the site itself and start chewing through those smoke grenades that you can now see coming out. Is he going for Dream there? I believe he is. And it's going to force Dream to move, and sure enough, Loya was there waiting to catch him. He's moved away, and they've capitalized with 2 kills inside of site, Tim. And now they're looking around like, I guess we plant right now. Let's go for it.
Yeah, G2's teamwork, we keep talking about it, but it's been so much better. Just the way they've maneuvered Cloud9 into difficult positions for themselves has been absolutely brilliant. Uno is going to stick the plant there. It's now a case of get out of the window and hold this in post. Uno manages to take down both! Big finish to the round from Uno. G2 take another, and it is looking good for the attack of Nighthaven.
It's looking a bit pedestrian, really, isn't it, Tim? In a way, it feels like the comments that we heard from Fabian during the M80 game is like, we're kind of observers in our own game here. We're waiting for things to happen. We aren't the ones making things happen. And although we've seen a couple of trades coming out of Cloud9 throughout the half so far, it has largely been them getting stuck into these 1vx's. Again, the play onto Dream was beautiful. He was sat inside of storage, put the Flores drone at his feet. He's forced to step in front of the doorway. He's got nowhere else to go, and Loya is there ready to pick up the pieces. You're then looking at it, and there's 3 G2 players inside of sight. No one on C9 anywhere to be seen. And it feels just a bit too easy for G2 today. Of course, they're playing well, can't take it away from them. It must be a real nice feeling to see them playing to this level, given how things have been going over the last few days. But Cloud9 are very much rolling over here and letting G2 take the map as they please.
Up to the top floor then for the final defense from Cloud9. G2 last time very much focused, a one-dimensional push out into connector. It worked fantastically well for them to just bully their way in. They got a couple of kills and then flooded the site with numbers, and it was all she wrote essentially. Cloud9 could not stand up to the pressure that came from that side. We'll keep an eye on G2. Do they mix that up a little bit this time? Do they go for a little bit of control elsewhere? We can see Cloud9 are trying to take the fight to them, trying to get aggressive on a doorway there. Kobe just looking to get that best foot forward. A good start into the round for Cloud9. As I said, every single one of the 5 rounds so far that has continued, they've all gone in the same direction of the entry kill, 4 of which have gone to G2. So it's super important, critical almost, that Cloud9 get themselves a good start with an entry kill.
Well, look at how fast G2 are moving here as well. Alamau already was straight inside connector, getting rid of one of the mirror windows. You've also then had someone challenge on towards the catwalk window. Kobelak's almost being caught out and is pushed back across from there, keeping himself alive at least for now. And Doki, I think, has got a good sniff on what's going on upstairs at the same time. So even though we're about 45 seconds into the round, G2 are already applying on loads of pressure, and there's a bit of a freebie. Down goes Packer, almost taking down Loira, but for now, he stays standing.
I feel like Packer sold himself a little bit there. He just kind of stood behind that window. He was lucky not to go down as Loira was shooting the barricade out. Loira does take a good chunk of damage along the way, but dropping the mutes, he's going to be more than happy with that. 5 versus 4, G2 now can start thinking about site itself and how and where they are going to work their way in. 2 still up on the rooftop. Uno working in through connector. There's going to be some direct pressure into site very, very soon.
Yeah, I think it was very much Packer trying to catch Loira off guard by being not where you'd expect him to be. How often do you see someone stood right in front of a window when they've got a shotgun? Sure, maybe. But at that point, he's hoping to catch him off guard, and very nearly did. Let's not take it away. He came very close to bringing down Loira there. Loira just hit the shots when required before the second shotgun shell could come firing on out. Doki's had this drone here now for the last minute or so. They know exactly what Kobe's up to, and of course, all this information flowing across the G2 team. Of course, Doki also being on the Deimos with 3 tracks still in back pocket. They look ready and poised to push in here, Tim.
Yeah, Alamo's currently repositioning himself underneath, I think, to apply some pressure into Warehouse. That's exactly where he's going to go. Uno continues a good game here with another kill taken down by Dream, but he's already done the damage. 3 versus 1 as Blaz manages to find that trade. Silent takes down Alamo. It's up to Blaz and Loira. Silent could do this. 1v3 becomes a 1v1.
Not quite sure where the last man is, though, and it's Loira with nothing but a bullet to his name is the problem here, Tim. Silent could close this one out. He's got to swing and get the pre-fire down. It's just that. A 1v3 for Silent. It gives Cloud9 something to cheer about at the end of this half, but they're still down 4-2.
That's it. It's a great time to hit a 1v3 there, coming into the second half, just to boost that energy a little bit in the team. Give a bit of belief before you move on to the attack. It's not going to be an easy half coming up for Cloud9, but they've at least rallied well at the end. But overall, the main talking point through that half has got to be G2's improvement. Much better than we've seen over the last couple of days. Great teamwork together, putting Cloud9 in really difficult positions and looking much the better for it.
Doki and Kobe going at it in all chat a little bit here whilst we go through our next ban phase. Might just see the double shield and double electrification taken off here again, same as we saw back in that first half. Of course, the roles reversed here. C9 on the attack, ban away the defenders. G2 on the defense, ban away the attackers. And sure enough, it's Kaiden Bandit, followed by the Monty and the Blitz.
Swapping! That could have been decisive, that early fight. The damage that Loira took made it an easier finish for Silent come the end, and it just goes to show you don't always know exactly how things are going to impact later on in the round. Round 7.
He's just like, come on! And then straight into all chat to talk shit to Doki. It's the way it should be. Excellent. Well, G2 up 4-2. They move on to the defense here. We'll see if C9 have got some teeth that they can show here on the attack, or if G2 can close this out in the same decisive fashion they largely did back in that first half. If not for that 1 versus 3 there at the end from Silent, we'll be looking down the barrel of a 5-1 to G2, Tim.
Yeah, G2 have certainly had the better of it, and like you say, 5-1 wouldn't have been a surprising scoreline. Round 7, G2 start on the defense. They start up on the top floor. Uno picking up a Thorn. We don't see too much Thorn play. The Razor Bleams, of course, they're more intended for sort of area denial, and I'd say almost a little bit of intel, really. It's not about catching people out on their way into a room, for example. Quite difficult to get kills with them because of the fuse time on them. It's more about, where do you think they're going to plant? Pop one down there, because when they go in, they're then going to have to leave because they can't stick around. Where are they going to maybe put an exothermic charge on a wall? Can you put one that's going to impact on that? These are the sorts of things that you're thinking with your Razor Bleams, but also put them on doorways. You're going to get a little signal. You might hear them detonate, much like a goo mine. You're going to get an idea somebody's coming from that direction, so it can give you a little bit of intel.
An update, by the way, from
Kobe
okay.
slams Alamo.
He did not want to give me room to speak then. I was going to say, over on the other stream, in case you haven't been following along, Loud were against BDS, and I can confirm, mute now if you don't want to hear it. Loud beat BDS 7-3. Not yet eliminating BDS, but pushing them further down the table. Again, eyeing up a matchup for tomorrow here to get some big bullets on the table so they can still qualify for our live stages. Of course, all the focus right now is on this game, but it certainly spices things up over there. Are you checking because of your fantasy team by any chance?
I was just having a look at what's going on.
I'm pretty sure that's the only reason. You don't normally rush to look at what's been going on. You've definitely got one in your fantasy team.
I can't remember. I might have. I think I do.
Now you're going to go and check that. I knew you were keen to. But all right then, yes, G2 have lost out the smoke early on, which is the real stinger here, and I think Kobe's building in confidence here. He's now got himself at least a break even, 6-6 on the scoreline. Enjoys slamming Doki, won out Alamar's turn in this round. We've got this vertical control now in their hands and starting to look at what they can apply downwards. But I think for T9, just trying to find their way to avoid all this vertical pressure. I think it's 2 players on the upstairs here, 2 on the downstairs. We've got Uno who's been scattered out towards Aqua right now, and these long gunfights coming in, and Loira brings down Silence.
4 versus 4 then as G2 managed to fight back. It's been a long round so far. Cloud9 getting that opening kill and then not really being able to sort of cement or get any progress from there. But here we go. They've got themselves in and around sight. Find 2 kills, 2 versus 3. But here comes Blaz with a big double on the shotty. Kills one, pumps, kills the second. Simple as that.
Toss a nade in there to try and give him room to swing into side, but no, Uno's there ready with a shotgun and sends him sky high. Onwards he marches. Doki again is straight in the chat asking who got tapped, and it was the ace. It was Dream. Of course, who else is going to beat him? Dream is the ace player on this team.
Doki very keen to continue the mental.
The Kobe onslaught, I'll call it.
Mental side of the game that's going on. 5 versus 2 on the scoreboard. G2 looking comfortable on the defense as well. Seeing that first round there, there was certainly a possibility for Cloud9 to win. They got themselves in, got a couple of kills. You know, Blaz steps out and gets a big double with a shotgun. Yeah, beautiful stuff. But there's definitely room for Cloud9 there to take something out of that round. But given G2's attitude, their energy through it, the way Blaz wins that out, I honestly think, seeing that now, Cloud9 have really got their work cut out on the attack.
It's a strange world, Tim, and I never thought I'd be talking about it when Uno is one of the kill leaders for his team in this game.
He's having a great game.
He is. And what I loved is in the early rounds, when he would get a kill, or they would come away with something off the back of him playing well, all praise on him as well. We spoke about this for a few teams over the last few days. I think it was June that we remarked he hit that awesome 3K yesterday, and his team was straight in there, coaches in there praising him, saying, go on, June, go on, lad. Just backing him up and making sure you're reinforcing that positivity. To be fair, mate, you're also a brilliant hype man.
You need the hype man. You need him in there. You need somebody who's just going to really, like you say, you know, as an individual player, if they know they've had a good tournament or a bad tournament, you know, and it's not all about kills and deaths on the board. There's a lot of other work that goes into it, but they'll know if they feel that they're not, you know, contributing enough. So, yeah, absolutely. You know, part of that is going to come into, you know, how do my teammates feel about that? And, you know, if you have a good game and get the praise heat, Tom, you're going to feel much better and you're going to play better for it.
I'm a little bit confused as to why the Animus wall is soft. Of course, it was left that way by G2 with some holes in them to be able to challenge backwards. I doubt they'll be trying to reinforce it up too late here. I imagine it's going to stay soft, almost inviting C9 in, but that could be the bait they're trying to set for them.
Just looking across the G2 players, we've got Lyra all the way up on the top floor. Inside of servers at the minute, he's going to be hunted down by Corby. This is the head-to-head we might start seeing very soon if Corby moves across the top floor. The drone goes out, so Lyra should be getting found, but will no doubt try to keep himself off the radar as much as possible. And as Corby looks to head downstairs, I'm not too sure that they're ready to challenge on top floor. Lyra might have a real opportunity here.
I think it's Blaz who's been running around here, but of course, if they find the drop away, it could be trying to secure the hatch. So as that roamer up on the top floor drops away, well, he runs into a difficult spot. As you say there, they don't know. If they look up to the hatch, they'll see his feet, though, Tim. That could be the danger here.
It's going to be who sees who first. They've got the vault cams out, going to be feeding intel back in as well. The vertical work will start, but I'm a little bit concerned for Cloud9 in that because I'm just not sure that they're quite ready for it. They're getting the boogie drones out, but not everybody has yet been found and dealt with on those upper floors. Lyra is still there. He's still waiting. This could be a serious freebie for him.
All it's got to do is for Kobe to step in, and he is toast. At this point, maybe just evading it by a matter of pixels. Look, doesn't even seem on the reverse. Like ships in the night, they pass each other and nothing will come of it until Lyra starts making his move, and sure enough does just that. Does Kobe know he's got this one locked down? He's ready on the go, and sure enough finds it for free. At the same time, Gideon's got Alamau, and the round will surely explode into chaos.
Certainly looks that way as Uno gets taken down. This is all Cloud9, a flawless round, and what a response to G2 coming in and getting a good first defense. Cloud9 say, we've got a little bit of bite left in us on the attack. Flawless it is. And they go 3-5 on the scoreboard. G2 back to the drawing board for the basement.
It's a key one, this, I think. We often speak about the impact of round 9. G2 come away as the winner. They're up 6-3, and that's quite a lead to have. You'd expect and fancy them to take something during those last 3 rounds to get the game over the line and win up to 7 rounds. For C9, though, they win this one. We're back up to 5-4. You're in touching distance at that point, and that is when the pressure starts to build on G2. Could be a close one, but really it's a domination in that round that really did it for me, Tim. I mean, Kobe's had another fantastic round there, and I can't imagine that's particularly great for Doki Spencer.
Honestly, that Lyra play it's well managed by Cloud9. On a different day, he gets 2 or 3 there. He drops down, gets Corby, he's using their verticals against them. Different day, slightly different angle. Maybe Corby moves a little bit further over towards that door. We're looking at a different outcome, but That's not what happened, and Cloud9 took full advantage of it. Well played to them. Going to be looking at control and storage. So Cloud9, they're going to be wanting that top floor control. Pretty similar to what they did last time. They didn't necessarily control the top floor, but they did get the vertical work going. They had that vertical superiority to use against G2. They're going to want some more of the same.
Very heavy intel focused, well, intel denial focus coming out from G2. Also intel on the other side with the Dokkaebi being brought along. Looking more at the Mute and Mozzie here coming out from Uno and Alamau. Just wanting to slow things down here on the C9 side because for the most part there, they had the freedom to walk through the map as they pleased. And when they said go, there was very little getting in the way of them. They had the intel they needed. They caught out 3 or 4 players on G2 incredibly quickly and closed things out into the flawless that we saw from there. So I think G2 just wanted to regain a little bit of control here. Slow things down with the intel denial. Of course, bring on those trap operators and lean in towards Doki running around in this army to help lock up and shore down some areas of the map, all with the intent of making sure C9 can't just explode in all at the same time and do real damage.
This is going to be getting the Heartbreak gadget onto connector wall, which is going to put a little bit of pressure onto Lyra, who's up there in servers once again. He's actually upstairs, I was going to say on his own, but Alamau has moved to join him now. He's up at the top of lobby stairs on the Mozzie, and just in contrast to how we saw Liquid play this defensively, for example, earlier, where they had 3 upstairs trying to hold on to it. They really, you know, were heavily weighted up there, whereas G2 have chosen not to do the same. But they're finding the kills. And Uno with the latest 2, and it's 5 versus 2, and G2 still have that top floor control. Little that Cloud9 can do. Surely G2 don't answer flawless for flawless there.
Yes, they do, Tim. Yes, they do. Very comfortable round. Admittedly, Packer on the Blackbeard going down early. You lose the spearhead of your attack there. Him going down, super easy without any contest on the other side was a bit of a faux pas, I think. Maybe didn't realize what he was stepping into, but think about what we spoke about, Tim. That intel denial focus, just giving nothing over to the other side. They had at least an idea on where Blaz was after he got the first kill, but no response to the future ones. Really good round from G2. Now we go into our next bands here to round things out. We're going to see a Blackbeard coming out as our third shield, Tim. Not too sure we will. Deimos being taken away. That's kind of like a nod towards Kobe. He'll take that as a bit of respect.
Yeah, you know, ultimately we know how powerful an operator Deimos is. We've already seen a kill directly resulting from one of his tracks. Doki, you know, taken down through the kitchen wall. But I just don't know that Cloud9 are going to find enough impact from it. Sorry, from using it. I lost track of my words. I don't think they're going to find enough impact from using the Deimos. That's not the whole problem that they've had. You know, they haven't been winning the gunfights. They've been understanding where people are on their own, going in to try and deal with them a lot of the time, you know, and not being able to do so. So I think that's probably more of the issue for Cloud9 rather than being able to, you know, track down one individual.
Also, Kobe, of course, went across to playing on the Dokkaebis. They still have other options. Like, sure, it doesn't put a lovely red ping on top of someone's head, but it does call the entire team and let you know where they are. As long as you've got ears that are functional, you're pretty good for that operator.
I think from G2's perspective, the Deimos ban, you know, it gives them a big edge towards this top floor site. They're thinking we're not going to have anybody underneath spraying through the floor at us, unless they bring a book, for example, which is pretty rare when you're playing onto this site. So again, it just gives G2 another little tool there, another little option to just keep themselves inside. They don't need to worry about that.
We spoke about it in the previous round here, but G2 have now got this 3-round advantage. It's why it was so pivotal for C9 to get something in that last round. But now G2 can play a full 3-site rotation. They've only got to be right once. C9 can't be wrong at all. Misdroning a player, a single side swipe from a member of G2. Well-placed C4 can be enough to end C9's hopes of winning this game here, and G2 will go up to 10 bullets. C9 drop down to 12. I think with 12, it's not going to be enough for them to qualify at the end of today, so they will be forced to play in tomorrow's game as well. Not forgetting that, as we've already remarked, teams like M80 are dropping way down near the bottom of that leaderboard. For tomorrow, they'll challenge someone high up who's got a lot of bullets, like C9, and pop their extended mag to hopefully fly up the table and qualify.
This is it. You know, G2 going on to 10 is really big for them. It puts them up into around 9th position, so it really puts them in the mix coming in for tomorrow. They've got to get one more round yet, though. The job is not done. Still 5 versus 5, nearly halfway through this one.
Swings
Cloud9 have not yet been able to find anybody and won't, as Doki gets aggressive onto the breach, takes down Gitty. That's going to be the Nomad gone, and that is the first blow to C9 in round 10.
It's a little bit one-dimensional there, Tim. They've only got a player sat on the IT breach. There is no one trying to push in towards catwalk door. There's no one with the prospect of bolting in through catwalk window or working their way up through garage. I'm not entirely sure what Gitty was looking for there. To win a 1 versus 1 and give his team what exactly? Not a lot, because there were 2 or 3 players all dancing around IT from G2, ready to step in if Doki did fall. So all they've done here is lose themselves a Nomad for no real reason.
Cloud9 have managed to get that wall open, which is nice for them. It's going to make it much more difficult for G2 to play inside the A site, but I'm just wondering if they've got the intel, Des, and it seems like they don't. A double kill from Lyra, a few others along the way, and G2 close it out at the first time of asking. They've looked so much better today.
Very, very confident today for sure. C9 definitely not at the races compared to what we've seen them be able to achieve previously, but I think for G2, it's going to be a big motivation booster just to remind themselves they can play as a team. They can play this fast style, they can play the slow style, they can defend well. Uno can frag out. He was top rated in this game for the team as well. It's been a good team performance and hopefully puts them in good stead going into tomorrow.
21 kills between Uno and Lyra really did help catapult G2 over the line. Don't forget, yesterday G2 came as close as they could to being eliminated, winning out that 1v1 and coming back to fight another day. Lyra did it then, he's done it again today, and G2 will move into day 5.
Well, that's all that game wraps up. Next one is an elimination game. Can't wait to see it. But before then, we'll go to a break. And when we come back, the desk will break down what they've just seen.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
feeling?
Good, I'm good. Finally got a win, so yeah, feeling good.
If G2 had lost this game, you guys will be taking the plane back to Europe. But you're still alive.
Yep.
But I guess that makes you, like, it pushes you to show more game just before maybe the arena, you know, the stage.
Yep. Well, you say that, but we've literally shown nothing so far. We've been playing absolutely awful. So, if we need to show a couple of maps to make the main stage, fair enough, I don't care. So, yeah, I'm just happy we got a win today for me and the guys.
Cool. And by the results we have seen in Reload, I must ask you, what is not working? What is happening to G2?
I'm not really sure I have the full answer for you because, like, before here we were in Sao Paulo, we had the boot camp with the Furia facility, and we had honestly one of my best boot camps in my whole career.
How it went? Tell us more about it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Like, the facility was great. Like, we were playing great, which is the most important part. So coming to the event and playing really bad is like a big shock. Like, maybe the fans are thinking, this is classic G2, but to us, we actually came to this tournament and we thought, like, holy shit, guys, like, we are actually going to do so good here. I'm not going to say we're going to win it, but we're going to really do a good showing. So to be playing really poorly is hurting us, like, a lot, like our egos and stuff, so that hurts. But as to a reason why, I don't know, I think communication's been a big problem. We haven't been communicating so well. The strats and things, we've been doing the right things, but like at different times, so we're all out of sync and a complete mess. Today it wasn't. We had great comms, everyone was calm, which was fantastic, and I think the results showed. Like, maybe the team was bad we played against, but you know, it's his first step in the building block, so I'm feeling confident for tomorrow, and let's see if we can make main stage. Yeah.
You guys were having a blast time, you know, just having fun.
Yeah. We literally said before the game, like, guys, if we lose the game, whatever. Like, this game means nothing because we've already disappointed ourselves in the previous games. So let's go out here, show the world, like, the real G2, have some fun. We did that. The tournament continues tomorrow, so yeah.
Now, I need to know, what is worse? Watching Loida play the duel, the 1v1, in your life depends on it, or you have to play this game and if you lose, you're out?
To be honest, like, this is not me being a bad teammate or a bad person, but I'm saying, like, I literally didn't care if Loida won or lost that 1v1 yesterday, and I made that very clear to Loida before he played it. I said, Loida, if you lose this, I don't care. It's not on you. Like, we have lost the tournament for ourselves already. It shouldn't be on one guy to save us. So if he lost yesterday, I wouldn't have been angry about him. I would have said, like, guys, we lost the tournament as a team, you know. So thankfully he saved us. He's Loida Demon for a reason. He wants to play in front of the Brazilian crowd. So we have him to thank for today, big time. And I think we helped him today. Like, we showed up today and we proved to him that we are still, you know, the players that he knows we are. So I'm really happy for him. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And also congrats, Doki. Tomorrow we might see a different G2. Who knows, Milesh?
Who knows indeed? I mean, at some point it'll be a different team with a different IGL, right?
Doki's face there. Like, oh. That was the G2 more that we know and love, I would say.
Yeah, it's good to see them, I don't want to say back. It's good to see them in action in some way.
It's felt like utter chaos. I don't know if you felt that. You know, I certainly felt that. It's felt like utter chaos until this game right now, where it feels like actually G2 were controlling the rounds. They were controlling the pace, the tempo of the rounds, what they were doing, how they were doing it, when their trigger points were. I set the stall out. I said, look, this is not necessarily a good veto because G2 are going to have to start attack, and that's been their big weakness. Well, I think what Doki said in the interview is actually it's been the communication that's been the weakness. It's been the right calls, but at the wrong time. And actually, they got that right today, and their attacks looked great coming out there on Nighthaven.
We've seen the best out of G2. We've seen great individual moments, that blast moment eventually with the shotgun saving that round, for example. So big individual moments. We've seen Alemao take space with Knock and get multiple kills. That was one of his biggest strengths. We've seen the strength since Uno was IGLing. Maybe Loira was the one calling still, but we've seen the strength of a traditional methodical siege that we were missing from G2 in the previous rounds. So we're seeing all of the strengths that we needed to see from G2 that probably showed up during that bootcamp, but didn't show up early on in the rounds. And like we've mentioned before, playing Cloud9 was probably one of the weakest opponents in this matchup, in this tournament, was the best way to get back in shape, get back in confidence, gain a lot of bullets, and pray for tomorrow to beat the last team they will face and qualify to the main stage.
The question is it too little, too late? That's a question for us to answer later. However, Uno is our highlight player for this post-desk, and why?
He deserves that. He deserves that because, you know, like we said before, he was the one that dropped to James Bond before. He was the one that then dropped another 1 and 7 in the round after. He was the one that we found utterly destroyed coming out of these matchups yesterday, being super unhappy about his performance. This is the overall around the tournament, obviously. But today he had an amazing double digits. I think
Was
he
it
went
11?
10, yeah, I think 11 and 4 or 10 and 4. He had some really good plays. So obviously, when you take into contrast compared to the other days, he's been amazing so far at this match, and it's good to see him back.
It really is a player with a lot of pedigree. Uno is, and you know, World Championships, the whole shebang. He's done it all. He's been there 1,000,001 times. However, is it enough to save G2? Let's take a look at our bullet standings, kind of take a look at all, I would say 20 teams, but actually we've eliminated 3 of our squads. See, Liquid, Scars, and PSG Talon are out. Loud are top in the charts with 22, as you see G2 with 2 bullets. Jack, what do you make of it?
Yeah, obviously they just gained 8 because they just won this game. So that's pretty good for them. They will be up there on 10. I think actually realistically there's still a lot riding on this Space Station and FaZe games. But looking down there, you've got M80, BDS who obviously lost today. They're going to be getting probably the first couple of picks tomorrow. Now, as we get into tomorrow, for most of these teams that have already played, you're starting about thinking, how can I maximize the return I get? Yeah. And the limiting factor is your opponent's bullet reserve or 8. So you're looking at any opponents that are left back in, and Cloud9 are going to be a big juicy stake for all of these teams because they're going to want to feast on them. Because Cloud9 have got 12. Teams that pick will want Cloud9 because they can put the full 8 in and then maybe an extended mag. Because tomorrow, you've got to get into that top 4 if you're not in it today.
We might be in the first scenario where teams chicken out of a matchup, of a challenge, because the team doesn't have enough bullets. Yes, for example, M80 could be picking me. I could be seriously thinking I beat them easily, but I don't want to play them because they only have 4 bullets.
Exactly.
And you can be baited out by teams that put you in a situation like that where even though you might be safe the first time because you played the chicken card, it might hit you the time right after where you're forced into a fight with a team that doesn't really give you as many bullets. Your fate will not be in your hands at that point.
There might be some really tactical picks going on where you're trying to bait out chicken cards so they can't play against your opponents and all that type of stuff as well.
And as a reminder right now, W7M is not playing today. They've been the best team at this event. They're getting a bye and they're going to get the average amount of bullets that people won today without the cards taken into account. This means that theoretically, they might not make it to main stage and they might be forced to play one of the worst opponents possible because they will have the most amount of bullets out of the teams left in round 5.
To say that everybody's shaking in their boots would be an understatement. However, our blacklight detail for this matchup. Gentlemen, what do you have for me?
We needed to highlight Silent there because I think he had one of the most important rounds to keep Cloud9 in the race. He was with Varden, solo on site, and he manages to isolate players one by one. As you can see here, Alemao is rushing, and actually he's overpicking here. He doesn't need to pick there. Nobody's ready to retrade him. Silent gets the pick, then gets Blast that tried to trade, but way too late. Look at where Loira is. Loira is rappelling on a roof. Why is Alemao picking, and why is Blast trying to trade when the third player is still on the roof? Now, that for me is Silent playing very well. Yeah, that's G2 giving 1v1s in a scenario like, come on guys, they're one of the most experienced team in the world. Like, why are you doing this?
As much as G2 can impress us and obviously go and win the game, they'll always have one troll in
one G2 moment.
It was one G2 moment, but to be fair, great clutch because he identified the 1v1s exactly, perfectly as he should have done.
Positioning is key, and you saw it playing around the reinforcements and a keep a barrier on top of it. It was beautiful to witness. Well, G2 survived to play on tomorrow against whom? We don't know just yet. That'll be for the draft show at the end of today. Hope you're enjoying those. Hope you're enjoying the show in general. We will take a break. However, FaZe Clan won in Boston. They lifted that hammer, and Vita King is now a real king of Siege. Let's ask him what he thinks about all of that.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Meu nickname é VitaKing e eu sou player da FaZe Clan. Eu acho que a gente domina a liga porque, como a gente joga em casa, é mais tranquilo, a gente consegue jogar mais confortável, não tem tanta pressão de fora e a gente consegue se adaptar muito bem aqui contra os times brasileiros. Acho que o nosso maior diferencial também é que a gente tem jogadores muito bons e é isso. Acho que a parte mais difícil de ganhar no Brasil, às vezes, é quando a gente está muito pressionado para classificar para algum campeonato internacional. Mas na maioria das vezes a gente está muito bem otimizado, a gente está bem tranquilo. Tanto que com essa line aí a gente conseguiu classificar para todos os campeonatos fora. Então acho que não tem uma parte tão difícil assim. Acho que às vezes a gente se pressiona demais e esse pode ser um dos grandes problemas, assim, mas não é tanto. Perder em São Paulo foi muito difícil, ainda mais que era o maior campeonato do jogo. Eu acho que a gente não soube jogar sob a pressão ali, a gente estava com a partida praticamente nas nossas mãos ali, a gente acabou entregando. Mas eu acho que também serviu muita experiência para a gente se tornar o time que a gente é hoje. A gente ter conseguido ganhar o último Mundial e acho que a gente mudou muito a mentalidade depois desse campeonato e a gente hoje em dia é outro time. Como a gente perdeu em São Paulo, querendo ou não, foi um campeonato muito triste pra gente, mas a gente conseguiu crescer muito durante o ano todo para conseguir ganhar Boston. A gente estava muito bem e acho que as peças começaram a se encaixar ali durante o campeonato. A gente viu que era para ver ali em cima da hora algumas coisas, mas a gente conseguiu se adaptar muito bem e foi isso. O sentimento ali na hora foi de alívio, porque como a gente perdeu o outro campeonato entregando meio que a partida, então o sentimento ali foi meio que de alívio, assim, tanto que quando a gente ganhou eu nem comemorei tanto, eu tava mais aliviado, mas depois eu até me emocionei com a equipe, a gente comemorou bastante depois, mas a primeira sensação foi de alívio. Então acho que os outros times pensam que a gente é querendo ou não, o melhor time do mundo atualmente e que vai ser um jogo sempre difícil contra a gente e acho que é isso. Eu acho que eu sou o melhor jogador atualmente na minha função, né? Acho que meu time, assim, em determinadas funções, cada um é o melhor jogador do mundo atualmente. Eu acho que isso faz com que meu time tenha confiança em determinadas horas e também dá uma motivação a mais ali, tá comemorando, falando besteira para os outros ali também. Acho que alguns adversários acabam sentindo a pressão ali durante a partida. E é isso. Atualmente a gente é o melhor time, eu acredito que a gente vai conseguir vencer mais um campeonato aí. E é isso.
Cool under fire. That is VitaKing, an actual king here in Siege, not just in name, lifting the hammer back in Boston. Of course, they weren't able to do it as a squad, FaZe Clan that is, back in Sao Paulo, which is a year and a bit ago at the Invitational 2024, one of the most incredible esports events in the history of esports in general, not just in Rainbow Six. And here, today, they might be on the verge of elimination. They could also eliminate on the other side. It all depends on what sort of cards and plays are actually put forward. Let's talk about the rosters then directly into FaZe Clan. Do they have what it takes to make it to day 5 and past that?
They obviously have what it takes. They are the world champions, come on. But one thing I will notice though, you only have a single, a few players.
KDS has got smaller.
Yeah, KDS has got smaller, that's what I was thinking. You only have him actually, that's on positive on KD, which is crazy to me. You only have one player that is positive in kills. And overall, the roster as one is not positive in kills. That's just how much they've struggled against W7M, against Liquid.
They've played some difficult teams.
They've played some really rough teams, and BDS.
Well, let's see what they have invoked for this game. An extended mag has been put forward, which means 6 extra bullets to top on top of their 3, and of course, compared to their opponent Fnatic. Jack, please explain it to me.
Yeah, look, it's kind of go hard and go home. They went big against Team Liquid yesterday. They'd not lost to them in how many days, Leo?
738.
They'd not lost to their opponents yesterday in 738 days. Great memory. They lost. That put them down to 3 bullets. Our world champions were on 3 bullets. They got very early pick. They picked, therefore, a weak opponent in their eyes, in Fnatic, who had 6, and then they've extended mag, because they need to get as many as possible. Even with that 12, they're potentially not playing for today. They're playing for tomorrow.
I was about to say the same, right? You've got teams on 19 bullets, teams on 22 bullets. Do you really think with 15 you're making it to quarterfinals? I'm not sure. So right now, they're not fighting for qualification. They're fighting for survival, and no one expected that from FaZe.
And it's a difficult spot to be in here where the world champions can always be gamed. This is kind of the way the format works, of course, which means you have to use all of your crew to understand how it functions and what's the best situation for you to be in. But it's in the hopes that Fnatic have something to fire back at FaZe Clan. Let's take a look at their roster and see what Fnatic, our EU squad, has to offer. Of course, led by Deepak, we've seen as major champion. They have the opportunity to make it again. Can it happen?
I think it can happen, but looking at this particular graphic here, when you're looking at this 5 players, who are the ones that you're expecting to be the best performers? It's certainly not the 2 rookies on their team. This is the first ever international event for Sarks, for Jaxu, and for Jex. In fact, this is the first Tier 1 games, really, that Jaxu has ever played. Sarks was obviously a rookie at Stage 2 last year. Actually, it's maybe Grubby and Deepak that are maybe letting this Fnatic roster down, and I think expectations-wise, they were expected to be quite weak inside of this tournament. They only got that 1-7-0 against weak opposition, and they've lost to everybody else so far.
So let's see, what have they been able to load up for this game? It's, again, an extended mag for those extra 6 bullets. They do or die.
They don't really have a choice, do they? They need to go heavy on this. They need to have a big amount of bullets if they want to make it further. And doing it against the world champions is a risky strategy. They had a choice in the end, Jack.
I was about to say, do they have a choice?
6-9.
I personally think they had a choice.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fnatic they were sitting there with 6 bullets. They're against the world champions. They absolutely could have reloaded a little bit less in terms of their bullet count and made it so that they were fighting out on day 5. They've chose not to, and I think that speaks to what Fnatic are doing in terms of their team. They look internally at themselves, and they want to have confidence in themselves.
This question about who gets eliminated in this game is actually a pretty simple one. We're going to talk about kind of the risky reload that Fnatic have gone for here.
Yeah, so all of these teams, Fnatic, BDS, Team Secret, and Dark Zero, all started on 6 bullets today. In fact, 3 of them, EU teams, they all were playing against decent opposition, and it was only Fnatic that have gone for it. The other 3 teams, in terms of BDS, Team Secret, and Dark Zero, decided to only reload 1 bullet. Obviously for Team Secret, they won. We're wondering why they did that. They, won against M80. But BDS, they lost up against Loud. Dark Zero still to play. Fnatic are the ones that have booked that trend and said, we're going for it today.
Out of all the remaining teams, they're the team that I least expected to be that aggressive because they were going against the world champions. On the other hand, FaZe have been struggling so far this event. They're not looking as comfortable.
He's chugging.
Yeah, he's chugging.
But actually, just workshopping that really quickly for a second. Let's say the impossible happens and Fnatic beat FaZe. They go up in bullet count. They've already used their chicken card. They might have to play against a team with virtually no bullets tomorrow. It might have been a really irresponsible risk.
But what do? We took a look at kind of that bullet count for everybody, all of the teams, and that middle is just so tight and compact. You have to risk it. You have to risk it. You keep playing it slow. You get eliminated tomorrow. It's that easy.
But if you're playing tomorrow again for only 2 or 3 bullets that you can reload, it might not have been worth it.
There's the standings one more time.
Again, let's just theorycraft this right now. Fnatic have gone for it. They go high. They get to whatever it was, 13, 14. And then they have to play against, let's say for argument's sake, M80. They can then go for a maximum of 4. That is it. No chicken card. They can't avoid them.
I will say, all the way at the bottom of the standings is Space Station Gaming with 2 bullets. Now, Space Station will be playing pretty much at the same time as FaZe Fnatic is happening against Wildcard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
and what happens is, if Space Station Gaming are eliminated, today we qualify 5 teams instead of the 4, which means tomorrow we would only have 3 to go through, which means things might be decided earlier than you think.
Actually, they're playing last, which means that a team will get qualified after their game. I don't know who still. It will be somewhere around Falcons Elevate, I assume.
Yeah, Fnatic will go up to 15 bullets should they win.
Yeah, so we're gonna be having huge supporters of Space Station tonight when they're playing their game, or against them rather.
Yeah, of course, this FaZe Fnatic game, as we're saying, is an elimination matchup. However, you chop it down. Yeah, Jack,
it's all so dynamic. It changes matchup on matchup on matchup on match. Tomorrow is going to be even worse for it, by the way.
Well, tomorrow we'll be down to only one stream, so we can focus on everything. And speaking of focusing, let's take a look at our map for this series. Again, elimination. I'm going to keep hammering it in between these two squads at another Nighthaven Labs. Variety is the spice of life. Right? Right now, the only spice we're getting is just salt on top.
Jamais 203, never 2 without 3. Always the same. We have the same.
French going on.
We're going to Nighthaven Labs once again, and I'm again not sure it's favoring Fnatic. I think it's one of the best phase maps overall. It's, again, I think similar to Clubhouse, it's the kind of map that has a certain ceiling where the best team will win. It's very strategic, very step-by-step. Everybody knows how you should play that map. Yeah. It's just a matter of who's the best team in the moment.
It's always interesting because it's very easy to say, like, you know, Nighthaven is a hard map to attack. But then actually, once you start rolling a couple of attacks together, it puts so much pressure on the other side. And again, it's a best of one. So it's all going to be on those first 6 rounds. That's what we've seen so far, has been the story of Nighthaven. The first 6 rounds have really dictated it.
All I will say is I'm super excited to see the new Kanto, Jaxu, playing against FaZe, the world champions, because we haven't spoken enough about this guy. He's the 2nd best rated player in this tournament. As a newcomer, first games into Tier 1, by the way.
Probably one of the only genuine rookies that's been given a shot in a long time in EU.
It's Baby Shark and Jaxu, basically.
There's a lot of fresh talent in EU. I just hope they don't all go to NA. We're drying out at this point. Let's have a chat to our own talents here on the other end of the camera. Dez and Ace now face Fnatic elimination game. Who would have thought that the world champs could be out now?
No one's thinking that, Milos. Come on, be real. FaZe are winning this team, right?
I mean, yeah.
You could have said the same. You could have said the same for KAG.
Right? I don't know. I'm slightly nervous, to be fair. Just because so much is on the line, like, it will be mental, but not out of tune with the most previous SI winners getting knocked out of the next tournament and simply not doing well. So
stranger things have happened
today. Liquid are not here. G2 barely hanging on 2 days in a row. I mean, who's at the top? Fearex, KAG are pretty much qualified at this point. Things are just mental, and that's what we live for. And I'm not going to dilly-dally much longer. Again, send it back to you for FaZe versus Fnatic.
Thank you very much, Milos. And Tim, I feel like we're an F short of a triple here. We've got FaZe, we've got Fnatic. The last thing I feel like we really need...
more, really, don't we?
Is a fresh. I think Fresh will be coming to join us for a TriCast over here for this game, because why the hell not? It's a game to be done. I know that he's quite a fan of Fnatic, but FaZe, sadly, are the opponent that stands before them. A big ask them to take them down on Nighthaven Labs, no less. It is FaZe's most played map over the last 6 months. It feels like you're asking an awful lot. Fnatic, however, haven't played it at all over the last year, so it's a bit unknown for FaZe to come and face off against this Fnatic team on it. Hello, Freshy. How are you doing?
Welcome.
You're not on yet, mate. Production really don't like you.
Oh, okay.
Now
there you
like
go.
You. There you
now
go.
I'm on. Okay, hello.
They decided they
I'm
didn't
here.
like you for a few seconds and then thought, actually, nah, he's all right, this guy. Got the Brits together, mate.
What do you think about Fnatic on Nighthaven, Fresh?
He has no idea. Hasn't seen it before.
I'm sure they're going to have a great time on the beach tomorrow.
There we go.
Nah, I don't know. The whole thing with Fnatic, with them even reloading as many as they can, going for the extended mag, they're going big or going home, quite literally.
Well, we were talking about this before coming on. We were saying, obviously, the alternative would have been just, you know, go small, survive till tomorrow, and then go all in tomorrow. But I guess you're going to have to do it at some point, and you're going to lose a few teams today. Your matchup's not going to be easy tomorrow, so...
Yeah, but if you're low down the table, you get to pick out one of those teams like Cloud9 that are set on 12 points, that are still in the mix. Well, given how Cloud9 played today, you'd probably fancy Fnatic to win that.
It's not going to be lower down the table, though, because either they win, and they're going to be sat on 15, above Cloud9.
No, this is what I'm saying, if they reloaded
Had
one.
they gone okay, sorry, yeah.
Had they gone a bit lower.
Tune into the conversation late there, mate. You're done with me.
Sorry.
It's all right, mate.
I'm not used to casting, that's all it is.
You got to be switched on, mate. Switched on is the server ready for this game. FaZe versus Fnatic. No big surprise to see 79% of you back in the Brazilian side to bring down Fnatic. The Fnatic has started a bit struggled at points, but as remarked, Jaxu, our second highest rated player, a true rookie, starting to shine bright. Is it enough to carry them through against the world champions? It feels like the answer should be no, but there have been stranger things happen in Siege.
There have been stranger things, like I said, happened today. Everybody would have thought that Team Liquid would have been going through. They did not. Eliminated earlier by none other than KAG. Could be in a similar position here. Bans start coming on through. I think we're going to see pretty much what we've been seeing consistently through the day on Nighthaven, which is going to be double shield, double electric.
I think so, especially. I think from Fnatic point of view, they're looking at Vita King. He is a terrific shield player. Obviously, it's going to be the Monty straight away, and we'll see what the next ban's going to be. Will it be a shield? Sure. Yes, it will. Blitz. So that only leaves open the Blackbeard. Now, of course, the Cade and the Mute ban. Nighthaven's very much similar to Clubhouse. Walls are so important on on every single attack. You need to be getting as many walls as possible open. Get rid of the Cade, get rid of the Mute. Means they can only be bandit tricking. And of course, the benefit of that, you can kill somebody when they're bandit tricking.
Well, you can fail sometimes and get C4 trying to get through. You've seen a few teams really muck it up at points, but I think you are very right there, Fresh. We're seeing Deepak already in round one, jumping straight onto playing that bandit. We're kicking things off in the basement, a bit of a twist away from what we've seen so far, Tim. Most teams starting up on that second floor when coming
Yeah, it seems to be becoming a 50-50. The last game with G2, it was the same. The first site that we saw was down in the basement. Personally, I'm sort of leaning towards the same as I say on Cafe, not quite as strongly, but I prefer the basement, much like I prefer the kitchen on Cafe to the top floor. I'm not a fan of the top floor on Cafe. I'm not a big fan of the top floor here on Nighthaven. The more that we see it, the more I see teams are just restricted by the lack of movement up there, the lack of
This is all waffle. You know, what he's really scared of here is heights, is what I'm hearing.
Nah, there's certainly been a switch though, because when this map first came out, like you say, it was the top floor. Teams didn't really roam on the basement, whereas they certainly will roam now. If you go direct, then obviously they've got the vertical to use back against you. And then with the top floor, teams have figured out how to attack that top floor and breaching, you know, 2 walls, and you can basically pinch through.
Who KDS get tapped by the way?
Don't know. KDS has just taken a ton of damage there, especially on your Hibana. That's like the last thing you want. There's several things that you'd like to be breaching here, whether it be hatches, whether it be that double wall. You want to be getting something going on to open things up on this site, and losing KDS would be a big blow.
Good remark on Jegs, has not had the best tournament for himself so far. Again, all the praise has been layered onto Jaxu. The other J doing much more, and sure enough, it starts out that way. Cyber in with the entry and the Vigil offline.
I hope FaZe have got enough flashes.
I think they could do with.
Can you imagine if there was still 3 on each operator?
Literally brought nothing else. They've got 10 flashes. Gruby is going to take down Vita King. Jaxu Fantandi. And the fight back is on from Fnatic, managing to pick 2 up. And that leaves us with FaZe having to just rethink things a little bit here. We've still got 2 players from Fnatic out on the roam as well. Gruby on vending stairs, which is kind of a semi-roam, but Sarks all the way up in electrical, and with short in terms of numbers, FaZe might struggle to go and find him and track him down here.
Yeah, but however, the positioning is good. Cyber's up there on the top floor. KDS is cutting off the rotations back down. If they can identify and win these 1v1s, especially with that Dokkaebi call just coming out, they can level up the man count, and you'll see Cyber do that 3 versus 3.
Not too bad now, is it, hey? But KDS is a bullet from death at the same time. Won't take much to go his way to see him get knocked over. Of course, had a hangout for now, focusing on the hatch inside a garage. All 3 members of FaZe gathered around this part of the map, and you can see Fnatic just responding in kind, moving most of their players down in the basement out towards EXO, just kind of giving ground over to FaZe here, but wanted to collapse on them when they start their push forward, and a C4 in back pocket for Deepak.
That Dokkaebi hack is going to be huge. There's 2 bulletproof cameras on the side of Fnatic that FaZe now will get access to, and they can pinpoint the locations of the defenders.
You see Vita King on it as well inside a tank, keeping a close eye on what's happening. Of course, going to get shot out, I'd imagine. Indeed, taken out, so not too available to them anymore, but it has forced, of course, intel to now be taken away from Fnatic as well.
Yeah, FaZe in a position to start pushing on into site here. They've dropped the hatch, but they are facing up against those Goyo canisters, and that could be a real problem for them. Only 30 seconds left to go.
Oh,
have 10 or 15 seconds left. The burn time. Cyber somehow winning out and reacting. A fight he should have had no business coming out on top of. Cyber gets another Souls for the finish, and FaZe managed to get it done.
I'm buzzing because he's in my fantasy team. It's a great start. 4 kills for Cyber in round 1, but my God, you can't be letting that one slip away from you. Jaxi, for all the praise you've piled on him, Fresh, has crumbled there.
Yeah, he absolutely crumbled. He had the jump on Cyber. He was up the stairs. He saw him first, and Cyber managed to get that flick. And I will say, from Fnatic's point of view, as Tim goes to check his fantasy team, from Fnatic's point of view,
he's fuming that
I think what they needed to do was collapse onto Cyber or collapse onto the plant going down, not try and do both at the same time. And yeah, I've got a lot of praise for Jaxu. I've seen him up close and personal. You know, I think he's a great player, and finally getting a chance. But you need to be getting that kill.
Or we just discovered Fresh based on our pose then.
I have no idea.
He's also got Cyber in his fantasy.
Oh, you've both got Cyber.
Get in!
Big dogs all around.
Up to the top floor we go then, round 2. Fnatic just going to continue the rotation, as I've discussed a number of times, something that we see much more commonly from teams now. Don't worry about going back to a site they've lost, just move on with it, get on to the next one. Top floor, so we're going to see less of a map presence from Fnatic. As I've said previously, I kind of feel like defensive teams have fewer options up here than they do somewhere like basement. They're going to be playing their extensions, very limited, maybe Aqua, maybe Interconnector, but probably not. It's going to mean that they're largely on site.
The problem with this top floor is very similar to Clubhouse CCTV top floor, is that once that main wall gets opened, which is the IT wall, that's the one that Handy's going towards so far and V's King will be focusing on. Once this wall is open, the attackers can then focus on either Garage and then Top Fish, or Garage and then coming in from the meeting side across. Either way, you have a pinch. As defenders, you have nowhere to rotate to. You've just got to stay as sitting ducks, basically.
Here we go. We spoke about the power potential of this bandit. Oh, not too ideal there. The power potential of this bandit. C4 possibly being heading that way is also going to have some impact, but of course shocked out by the electric. Now a neutral element within the game will of course destroy any defender utility at the same time. As you've seen there, it's going to have no impact.
Yeah, it's nervous from Fnatic. You know, Jackson's playing the previous round was nervous. It's nervous there from Deepak going early with the C4 before he needed to.
Have that RT wall open then, so good access in towards site for FaZe already. The question is, where are they going to stack up? Souls is moving in towards Connector at the minute, past meeting, so they are trying to surround, get at least a couple of angles of pressure here at least. Warehouse, of course, always a big point for contention. Depends whether they go for it or not. At the minute, FaZe haven't sort of committed any utility over towards that side. It's all IT, electrical, Connector.
Sarks was feeling a little bit cheeky then, I think, but knew for himself that once the C4 had come out, a drone was no doubt to follow at some point. They'd know where he was, and he's basically dead to rights. Has got away and got a kill onto Souls. Not bad. Jaxu a second, shaking off the nerves of last round to bring things into a 5v3 for Fnatic. But we've been here before, Fresh.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing for Fnatic. Can they hold out? Can they go and find more kills? And that's exactly what will happen. Turn it into a 4 versus 2. And it's all going to be a one-sided push now for Handy going in through IT.
It's happening again. They're starting to crumble right towards the end of the round. Still got a numbers advantage for now. KDS yet to find himself on the scoreboard in this game. Both players from FaZe gathered here inside of IT. Diffuser is often connected, so they've got some work to do here. Can either opt to back out and recover the Diffuser or push in and look for kills. Looking at where Handy's stepping across to, it feels like recovering the Diffuser might be on the cards.
Yeah, Jegs, Jaxu and Deepak all inside of the A site at the minute, playing quite closely to each other, but at least with an opportunity to play off each other's deaths if FaZe manage to get in and find a shot. 25 seconds left to go. That's not going to help them. Deepak manages to pick up a big kill onto KDS. That's Diffuser down again. 15 seconds. Handy just needs to play for kills here. Has to push in, but the bullets are raining in from every side. It's Deepak. Moves his position onto Catwalk. Finds the final kill. And Fnatic level up 1-1.
Yeah, that round was realistically over as soon as that big double kill happened. The first one coming out of Sarks, the second one coming out of Jaxu, and I really liked how they changed the angles of engagement out there onto the meat inside breach. It was really, really nice in Connector. They got that 5 versus 3. I did worry a little bit when they pushed out of the breach to try and find more, because I thought, hey, they're giving the opening, but they got the round done in the end, all stacking up inside of Command.
Down to the base we go then for round 3. You're going to see that repeat coming out. I think for FaZe at the end of that round, a little bit probably stuck and a bit static as well. Not quite sure. Do we go for Diffuser here? Do we push in and go for kills? You had Handy stepping out. You had the smokes going down elsewhere. It was a little bit disjointed, but still early game as well. Let's not forget. Still plenty of time to shake off their own nerves here. FaZe, yeah, Cyber started out strong. The rest, really waiting to see them play into this game a bit more.
For what it's worth, Fnatic have actually controlled both of the rounds. It was only a big Cyber play that actually got it over the line the last time for FaZe. I think if you, each team from FaZe's point of view, were going back down to the basement. They want to be clearing the roam out much more effectively, not ending up in man disadvantage. For Fnatic, I think just know when to get aggressive, I think is the big one. And also for Jegs, don't give away your life as a freebie, because he gave it away in the last round. He was the opening pick on that boss G.
Jegs on the vigil this time, up on that top floor, a basement site again. So Fnatic trying to stretch the play, trying to waste as much time as they can from FaZe. Just give them a little mini game, a little puzzle to work through. Where is the vigil? Of course, the effect of that vigil cloak is kind of spherical, so you can pick it up from a floor below, wherever your drone is. It can be difficult sometimes to just pinpoint exactly where they're located.
Cyber's changed off the book this time, going onto the IQ, and of course we've seen already at this tournament how well IQs can deal with Vigil. So what they'll benefit in being able to find the Vigil with Cyber, they'll actually lose from the verticality that they don't have on the book anymore.
Haven't even brought along the impact charges to help out on that as well, one thing worth noting, but instead they've gone in towards the Ram. Also got to pay respect towards the Valkyrie of Sarks coming out here. Imagine that is what has triggered the change away. Almost won't be surprised at some level to see that band away as the next defending operator at the end of this round. Deepek's going to fall on the Goyo. Spoke about this before, not the end of the world to lose, but I think losing the Goo Mines of the Legion, that's more of a problem. Jaxu also falling down. FaZe in full control of this round. Jegs might start the fight back, but these two players here, Tim, are stuck at the bottom of Aqua with nowhere to go. Cyber into a double, Plant going down. This one is done and dusted unless Sarks can work some magic.
Yeah, it's going to be too little too late from Fnatic. They're not sure FaZe exactly where Sarks is, so he gets the first, but he's not going to get any more because now they're aware of his position. The diffuser's down. FaZe are too smart a team to give him any opportunity in this. They know they don't need to. He finds the first, but the other two, Vita King Souls, have separated. They are just going to wait for him to have to go in. They're going to play the clock. As soon as he needs to go near that diffuser, they'll go and have a look. They've got the vertical, and this is going to be a difficult one for Sarks. Nothing he could do. Vita King closes it out, and Jegs on the Vigil, a little bit quiet in that round. It's always the risk when you're out on a roam on an operator like that you just get left out in the cold and you leave it too long to try and make that impact.
How many times have you done that in ranked when you're playing Vigil yourself, Tim?
Oh, so many times.
You're out miles away from the site and everyone's dead in sight.
All them times that I've
He's usually the guy in sight that's getting taken out. And Handle one on Vigil, nowhere near.
That sounds a lot more like why.
In fairness, for FaZe Clan, they ignored the top floor. They went in the mid floor. They won their fights. They didn't even need to trade anything out. You know, if you look where they're going, they're attacking into the middle floor of the map there. They really separated the top floor roamers, the basement, you know, the site bunkers, and they cleared the roam out from the middle floor, which is not necessarily conventional, but it worked perfectly that round.
Good, comfortable round. The Bandit is being the interesting band for me. I honestly thought we'd see the Valkyrie coming away, but clearly know they're going back on towards these sites, expecting to see more Bandit tricking coming out, and just simply don't want to deal with it. It means they haven't got to worry about bringing along the Maverick in this case, can instead play more towards their own comp. But granted, if you see a Valkyrie again, there's probably also going to be seeing Cyber back on the IQ.
You like the Bandit ban, I like the Twitch ban. Twitch ban straight away coming out of Fnatic, and obviously that means they can play two key operators now for their defenses. First and foremost, the Mirror. There's no risk against the Mirror windows other than Ash charges, of course, and Kelly charges. And you can also play the Goyo, which is something they've tried playing on the basement that hasn't worked particularly well so far.
So just going to give them that availability. This time it looks like it's a process of slowing down FaZe as much as they can. They've got the F-Nats, they've got the Goo Mines, they've got that denial. Take away the drones with the Mozzie. Just starve FaZe both of intel and of time and make them have to take risks, make them have to go in and take those gunfights.
Good on Handy here as well, running around on that Deimos, paired up with the Lion. It could be a Dockerbee, either or, work pretty well. Great hunting and forcing these members of Fnatic back, and I imagine at this point they're a little bit better for seeing the amount of roam play coming out from Fnatic. Jegs consistently getting out around them out, trying to be a spot of bother. Not really doing too well in that endeavor, but I think just paying some respect. They don't want to find themselves getting blindsided by members of Fnatic who are creeping up stairways, hiding away in corners, basically trying to make FaZe's like life a living hell, sorry.
With this bomb site as attackers, you've got to try and control the top floor and the bottom floor. You've got to keep defenders out of vertical lines of sight, basically, of the bomb site. You want them anywhere else but directly above and below the bomb site. That's why you're seeing FaZe put some pressure on breaching onto this IT wall, because it's directly above that B bomb site.
Cyber is currently stood on the breach as well, looking potentially to push in through IT and apply some direct pressure. There's at least 3 members of Fnatic up on that top floor, so a real investment of utility up there. Mirror windows, everything to try and support them. They are aware of Cyber's position. Grube manages to catch him on the swing. Deepek finds KDS as well, and all of a sudden Fnatic 5 versus 3 and a solid start to the round.
What do you make of that one, Freshie?
I think Fnatic are actually really going aggressive as much as they possibly can. They're certainly not giving FaZe any respect as you know, with respect to gunfights themselves, Fnatic want to be in as many as possible. They win both of them, and they change FaZe's attack entirely. FaZe just now have to go for it and try and go together. Because they can't set themselves up for an execute, they don't have the manpower to do so.
Which is funny, really, because with having the Deimos and the line on side, as I was speaking about the round start, you'd expect them to have some good control over what's happening out on the roam, but instead they've been pushed back almost doubly forcefully what you would expect. And Fnatic have shut that down before it can even really get started. Plenty of hard recovery effort to go through now. Fnatic can just step back, play as a group here. We've only got 45 seconds to work with, and there's still a lot they can use with the now. Gumar's behind them, of course, got C4s they can use at the same time.
And here's the big thing. If FaZe go to the bomb site, Fnatic can retake the top floor. If FaZe keep people upstairs when they go for the execute, Fnatic can flood from the bomb site. Plant's going down, though.
30 seconds.
Do they know?
He's going to hold on to it. Backs off because Jaxu is in position to deal with it. As you said, quite rightly, Fresh, Fnatic have got all the positions and all the answers that they need. 2 versus 4 as they manage to pick up Sarks, but again, it looks like it's going to be too little too late for FaZe. Victor King manages to find one. Jaxu onto Handy. 3 versus 1 now. Victor King with it all to do. Gets the diffuser, but with 4 seconds, he doesn't have a hope for this one.
No, Handy really needed to win that fight against Jax, who will just not get sucked into the gunfight, but by dying to him, Storage is completely off bounds to them. It's a shame because Handy had a real good fight of control, taking out one of the flanking players coming on through. It was a great read into what he knew Fnatic was going to employ next, but I think Jaxu again just in a brilliant position there and gave nothing to FaZe.
That's the big problem. As soon as you plant in, that's then, what, a 2 versus 5 in terms of guns up. You've got to hold both entrances into sight. You've got to hold the vertical above and getting pressured from the vertical. You've got to hold C4s from below, all kinds of utility. And especially when you've got Handy there, you know, holding into the other site itself, somebody's going to come from somewhere that will deny that plant, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, Fnatic bring things up to 2 apiece. FaZe start to sweat at this point a little bit. It's not the end of the world, dropping down 2 rounds on your attacking half, but it could easily become 3-3 and suddenly you never know what's coming.
I think from a FaZe point of view, the one thing they really need to control is Fnatic's aggression. When Fnatic have won rounds, it's come at the cost of big double kills coming out of nowhere, where they wouldn't necessarily expect Fnatic to go and get aggressive. Once they start controlling that, and they did start playing the Lie and the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, if they can get a grip on that, they can really proceed with these attacks.
They've tried to do that right in the previous round. We spoke about the Deimos and the Lion coming along as a pairing, and they still got absolutely wiped out by Fnatic, swinging onto really what were entry points into the building, giving them almost no room. This round, stepping away from that a little bit, instead trusting in the trusty old shield of Blackbeard to be their spearhead into the map, Tim.
I think a 3-3 would be fine for FaZe. Fnatic, it's a map that they don't normally play. Get them on the attack here, and I think we maybe start to see them struggle a little bit more. That's when they've really got a problem solved, and FaZe can choose the gunfights that they take a little bit more. So it's not, I don't think there'll be an easy second half for FaZe. Fnatic, sorry. I think a 4-2 is going to be more what they're looking for. They're going to have FaZe working immediately towards that IT wall. We have the Tubarão come out, though. The Zoto canister will prevent that breach at least for a little while.
Fnatic have brought 4 C4s on this strategy, which I kind of like, apart from the fact that Fnatic have been dreadful so far in their 4 defenses with C4s. We've seen a lot of them thrown out, and none of them connect. But good job, because Groovy can just hit the headshots.
Get it onto a Blackbeard, no less, as well.
There's one C4 gone.
It's really not the dream that you want. Again, that was the spearhead in this attack, and now instead going to have to lean into Souls either exploding forward on the Ash, not what he's known for, or something special coming out of Cyber playing on this Grim, but neither feel like a massive reality you can lean on. Handy at least getting a kill back. Groovy, the assailant of Vidder King, taken off the map.
4 versus 4 then as Fnatic just try to absorb some of this pressure for the time being. Again, FaZe all kind of stacking up from that same side. It's IT, it's going to be towards Connector once the Ash of Souls starts moving. That's the side that he's on. No real pressure at the minute towards Warehouse or towards Top Aqua, and that allows Fnatic to just front up that one problem to focus on it. This is better. KDS, get up those Warehouse stairs, take over Catwalk, and give Fnatic something else to think about.
They invested so much in getting IT control as well. They're completely out of Grimbees. They were all deployed by Cyber just to get control of this small slither of the map. Souls, as you can see on the other screen, by the way, is lurking out towards meeting Cyber, but he's got to come a little bit quicker to capitalize on this. Cyber has got rid of Jegs. That will open things up. For now, it's a bit of a stalemate whilst we watch the Tubarão hold that wall down from the ace. Deepex steps out and gets one, but now he's cut down 2. We're into a 2 versus 2. Sarks and Jaxu to hold on.
45 seconds left to go. It could be a length of time to hold, but Sarks manages to pick up souls. Handy, he's making a smart choice here, I think, in getting Cyber back on his feet. Doesn't want to have himself in that 1v2. He's got the time to do it, and a little bit of safety there. Sarks with the rotation, just a second too late. Misses his man going out of the window. 20 seconds left to go, and Handy, it swings again after picking up Cyber. He finds a kill, and all of a sudden, it's all up to Sarks. 1 versus 2. He knows that there's one. He's going to drop it through IT, but that will be his undoing.
The biggest benefit from Fnatic for them winning their defensive rounds has been that aggression, but not in that round again. It started very much when Grubby sat safe behind his Fenrir gadget, swings out, makes himself a freebie on the breach, and then again in that late round. Fnatic twice in the late round messing it up. Guys, they've got to attack into you. They've got to get the plant down. You don't have to peek them. Jaxu was in a 1 versus 1. Sarks was in a 1 versus 1. Just hold, because they've got to come into you. Jaxu didn't, lost the 1 versus 1, makes it 1 versus 2, and they lose it from that.
Second round this half now, where you'd look at it and say Fnatic could have won. They could have been up 4-1 here, if not for a Cyber 4K, and frankly, bottling here what felt like a very winnable situation. That kill onto Souls meant that Sarks was going dark. They had no idea where he was going to be. Handy winning that 1v1 was what completely changed how it played out. And Sarks, to be fair to him, I think he played the end of that 1 versus 2 pretty well, was trying to isolate out of 1 versus 1, but Handy, he's far too experienced. He gave nothing until Cyber arrived, and you saw how things closed out. I think it's more of a experience thing from FaZe here is really showing in these big clutch situations that Fnatic simply don't have the experience of playing out.
Yeah, I think they know that as much as they can test Fnatic, take it into the late round, test them, make them nervous, make them make the first move, and then punish them. You know, that's exactly what they're doing. Like you say, Fnatic could be 4-1 up if they'd have just played that late round effectively, and you kind of accept it a little bit because it's a couple of rookies, but let's remember, their tournament is on the line. If they lose this, they will be eliminated.
Final defensive round coming up for Fnatic then. You feel like this is a must-win, surely. Fresh 3-2 down. They need to at least get an even split before they go onto the attack, because this isn't going to get any easier in the second half.
And they're going back down to the basement. They're doing a roam again, and they've lost it 2 times now.
Look at the investment from FaZe though, right? Again, Dockerby, Lion, they know that Fnatic are playing aggressive. They know that Fnatic's whole goal is trip them up in the early rounds. They don't have the tools or the resources to invest in a really good execute later in the round. It's paid off sometimes, a lot of times it hasn't, and that's why we find ourselves at a spot where Fnatic is staring down the barrel of a 4-2 half here. Not a good spot to be in. ET1D coming out and phone call, it follows.
Yeah, this is where the pressure's now going to mount for Fnatic. Ruby inside a kitchen, he's going to have to move himself or he's going to be taken out. Cyber is getting himself inside of the building. Handy's on support just to watch for any of those rotates. They're looking to get Fnatic moving as much as possible, and this is why. As soon as Ruby moves, Cyber's there. FaZe have got all the angles covered, and there we see Jaxu. They've no idea that they've been pinged out. It's dangerous. The shadow gives him away, and Cyber takes him down. 4 versus 3, and FaZe are starting to look like they've really found their feet on Nighthaven.
And once again, we've got exactly the same problem. Dpeg is on site. His 2 roamers are isolated away from him with FaZe Clan in the middle because they keep entering on that middle floor. They're not worried about the top floor whatsoever. Jegs can do whatever he wants on the Boss G, but he's nowhere near the action.
They've really tried hard to make this work time and time again, but Jegs has not been able to find any success on this vigil. Almost to a degree that FaZe aren't super worried about it. Of course, it only takes it to slip the net here and find a couple of players before everything's turned back. But here we go, he's under fire already, as you can see. And FaZe are starting to close in around him. 1 in front, 1 towards the right. Another round where he's simply offering nothing, unfortunately.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Cyber there, just hitting the wall with the skeleton key. That's what he could be on for an ace here. He's looking for it, that much is for sure. 1 versus 3, Dpeg is there. Handy will snatch it away from Cyber. But FaZe won't care. They get another round, 4-2 on the attack, and they are sitting pretty to keep themselves in this all the way to day 5.
Bad decision, really bad decision to go back down to the basement. It's where FaZe have looked the most convincing, certainly the second time they attacked it, and again on the third time. I think compounded by another bad decision. They banned the Twitch. I thought it was going to be good. But they didn't play behind it. banning the Dokkaebi would have been a lot better.
Well, Maria's down in the playing area to go and find out what's going on down there. Maria, what have you got for us?
Hey, hello. So I'm here in the player booth. Now we have the tactical pause called by Fnatic, and the mood here is very intense. The players are now only starting to react to it. So I saw the Deepek's face at something. It was happening on the round, and it was like, oh man, you know, something is going wrong for Fnatic right now. While FaZe Clan is just very concentrated, but not all smiles. So yeah, the air is very dense right now, and I will be nervous too playing because, you know, our life depends on it. Fnatic, if they lose, they're out, and also FaZe Clan. But you know, they are all very concentrated right now.
Very much, Maria, and I think you're pretty spot on there. FaZe, even when they win the round, you haven't seen, you know, jubilant celebrations. For them, it kind of feels like we're here to do a job and we're getting it done.
Well, I think they're probably, you know, recognizing that they've had a tough tournament so far, and it's not really a time to be jumping and say, you know, you're avoiding elimination from the tournament. You don't celebrate just yet. You get in there and get the job done. That's going to be FaZe's first and last focus.
I think we've got to look at these bans from FaZe as well. Very targeted against Fnatic, it feels.
Yeah, I think so. I think Fnatic don't necessarily have a dedicated Shield player. They certainly don't have, you know, somebody of the caliber of a Spirits or an Aniton, so, or even a Vita King. So Shields aren't the immediately obvious ban. Obviously, Blackbeard's really good, but an execute operator for Fnatic, take it off the board. It's free intel in the Grim. I really like it. From Fnatic's point of view, they've banned away the Cade and the Azami. Now, one big weakness, I'd say, from Fnatic is actually teams that sit still against them and don't go out and fight. Azami enables that. It gives you layers to work through as attackers, so I can completely understand from Fnatic's sake why they've got rid of it straight away.
It's also going to help them get access to that warehouse catwalk that we speak about so much. It's the Azami that usually plays up there, gets those keeper barricades out. You couple that with a bit of barbed wire and as much utility as you can to try and keep hold of it. As it is, Souls is going to be playing behind the mirror window there, but that is going to be the limit of FaZe's defenses out there. So definitely an opportunity for Fnatic to work in towards taking catwalk later in the round. For now, they've focused on that connector side.
Just looking at the composition here from Fnatic, they're going to have to approach this execute in a man advantage because they've brought double breacher, they've brought the Ash for the mirror windows, no man for the flanks, and Jegs to try and get those kills. There's no execute utility. Obviously, Grim's off the board. There's no Ying, there's no Capto, nothing like that.
Leo is showing me something in it. It's very, very confusing.
I think it was related. Your phone's
flipped, mate. We haven't got a clue.
I think that said SSG out.
Wow. Okay. Another one that bites the dust.
And just very quickly on that for the viewers at home, that does mean that we will be putting 5 teams through today based on the reload standings.
Which could be interesting. We were looking at a potential, you know, Fnatic win. Putting them up to 15 puts them into 5th place. There is Dark Zero and Fury to play, so there's lots of other things to happen there. I'm not saying Fnatic, you know, go through, but even if they don't, with 15, it's going to leave them kind of towards the top for tomorrow.
It would be 16, because whoever loses this is eliminated, so they get the
very
bullets they
true.
reloaded, the bullets they have, and the additional from the passive
So
card.
it puts them right up there, even if it's not, you know, ending up as a qualification score for today. It is going to leave you very much towards the top of what's left. Groovy manages to take out Vita King 5 versus 4. It's been a little bit of a quiet round so far for the first 2 minutes, but Cyber is going to level that up with a trade, and Fnatic are still just working from that connector and IT side.
That Cyber being downstairs as well is a bit of a menace down there, to be honest with you, Tim. He got him through the soft flooring with the explosion that opened everything up, and there's no doubt trying to slip out for some more. In fact, maybe coming up behind them here, Tim. He just worked his way out towards beating, but Fnatic have exploded forward. They realised that a player was away from the action. He was coming in. Jegs was looking for him, but he's got him covered. Jackson into another. Fnatic with a dominant first attack.
I thought they didn't know. The mirror had got a kill from below. I didn't think they had the flank unlocked. Luckily they did. And again, Fnatic getting those couple of kills in the mid round meant they could execute in man advantage. Had that have got down to a 5 versus 5 for the execute, don't think they win that. So it was great work from them to get to that position.
A lot of the call was there, really. There's a player off site, he's below, go, 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 and those 2 kills that spill on through just open everything up for them.
So,
again, really convincing. Good stuff.
The reason I thought that they were going to assume the mirror was still below is because it was a mirror that got a kill. Obviously, mirror usually has a C4. Actually, it was mirror with the beat boop alarms. So I thought they were just not holding the flank, assuming the mirror was going to stay below.
Cyber goes where he pleases, fresh.
Luckily, they had it. That's all I'm saying, because I was seeing Cyber just cleaning up.
would have been terrifying. I don't know if he was caught on a drone or what on the way back through, but all that matters is he was just that, caught out. And it's good for Jax to get a couple of kills on the board. As said, he's been a little bit slow in that first half. Now on the Deimos, has become a little bit more lethal. On an operator like that, Tim, I really feel like you've got to be finding kills and contributing.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. It's almost another vigil there where it's, you know, the utility that's being brought is really focused around that operator, around that player, and so they've got to be getting some value out of it themselves. Fnatic, they're going to be attacking onto the basement this time. Fresh, this is going to be a little bit different for them. Last time they were able to, you know, look at what the setup is, get there onto site and just push from that 1 point. Here I would expect to see FaZe around the map a little bit. We've got Handy up on the top floor, a couple on the mid floor. Much more of a job for Fnatic to control FaZe here.
Yeah, I would say so. Again, it's going to be about clearing out the roamers, clearing out the top 2 floors. However, I will say, difference in Fnatic's approach already, as you can see on your screen, is going to be Deepak opening up the walls with that map. We saw FaZe leave these walls open, leave these walls closed all together in their entirety, whereas Fnatic maybe are going to put a little bit of pressure direct at the same time.
A bit of sync here, I think, as well. Groovy rocking up at the same time. Now, it's nades in hand, so if they wanted to roll it underneath them, they could. Looking to find a bandit battery, and sure enough, found, which means they go straight with the hard breach charge. No need for the Maverick to worry about wasting loads of gas to get this open. That can be redirected if needs be towards the main wall.
So I think what Fnatic are going for here, instead of clearing the roam, is I think what they're going to do is maybe look to do something direct into this Exo side here, into Animus side here. What they need to do for that is they need to stop defenders being on the hatch of the room of the Animus breach. To do that, you need to control Warehouse.
Got Jax is here for as well with that scan upstairs, just in case Cyber is looking to be a little bit cheeky. Ruby's going to find Vidiking, and they've exploded in towards site here. They said, forget about Animus, we want the whole damn thing on the downstairs. KDS gets his first kill of the game, back on the other way. It's into a 4v4.
The big problem for Fnatic is that FaZe know they've got the diffuser down cold on the ground inside of site. KDS manages to pick up Groovy 3 versus 3. Fnatic Sarks has managed to make a grab for that diffuser, and he's putting it down. And I don't think FaZe are in a position to do anything about this. They don't know that he's going to stick it. And FaZe, they've been caught too far away from site. Left out in the cold. Souls finds Sarks. 2v2. 30 seconds left to go. Cyber turns it on. And FaZe, what a retake.
They were done such a good job of keeping Cyber at bay. They flooded site, wanted to wipe out everyone on FaZe, but these 2 roamers have come back and shut it down. Fresh, that feels like a third round this game that Fnatic should have had, and they've bottled it when it counts.
It doesn't feel like it. It is, Des. That's exactly what it is, and I've called him out for a couple of times already, but Grubby again.
You are lucky that cup was empty.
I'm throwing cups around all over the casting station. My arms are flailing everywhere. Grubby was in a great position. And again, once you're in sight and you're rushing, you're making defenders come back into you. What is he doing? Challenging with a shotgun there. He knew where the player was. That guy's going to be running around. You're in sight. You've exploded into sight. He's nervous. He doesn't know what's going on. And Grubby losing that 1v1, unfortunately, has lost Fnatic the round. Of course, FaZe did a great job of retaking it as well. But yeah, now it's small decisions, and it's aggressive decisions, which Fnatic are clearly, you know, that's their ethos as a team. They want to take the fight to FaZe. It's now lost them 3 rounds. They'd be on match point right now had they have made the correct decisions in all of those rounds.
And all that chat we had at the start about, can you imagine a world where Fnatic beat FaZe would be like, I can't believe they're a round away from doing it.
For the most part, they've been better than FaZe.
They have, I'd agree. They've played FaZe off the park a little bit here. You wouldn't consider that FaZe are also a team facing elimination here if they lose out.
Wow.
It kind of feels a little bit like FaZe are doing just as much work as they need to. And not a lot more. It's like, you know, yeah, okay, you've got the defeat. Right, okay, we'll win the round now. You know, we're not going to worry about it for the first 2 minutes, but we're going to win the round now.
You know what it is? No, it's more that Cyber heard that me and you have got him in our fantasy team.
Must be.
Well, they're just trying to funnel everything towards him here.
I have to hear about this fantasy team one more time.
You're going to hear about it far more, mate, trust me. I'll let you know how it goes later. Exactly how many points he's farmed for me, the whole lot.
Yeah. Control and storage will be the site for round 9. FaZe completing that rotation, much as you described earlier. Fresh, we're going to see a similar approach from Fnatic. Get that RT wall open. They'll likely have a little bit of a drone downstairs. It seems to be a bit of a choice whether you open the double wall down into the basement or not. It does prevent that vertical denial of a plant from underneath if you're going to go for a pillar spot, but it depends if that is your target point or not.
Once again, Fnatic bringing a lineup that is very much focused on getting those walls open and then clearing out FaZe. That it's not focused on can we do anything execute-wise into sight. Again, things like the Ying, the Glass, the Smokes, Capitals, none of that whatsoever. And again, nothing, you know, for example, like the Lion or the Dokkaebi. It's all focused on, I would say, traditional siege. Breaching, getting walls open, taking away utility.
Just out there with the Melusi being taken away by Jaxu, shot out as well as the drone. No more of that hacking business going on. Everything else should largely stay up. And I tell you what, Deepek's been brought down here. Cyber went out after him, and he's done just that. Nyan unstoppable today, but Jaxu is there for the assist. Still a 1-for-1. You lose your hard breach. It doesn't feel like the end of the world here because they've already got this carriage breach opened up, but it's not good to lose a gun. A good trade coming in. Jaxu involved in 2 inside the space of 10 seconds.
Yeah, Fnatic looking good so far. Like you say, losing Deepek at that point, really not the end of the world. RT's already open, Garage is already open, Exothermics have done their job, so they can live with that. Deimos scan is going to be in as well. Jegs knows exactly where Vidaking is at the moment, at the bottom of Aqua Stairs. Is he going to go for the challenge? Yes, he will. Manages to spray him down with the Vendetta, and each time that FaZe take a round, Fnatic seem to come back better in the next. They seem to have an answer handy. Manages to find Sarks. 1v3 becomes a 1v2.
Surely not, Tim. We can't see this happen again here, but you've just got a feeling the Handy could find the way through. Yeah, there are scans coming in from Jegs here, so they know exactly where he is. But for now, he's like an angel of death. No! How does it happen again? You speak it into existence sometimes, but Fnatic are leaving the door wide open for FaZe again and again.
A 1v3. Andy had a Deimos track. The death mark was active, but the only death mark was Fnatic. That was unreal from Andy, but Fnatic again, add it to the list, add it to the bill. How many rounds now have they given away that should have been won?
4.
They couldn't possibly have played that worse, by the way. Absolutely not. The reason I was actually going to praise Fnatic, I was setting myself up to praise them on that attack. They had no idea where Handy was. That's why they were triple stacking on the one player that was on the Deimos ping during that round in that 3 versus 2. Loved it. They got it to a 3 versus 1. I'm thinking, great. Now you just need to trade each other out. You'll win the round. As soon as they tracked Handy, it was just really, really bad in the late round.
They can't hear me. Okay. All right, boys, listen, you've dominated the game, yeah? Let's not fucking get bitchy at each other now, yeah? We need to fucking have our spirits high here, boys. We've dominated the game. We've thrown a few rounds. All right, whatever. Speak about the fucking bans that have come out now, boys. Think about what they want to stop you doing, yeah? The information game for us has been really fucking good, guys. If Jake's can't play the Deimos, let's take an extra operator for that, okay? Let's figure out what they're doing because they're running around like fucking crazy, guys. We're finding gaps everywhere, yeah? Finding gaps everywhere. They're making desperate plays. Mute jumping out a fucking sight window. We refrag onto him. The garage guy, we refrag onto him. We just have to calm it down. And Michael, when we get into those situations, okay? When the round is won, we calm it down, guys. Serious calmness, yeah? But keep fucking playing with good energy, guys. Come on, let's win this shit.
Come on, fucking got this, guys. Let's get a stash.
Did you have any words there except expletives? I don't think I did.
I was going to try and quote him. I don't think I can. What I will say again is he talked about the throws. I just want to finalize the one on the throw with in that previous round. The worst thing that they could have done was Jegs, whilst he was on a Deimos track, stack up with the diffuser, and that's exactly what he did. That's why Handy was able to find 1, find 2. If Jegs was the other side of site and Jaxu was the other side of the other bomb site, the plant could go down for free.
Everything he said, though, is very right.
It's exactly what I was saying. They've dominated this game. They've just thrown so many late rounds.
It's such a shame for them if they go out on this as well, because all that we remembered is they got battered by FaZe, 7-3 on the last day. Not many will talk about the quality they've shown at points throughout this game. And don't get me wrong, this is not the best form FaZe that we've seen either. They look a bit asleep at the wheel here. It's really weird to be able to say that about FaZe. Again, world champions, but we spoke about this at the start of the game. Very often you see hammer lifters at the next tournament just not perform to the standard that you saw from them that helped them lift that hammer in the first place. But Fnatic, they're their own worst enemy. They're beating themselves here.
And I think that will be the most frustrating thing. Unfortunately, you know, winning 3 rounds, getting yourself into overtime against FaZe is a colossal task attacking Nighthaven now. If Fnatic go out, they're going to be really kicking themselves because it was all in their hands. It's not particularly like they're being outclassed right now. They've changed themselves onto Jegs on the Monty. As Tristan predicted, the Deimos ban did come in.
sometimes when you get to that match point and the shield gets brought out, the Monty gets brought along, it feels like a little bit of a desperation pick sometimes.
I mean, Jax has gone from Deimos to playing shields. Like, what a change,
you know,
right?
it's kind of, and I get it, the Deimos gets banned away, you bring your next spearhead, you bring your next focal point, but when it's the match point, it always just feels a bit like, right, let's try and throw the Monty at the problem and see if we can solve it. Hopefully Fnatic, it does go that way for them, but it ain't looking good. Cyber deals with the Monty, and right now, Fnatic, you're on the back foot. You got 4 lives left. After that, you're out of reload.
Sark's underneath as well, I think, looking to help them get the push forward here. Now going to rejoin them up on the top floor, and it starts to feel a little bit one-dimensional. All the focus is on this connector, and I'm not sure it's going to be what they need to get the job done.
Especially on this top floor of Nighthaven, you need multi-prong attacks. You can't just come from one place because the defenders will just front it up. They can just stay in this close quarters combat. You see the Melusi there close to the connector breach. You see the Goyo inside of a very, very small, compact room.
It's looking real tepid now. Again, just round after round. What could have been for Fnatic will be the question they hold themselves, but not many will remember. KDS, we know, has had a pretty poor game, and Groovy reminds me of that fact. Slams him down to 44 as the call from Sarks rings out here. Smoke to at least keep Fnatic at bay for now, though, Tim. Can they hold them back? There's 2 stacking up on the door. Could be a double shotgun kill coming through, but no, Handy with just the 1.
Deepak really wants to get this wall open. He is now going to be able to achieve that. A little bit of damage has been done. Handy continues with the shotgun. 3 versus 2. Fierce finding trades everywhere. Cyber on to Deepak. It's up to Groovy, low health. He gets 1. Can he save Fnatic? 1v2? No, he cannot. Souls is there to close it out, and the world champions keep themselves alive for another game here at Reload.
Barely. I think there, Tim. That's not the performance of a world champion, and not one really that deserves to be careering up the leaderboard, but that is exactly what they've done on the back of Handy and Cyber. They keep themselves in this and send Fnatic home.
When you're a world champion team, it's not about how you perform in the games, in the early rounds of the tournament. It's just about winning them and making sure that you're in the games that matter. That's exactly what FaZe did. It wasn't amazing siege. It wasn't great siege, but they got the job done off the back of 2 huge performances.
Moments of promise there, and I look forward to seeing what Fnatic can deliver during stage 1, but their journey ends here, and so does this game. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, freshly back with the boys to the desk, and they'll break this one down for you.
guys on thin ice, but you know, they just won the game they needed to. And KDS, congratulations. What do you think it was the key to winning that game?
I think the key of this game was Cyber and Handy. They are playing very well. Handy make a clutch, and Cyber are getting a lot of open kills for us. So I think this is the strength of today, and hopefully we are going to qualify to playoffs.
Are you nervous? You're shaking your leg or no?
No, just anxious. The ansiedade, como fala?
Anxious, and so.
A little bit. So
anxious about like not qualifying, you say? Because I mean, FaZe Clan is not qualified yet, but winning the game helps you.
I think is what everyone feels about the game. We want to qualify very quickly, and we started the tournament very bad. So I think this makes us a little bit nervous to play. So I think this is the
it's normal, right? It's very normal. Let's talk about the map. You guys picked the Night Heaven Labs, and it's really such a great map of FaZe Clan. So it was such a bold move from Fnatic. You were just so comfortable. Cyber was laughing, like just really relaxed. You know, talk more about the map.
I think this map, we chose this map because we scrim with Fnatic in last days.
Okay.
So I think this map, they think will be good because the scrim is a close game, and hopefully we won. So next time, don't pick labs against us.
No, that's fine. So. No, that's fine. Grub and Dipek just passing by the camera. That's fine. You have another match tomorrow. You're not qualified yet. What are you guys going to focus to get better?
I think we are going to focus on the same things we are doing so far. We are trying to communicate better every match. So I think this is the main problem we are having.
You think you're communicating less than you should, or it's just like disorganized?
Yeah, a little bit disorganized because it's the start of the tournament. Normally, FaZe start to communicate very well in the playoffs because it's best of 3 and it's another word. So, yeah, I think this is the problem.
Okay, congratulations. And you know what? It means a disorganized communication, it's farofa. Eles estão farofando. That's what it means, Milosh. You can say that on the next match if you want.
I'm not even going to attempt to say
I'm not going to try either.
Yeah, maybe we can record that at some point. Anyway, we have some language classes to take with Maria. 16 bullets is what FaZe Clan run away with at the end of this matchup. And what a game. You thought it would be back and forth, and then FaZe took control.
It was theoretically back and forth, but it was like, I guess, back with Fnatic for the first 2 minutes of the game, and then forth for the last 30 seconds. It was basically a story of Fnatic finding a way to impression us. Basically, we were impressed by them over, I guess, being better than FaZe throughout most of the rounds, and then yet, consistently, every single round, they found a way to lose it.
I'm still speechless, I'll be honest.
They're out.
Honestly,
Fnatic are out.
Speechless. Like you said, Fnatic really did control that game against FaZe Clan on Night Haven Labs, but FaZe Clan were just so good in the late round, and it was 2 big individuals, let's be honest. It was Cyber, and then it was Handy, with big moments that literally dragged FaZe Clan over the line.
I want to praise Fnatic, though. I want to praise Fnatic because they were close to beating FaZe. I know it looks like 7-3, and it is a 7-3, but in the end, you have to manage expectations. When we saw this matchup, we knew that Fnatic were not in a position to be favorites, right? Everybody was betting on FaZe for sure to take this home. Let's be real. What happened here was Fnatic being much better than the scoreline actually shows, and it's giving us good hopes for this team comes EML time to show us more of this.
Absolutely. We kind of are coming in with like no expectations of what Fnatic can show, and yes, they might be eliminated in round 4, but the games that they showed, there's a spark that we can exploit into EML.
And you know what? Fair play for having the balls to put it all on the line against FaZe.
That's fair.
They should have won, they didn't, but fair play to them.
It was an entertaining game regardless of that. And reminder again, FaZe Clan 16 bullets. However, our detail for this game, what was it here, Leo?
We're gonna look at Cyber attacking right now.
Good.
Obviously on Buck, 1 year ago he was the best Buck player. Well, it's still the case. Let's take a look at how he's anti-roaming here in that round 1. He's gonna get a free opening on Sarks, roaming upstairs, because that's just him. He gets always the right game sense, right? Look at his second kill. For this is the detail for me. He's getting challenged by Jaxu. Jaxu sees him before, he shoots before, yet Cyber gets away with the kill, drops, and kills the final player. Now, that was a 3v3. The defense was at the advantage. Jaxu saw him first. In any day of the week, against any other player, Fnatic wins that round. But it's Cyber against him, and the flick on the headshot is the detail for me that only the top 1.0001% can do, and that's Cyber for you on Buck.
There's a reason why FaZe are world champions and they have so much pedigree internationally. However, at times this did feel like not just a game, but a game of throws.
Absolutely. That first round, for me, was the start of the story for the rest of the round, Jack.
Oh, honestly, this round in particular, Grubby challenging with the shotgun. I had no idea what was going on. I think plant spot maybe not the best as well, but it's in that chaos of the mid round. But look at this, in the late rounds, it's always the attackers challenging the defenders in the post round. That's not how it's supposed to go, Leo.
Everyone is panicking, everyone is running around. Even in this scenario here, why is Sark challenging here at this window when he doesn't need to? He doesn't have a trade potential. That makes no sense. Then you have the Demos tracker, you know where he is. You know you can go for the plant at the same time. Instead of that, they're panicking, they're running around. The vert created by the Frost can then be used. First kill, second kill, impossible to trade. Well played by Handy, but again, what a throw.
That one for me, if you're in a 1 versus 2 and you've got the Deimos, the one thing you don't do when you're the 2 is go close together. And that's exactly what Fnatic did. If one was in the west side of storage and one was in the east side of control, it would have been 2 1v1s, plant could have gone down. It was...
In summary,
Game of Throws.
Round 1 was a throw, and that started throughout the tournament, throughout the match, sorry. Every single round that Fnatic had the advantage, they just gave it away. And that's just a sad story, because once again, there are some young players, there are some promising players on Fnatic.
Could have been?
So you go home, but you go home with our praises. You're a good team. Stop throwing, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you even heard it in the timeout there that Tristan called. Yeah, I told everybody to quiet down in the green room to hear exactly what he's saying. And I know you couldn't say exactly and repeat it on the screen, but regardless, I think he was quite clear what had happened. Fnatic, we say goodbye to them. FaZe Clan live to fight another day. Perhaps we'll see how things kind of shape up, but all that is after the break for our final game.
Available now.
We're doing the behind the scenes of the talent work here. And we're going back with our series, Pick Your Best National Team for Rainbow Six Siege. As a reminder, you cannot pick 2 players from an existing team. I'm here, I found Milos. Milos, here, come with us. Come with us. I need you to pick... you don't need to work, we're all good, we're all good. Okay. You need to pick your national team. You're Lebanese, so you need to pick your national team from Lebanon.
All right, I was going to say, there's a lot of amateur players from Lebanon, but realistically, Valentino is the only player who's actually had like pro experience. We've seen him competing even like last SI, but like otherwise there's not much. I mean, it would need to come down to like me IGLing. It's not good.
I've seen that before. You don't want that in any competition.
I can't shoot, much like you, but I can IGL if need be. You're the Mira player here, my friend. I remember I casted your games. Little guy.
Okay, it's the same story for me. No shooting and only IGLing.
See, same. Understandable. I will say then, if I made a MENA team, is that okay?
Yeah, let's go for a MENA team now.
I really want Hashum from Twisted Minds to be on the squad. Valentino also to join him. Valentino plays currently for Gamax. There's also a mixed Arab team. Eagle X99, who is on Onyx Ravens, who you remember is player has also had a decent amount of experience internationally in 2024 and 23 until the end of last year. We'd also have, I think, O'Falcon, that's on the GK roster. That's 4. And who else can I put with him now that's not on any one of those squads?
You can still pick any of those squads, just not 2 from the same one.
Well, I already picked one out of that's really good from the the better teams on the. Okay, what about staff? Can we take staff from one of them? Do they count as players?
Yeah, that's all good. They can play. They can shoot back.
Well, good because. Matt Skills can also play, who's also played competitively, is now currently coaching the Twisted Minds team and managing the team. He's also technically set as substitute for the team. So I think that would be... I had to pick 2 players from Twisted Minds, but I think to have a really good shot at like the creme de la creme of the MENA region, that's what I would do.
Do you think your team would have any chances to beat the top teams like Brazil, US, France, and maybe France as well?
Nobody's beating Brazil.
Do you think the US or the UK can beat Brazil?
UK, they're all talk. France, they just forever second, so maybe they can do something. And even then, we're kind of done with teams that are monolingual or just from one nation.
That's a sad story. That was our take from Milos. Sorry, you can go back to work now. And we've now got our first MENA official national team.
Can I swap Matt Skills for T9?
No, you picked a manager. You've got so much talent in Saudi Arabia, and you chose a manager.
Joker.
They're split.
Jalad.
Hey, Joker 619. J-Lad.
Either of the twins.
Dove.
Yeah.
Dove is amazing.
That's true. I was trying to look at different
whips.
He put himself
in fairness, Eagle X is a great shout. Terrific shield player, I will say. Very, very underrated. Interesting MENA team from you.
I'm sorry, Valentino. I have to throw you under the bus.
Guys,
there are better players than Valentino.
What badge?
But I needed to have one Lebanese player on there, and it can't be me. So
to be fair to Valentino, he was one of the best MENA players.
Played a major
2 years ago. He was amazing. He maybe dropped off a little bit, but still, I think he has what it takes.
I do have VODs on my channel.
What it takes, what is he not on one of the other teams? Is all I'm saying.
Just the main YouTube.
Anyways, I wish we could do national teams. I wish maybe if I was Emirati or Kuwaiti or Qatari or Saudi, maybe there would be more picks in there. There's also Iraqi players, Iranian players. There's African players from Egypt, from Tunis, from Maghreb that are playing in MENA. It's just...
Is this the stall waiting for the next game?
I love my home region.
I assume so.
I want to see more about it, but I also want to see what a Team USA would look like. So
you have some great talent in the US.
Yeah, cheat
like
code.
Baby Shark.
Way too many people. Let's see what they have.
Like Citizen.
Hey guys, welcome back to Pick Your National Team for Rainbow Six Siege. As a reminder, you cannot pick 2 players from the same team, and now I found some of my favorite American talents to help me. I also have Foxy, who's from Canada, so we're gonna see what they're thinking. Hello guys, I'm sorry to cut you. I'm interviewing you and putting you on the spot right now. All right, I need you to give me the best possible American team, and you only have the right to pick 2 players from the same team. That would be a national team. Current players. Like right now, the best possible American national team.
All right, you got to get Troy as the IGL.
He's Canadian.
Well, he's part of North America.
No, but we need a national team, so he needs to be American.
Then hot and cold, you'd have to get as IGL. Then I think you get. God, we have so many international players now.
Yeah, you have a lot of talent.
I think you throw Diffuser on there. He had a good rookie year, so I think that's a good shout. I think you get. This is a tough one. Put me on the spot. Dream's just the first to come to mind for a good support player. You need a good support player. So you got Hot and Cold as IGL. You have a Diffuser.
You're basically building Biscos that won the last major.
You have DZ players. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Everyone's just a mix and all around. Honestly, NJR. You got to throw NJR in there for like an entry flex. And then I think you either grab Ashen or J90, but I think I'm going to have to go with J90. And that's the roster. And then for coach, I'm going to have to say call out. Call out for coach.
That's a really good pick. Really good pick. Decent teams all over. We've got some Brazilian, Australian, French ones, UK ones.
Whoa.
But the French would take it 100%.
Definitely not biased.
I've got a hot take about this. Yeah. You could build a better team that plays in North America than Laxing just built, full of imports.
That's pretty much what's happening.
Citizen, Baby Shark, Dash, and I need one more import. So one more import?
I don't think that team beats the US team, though.
I was just dunking on them.
Yeah, I think the US team is pretty good as is. I think he did a good job putting me on the spot. He had to think of like 5 amazing players in one in different teams.
Yeah.
I think he did a decent job.
Spoit.
Content creator. Anyways, let's move on from one US team to another. Dark Zero on the chopping block because they go up against Furia, our final game for today. This matchup does not eliminate any one of those 2 games, but it has serious impact on who qualifies into the top 5 off of today, gents.
Listen, they've impressed me so much. I think by far the best NA team at this event. By far better than M80, by far better than SSG, and to a
Why
degree
they make
Wildcard
Pampa
as well.
so tall?
These guys.
He's not that
and
tall.
It's also because they have European, isn't it? Jack?
Yeah, it's exactly that.
But these
callers
guys
on the team, by the way.
Yeah, these guys, they've had an amazing path to here so far. Yes, they've lost to W7M, but that was super close. And in my opinion, they were 1 round away. Sorry, they were time, 2 rounds away from beating the best team in this tournament, which is W7M. The imports of Citizen to bring firepower, the imports of Spirits to bring firepower and the shields, and not also disrupt the amazing synergy between Nave, Pumbai and NJR. They've basically went with the same synergy as before, and now they have amazing firepower with it. The way that Kangaroo Kenny has rebuilt this roster after SI is amazing.
You can rebuild and build however you want, but it depends, can you play the format properly? So let's see what they've loaded in for this one. A singular round in the chamber, Jack.
Yeah, they're pushing it to tomorrow, ultimately. They will go up to 7 or down to 5. Either way, they're probably going to be in the bottom half of the leaderboard and will pick a team that they will have to go big against.
Dark Zero's putting themselves in a really bad spot for
strategy.
tomorrow.
Don't know necessarily how it will work out.
6
but
bullets,
that's what they've
betting
gone for,
1.
of course.
They
Given the
win, they
caliber
have
of opponents
7.
they've gone against, I understand why they've gone conservative.
That means they won't get to pick their team tomorrow.
You're going to have to go big.
They're going to go against someone like
there's
FaZe or something.
One too many teams that are trying to fight in the middle tomorrow, and with who gets to pick first, with how things would shape up, it's going to be a tough fight because you can't chicken out of any of the games tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's a big issue for me when playing it too safe, is that I'm afraid that Dark Zero right now may just be shooting themselves in the foot because they didn't reload enough.
They might be slightly too low to even...
Even if they win, like they go to 7 bullets, imagine they go with extended mag and everything they can tomorrow. If they don't get the right opponents that has enough ammunition to steal from, they're not making it.
What I will say, very likely they end
They'll
up
wait
against,
until
like,
tomorrow,
a
I
FaZe or
guess.
Falcons or somebody big. The reason being is teams don't want to play Dark Zero. Why is one of the reasons? Spirits. Because he's so good on the shield, but he's also
They don't
so
like their
good
opponent right
off
now.
the shield as well. He's a real threat, and teams don't want to deal with having to play against the quirkiness that he brings.
Well, let's talk about Furia on
Their
the
opponent
other
is
end
currently...
of
Oh,
that
they're
board,
going
of
against
course,
Furia.
the
That's
squad
why.
that won the Invitational here in Brazil. They want to make it back
They're not
again,
confident.
and they're actually not far away from qualifying.
I feel like it's the only team that's not stressed about this format.
Can't wait till the last day, bro. That's so fucking stupid.
They don't care about how much they
People
reload.
are
They just
so
win
dumb.
every
They're not
single
thinking
matchup. So
ahead.
at this point, they just, It doesn't matter how much they reload if they will win everything.
I absolutely love them. You know, we've seen them in and around
Hold
the
on,
venue.
who
and
did
the
they play
hotel.
yesterday?
They're talking to everybody. They're loving life. They're trying to
yeah.
get everybody energized. They're on social media. It's absolutely incredible. The last time we saw them feel like that was in Sao Paulo when they won the World Championship. So this
played,
is completely vibe based. This is not objective stat space. Fury are feeling
They
good
played
about themselves. And it's a
Fnatic
different Fury
first,
from what
but
we've
they couldn't
seen
do the
in the last
reload.
few events where they've been uptight,
And then they
they've been
played
rigid. They've
SSG,
not
and then they
really
could do
been
the reload, but it was
invested in
against
themselves. They're
W7M.
enjoying themselves at the
I was
Okay,
literally
it's-
going to ask you guys.
It's not
do you
necessarily
feel
their
like
fault. They
Fury
played
is back? Because
W7M,
right now, the way
and
they're
then
playing,
Furia.
I feel like they're
Like,
back at the level that were.
They're
that
waiting
had them
for an
dominate
opponent they can
every single
actually
STR
beat.
event
I
for
get
the
it.
year in 2024.
And that's just the thing is the depth of strategy they have, the map pool, the the IGLs, the firepower that they've got. It
makes more sense.
For everything for perfect siege, and then they're adding in the mentality on top. It's great.
Do they have enough bullets is the question. They're going to load up 5 to potentially make it 17 should they win the game. We have to clarify this, right?
Yes.
Because there's currently, Falcons and FaZe Clan that are sitting
And
on
then Furia is
16
either
bullets
getting
each.
themselves
Should
ready for an
Furia win this
extendo
game, they
next
go up to 17
tomorrow,
and they qualify.
or they're
The team
solidifying
that
their
is already
position.
set is W7M.
Yeah.
So whatever happens here in this game, W7M would move forward. Furia, should they win, they also qualify, and that means that they knock down Falcons and FaZe to fight another day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's pretty much as simple as this. It's in Falcons' hands. They win the game, they're through to playoffs. If DZ win, it will be Falcons that are through to playoffs.
So basically, right now, Falcons are praying for DZ to win.
If you're a European, and you're hoping the European brethren get it done.
And is it the same story for FaZe? Is FaZe praying for DZ to beat Furia and make it then to the quarterfinals?
FaZe are out regardless.
Yeah.
FaZe out regardless. Okay.
With 16 bullets that they have in there, it's a tough fight because W7M get the average at the end of the day. That's why we talked about this yesterday during the draft and through it today. Is that Well, Furia, they have the buy, nobody picked them, which means they get the average of 1 bullet, not counting for any elimination cards,
W7M, yeah.
or also those extended max at W7M, excuse me there. But yeah, that's how things work. Might sound confusing, but it's actually as simple as it can be. The question is, how simple will it be to play against Furia in this case? Because I feel like with the promise of Dark Zero and how Furia are just so happy that we know they have the skill, now they have the emotion behind it, this game can just be smashing against a wall the entire night.
I'm just hoping for this game to be the best one of the day yet.
Yeah.
I know KAG upset Liquid, and that for me was one of the best games we've had throughout the tournament. I'm just hoping for this one. We're looking at 2 of the teams that are in the best shape right now. Yesterday, DZ taking W7M all the way to overtime was an amazing game. I'm just wondering, that was a temperature check. Is W7M worse than Furia or not? Are we going to see the same kind of overtime, really tense matchup? It's also 2 different styles of Siege. I feel like Furia is much more about the energy and the vibes, much more about the fragging power. DZ is all about, yes, the firepower, but mainly the strategy and the utility. 2 styles of Siege being played and mastered at a different level, facing each other.
I'm already curious. I know we'll get on to maps, but I'm curious as to how these teams approach operate. Because Spirits is a real asset for this team in terms of Dark Zero. And Furia don't necessarily have a dedicated shield player, whereas Dark Zero do. So from a Furia point of view, do you allow Spirits free choice of shields? Because at the end of the day, he's going to play 1 anyway. You can only ban away 2. You can maybe ban away 3. If you ban away the shields, Dark Zero have a very clear strategy that they will ban away the Warden and then play Ying against you. So pick your poison with Spirits. He's such a good player. Whereas for Dark Zero, because Furia don't have a shield player, that problem doesn't exist for them.
With how tight this match is, we really would like
touch,
this. With how close this game potentially can be, I'm curious how the map ban actually goes physically. And actually, luckily enough, Maria was standing by to take a look at it.
Furia versus DZ, that is going to be a great match to watch it. Let's see what they are banning.
Oh, the bands?
We ban like we wanna play.
Clubhouse. What are you saying?
Clubhouse, bro. Come on, come on.
Overtime side.
One sec. Yeah. What side?
Yeah. Let me just choose.
I think attack. I actually think attack.
You want to start attack?
I think so, yeah. We're not gonna. We learned from our mistakes yesterday. Whoa, 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 whoa.
If they're talking about some strategy, you know, that's a secret.
You choose overtime. Yeah, overtime attack for you, yeah.
What did they choose in?
Defense. Yeah, start defense.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay. Now, handshaking between JV and the guys from DZ. No, not you.
Brasil,
Não,
Brasil,
sai
Brasil.
fora, sai fora. Eu, hein? Igor, palavrinhas in English? And Nath, come here. Let's talk about the battle you guys just did. So, what's the map? I couldn't hear.
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, what do you think of that?
JV was not happy, so if he's not happy, then I'm happy.
I got it. Why is JV not happy with Club?
JV is an actor, so
He's acting.
yes, of course.
Bad actor.
Bad actor.
So, who is winning this club?
I don't know. I don't even know if it matters, to be honest. Listen, if we lose today, it might be a big W for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well,
If we win, we are in the playoffs, I think. So, I don't know. This championship is crazy.
It's very crazy, but this match is going to be more than that. It's going to be crazier. You have to watch it.
We contractually have to watch it, whether we like it or not. Clubhouse is what we get. Dark Zero versus Furia.
I love that so much. The insight into the map bans again.
Yeah.
Kenny's just looking in there like,
Furia brought everybody. They brought the 5 players, the 18 support staff they've got. There was an army of them. And then there's just Kangaroo, Kenny and Nave just fronting them up. I think JV joined DZ for the map bans there.
There was one big moment that I love, is the moment where Nave is turning to Kangaroo Kenny. It's like, I think we start attack.
Yeah.
And you can see the trust in each other, the trust in his DHGL school.
It's a feeling, isn't it?
It's a feeling, he knows it. And not only did they go for attack on one of the more
she's probably a local from Rio.
The most defender-sided, but at least still very much defense-sided. And also,
You can
they
tell
commit
she's
to it
not
in
like
overtime as
English
well. So
is
these
in
guys,
her,
they're going to start
primary
attack the
language.
whole time, even if they go to overtime.
all
The
good.
same story. I love to see the trust from Kangaroo to his IGL. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah. That's the sort of teamwork that we love to see. But the question here is simple. Really, the statement is simple. Should Furia win this game, they qualify and move on. And regardless of what happens, Dark Zero are trying to set themselves up for a better day 5. Let's find out. Our casters are standing by. Dezes, I will not speak any longer. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. This was ready to cook, isn't it? Last one of the day, Tim.
I've been looking forward to it.
Me too. And looking at it, I was looking at the stats a real quick second ago based on what Leo was saying. Clubhouse actually is one of our most defender-sided maps, coming in just under top 2 at about 59% right now. So a Dark Zero walking into a trap here that Furia have meticulously laid out for them. We're going to find out as we get into Clubhouse to round out our day here at Reload.
The public are back in Furia.
Would you bet against them, Tim?
Bit risky at this event. They've
Exactly.
looked pretty good so far. Furia, of course, coming into this one unbeaten so far, and they're going to look to continue it with another win against Dark Zero. Going with the reload of 5 bullets will fire them up to 17. And should be enough to put them into the playoffs. Dark Zero playing it safe. They're going to get themselves through to tomorrow, where they can then worry about how they get through to the playoffs.
Starting things out with the bands here. It's going to be the Kite and the Blackbeard coming out as our first 2. 0 surprises there, Tim. We have seen these operators banned a lot so far at Reload.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty... I would guess that we might have, you know, Blitz or Monty and Bandit following. We'll see. It's not always the double electric ban. Sometimes it's just about reducing your ability for denial. Sometimes it's about removing it entirely. This time it will be about removing it entirely. Bandit and Blitz are going to go. So double shield, double electric has become a bit of a staple. How is it going to impact us on Clubhouse? Well, it's going to make the top floor a lot easier to open up for Dark Zero to begin with. There's not going to be any wall denial that can realistically stop them. Yes, you can put mute jammers on there, but it's not going to do you much good. You can just pop those exthermic charges on at the top corners, and they will open the wall nonetheless just as easily. So we should be able to see a little bit of, even though Dark Zero are quite defensive, quite a slow team, we should be able to see a bit of aggression out of them really on the attack, getting in there, getting those objectives done early, ticking boxes, opening walls, and getting themselves into a position to execute.
And to touch on Dark Zero starting on attack, it does feel very, very like balls to the wall, really wanting to go for it here. I think like I'll come back to what some teams said probably about 5-6 years ago when I was first coming into Siege, and they would pick to go on attack on this map, and it's not really specific to Clubhouse, it's more the mentality of it. And saying that if you're starting on the attack and you can pick up 2-3 rounds, you start putting pressure on the other side there, especially if you're coming out in that 3-3 split. They're just like, ah, damn. So if you back yourself coming into a game more, you do energy and fire, and you can
oh my god,
attack at the start rather than the second half.
It's so confusing.
A bit of attack
The TLDR right now that you need to worry about is Furia has 12 bullets, they're betting 5, Dark Zero 6, they're betting 1. Think of this as points to move on. The white number.
Very, very good for the execution.
The right is how many they will gain if they win.
Setup still going on.
Or lose if they lose.
Just opening those rotations through into blue, going to give the defenders those options to just have multiple routes back. The reason that you open those rotations in sight, if you're a little bit newer to the game, wondering why are they blowing holes in the wall, is to give yourself multiple options, because otherwise, in that situation, we're just seeing one either side of the door. If a plant goes down, the attackers know you have to come through that single door. Now they don't. Citizen is going to pick up KZ. Is there going to be a little bit more action for Spirits here? He knows somebody's around that corner. He just can't get to them dead.
They didn't put barbed wire down in here to make this extra hard to do. This is ridiculous. He's dug right in. They know exactly where he is. He's getting pushed in through the soft wall behind him. Also a player in front of him will not get away with this one. Philippe Potts goes down. And KZ, of course, has already joined him. Dark Zero with 2 kills inside 60 seconds. Not a bad start.
Great start from them. That's a Ying shotgun doing some serious work.
Not the first or last time we'll see that, Tim.
No, not at all. It just shows. The thing is, we don't really see, unless, you know, you've got your sledge or something like that, we don't see necessarily that kind of dynamic. I can just blow a hole in the wall with a shotgun. It tends to be more of a defender thing, particularly with the shotguns. So it is fascinating to see it. You know, unless you brought the book or you brought the sledge, bringing it out of somebody else just mixes it up a little bit.
Nate's just seen everything there. He knows the guy's headed downstairs. He knows he's put down a gadget as well. And look at that. It rips through Nate below. Spirits, earlier on, he was calling out if he could have a 1v1 shield battle against Anatom. But I think there's some style points being awarded for his Ying play here as well. Only 2 left on site. It's the Mute and it's the Goyo. They found 1, they found 2. It's time to do it all, Tim. But the pressure is mounted. Won't get away with the 3rd. Does get finished off. Spirits on for a 3K. Could turn it into a 4th if JV gives him the opportunity.
Spirits is a psychopath,
Dark Zero need to make sure that they're still doing the due diligence here. JV is one of the top-rated players so far at the tournament. Been absolutely electric, particularly at the beginning of things over those first couple of days. And he's certainly a player who could turn around a 1v3. He's got the shotgun. There you go. Does he get one? No! There was a world where he got both of them, but Spirits finds his 4th on the round. Kangaroo Kenny is very happy in behind his players there. What a start from Dark Zero.
From Dark Zero, from Spirits especially, as you say, a 4K in the first round with Ying shotgun. Not a line that I thought I'd be saying coming into this game, but that's the one that I've had to say. Cash and CC coming up for our next site. And I can't imagine you're going to see Furia playing out about around the map as aggressively as they were in that one, because Dark Zero, as soon as they knew that a player was trapped inside a strip, hard punish them, forced them out. Got a free kill into a smoke as well without losing a player. That's exactly what you want to see. Very well executed by Dark Zero, leaving no gaps for Furia to fight back into the round.
None whatsoever. Furia certainly will know that they're in a game after that first round of defensive site that we really would expect them to pick up as well. Going down to the basement should always really favour the defenders here on a defender-sided Clubhouse, but Dark Zero managed to get it done, and Furia are going to move on. They're going to take us up to CCTV and Cash. It's interesting. We've seen a little bit more CCTV and Cash, and I think, obviously, you know, the ability to hold on to that garage catwalk is kind of encouraging teams a little bit to play here more rather than favouring gym and bedroom, which has been the case over the last sort of 12 months or so, but we are seeing a bit more on this side of things. However, Dark Zero should be able to get what they need quite quickly here. They should be able to get that CCTV wall open rapid quick with the thermite. It's just then whether they choose to go for catwalk. They've got JV92 on a dock with 3 ADSs. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough to clear out. So they may choose to go and push for Leapox in bedroom, go through that side and try and get construction. And I think that is going to be the case because they've started things out with Jacuzzi Wall. However, Oh no, they've got the Hibana. That's fine. I was going to say if NJR goes and opens, they just need to be cautious about their hard breaching. But he's going to open CCTV, which I think is essential. Definitely get that done, and then they can always just use Nath from inside a bedroom with that range breach onto construction wall. So far so good. Yep, construction. That's maybe going to force Philippox back to site when that wall gets opened as well.
Gives them the options is the main part. You could also afford a late round lurk if you wanted to into towards Jacuzzi side of the map and to slowly crawl your way through, as Pamba is currently starting to do. Hunting down these Valkyrie cameras on the IQ, of course doing their due diligence here to making sure any gadgets that might get in their way are being taken out. If nothing else though, speaking about JV being set up inside a garage on the catwalk, yeah, he's got those ADS there. You normally see with Mine Magnets also being committed. I think it's because they expected to see DZ bring along a Capital to survive through the fire, but there is no DZ, they've not even bothered, so as you were suggesting, Tim, they might just ignore that part of the map entirely, and they can't do anything about the flashes that come out from Spirits. He might have big brain this one and really be ready to hand it to JV.
Yeah, I think they will just avoid the catwalk altogether. Citizen has joined Pamba over in the bedroom and logistics. Spirits is coming in there as well now. Nath, as we can see from his silhouette inside of construction, they can get this construction wall open and look to push from there. That's going to be the next job. What they have to do after they've got this done is they have to disrupt those players that are playing top red and inside of cash, force them away. Dark Zero are gonna know that there's probably nobody on that CCTV, so they can ignore that breach for the time being and at least use that space.
Got to be careful here on what they make use of these Candelas. Of course, those ADSs in towards Garage mean it's going to be a hard job to flash out JV, but at the very least, you could hope to stop him from swinging here as you try and make a plant or a deep push in towards site. I'd expect them to run deep and try and plant on table as well, it's worth stressing. You've got Nade sat at top red who can disrupt you if the time comes around as well, but they've got to force KZ away from the construction door itself. And say that, he pushes through the door, Tim, gets rid of Citizen. They've now lost a bit of pressure inside of construction itself.
Philippox could be key here as well. He's currently playing around red stairs and he has a nitro. That's actually been expended, but KZ Nade managed to get kills, and as well as Dark Zero had themselves set up. With 7 seconds left to go, they're having to rush this. The Candela goes in. Can they find the kills? No, there's going to be no option to put the diffuser down. JV92 picks up Spirits, and that is going to be the round for Furia. Much better defense from them. Dark Zero got a lot of good work done, but then just struggled with that final step of forcing Furia away and getting themselves in to put that plant down.
It was very heads up from KZ as well. He knew that he had to move there. The nade going in towards him, he had one choice, either try and run deep inside a site and likely die to the door or two of the Hibana holes that have been opened up. You weren't going to live for that, or you go aggressive. And DZ, I think, read into that. Citizen was sat holding that angle when KZ came pushing out a construction door. Just couldn't win the fight, and then he pressed on and won a second.
It ain't over. It ain't over.
What he was doing, I think he was too focused on what was going on inside of CC itself. It let KZ push in and get rid of Pamba, and then he was inside a bedroom, and at that point, everything is going to start falling apart. So really well played by KZ there. The real instrument in that round for me that saw Furia coming out on top.
Back down to the basement we go then. Rather than going for that third choice, gym and bedroom, Furia decide that they're going to double down where they've already lost a round. Dark Zero did manage to pick up a couple of the roamers very, very quickly. Furia this time likely confident that they can maybe stay active in the map a little bit longer. They're going to have to, because as we saw, Dark Zero just absolutely decimated them last time around. They need to be winning some of those gunfights. They've got KZ out there. They've got a couple. Philippox and Herds out in that mid-floor. Herds has actually gone up to the top floor to join KZ as well. So Dark Zero are going to be stretched if they want to clear this entire map.
I spoke about them maybe bringing along the Capital in the last round, and Furia prepared a defense for that with the Dark and the Jaeger being set up inside of Catwalk. This is the round where I said them opted to bring it along, Tim, when there are neither of those things on site. There's no Wamai, there's no Jaeger, nothing to stop those firebolts or the slow bolts reaching their intended targets. So assuming Dark Zero get to the site here, ready to execute with all players alive, or at the very least the Ying and the Capital, there's a lot they can pull with here. They're just got to be very mindful of Nade on that Warden and the damage that he can do.
Philippox is holding inside of Kitchen at the minute. That's quite aggressive from Furia. Basically getting right up in the face of Dark Zero.
Not that aggressive. It was in strip club before.
nicely holding kitchen. But Felipox just wanting to send a bit of a message, I think, that they're not going to give anything up easily. How about that?
My God.
Spirits continues with the Ying shotgun, putting the Candelas to great use, and just absolutely runs over KZ.
They're going to get sick and tired of getting blasted by this Ying shotgun in the end, because look at the kills on the DZ side. Spirits has got 6 of their 8, 3/4 of their kills all sit on him and that Ying shotgun. It's been pretty spectacular to witness so far. Still, though, halfway into this round and only one down. That was, of course, upon the top 4. We've got to work our way through the entirety of this map. The smoke going to slow down Dark Zero, at least temporarily. But as I remarked on earlier, it's about getting the Capitao and the Ying to the point of execute. That should be DZ's overriding focus in this round.
Hertz must know that NJR is behind that wall, but does he know that he's about to be pushed from the other side? He picks up Pamba. Nade manages to find Spirits. 4 versus 3 now. NJR outside of the building.
Oh my God.
He was going to come from there. He was so patient. He picked up one of the players trying to clear him and then still got the peek outside of the map. Great stuff from Herge. JV gets the final one. Furia, well, they look a little bit different to how they did in round 1.
Really turned it on there, didn't they? Because for the most part, Dark Zero were in control halfway into the round. It's like they got their entry, they got themselves set up around the map and looked to start thinking about the site. And just when you think, all right, they're in a spot to start making something happen, Fury turn it on. Hertz especially, a wonderful shot through the window, catching the player out towards spawn. That's what you want to see and what you want out of your players, being able to turn it on when it's required most.
Round 4 bans will come in for anybody who has not been watching throughout the tournament. Where have you been, first of all? But next up, the banning phase has changed slightly. So we've had those 2 simultaneous bans at the beginning, meaning that the teams ban them at the same time. Speeds things up a little bit. And Dark Zero, as attackers, were able to ban 2 defenders. Furia were able to ban 2 attackers. And then here, just before round 4, they get to take an additional operator out that will be banned for the next 3 rounds. So that leaves us now with a total
Ying
of
ban.
6 bans.
I don't even need to look. I know it's Ying
I
ban.
can't say I'm surprised, Des. Ying's gone.
Yep. Sick and tired of seeing Spirits blast him in the back with a shotgun, I think. So that one's gone. And Mute on the other side. Only played on the basement site by Furious. So it makes it an interesting ban. But I think many teams know that being impeded by Mute can be really frustrating, especially when you rely on that intel game. We saw a lot of it in the previous round from DZ, doing great work with the droning and still losing things out in the end because they didn't know that Herge was inside of storage. Really paid the price on that one. So just want to make sure they can flow through the map a little more freely by taking that Mute offline.
Just going to detonate the gas pipe, one of those new environmental destructive ingredients near the site there, Fury, which is an interesting one because we saw it actually used to really good effect defensively the other day. I think it was KZ who was actually on his way into the building. Fury suffered to it. He went in, the pipe had been detonated, it was, you know, due to explode, and he had to move quicker than he probably wanted to and lost his life in doing so. So Fury, you know, choosing that they don't want to use that, and we will see that from time to time. The defenders, you know, may well take them out so that they can't be used against them.
Key one to stress, of course, here looking at it. Fury, they win this game, they go up to 17 bullets. It will put them in that top 4. But of course, remembering also that W7M gains some based on how this plays out. This could lead to a literal decision on who gets promoted into the live stages on Friday, based entirely on things like round difference. When they start getting weighed in, when a bunch of teams are all tied on the same amount, or in this case, at least 2 will be, it's going to make for a very, very interesting affair come the end of the day. I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out at the end of our show. But now, of course, Dark Zero just want to fight for their life to keep themselves going, and they'll start out in good fashion here. Hertz, the hero of the last round, taken down by Nate.
Yep, great start for Dark Zero. Just need to try and cement that. We've had them already on this game be at a man advantage and lose the round ultimately. Fury are a tough team to fight against even when they are short on numbers. That's going to help them though. KZ going down, Spirits manages to find JV. Take his Ying, he'll take your life. He's not happy about that hit with a double though. And this is what I'm saying about Fury. They always seem, you always feel like they've got the ability to fight back. And Felipox carries on, takes down NJR, and all of a sudden Dark Zero could be in danger. 1v2, Felipox low health. Surely he doesn't, Des. Surely he doesn't do it.
He might well do though, Tim. We've already seen some unbelievable rounds from Brazilian teams today. Looking back at FaZe versus Fnatic earlier, it was exactly that story. They could turn it on exactly when needed, and Felipox had a wonderful day yesterday, but Citizen's pretty on it so far today. Going to give nothing away. Steps across and gets the single bullet needed. Dark Zero take the round.
a close affair. We knew that this was coming at the end of the day. We've been looking forward to this game all the way through. We knew that Game 5 would deliver. Dark Zero versus Furia, two of the best teams that I believe we've seen here at Reload so
Against
far.
Fnatic, right?
Consistency, performance
People
has
be
been
forgetting
fantastic
its phase,
from both.
bro.
Both had big moments, and now they are facing off against each other, and it's not disappointing. This one just yo-yos back and forth at the minute. 2-2 we find ourselves heading into round 5. 2 more defensive rounds for Furia, and in all honesty, Des, I'd say at the minute Dark Zero have a little bit of an upper hand coming in. Leo pointed out how defensive sided Clubhouse has been. Furia are going to be looking for a 4-2, and they might not get it. Dark Zero are the team that have already secured their minimum. On the attack, you're looking at that minimum 2, you're aiming for 3 or 4. They're sort of golden at the minute. They've got 2 rounds now that are kind of bonus rounds. They just go in, they get 1 or 2 of them. Brilliant.
Very much that. I said it earlier on that if you start on the attacking side and you can walk away with a 3-3 split, the pressure switches onto the other side. They know they've got to come out swinging. And based on how the game has been going so far, for the most part, Dark Zero really have had their way with Furia. However, 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim, we say it all the time, things can look very, very different when we get there. Of course, the interesting thing to remark in this round is Philippos not running around with the boss G, it's worth stressing, but is off on the Vigil, trying to be a little bit of a nuisance to the other side. But we do have Pamba over on the Deimos, we have got Citizen on the IQ. Once they're aware of his presence, I imagine it's a bit of cat and mouse to hunt him down, but should be relatively easy given the gadgets they have available to them.
See that main stairs window opened up. Herds is he's there ready, isn't he? He's already had a big round or 2 for himself as Herds, and you can see that he's feeling it today. Looking to get those challenges in. Dark Zero largely just going to bypass that for the time being. Look to continue getting those breaches done. Construction wall is open, so Philippos just needs to be cautious. He's in bar at the minute on the Vigil, but he may want to rotate back up through bedroom and in through construction. With that wall open, maybe that'll have to change his plans a little bit.
Apparently someone going down too early as well, which is probably a good sign. You know, Fury haven't tried to go too aggressive here and trying to match up against Dark Zero, more waiting and biding their time. Heard sniffing around these main stairs, but it feels at least that Dark Zero have got some inkling that someone is lurking around. But do they know exactly where he is, and do they know that it's Herds who's already had a good couple of rounds here? Not too sure they do. Drones coming down, and now they're going to know. I'm pretty sure that spun and saw him, right?
Yeah, it must have.
And now it's under the chair. We'll 100% see him regardless.
Absolutely must have done. You can see they're just going to hold this angle. The thing is, Dark Zero don't necessarily need to push this. They just need to prevent him from coming back up.
Yeah.
So long as they've got the manpower to work into construction and open that wall as they wish to, which you can see they've got plenty of numbers there. They can kind of just hold him.
And there's 2 off site, Tim. They might read this and say, guys, just hit the site now. They're 2 away from site. We can go in and make this happen. They've lost 1 in the process, though, as JB doing what he does best and putting players in the dirt. A great shot from Bamba to bring it back the other way. 1 more stuck on red stairs here as well. I know that he wants it, but no! Shot from the wrong angle. Furia holding on for a short amount of time, but Dark Zero finally got them run over. A nade at his feet, and Nade himself, very well named in the moment, can do nothing about it. 2v1 and Philippos, who we were speaking about earlier, has got it all to do, but it's a 1 versus 1, Tim.
He's fought his way back in from Garage Days. He's got himself up onto the catwalk, got a kill, got a down, and now all of a sudden this is winnable. He can see the player. He's going to take him down because otherwise Spirits is feeding information back into his teammate Citizen. He's half health. He doesn't know which way to peek here. This is a real ring around the rosy. Philippos sees his man come.
Whoa!
And Citizen, cool as you like, is going to win it out in CCTV.
That's our boy Ben. UK boy going big when required most. He's had a good round in the previous one as well. 2 rounds in a row now. And his contributions have seen Dark Zero getting it over the line. And Tim, they've got that half they wanted. 3-2 split. The only real downside for them, admittedly, is, at least for looking at it, they win this game. They only get the 1 bullet. They don't jump massively far ahead. I think they were trying to engineer this to be able to choose who they play against tomorrow. That choice might get taken away from them based on available matchups. But for Furia, this could be calamitous if it all goes wrong.
Ben is Citizen, by the way. Yeah, Desno's top player.
It's not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Round 6, final defensive round for Fury are going to be down in the basement once again. 50-50 so far. We saw them defend it in round 1 and they lost it. And We saw them go back there in round 3 where they were able to pick it up. They just had more success on the roam, particularly if I look at round 3. Spirit still was able to get that opening kill onto KZ, but it was just a really big performance from Furia back down towards site to get it locked down. And Dark Zero, I think, will come into this feeling like there's another round for them here and possibly a 4-2 half.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb. Kenny still bouncing around after every single round win. Couldn't imagine putting you and him on a cast together, Tim. I think we'd just explode from the hype. The mics couldn't deal with it.
Too much energy in one room.
That would, mate. It would be a problem. In the same way Fury are facing a problem, as I've remarked, they're in a spot of danger here. They lose, they drop down to 7. Dark Zero win, they go up to 7, and suddenly both of them then fighting to choose who the competitors are tomorrow to even have a chance of staying in the competition, and it might be too little, too late at that point. Even for G2 as an example, they went up to 10 points.
Oh, it might be yeah, it might be an
energy
drink.
They go up to 18. That still might not be enough to
Sorry,
qualify tomorrow. Remembering
like it's not juice. You can tell it's not juice.
4 will qualify today, and then 4 more will follow tomorrow.
Good chance there's going to be a good few
Hashtag not a
points
sponsor.
available tomorrow with eliminator cards when people play. If you do eliminate another team, you get 1 extra bullet. But whether that's going to be enough in the grand scheme of things or not, time will tell. Round 6 1 minute in, we are at present. Dark Zero just working their way towards site for the time being. And JR's got himself down into oil pit. He's backed up by Spirit. Citizen over in Dirt Tunnel, I think. No, he's just behind the chains, sorry. I was looking at his silhouette on the top down. I thought he was a little bit further out. It's actually Nathan Pamba that are going to be working their way through Dirt Tunnel. And Nade and JV, as we can see, are there to front them up. More Vulcan canisters going down as soon as they recognise that they're being pushed by that shield. Furia, do something about it.
I'm kind of surprised at this point that Nate hasn't made use of those hard breach gadgets in back pocket to get hatches, really. Focus inside a bar and then inside a storage and then worry about pushing your way through. That feels like it would have been the play. So it's very one-dimensional, and I think Furia are going to read into this. They've still got a smoke to play behind, so they can waste time as much as they need to here. Goyo, of course, already burning things through. I think an attempted backstab here from NGR, but he's been sniffed out by those alarms coming out from JV. So it feels like no real surprises coming in. Dark Zero might need to change in tack here with just a minute to go.
Yeah, we're going to have to see whether they've got sufficient time to do that. Nath is rotating towards Kitchen. Pamba's holding a presence still inside of Dirt, so still going to be a focus around that area of getting the plant down. But
KZ.
Furia, if they hold on to Dirt here, they're going to have a position to challenge from. Citizen's going to try and lock them in position, but 30 seconds left to go. Dark Zero, they've got to do something. They can't necessarily hold Dirt because of those Kiba barricades. They're taking them down now, but is it going to leave them enough?
Oh, the Monty.
Just turns at the right time there. Other players strike in. Spirits, for example, NGR making their move. A call for a second case. He was going to punish them, but no, has failed. The shield stands tall. Citizen is Angel Guardian from above. And Dark Zero take the half.
DZ, bro.
Pamba won a really important fight with JV inside of the tunnel there. We could see that's when it really started crumbling. Citizen could then turn his attention elsewhere. Didn't need to worry about the player coming out of the tunnel any longer. And that was the round for Dark Zero. 4-2 in that first half. And they are going to be feeling pretty comfortable at the minute. And this, Des, could drag Furia right back down into things.
It would, because with a win here again, Fury would find themselves going through. They'd have enough to sit in that top 4, but Dark Zero are not making it easy. Dropping down to 7 will really make life tough for the side. The crazy thing is, again, reminding everyone, they've of course lifted the Hammer last year. Like, this is a team that you look at and think, well, they'd lift a Hammer, surely they can go and win an event and make it even to the live stages, but it's looking like it might not be a thing if things carry on this way. Dark Zero really starting to put the pressure on. The Thermite ban, a very interesting one to be targeted against Furia. We spoke about the efficacy of hard breach bans on a number of maps. They've kind of split it in half here, gone for the Blackbeard and gone for the Thermite.
It just goes to show how competitive International Siege can be. Like you say, one team on any given day. You know, obviously we are inside a best of ones here. It makes it a little bit more of a shootout for these two teams. But right now, Dark Zero absolutely dominant through that first half. And we would expect a very good clubhouse to be coming out of Furia. You know, they've been an excellent team on here for a long, long time, but Dark Zero certainly seem to have them well researched, well prepared for, and well under the hammer at the minute.
All right. let's see what other wonderful delights this game can deliver. Darkzero being up 4-1 attack was definitely not one of them on my bingo list. However, maybe Furia can do exactly the same back. I think a lot will be said by how this first round goes, though, Tim. They don't win this one, it starts to feel like Darkzero have got a bit too much of an advantage. You start worrying for Furia, they won't be able to make it.
Sight being opened up as we would expect, just to give those lines of sight from anybody stood on the tables inside of Cash. They can peek onto the breach, they can peek through into Garage should they want to. And have immediate attention towards that breach as we would expect. Should be fairly easy to open up. The mirror window has been placed on there, so that's going to give a little bit of something. Got the fuse being brought along as well by KZ. We've already seen this out of Furia before. Just helps to force anybody away from that wall, clear utility, just make it a little bit easier to get it in.
Everything inside of sight for sure. That means B is now wide open. No one can play on the wall. No one can really play inside of there out of fear of someone being in below. They'll be able to blast you out for free. And that's a third fuse charge. Now seeing committed in towards B side here, Tim. That's an awful lot. Of course, not going to be able to do much about what's going on inside a catwalk with the fuse, but they can at least see the angle across here and start to give it a little bit of challenge. Spirit's very much dug in here alongside the Azami. They really do not want to give this up.
No, so much utility has been dedicated to that area, and it could be a good choice from Darkzero because Furia do want the catwalk. They've brought the shield along, they've brought the Capitao along. They are trying to get this locked down, but it's not going to be straightforward for them. I hope they've got a plan, because otherwise they're going to spend a lot of time and they're going to bang their head against the wall and get absolutely nowhere.
Got to start this march on through at some point, and of course Herds is really the orchestrator of this. Mindful of the ADSs as long as they're burnt through, which of course right now they are not. There we go, though, the EMP could be good for them. One gets eaten up, another Keeler going down straight away. Monty squaring up here, but have they managed to make him burn? No, they have not. He's bang on in the middle of this one, but the Monty! Out comes Felipox with the pistol, blows his way through both Spirits and Pamba. There may be one coming back the other way, Tim, but Furia have got the numbers advantage here with more than a minute still to play.
NJR with a quick challenge onto Nade on the rappel, can't quite find his man, but Furia have time now and they have the map control that they need. They are established inside of Garage. Felipox has diffuser in hand. That's a big kill from Citizen though, taking Nade down, brings us back to a 3v3. They don't have any range denial like Nitro's left. That's the problem. One Toxic Babe canister is all that stands between Darkzero and a plant going down. 30 seconds left.
Casey was desperate to get NGR through the drone hole then and couldn't quite do it. Now Citizen's dead inside of Cash. It's down to just Nath and NGR to make something happen. No C4 on side, a single smoke canister still to work with, and Felipox here should be in a great spot to make this work. He can afford to back away from this and order smoke if he needs to, but here we go. Nath trying something a little bit sneaky, but Felipox was shielded up. Problem is, Tim, he is 1 HP. If they can get below here and make this work for them, as long as they can deal with JV, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, they literally just need one bullet onto that planter. They've got to go and take the challenge. Surely, there he goes. Felipox, he has to come off and go back onto the diffuser.
Oh, no way.
They've played it absolutely beautifully. Nath hops out of a window, forces the Felipox to get off the plant, and that is round defining.
I thought I saw JV on our other monitor down below, covering that in case someone went down red, but it was the one thing they forgot about, Tim.
The thing is, when you get down to 3 players on the attack, it's tough to have somebody in lounge, because you kind of want somebody on catwalk to cover top red. You want somebody on the breach. It's difficult to shift a body underneath. In hindsight, yeah, of course, it'd have been, it'd have been absolutely perfect setup. And you could say, well, risk your red stairs, risk your, your cash push, risk that to the person on the breach. But it's tough, they can come from anywhere. But
shot from Citizen as well.
Nath going out of the window there and forcing Felipox off the plant. That was a huge play.
Felipox had no choice here but to try and stick to the diffuser, and of course, only one thing happens then when there's a shield below. I think they're happy about that one, Tim.
I think they might be. Look, they've every right to be, because like I say, that is a round to watch back. That is a round to watch back and see how you defend CCTV and Cash, because when you've lost Garage, when you've lost Catwalk, when you've got the breach open, It is very, if you don't have anybody underneath with a nitro, for example, very, very difficult to hold on to that site like that. The attackers really should be winning that more often than not, because you can't move from Cash or Red back into CCTV to challenge the planter. Nath, a big brain play to get out of the window. It's the only way you can challenge onto that spot without being cut down by the player who's watching from the breach or by the player inside a garage. Just really quick thinking from Dark Zero. Excellent stuff. 5-2 now.
Nade taking the chunk out of Spirits across the CC window there. Enough still, the Dark Zero working their way through. The map, it is this gym bedroom defense, don't forget, but working their way down through the basement is Nath right now. Of course, a C4 in hand at the same time. We could yet see another round ruined from below him as long as that C4 is in the right place at the right time. Hurt's slipping his way through into construction. He might be right here because there's two players coming past. Spirit and Pamba both stepping across, giving themselves some cover. If they get a swing onto this though, Hurt's could be in danger.
Spirits
has made it.
Looking to try and get himself back, which he does. Keeper barricades go out. Of course, we know how key a position that can be. We see Shako playing there, you know, very, very often. He's great at holding on to that ground. Spirits also doing the same job there on the Azami. He's going to keep that in position now. Pamba is there, just moving back through into Cash. You can just see him. The drone doesn't, I think, pick him up quite, but I would have thought Furia would expect him to be in and around that area because it means that Dark Zero can continue challenging onto those south-sided windows, and they definitely do know he's there as Philippox goes in to try and chase him down with the Monty.
And Hurts has got him pincered in a little bit here. Pamba's got a swing for her to try and get him, and sure enough he does. Almost escapes, but JV's there with the trade. Spirits back onto JV, killing his teammates Assailant, and now it looks, at least I was going to say, like Dark Zero have got some control here, but Spirits has been dealt with. They've got the south balcony assured, and Philippox on the shield is the one going to start thinking about an execute. Problem is though, we've been here before, and Citizen is still standing. He deleted them last time they came through here.
This is just getting wild. Jump out after jump out. It's just, Spirits knew that he couldn't go back in there because Philippox was going to be in that area. He just had to try and get himself as close to the wall and survive as he could, but it wasn't possible. What will happen now? Furia have got these south-sided windows. There's nothing Dark Zero can do to prevent that, but they can just front it up. They know that's where the pressure's going to come from. You can see that they are confident. There's nothing coming from Logistics Hatch. They are happy to just look towards those windows and try to take the gunfights when they come.
The Monty's running down. Philippox, he missed him, sat by the door. He's killed him for free there, Tim. That is the round basically over unless KZ can
No way.
He cannot. Citizen with a big 2, but Philippox has literally gone walking past Nath there, who couldn't believe his eyes. A Monty booty for free? Thank you very much.
Furia are getting bullied on Clubhouse at the minute. There's no other way to put it. Dark Zero absolutely dominant, running rampant over them right now. So much so, Furia, they call the timeout.
I do not blame them. 4 rounds to fight back. This feels almost impossible.
Impacts. I want you to impact treat the ace charges on CC Breach, and I want you to pre-place an L-mine at the top of the rafter stairs, so when the monster...
Pra eles estão só peitando, fazendo coisa, tipo, tava difícil a gente prever, tá ligado? Então vamos tentar jogar mais caçando. Mano, só joga sem medo nenhum, guys. Se a gente perder isso aqui, a gente joga amanhã, tá ligado? Só vamos jogar mais acelerado mesmo. Como se não tivesse valendo nada pra gente também, tá ligado?
Porque realmente não vale, a gente vai ter que jogar mais de qualquer jeito.
A gente tá querendo jogar tudo certinho, espera tudo, vai plantar faltando 5 segundos, coisa, tá ligado? Então só vamos, mano, só vamos acelerar o jogo, trocar um tiro com esses ruins aí, tá ligado? Porque eles estão todos soltinhos, beleza?
Bora.
A lot to do, Tim. A lot to turn around for Furia. Who would have had a 7-2 to Dark Zero on their cards? And that could be the scoreline we're about to find and experience. Yeah, I think Nath was in such shock for a moment. Look at this, look, free. It's so free. And I think he was a bit panicked. He was like, what just happened? And then threw his C4 at the wall, obviously not intending to. But wouldn't you be surprised if Monty has literally just walked in front of your face, not even seen you, and then you get a freebie?
He will never have an easier
Yeah,
fight.
DZ's definitely like the strongest NA team.
Let me tell you. But Furia, they just seem a little bit all at sea at the minute, Des. You know, going in with maybe a little bit of a lack of information. It's difficult in the late round there. 20 seconds left to go. You've kind of got to just make a push and hope for the best. But they didn't really have any idea, particularly where Citizen and Nath were located, and they were able to take advantage of that. So really tough. Dark Zero, by contrast, like I said, they did really well. They identified, look, all 3 of them are over there. We could could see on our top down, all the Dark Zero were just looking towards those windows. They weren't worried about Hatch, they weren't worried about Jacuzzi, they weren't worrying about main stairs. They knew that's where the pressure were coming from, and Dark Zero just seemed to be really on top of everything that Furia are trying to do.
Can they hold on, or is this one done? Feels like a big ask, as I said. 4 to climb, and Tim, it's already started out woefully. Herds offline on the IQ. Pamba getting a freebie. This could now start to look a very torrid affair for Furia. I don't see a way they fight their way back into this one unless we see something really special come out, but players like Citizen, Spirits have just been so hard to deal with today, Tim. Almost unplayable.
Absolutely, that's the best word for them, really. 21 kills between the two of them. And there's still at least one more round, maybe a few more to go if Furia can pull something out of the bag. But right now, they're going to need 4 in a row without mistakes. Casey's going to have to take a Guman out. That's just going to slow his progress a little bit and allow Citizen to escape for a few moments to get himself back a little bit deeper. And again, something Dark Zero are doing well, taking gunfights when it's advantageous to them, but dropping away, waste a little bit of time, understanding the purpose of that roam.
Second one comes on through. Nade's gone. It does feel, Tim, like it's over. That goose is cooked, and Furia won't be able to fight their way back into this one. Dark Zero standing tall against last year's Hammerlifters. They're just 3 kills away from seeing it done. Another one comes on through. They might get one, but it feels like a consolation kill. Spirits into another. NGR the next. And Dark Zero dispatching a Furia with ease.
Well, how about that? We thought there was a good chance we would finish the night with Furia going through to the playoffs, but no, they have just been dragged right down into the maelstrom, Des, that is going to be tomorrow.
There's a lot of teams now fighting it out near the bottom, which, as you said, leads to some really interesting matchup and possibilities that we can see play out. We know that M80 down there on 4th, for example, will find themselves in the best position to pick out what opponent they want to face, and there's BDS. Dark Zero will be on 7, along with Secret, and I believe also alongside Furia. So quite a few teams are playing this dance around that 7-bullet mark. It's going to lead to some very interesting draws, that is for sure. We'll find out what that looks like after a break.
Spirits, and you just beat a 3-time champion, and it was not that hard, right?
Yeah, it was pretty easy. Honestly, I didn't expect to be that easy, but there were some cats today. There were some gatos.
Okay, and you just asked me how to say cats in Portuguese, and I've told you that it's gatos, and I didn't know that you were going to do that joke about a video, but yeah, you're right. I wanna know what made the difference today for you to win such an easy match.
Well, I think we won the mental game.
He's gonna have to play phase though, probably.
And yesterday,
stay tuned.
I don't want to say I was not that successful with the shields, but today I was playing Ying shotguns and 4K first round, and I kept pushing and kept killing them. So third round they banned the Ying, and I think that's when that's where we won the game, when they banned the Ying.
And having a full confidence.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. And right after the game, they were not very happy about the Ying shot.
So just so you know, Heads and JV was walking past us, and they were like, I'm not going to do that, but, just insulting you in a kind of way. You guys have such not a friendship, but, a really good way of communicating, even if you just beat them.
Yeah, I mean, the Furia guys are always a pleasure to play against and to be around. They're funny, they are friendly, and yeah.
They're really funny guys. Also about the club, the map, you guys chose to leave it open. So Furia pick, and you lost club yesterday. So what was the reason to just, play it again?
Got the club go? Yeah.
What did you say?
Club go. We got the genius.
The club goat?
Yeah, Naif is a genius club IGL, so we think Clubhouse is the best map. And yesterday, it wasn't us. It
was another team.
Yeah, it was just not us. We were not there on attack at least. But yeah.
And what is the true Dark Zero? What is Dark Zero then?
I mean, you saw it today. And it's just the beginning, so.
Okay, it's just the beginning. Okay, let's say it's just the beginning for Dark Zero, Milosh. Thank you so much.
It's the other side of the moon here, Dark Zero. They are victorious, which is an upset. We're not really expecting it in this way. It's an upset if you're a Furia fan, that's for sure now, because they don't go through today. They're gonna have to fight a big fight tomorrow, gents. What went down? Because the Ying shotgun is just so frustrating when you got Spirix on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, we called it, didn't we? We called it as soon as they were gonna go for the double shield ban, Ying shotgun was gonna come out. It duly did. Forced them into a Ying ban, and then he bullets them with the shields and everything else as well.
You've got to salute the trust that Dave had in his own skills when he said, we're going to pick attack. We're just so good at attack on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Despite Clubhouse being defender-sided, we're going to go in. They got a 4-2 split on that, by the way, and they just locked in the defense.
And Furia are an excellent Clubhouse team themselves as well. That was, that was a show put on from Dark Zero just now.
I mean, Club is usually the map with the most emphasis on fundamentals, right? And in this case, seeing Dark Zero master fundamentals the way they do, you have to be kicking yourself pretty much back home. How sad it is that you only had one bullet in there.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think, keep referencing it, but it was said in the IGL Summit, it's like Clubhouse is the team, Clubhouse is the map that sees which team has the best fundamentals, the best teamwork, the best team play. Dark Zero, they were like operating as one single entity throughout the whole map on their attack. It was so good to see. A couple of individual isolated pockets of aggression for Fury to pick up their 2 rounds, but that was it.
Citizen, new pickup went 2-8, yes, but one of those kills was a clutch. Huge. Amazing. And then you have Spirits, again, another pickup. Yes, he's amazing on the shields, but 18 frags for 5 deaths against the best gunners in the world. That's some great pickup right there.
I was speaking to Kangaroo Ken, and he was like, when we heard Spirits was available, we didn't even contact him. We thought other top teams would already have had him locked up. As soon as we knew he was available, he was in the team.
Understandable. He's one of the biggest prospects to come out of Canada ever. Pretty much Canadian is the only person that you can come close to, but at this point, he's an old man. It's not the same kind of thing. You got fresh blood in there.
He's dunking on Fox A a little bit.
Yeah,
huh?
a little bit. But we'll see. Maybe the Canadian national team will be good.
That's true, but he turned into American at this point.
I see.
Things change. Anyways, what is our blacklight detail for this final matchup?
Well, all right, that was quick. I was very quick here, right there. All right. Our detail is going to be about synergy. It's going to be about Dark Zero playing chess and outsmarting all of Furia, who's amazing gunners, by the way, but they're always making sure they have the upper hand. They're always anticipating. We see Philipox here. He's actually extended into strip. That's something we don't see very often. That's very risky, and you'll see that's not going to work. They're basically on basement, and they're isolating this gunner. You see Spirits, Citizen, they're ready to take on the fight with Philipox. Now, Spirits with ping can send his Candelas and flash him completely. That's the first utility used. Second thing, Ace is breaching the wall to get a second on him. And then, third thing, Citizen is actually running in, so he has a third angle on him at the same time. So whatever they do, they always have a fallback plan if something goes worse. Now the flashes push Philipox away, they cannot get the kill, but what do you see here? Citizen is holding the same line, which prevents any other roamer to go help Philipox. So when KZ approaches, he's facing Citizen who gets a free kill. Now Citizen, as soon as he got the kill, rotates out. Why is he doing that? Once again, they want another layer. Here, he can wallbang Philipox at the same time as Spirits pushes Philipox. Once again, there is no way, even the best gunner in the world cannot escape this trap. Once again, perfect 2v1 setup and free kill for DZ, amazing chemistry. Now, because they've got ground floor control, they can kill any roamer that should be going down the stairs. Exactly the case here, with one player rotating down the blue stairs. Now, at the same time, only one roamer remains, and this guy is Hertz, one of the best gunner in the game. Pay attention to the setup here. You see, the main door barricade is being opened by someone. He's challenged right now. At the same time, Pambazu all the way out in lounge is coming. That's a second way pinch. Third pinch, Spirits all the way in stock can wallbang. Now, Herd is stuck into a three-way pinch, but he's the best gunner in the game. He's gonna get a first pick on the main player, a second pick on the launch player, but once again, DZ is too smart. They've anticipated it. They've got a third player ready to commit and kill him. Now, that's my Blacklight detail. Amazing chemistry.
Amazing chemistry and amazing illustration. Thank you very much, Alfama. It is time then to recap our day. Our standings, put them up on the screen as we bring our fellow Frenchmen on to the stage. They look, well, exactly like this. The teams in red, those 5, officially qualify to the quarterfinals on Friday. Loud, KAG Osaka, W7M, Elevate, and Team Falcons move through. FaZe Clan do not qualify.
Yeah, so it's worth saying the reason for that is Falcons and FaZe Clan are on the same amount of bullets, but Team Falcons have the greater round difference as shown on that leaderboard.
Yes, it is a tie break basically between those two teams, but it's not done for FaZe. They basically now catapult to #1 going into day 5 tomorrow, but there's a lot more to it than just being #1. Everybody's going all in.
Now this is tricky.
5
some
teams
teams
qualified?
like Wildcard, like Cloud9, like Fury
What?
had so many bullets going into this
Only
round.
3 more
are ended up
teams?
not qualified.
Huh?
So you can see some kind of balance here, and they will likely be the biggest targets for the remaining teams.
We have to say goodbye to Liquid Fnatic, Scars, SSG, and Talon Jack. That's just the nature of it.
That is the nature of it. I think there's some big teams there that we wouldn't have even expected to have been saying goodbye to. We would have expected to see them on the main stage.
Liquid, Space Station are big surprises for me. I was expecting the Nurse pickup to be such a monumental add-on. I will say this, I think Nurse is doing really good. I think Space Station had a really tough way throughout the tournament. It's also playing these BO1s. They will come back stronger. Yes, they should have won this, but in the end, they only lost 2 BO1s to get out. Like, they should be okay with this.
Well, let's zero in on a few of the matches that happened today that really had a big impact. The NK4X played Team Falcons, and of course, that was the game that qualified Falcons through into that top 8 that we'll have them see there. What happened in the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to be KAG against Liquid. Obviously, it came all the way down to the very final moments of that. Long pause out right after round 1. KAG Liquid going at it. It was highly charged, highly emotional. It was right at the start of the day. It feels like years ago. And then it came down to a C4 in this round in the absolute dying seconds, coming out from Aniton to send Team Liquid home.
Yeah, incredible plays from KAG. Great discipline here. Aniton, you will see the C4 that comes from the basement. Overall, we've seen a KAG that is rejuvenated, that plays around the same mechanical skill, but also that has a much better game vision and understanding of the game. Played much better around the time here, and overall,
I mean,
a
Falcons
huge
and
surprise for
W7M,
everyone to
sure,
see Liquid go like this.
What?
Well, our second matchup that we want to highlight for today is that FuryX match. Sorry, again, it's just Guz messing around with all the buttons.
He's so bad for it, Guz.
at times he's chewing all the cables around the computers, and this
Is it 10 teams that move on?
Room. Fearex, Falcons, and Falcons Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, note the map here. The best bank team in the world managed to get themselves onto bank against Fearex. I like what Falcons have had going, but Fearex have had going. Not sure why they got themselves onto bank. Falcons getting it done. They get themselves through based off the fact they get a huge win on their favorite map.
I feel like Dark is the king of hot takes. You know, he's the one that chickened out on round 2. He's the one
M80
that yeah, he
has
keeps
to
surprising
play
us. He's the one
of
that
these
puts
guys.
Falcons to bank, the one map that they never lose, just literally never lose. And maybe there is a reason for it,
Not
because
phase,
that was
though.
an easy 7-3 for Falcons and a great way for them to get and qualify.
It did start
18 playoffs, but 5 teams already moved on.
We were thinking, oh boy, here we go again.
5 teams move on, only 3 more teams out of FaZe,
Falcons as
Furia,
as these players
M80,
so much money over the past 3.5 years that it just, of course,
Dark
They
Zero.
need to defend their bank, right?
Dude,
yeah, I get it.
Completely understandable, and they're going to add more to that bank because, of course, they'll be playing in the
What?
quarterfinals. We will take a break because it is time for
Bro.
our draft. We'll get to know
What?
matches we'll have tomorrow
No.
for a final round of the group stage.
I actually hate this. Bro, this is insane. Yeah, no, this format is horrible. Like, what you do is I pick W7M. I pick FaZe. 1 bullet. Day 3, I pick Talon. Now I'm going to bet 14 bullets. Okay, now I have 18. GG, go next. Playoffs time. Like, why even play? I would have just been like, hey guys, we're not really going to play this map. go outside knife fights in Pro League. That would have been hilarious. People do not like this, bro. It's just crazy. Winning hurts you, and teams came in playing like it was a tournament. You had to play it strategically. They weren't using their brains. You needed to play the system, not play your best siege, which is... I want to see the best teams in the world go at it, not some fucking APAC Grand Finals, bro. Like, come on, dude. I mean, granted, W7M's in there, so it's not like an APAC team is actually going to win. We're going to see some boring-ass playoffs. We're going to see W7M basically destroy everyone they go against.
Welcome back to R6 Reload here in Rio, and we're ready for our draw show, Leah. We've had 5 teams eliminated. 5 teams are already through to playoffs. That means there's only 3 spots left and 10 teams that will be competing and currently drawing to get there.
It's the final draft show. It's the most important one. Only 3 spots remaining, just like you said. So 70% of the team tomorrow will get out. This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a really tough one. Only a few teams have a good amount of ammo to go up the standings. The leaderboard so far has been full of surprises with teams like, KAG Osaka, for example, or Loud making it all the way to quarterfinals, and big disappointment like Team Liquid and Space Station missing it and being eliminated already.
This is where we're really going to see some of these strategies that we saw come into play right at the start in, round 1, round 2. Really, whether they will be, worth of having run for some of the teams. Some of our teams have gone quite conservative and been in the middle of the pack right throughout. And today, or this draw show, and tomorrow is do or die for them.
You have to mention Dark Zero right there. They were playing against Furia. They were playing in one of the best teams right now at this event. The only one that was undefeated with W7M. And they still beat them, and yet they only reloaded 1 bullet. So they're sitting on 7 bullets. They're middle of the pack, which is crazy to me right now, because they're one of the best performing team. But it's actually going to be really tough for them to qualify.
Well, M80 are going to be the first team that's able to make the pick because they have the lowest amount of bullets. So we're going to bring up a graphic to show who they can pick from and who is actually remaining. And as you can see there, bottom 5 teams are already eliminated. They're there in the grey. Top 5 teams are already through. They're there in the red. M80 can actually pick Leo. Anybody else, but it is worth saying, they are limited by either their opponent's bullet count or a maximum of 8.
So let's be real about this. We said that maybe it was the Fabian idea to lose today to be able to have the minimum amount of bullet and the first pick in the most important draft moment. Now, I think if I'm them right now, you should look at Cloud9. I know I keep saying this is the weakest team, but it's just true. These guys, they've struggled to beat PSG Talent. They've struggled to beat Scars, 2 of the worst teams in the tournament that are already eliminated. They're sitting on 12 bullets. They're your favorite target right now.
M80 currently have 4 bullets. They want to be able to get the maximum of 8, so they have to pick up upwards, G2 upwards basically. They also currently have their extended mag. So in theory, they can get a maximum of 18. That's before if they get any eliminations or flawless kills in play.
So theoretically right now, if they pick Cloud9 and play the extended mag, they will be in a situation where they become the 5th best seed and qualify in quarterfinals right now.
So it's worth saying that the teams are going to be picking offside just with the final draw going on. So we will be revealing which team M80 has to pick, and you think that it might be Cloud9. We won't confirm it yet.
I think Cloud9 makes the most sense. I think if you look at all the other teams that were there on that leaderboard, if you look at all the teams that are already qualified, amazing teams, but there are still amazing teams still right now running. Dark Zero right now who beat Furia who just lost. These teams you don't want to be facing. If you need to pick a weaker opponent that's sitting on a ton of bullets, it's got to be Fearx or Cloud9, and right now Fearx has shown some amazing plays. They've beat Falcons, so for me, Cloud9 right now, they need to be the perfect victim.
One important thing to note as well, there are no chicken cards. And that's going to be massive, which means whoever M80 pick, because M80 only have 4 bullets, are going to be limited to a maximum reload of 4, plus any extended mags that they are currently holding.
And realistically, the only reason why M80 is in that position in the first place is because they went a little bit
So
risky,
M80 can basically squash the chances of a team.
Yeah, 5 against Secret today was a big risk. Secret has been
even making
amazing
it
this event, and they proved it against M80, and it was rough.
Whoever gets chosen by M80 basically just
so if you look at
100%
right now,
loses no matter what.
They're in a tough spot. Yes, they've only got 4 bullets. But
whoever M80 chooses cannot move on.
And they have the
that
opportunity
is insane.
Right now. Once again,
that makes no sense to me.
That has a lot of bullets and it should be on paper way weaker than them.
If you Cloud9, what are you thinking?
I mean, I'm trying to preserve as much as I can. The realistic thing is to say, okay, we know we're probably one of the teams that are the weakest here, so maybe we try and be conservative. Maybe we only reload 1 bullet. We try to keep the maximum amount of bullets that we have. They're sitting on 12. If they only reload 1 and lose it, they're on 11. Do you think they can make it with 11? I think that's quite short, right?
Is there a thought process that M80 might go even bigger? We've seen some ego challenges onto Phases and Furias of the worlds, for example. Because let's not forget, if M80 go hard, whoever they beat will also lose and probably not go through.
I think that's
so they can keep an opponent out as well. They can gatekeep Leo.
One of the most important thing there, if you get picked by M80, you can only reload as much ammo as many bullets as M80 have, right? So the problem is, if you get picked by M80, you can only reload 4. So effectively, if M80 picks you, you know you're out. But you will want to revenge them. You will want to have a revenge, because then you will be in a matchup where you can potentially prevent M80 from also qualifying. So it will be a battle to death.
It really is. It really is obviously mind games that are going on. We've seen them in the ban phases. We've actually shown some great content. Maria's got like mics into ban phases. We've seen it in the draft show as well. There's lots of mind games that are going on between the two teams. And it's just gatekeeping all over.
Yeah.
The reason that we're a little bit delayed is obviously we've got to check every permutation, because once you get to this stage in the draw, teams can't play teams that they've already played. So one pick might cascade down and have a lot of different effects.
So effectively, when MAT take their decision, that then sets up all the matches for the rest?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why also we have to run all the implications for this one. Now, going back to your point, yes, Fabian has a huge ego. We all know about it. I know about it when I used to play against him, and the text chat.
Fabian, ego?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, he's the quietest person I've ever met.
His mission is to take his organization and his team further in the tournament. And I will say this, if it's my mission, I'm picking Cloud9 any day of the week.
And that's it. You're literally not thinking about anybody else in the world.
Fearx maybe, because they've looked amazing so far. They have 11 bullets, but they may be the weakest team out here. Wildcard maybe. G2, they've been looking
Because you're looking at anybody that has 8 bullets or more.
Yeah. Right now, we're looking at MAT. They only have 4 bullets, and
they do have their wildcard. They're not their wildcard. Their extended mag. That's the 5th card that you can see there.
So we need to know who are they picking, and also we will need to know right now.
And here is the pick. Cloud9, there it is.
All right, so that made the most sense. Obviously, like we've said before, or on paper here, one of the easiest opponents that they could pick from, and 12 bullets. Now, what will be interesting is to know how many bullets they can reload. Realistically, right now, there is no downside of picking the maximum amount of bullets, because whatever happens, if they lose, they're eliminated.
They might have
Absolutely.
a chance.
Teams are going to have to put everything they can on. Obviously, Cloud9, they can only put 4 on because they've already used their extended mag, and MAT only have 4. But we're going to throw it to Milos down in the studio to get their reactions.
Yeah, we're going to get the reactions of the teams that have already qualified, plus, of course, 2 people who have qualified, in this case, Ace and Dez. And we're really going to go around here now. MAT have picked Cloud9 to play against tomorrow. What does Elevate think about that? What's your opinion on
I know,
that
Cole,
pick?
but
is it the
still,
smart one from AT?
I think it's okay. It's a safe pick. No? It's a good match, yeah.
If you were in MAT's position where you only have like 4 or 5 rounds, who do you go up against now to really farm bullets to survive tomorrow?
I think MAT don't have how to survive tomorrow. But we can pick G2 and play a show match.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you agree with the MAT decision? I mean, Fabian usually says he never does anything wrong. So do you agree with the decision that he's made to play against Cloud9?
Yeah, I think he can't pick the teams who need bullets.
Yeah.
Just to competition. How can I say?
Just play the ones that have the highest bullets to get them out of them.
Yeah, and
G2 did beat Cloud9, so
G2 is the best match from.
That's fair. I mean, you were hanging out at the pool today, I'm sure. W7M just chilling, relaxing. Let's ask our resident casters here. Des, first,
W7M got 4 bullets for not playing at all. I'll just play a game after this.
Des, that's what we need to hear, right?
Des, please.
No, I think it's good. For MAT, obviously, as the guys have said, it's about getting as many bullets as possible. And I think going up against other NA players is probably the most comfortable this team can be. Makes total sense to me.
Are you going to agree with him for once, Tim?
Yeah, I think I am on this one. Looking at Cloud9 are a good opportunity. They've got plenty of bullets to go at, so it allows MAT the chance to get a good reload in. But also, I think looking at the way the 2 teams have played, I would put MAT in a bit of a different bracket to Cloud9 so far. So I think it's a good chance for a win.
All right, I won't be asking every single person about this. You know, we all have opinions. We can go back and kind of take a pick of the litter as we go on. So there you go. Our first matchup has already been decided. MAT will play C9 tomorrow. Back to you on the desk.
All right, so we've locked that in. The next team that is going to get the pick, obviously, is based on reload bullet count, is going to be Team BDS. Now, obviously, Leo, we've seen Team BDS be on a very aggressive strategy.
Yep.
And the aggressive strategy they went for is they played FaZe and Furia. They picked Furia all the way back at the very first draw show for round 2 with the hopes of when it gets to round 5, they can get an easier opponent and go big. Now, both FaZe and Furia are currently still in this draft as well.
Yeah, and effectively, even though they've played these guys, they haven't lost that many bullets playing against them. And then they also played Loud and lost to them. And this is why Loud is already qualified, because they beat BDS today. Now, I will say this, they have a lot of talent on the team. But do they have enough with these 5 bullets to pick someone else? I would go for FearX if I was them.
So let's take a look at the opponents that they can actually pick from. Obviously, it is a slightly reduced pool.
All right, so they picked
this is
FearX.
the one that they picked. This isn't the opponent that they can pick from.
That's
This is the
2 for 2
opponent
right
they
now.
have picked. 2 for 2 there, Leo.
All right, that does make sense. FearX probably one of the weakest teams out of the ones remaining here. Once again, you know, you have Furia here, you have Secret.
FearX might as well use all their bullets,
right?
right?
To get a better opponent than this one.
I mean, if you lose, you're done. So
in general, because
they
FearX
need at least
probably
16.
is right there with Cloud9. It makes sense from BDS standpoint.
Okay, let's see what Milosh and the rest of the gang down there at the studio think.
Yeah, BDS picking FearX. Now, BDS need to collect some more bullets to really get them into a proper position. FearX is an open target. Now,
Who's this?
what does Cyclops believe about this? Do you think it's a good decision?
FearX right now looks scary, so I don't know. I really don't know.
You have to risk at some point, right? Like, you get to day 5, it's do or die.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know about FearX right now. They're kind of scary.
Even CAG are afraid of FearX. Well, who knows? I mean, everybody should throughout their run. And we'll go over to Falcons in this case, kind of asking, all right, BDS FearX, would you be afraid of any one of those 2 teams at this point? You've qualified, you squeak through, but what do you think about it?
I mean, we have done the same with picking FearX yesterday, so I think it's a good pick for BDS. They had a tough match against Loud, but I think they can beat the Korean team.
That's fair. A Korean team. Everybody's afraid of the Korean team, gents. Like,
no wonder. Hang on. Yesterday you were saying it feels like they've run out of road.
Well, I thought they had run out of road yesterday, but they found a bit more.
Should they still be scared of them today? Really?
I don't know. They've maybe shown a little bit of weakness, but the thing is, I'd put them in the same bracket as like CAG. They're a team that can just turn up on the day and do really surprising things. So I don't know about that one.
That's
you got
a tight one tomorrow.
BDS, a team of rookies going up against some real experience there. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be a good game to watch regardless. Let's go back and see what our third matchup is.
There we go. So we've got that second matchup locked in, obviously BDS against FearX. And I believe the next matchup is already ready. Can we bring it up on the screen? Hopefully we can. And I believe, Leo, that it will be a lock. So Team Secret, as you can see, they've already got themselves 7 bullets.
And they have to play reminder. They cannot play twice the same opponent. So now if I look at their opponent, it's already locked in with 7 bullets. They will try and get as many bullets possible against Wildcard, sitting on 13 bullets. That's a choice that makes sense. For the rest, they would have had to face DZ or FaZe. So obviously you want to play against the rookies, the guys that are the newcomers, the new guys on the block.
Wow.
But they have been looking amazing.
DZ, you get FaZe.
Being honest, had it been a draw anyway, I think that's probably the opponent that Secret would have gone for, despite the fact Wildcard are looking good. But you don't care what we want to say. We say you want to hear from the guys down at the studio.
I mean, Team Secret Wildcard, you see everybody's, they're really afraid of what could happen here because FaZe is on the edge. Well, what's the reactions like?
No, because Furia can play Furia and FaZe, and one Brazilian less in the tournament. It's sad.
It is sad because now you're not only thinking about this game, you're thinking about what would happen afterwards. You're also surprised on your end. What does Loud think?
It's going to be a really cool match to watch. I like to watch right now, so it's really cool. I went to see.
Watch the war in the pool.
We'll be watching and laughing a lot.
Fair enough. It's going to be entertaining regardless. I mean, here, Team Secret, we get to see them. They've been a big surprise, gents. Maybe tomorrow we'll get to see them move past.
Wildcard have already had some success against EU, though. A good win against G2. They've had a good win against SSG today.
Yeah,
it's not going to be an easy one for
the whole region.
But I do
Secret
like
look
Secret
good today.
right?
Secret look really good. I fancy them winning that game tomorrow.
Opinions are divided, really. Let's send it back.
It's tough right now. You have G2 remaining. You have Furia, you have FaZe, you have
How did
DZ.
Wildcard
Now
play?
we have 4
How
of
did
the
Secret
best teams
play?
in the world with G2. That's kind of been struggling, but he's now rejuvenated.
Secret 7-1
M80.
M80.
Actually, the rest of the draw has ended up being a lock with the way that the games have worked. The next team is going to be Furia. 7
I don't
bullets.
know.
Big loss today.
Yeah,
in the draw, they could have gone through had they won, Leo.
Yeah, big loss today. They could have qualified.
They're not gonna
Now,
pick FaZe,
let's
are
look
they?
at their opponent. That's going to be
FaZe. Oh, wow.
Wow.
We're ended up with FaZe and Furia. That means that one of these teams won't even reach quarterfinal. Now that is really rough. Both of these teams deserve it.
Rematch of Six Invitational 2024 Grand Final.
I think FaZe was 1.3% away of round difference to make it to quarterfinals. I think it's like literally one round difference.
This is crazy. Like, oh, this is crazy. I've got so much reaction, but so is Milosh down at the studio.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you can see. Just,
they're having a meltdown over it.
It is a meltdown. So Furia picked FaZe in this case, and especially our Brazilian squads are going wild. Like, wait, why would you do that? Now, you were afraid of maybe having one less team from Brazil in the finals. It seems like we're gonna have it.
I can understand what happened. I really don't believe what happened here. Why Fury pick FaZe and not G2? G2 don't have a good championship.
Yeah, I don't know why, to be honest. I have no idea.
It is a lock in this case. It's just due to the way that the matches have worked out.
Oh.
And with the way that things
They're
have been,
forced.
they kind of have to play one another in this case.
They're forced.
So regardless, the
'Cause
situation
G2
does get complicated.
Played someone or
Muito complicado.
Furia played DZ or something.
Muito complicado.
So
Our last matchup, we're going to have to send it back. We're all confusion over here.
Yeah, of course, it is going to be a lock. I know that some of the teams down there were a bit confused, but it is the way that it fell. And of course, we will just confirm our final game here.
Good luck, G2.
G2 Esports, they got the win over the line today. Will it be too little too late? We don't
Best
know.
NA
We
team.
do
Good
know
luck.
that their opponent will be Type Zero. Massive victory today against Fury. They're looking good, and for
Good
Type
luck.
Zero, they do actually have their extended mag as well.
They have their extended mag, and they're playing one of the weakest opponents that were left out of FaZe and Furia. Clearly, I think everybody would have pegged G2 if you look at the way they've been playing so far in this Phase 1. Anyway, what happens right now is we have two amazing matchups, and we're going to see FaZe.
It's so hard to watch
here
as a viewer.
in
I
Brazil.
know, North.
Only one is going to
I barely understand it,
This is huge,
and I've been
guys.
watching
Let's
it
get the reaction
nonstop.
from Milosh and the gang down at the studio.
G2 will play Dark Zero. Now, G2, there's a bit of a hope here for EU. Maybe we get another European team that goes into quarters. Secret is on there. What does Falcons think about that?
I mean, Dark Zero looks fire today. Like, thanks to us, we got qualified because they beat Furia, and they're a really good team. So I think it's gonna be really hard for G2, to be honest.
A hard matchup, no matter how you cut it. From the APAC and Japan side here, what's the reaction like for their final matchup?
I mean, G2 looks a little bit shaky right now, so I think Dark Zero is gonna win. I'm gonna get flamed.
I'm really confused. Why are we talking about like NA versus EU? Isn't this like two EU teams facing each other here?
I mean, give or take, but I'm excited about the G2, like the NA EU. Let's respark the rivalry. G2 look better today.
Wait.
I'm just optimistic for a good game.
Gents, are you casting tomorrow?
No. Day off. We get to sit in the pool as well and watch.
So you're not as sad as we think you are.
No. G2 against the Brits. That's what it is.
Turns out we're going to have a lot of fun in our Playdate tomorrow. And that is it. Thank you so much for joining us here, hearing the opinion of our top 5 teams that have already qualified to the quarterfinals on Friday. Our matches are locked in. Do or die tomorrow. We'll see you in Rio. Have a good night.
I don't know. I don't know. I get that, but still, why make it so complex to begin with? It's so hard for just an average person that's kind of half-ass watching. Because remember, this is in the middle of the week. Like, people don't know what's going on. They're like, wait, why? I thought they won a bunch of games. Why are they not moving on? Like, it's so damn confusing for no reason. It's just supposed to be, like Cole said, it's just supposed to be a show match, showing off CJX, not really a real thing. So, you know, it is what it is.
So fucking free.
Hello.
We just slap cheater.
Oh, boots,
Holy
lo
shit.
mijo.
We got motion.
I'll show you motion. Zip.
Oh my god.
Bro, Vex
We
just
need one join up.
clutched up against rage cheaters. That's aura.
I just clutched a one. SenVale, I just clutched a 1v5 on Monty against
insane.
2 raid cheaters.
Let's go.
That was
SenVale,
insane.
we need one. Join up, SenVale.
Heard, Amber. Heard.
Gavin's not playing, by the way. Yeah, what you need to do is post, bro. You need to start posting. Like, good clips.
Yeah, with what frames?
Get metal. I mean,
Yeah,
tell your dad. You gotta like beg your dad, bro. You gotta like, work your ass off, bro. Go like make a deal
Dude.
with him or something, bro. Like work for him or do something, bro. Get
I
some
already
money and
do.
get a PC.
I already do it. It doesn't pay me.
And oh well.
Instead of your
Lock
dad
into it.
fucking paying for
Hey.
random siege kids hotels and shit, bro, tell him to buy you a PC, bro.
That's what I'm about to tell him.
You'd be better off, bro.
Quad's gonna show up in Dallas and not know where he's not gonna have a hotel. He'll be homeless. He'd have to sleep on the street for 3 days.
You can find You can find like a library or something or a McDonald's, right, Boots?
That knows the method.
Not before he gets shanked. Dude, he's gonna be a little Asian kid in a big Dallas.
They're not. Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Texas probably has one of the lowest crime rates out of any state because of
Not Dallas. Not
no, but
Dallas.
how many people are carrying fucking weapons, dude?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like, you really want to try to rob someone in Texas? Because I sure as fuck don't.
They'll shoot you.
Yeah, they're gonna shoot you dead.
Dad.
You know, there's like never home invasions in my state unless you're like in Phoenix, because it's just I don't know. Just
What,
like,
Arizona?
people gun you down. Yeah. people
Yeah,
just
I mean,
gun you down.
Arizona is basically like a secondary Texas. So yeah, basically.
They'll just dude. The cops here are ruthless, dude. They don't give a shit. Yeah, they'll gun you down for like making a hand motion while your hands are in there, like